I wanted to kill the professor. That was why I got so completely hooked on a game called Hayaka Academy, Department of Assassination. A department where assassination is part of the curriculum and you only graduate by successfully murdering your professor. How could that not be interesting? Over the span of a year, I played through easy mode and normal mode, killing the professor more than 300 times. I'd become a relic of the game, a fossil-level veteran. Eventually, I reached the point where I could even take down the demon professor on hard mode without breaking a sweat. Maybe I should stop here. I was starting to think I should finally return to real life. And Thena pop-up. An update, the heroic professor is now available. Would you like to play? There's more. As I read through the update description, I realized something. This time, you weren't trying to kill the professor, you were the professor. Apparently, you'd be taking on the role of the instructor in the Department of Assassination. You were supposed to train the students to grow stronger while also making sure they didn't kill you. That was the whole concept, and honestly, it sounded fun. The setting had also expanded into full-scale heroic fantasy. Still, something about it felt off. Me, playing from the professor's perspective. There was a time when I'd wanted to be a professor. I enjoyed research. I liked the idea of teaching off, passing down knowledge I'd worked so hard to acquire. I even admired the title itself. Professor, businessman, doctor, politician, professor. Weren't those the poster children for successful adult life? I'd lost my family when I was young. My life had been pitiful, and I thought if I could change everything just by studying, wouldn't that be amazing? Even if I was born clinging to a only on rotten rope, I believed that with enough effort I could turn it into a golden one. I really did believe that once, but it was a delusion. The world doesn't work that way. They pitted me against others, labeled me a misfit. I suffocated in grad school for years with no outlet. In the end, they stole my thesis. And by the time I turned 30, all I had left was debt and cancer. That was the fruit of all my hard work. Back then, the professor I once worshipped like a god said to me, "Why would that be your thesis?" Now do you understand why I became obsessed with a game where you kill professors? Since then, while fighting this illness, I've done nothing but play games. No place to go, no one to see. Each day a blur of numbness and pain, not knowing why I'm still alive. And now, of all things, a DLC where I get to be the professor. This game really knows how to mess with you. Sure, professor in this game is just a tightlate's basically a glorified high school teacher. Still, at least it's not DLC grad student. All right, let's try it. Please select the difficulty level for the Heroic Professor DLC. After clearing hard mode, I'd gotten cocky. I wanted to test myself, push things to the max, and Thena new difficulty appeared, one that wasn't in the original game. The Heroic Professor, Hell Mode Ver 100. Hell Mode, not just hard merciless, a level designed to break you, but I didn't think much of it. After all, it's just a game. Wait, what's going on with the screen? Because I had no idea I was about to be pulled into that game. EP1 Prologue, The Heroic Professor. Words began to appear in the darkness, one after another. Something about the DLC update, hero selection, character sync, and finally a new game is starting. The screen went black. When I came to, someone was shaking me very gently as if afraid I might break. Professor. My vision was blurry. My head felt like it was stuffed with wet cotton. Please wake up, Professor. Professor, the foggy world gradually came into focus. I was sitting in the back of an incredibly ornate, vintage-style car. The door was open. A woman in a spotless, formal uniform tilted her head, looking at me curiously. "Where am I, my professor? You're quite the joker. It's your first class today, remember? First class. Yes, yes. Are you feeling unwell? I've been trying to wake you for a while now, but you wouldn't budge. What the hell is she talking about?" Outside the window, I saw something bizarre. The scenery looked exactly like Hayaka Academy brought to life. That striking white and blue aesthetic. The beautiful academy gleaming under the sky. Students in crisp white uniforms, each with assassin harnesses strapped over their chests, wandered about in cheerful groups, laughing without a care. The weather's just lovely today, isn't it? Sure, I suppose it is. I was still lost in confusion when something strange entered my field of view, the bottom of my vision. The dialogue between the woman and me was popping up like a script. Adele, TA of the Department of Assassination, the weather's just lovely today, isn't it? Dante, neutral professor. Sure, I suppose it is. The student uniforms exactly as I remembered. Adele, the Department of Assassination's teaching assistant. Dante, a neutral aligned professor. In the game's dialogue window, none of it felt out of place, as if this had always been the world I belonged to. Holy shit. After thinking it over a bit more, I was sure of it. For some reason somehow I'd ended up inside the game, right into Hayaka Academy, the Department of Assassination, where you graduate by killing your professor, and I had entered. As a professor, Hayaka Academy was an elite royal institution designed to train exceptional combatants. Students in the warrior department or mage department could enjoy a bright, lively, and happy school life, but the assassin department was different. In the assassin department, cadets have to kill their professor to graduate. To be precise, they could only receive their diploma after 4 years of training and killing their professor. Those who failed were expelled, leaving them without a diploma or qualifications. And despite being a professor, my current stats were pathetic. All my attributes were at 1. No training, no combat skills whatsoever. Maybe that's why my whole body felt weak, my mind sluggish. And to make matters worse, my first class was about to start. Once I enter my classroom, the assassination attempts will begin. Are you seriously expecting me to survive with this crappy build while pretending to be a professor? This was ridiculous. So this was why hell mode existed. If I stepped into that classroom unprepared, I'd die immediately. I need something anything that could help me survive. Tools, weapons, whatever I can get my hands on. Just then, teaching assistant Adele, why is the professor acting like this? Should I take him to the hospital? The text box showed something in italics instead of double quotes. That had to mean it was displaying her internal thoughts, not just her dialogue. Wait a second. I turned to Adele. No need to worry, I'm fine. Oh, okay. Adele smiled warmly, her expression gentle. Teaching assistant Adele, whatever, let's not worry too much. This professor will die soon anyway. Did she really just think, with such a gentle smile too, just how many professors had already died? Adele's subsequent thoughts popped up in the text box as if answering my unspoken question. Teaching assistant Adele. Professor Harun lasted 3 months and Professor Rukendall only lasted 10 days, right? 3 months, 10 days. Those aren't professors, they're glorified practice dummies for murder training. Of course, it was normal for professors to be assassinated in this world from time to time, but this frequency, it was way too high. It had to be because we were in hell mode. The cadets were far stronger now. Just then, Adele grinned brightly. Teaching assistant Adele, still, I hope this professor lasts a little longer. He's pretty handsome. That wasn't comforting at all. I took a moment to think. The tradition of assassinating one's professor in the assassin department was deeply ingrained in this world, yet despite the extreme risks of the job, people still kept applying. The reason? Money. The royal family provided professors with enormous salaries and research grants. And I've already signed the contract. I couldn't just quit and run away. In this world, assassins were similar to real-world intelligence agents experts in assassination, espionage, and counterintelligence. Our location was also an issue. We were currently in Zone 0, a restricted area. If I tried to escape, I'd be obstructed by security fences and barriers. On top of that, Adele wasn't just a teaching assistant. She was also assigned to monitor me. Driving away, not an option. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll see you later in the office. Got it. Then stay safe, Professor. With those foreboding words of care, Adele got back in the car and drove off. I started walking toward the assassin building. First off, I needed information. I opened my briefcase and flipped through Dante's class materials. Since it was the first lesson, the content wasn't too difficult. In fact, as someone who has always loved assassins, I already knew most of the content. Wait a second. A familiar piece of paper caught my eye. Assassin Department Rules 1. Members of the Assassin Department may kill each other. It is tolerated as long as they don't get caught. 2 students who successfully assassinate their professor will receive their diploma, 15 million hika, and all of the professor's possessions after completing their education. 3 assassination attempts outside of class hours will be penalized. Professors have the authority to impose penalty points and permanently confiscate equipment. 3 penalty points result in expulsion. The third rule stood out to me. I was already familiar with the first 2, but the third, that was new. Students will face serious penalties if they try to assassinate me outside of class. That was somewhat reassuring. At the very least, I wouldn't have to fear for my life every waking moment, just as I was starting to relax. Assassin Department, first year Dominic, is that him? A dialogue box suddenly appeared. Who is that? I was the only one on this narrow path through the thicket. For now, I didn't react. I kept walking as if nothing was wrong, making sure not to alert whoever was watching me. Assassin Department, first year Hwaru, whoa, he's handsome. Moon Shadow Division, first year Forte, what's so handsome about him? Assassin Department, first year Dominic, no, he's got a point. He's tall, sharp-featured, and has that dangerous look. Looks like they brought in someone different this time because the last professors kept dying so quickly. There were at least 3 people, but I couldn't spot a single one. Judging by their comments about my appearance, they had to be somewhere in front of me. Just where were they talking from? Moon Shadow Division, first year Forte. Should we just kill him now? What the hell? In broad daylight. Assassin Department, first year Hwaru, what? No way. Assassin Department, first year Dominic Forte. Don't forget that assassinations outside class will get you penalized. Moon Shadow Division, first year Forte. I don't care about mere penalties. They're still willing to risk it. Moon Shadow Division, first year Forte. It's fine as long as I don't get caught. I felt conflicted because technically Forte was correct. That was the first rule of the department. Assassin Department, first year Dominic, fine. If you're going to do it, show us how well a Moon Shadow cadet can handle it. Fuck. I finally noticed the affiliations written next to their names. I was about to face a Moon Shadow cadet. Moon Shadow Division, first year, Forte, sounds good. The Moon Shadow Division was a subdivision of the Assassin Department made up of highly skilled second-class cadets. Out of the 1,000-odd first-year cadets, only 30 were selected. Every single one of them was far stronger than the average cadet. The text box vanished soon after. That meant they had stopped thinking or talking and were preparing something. My heart pounded as my imminent death approached. I had to stop them, but how? I didn't even know where they were. Then, a minimap suddenly appeared at the bottom right corner of my vision. 3 red dots blinked roughly 200 meters away, positioned diagonally from me. I turned my gaze in that direction, and eventually I saw them 3 figures perched on a nearby rooftop. There they are. Assassin Department, first year H-Waro, huh? Assassin Department, first year Dominic, wait, is he looking at us? Moon Shadow Division, first year Forte, that can't be. There's no way he'd notice us from this distance. Too bad for you, I did notice. Now stop it. Unfortunately, they were too far away for me to see exactly what they were doing. My perception stat was too low. All I could make out were 3 small dots wriggling and shifting around. What on earth are they? Moon Shadow Division, first year Forte, head. Aha, a sniper. My brain immediately deduced their plan, a headshot. A glint of light flickered on the roof, likely the lens of the scope reflecting sunlight. I squinted, but they were too far away to confirm. This Forte guy must be the sniper. Moon Shadow Division, first year Forte, breath. I was sure of it now. He was controlling his breathing. That meant he was about to pull the trigger. Moon Shadow Division, first year Forte, 3. The countdown had begun. Although I was pretending to stay calm, my mind had gone completely blank. Moon Shadow Division, first year Forte, 2. What could I do? What on earth could I do right now? Moon Shadow Division, first year Forte, 1. Shit. F-whip. A sharp whistle sliced through the air, passing just inches from my ear. I tilted my head at the last possible moment, dodging the bullet by less than an inch. And by only 0.01 seconds. Had I been any slower. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted behind me. I turned around. The stone statue behind me had been obliterated. My heart pounded violently in my chest. Assassin Department, first year H-Waro, huh? He dodged it. Assassin Department, first year Dominic, the hell. Did he actually see the bullet coming with his bare eyes? Assassin Department, first year H-Waro, wow. Assassin Department, first year Dominic, that's an insane reaction speed. The shot came from 200 meters away. The cadets were freaking out. I took a deep breath. I had to calm down. That dodge was pure luck, and my opponent still had a rifle in their hands. I have to stop them. But what could I do? I couldn't just start shouting at them to stop shooting at me. Moon Shadow Division, first year Forte. He dodged it instead of blocking it. Those words suddenly gave me an idea. Blocking a bullet with an ability or a magic spell wasn't too difficult. But dodging a bullet just by tilting my head at the perfect moment without an ability, that was another story. A bullet fired only 200 meters away. No ordinary person could react in time. In other words, I had to make them believe I was far stronger than I actually was. They might back off if they thought I was powerful enough to dodge bullets. Having made up my mind, I raised a hand and gestured at them. Assassin Department, first year H-Waro, H-Huh. He definitely saw us. I think he's calling us over. Assassin Department, first year Dominic Forte, go apologize. You caused this mess, so clean it up yourself. Moon Shadow Division, first year Forte, fucking hell. He's really that strong. With that, they finally stopped. But this wasn't the time to lower my guard. Moments later, a figure leaped from the rooftop of the 7-story building, deploying a parachute magic tool to slow their descent. Moon Shadow Division, first year, Fort. A tag appeared displaying the boy's name and affiliation as it floated above his head. As the distance between us shrank, the tension thickened. The cadet's face was uneasy, but I felt the same. My stomach twisted in anxiety, but I wasn't about to let it show. Moon Shadow Division, first year Forte. Fuck, this is humiliating. Eventually, a boy with reddish-brown hair and a wolfish demeanor landed before me. His sharp gaze and stiff posture made it clear was as prideful as he looked. Moon Shadow Division, first year Forte. I can't go down like this. Not by getting a penalty point. What else is this crazy bastard planning? His rifle hung on his back untouched. Did he have a hidden card up his sleeve, or was he just going to walk up and strangle me to death? Then he spoke. Hello, Professor, I am Forte, a first-year Moon Shadow cadet. I remained silent, staring at him. I apologize for hastily attempting to assassinate you. I forgot that it was against the rules to do so outside of class. He bowed deeply as if in sincere regret, but the moment his hand brushed against the pocket on his thigh, another tag popped up into my vision, this time displaying a weapon name and its grade, Jackknife Common. I reacted instinctively, you're dead if you draw that knife, and threatened the boy. Forte's body stiffened mid-bow. His fingers flinched, hesitated, and then slowly retracted. Moon Shadow Division, first year Forte, huh? Forte froze. He hadn't even begun the close-range assassination yet. The professor shouldn't even know he had a blade on his thigh. So how did he say that? No way. No, must have just guessed it by luck. As he slowly raised his head, his eyes met the professor's. Beneath the black curls, pink eyes looked down at him, as if they could see right through him. It had to be his imagination. His assassination had failed, and now this unfamiliar adult probably just seemed intimidating. I've familiarized myself with the school rules as a professor, including the consequences you're supposed to face. But before you start mouthing off about rules or whatever, shouldn't you say something else to me first? Forte bit his lip. The professor standing before him radiated deadly pressure. He was clearly different from all the others before. I apologize once again for the rash assassination attempt. Wrong answer. What? You didn't understand a word I just said, did you? Refusing to lose, Forte stared into his eyes. But it was strange. It felt like a weight was pressing down on him. You should be apologizing for lying. Forte's jaw tensed. A lie? He was saying Forte lied. How the hell would he know that? Maybe he could still deny it. Forte hesitated a few seconds, thinking it over. We've never met before, though. The professor's cold gaze narrowed. You're about to lie to me a second time. Forte's eyes widened. The Department of Assassination is isolated. That's why cadets are always restless. In the present, they are bound by strict control and repetitive training, and their future is a stifling one, trapped in the fate of an assassin, one that may never see the light of day. So whenever something interesting happened, they tended to become obsessed. Year 1 cadets in the Department of Assassination, Hwaru and Dominic, blinked as they watched the situation unfold. From Hwaru's point of view, Forte had suddenly frozen up and started creeping toward the professor nervously. The new professor's expression was perfectly calm, composed, and somehow terrifying. A face you couldn't read. Just look over here for a second, please. He looked, just for a moment. Hwaru blinked. Her heart pounded. It felt like someone had taken the image of the assassin she'd imagined as a child and brought it to life in human form. They're talking, indeed. Dominic, what's the new professor saying? Dominic adjusted his glasses. He was particularly sharp-eared among the cadets. You didn't forget the rules. You fired knowing them full well. That's what he said. Oof, that's actually true. He's asking why Forte would attempt such a half-assed shot, criticizing his attitude before his skill. But Forte's a genius when it comes to marksmanship. And he says the way Forte rushed in with a knife was clumsy too, from the approach. The expression, the way he walked stiff all over, says he's seen plenty like that and half of them ended up corpses. Whoa, that's scary. But still, that professor. He didn't retaliate like the others usually do. You're right, that's what felt off. A typical professor would strike back just to instill fear, to prevent the next assassination attempt. But this one only disciplined. Wasn't that an astonishing level of confidence? Dominic, didn't TA Adele say she didn't know anything about this professor? She did. It was the first time Adele didn't know the identity of a new professor. The cadets had two possible reactions to that. Either so many professors have died that they just started hiring whoever they could find, or the department head finally went all out and appointed some unknown assassin as professor. It might be the latter. Dominic narrowed his eyes. Assassins being active in the public eye was only a recent thing. In the old days, it was widely believed the more secretive an assassin, the greater their prowess. Hwaru beamed, revealing her rabbit-like front teeth. This is insane. I'm so glad I signed up for this class. Dominic adjusted his glasses again and nodded. I feel the same. Around that time, the new professor's disciplining came to an end. Forte was released only after his gun and jackknife were completely confiscated and a penalty point was issued. Maybe that's why. When he returned, his face was dark. You idiot. I told you not to, didn't I? It's fine, Forte. This wasn't your failing. Your shot was perfect. The professor was just far beyond what we expected. Dominic, please shut up. Forte's mouth twisted. His own weakness, the scolding professor. His friends trying to comfort him. It was all unbearably humiliating. Guys, can I ask you something? Don't talk about this to anyone. Why not? Why do you think? Shit, it's freaking embarrassing. Hwaru and Dominic nodded with serious expressions. Yup, you can trust me, Forte. My weight doesn't just apply to my body. You know how heavy my tongue is. Don't worry. Forte trusted his friends. A little later, guys, something insane happened, Tadia. Forte told me not to tell anyone, but, so what happened was Forte totally got wrecked by the new prof. Hey, better stay sharp. That new professor's something else. Curious? Just keep it between us. So when Forte walked into the lecture hall, everyone's eyes were on him. He turned his head and saw the girl whistling and the fat kid pushing up his glasses. Ah, fuck, he got the picture, roughly anyway. 1 hour before class, I holed myself up in the professor's office. After disciplining the cadet who tried to kill me, I spat out whatever came to mind, hoping he wouldn't try assassinating me again, confiscated his weapons, and made it back. But even after entering the office, my heart was pounding like a war drum. God damn it, I survived by sheer luck. I hadn't even done anything yet. I hadn't taught a single class. This was just the commute on my first day, and it was already this dangerous. Why the hell did I come into this game world? Of all things, thy's godforsaken assassin game, and on hell mode no less. It wasn't something to be glad about just because I survived. I needed a plan. What now? Is there no way out of this world? I muttered logout, but nothing came up. So what, am I stuck here for good? Change your mindset. Not much time left before class. I decided to recheck my tools. First off, the growth system. The professor grows by fulfilling his duties and earning growth resources. Teaching, giving exams, building relationships with cadets. Unlike cadets, I can also grow through research and papers, apparently. That was something to look into later. Meanwhile, in the settings menu, there was this tip function on-off warning, may provide unnecessary information. Even if some of it was unnecessary, better to know than not. I clicked on. Tip function is now activated, and immediately something popped up. Tip, confiscated items lose previous ownership and can now be stored in your inventory. I checked the 2 items I had taken from the cadet. Jackknife common confiscated. Lever action rifle MT-15 magic confiscated. A magic grade item right at the start of the game. Suddenly, hell mode felt real. It's way too early for this kind of thing to be showing up. This is a good gun. The base specs were a bit lacking, but the special feature was auto melee targeting. Once a target is marked, the muzzle tracks and shoots any enemy within 10 meters automatically. That's seriously good. More than anything, it's valuable. I may be a professor, but I'm flat broke. Current funds 0 hika. Now this gun is mine. I can do whatever I want with it. Judging by the going rates, it's worth at least 70,000 hika. That's about 7 million won in real-world currency. What kind of psychopath designed a game where something like this is standard gear for killing people? No wonder that statue didn't just crack, it blew apart. Jackknife of Wind has been stored in inventory. Lever action rifle MT-15 has been stored in inventory. The inventory had surprisingly generous capacity. The items disappeared the moment I touched them, stored automatically. Taking them out worked the same waste rate into your hand. Very convenient. No time to waste on this. I opened the lecture materials and continued studying for today's class. I focused hard, sinking into the content. Knock, knock. Crap, someone knocked on the door. One person appeared on the minimap, but the script window showed no dialogue. I prepared to draw the gun and called out, "Who is it?" "It's Adele, Professor." Enter. The ever-smiling female assistant walked in. "So, Professor, how's your first day so far?" "Nothing special. I was worried you might get assassinated. Please take care of me going forward." "Sure, by the way, how many professors have you had before me?" "You're the first. That's surprising. I figured you'd gone through a few by now. Based on earlier thoughts, hadn't there been several?" Adele gave a sheepish smile. "I used to be a general admin TA. As for the previous Professor Lukendall, the TA was unlucky and died in the same explosion, so I got reassigned. Unfortunate." "Right, he was a nice guy, too." "I see, I need to finish prepping for class." After that, I kept preparing for the lecture. Then Adele opened the office door again. The time had finally come. "Professor, it's time to head to class." I didn't want to go, but I had no choice. Still, it wasn't all bad. A long-awaited quest popped up. Main quest, first day of appointment. An OVELIGHT reward, Star Fragment 1000 special DLC reward. Star Fragments are universal growth resources. They can boost anything from stats to special abilities, so even in hell mode, the game doesn't want you dead right away. 1,000 Star Fragments, that was insane, absolutely massive. I was sure I'd die within a few days even if I got lucky and survived today. With 1,000 of them, surviving might actually be a real possibility. If I survived today, that is, didn't seem likely. At the end of the hallway, right in front of the lecture hall, I had to stop walking for a moment. "Is something wrong, Professor?" On the minimap, right outside the lecture hall door, dots, a ton of them. Nearly 10 hostile targets were clinging to the opposite side of the door like barnacles. I raised my eyes and saw it, a chalkboard eraser perched on top of the door. At a glance, it looked like a kid's prank. Guillotine trap advanced. If it weren't a magical device. In short, it was meant to lure me into letting my guard down. "Professor," the TA prompted me as I stood still. I sighed deeply in my mind and started walking toward the classroom. From this moment on, for the next 50 minutes, it's legal for them to kill me. Spring day with a cool breeze blowing in through the window. One by one, the cadets entered the lecture hall to attend the first class of newly appointed Professor Dante Hayakapo, Understanding Assassination and Abilities. The number was around 30. Among them, from the Munshido Institute, a red-haired cadet named Jokwin walked in with his hands in his pockets leading a gang of 6 or 7, and then he approached the class punching bag. Forte of the Munshido Institute didn't turn around. Beside him, Hwaru and Dominic only glanced over with blank expressions. "You dumbass, I heard you got your ass kicked by the new professor." Forte's eye twitched. Hwaru and Dominic, stung, averted their gazes. "Those bastard assholes." "Fuck off, look at these idiots enjoying their own pity party." Laughter erupted and spread among the 6 or 7 behind Jokwin. "Why the hell are you still clinging to the Munshido Institute? You're gonna get held back. You got wrecked by a professor who hasn't even started teaching." You got your gun confiscated. Stop disgracing us and get lost. I told you to fuck off, Joquin. You're embarrassing as shit, you punk. You're ruining the name of our institute. That was when it happened. Forte suddenly stood up and grabbed Joquin by the collar. You insane bastard, I told you to get lost. Joquin's team moved in. The hell's wrong with this guy? Yo, you gonna take your hands off him, just as they tried to shove Forte off. Forte's fist slammed into one of the guys. Thud, with his head snapping sideways, two of them went rolling back. The air in the lecture hall instantly dropped. A wave of tension spread among the cadets. Joquin's face hardened. Try that on me. Oh yeah, do it, you son of a bitch. I've been itching for an excuse. I'm gonna fucking kill you today. You think I won't? Forte reached for the revolver at his waist. Joquin, too, reached for the dagger at his belt. Just as the tension peaked, one of the cadets shouted, "Hey, stop it. Class is about to start." Sure enough, the professor was due to arrive any second. Watch carefully, you dumbass piece of shit. What you just say? Watch what I do. You and your idiot friends. I'll be the one walking away with the diploma today instead of you. H-Waro blurted out in anger. I'm not an idiot, you know. Forte really wished she'd shut up just this once. Let's go. Joquin moved with his crew. He drew a dagger from his belt and slipped into the space. A mid-level stealth ability among concealment types, form veil. The others activated stealth as well, hiding near the classroom door beside it, flanking it, hanging from above, waiting for their prey to walk in. Hey, shouldn't we stop them? This is the professor's first class. Leave it. Don't get involved. Some cadets watched the scene unfold with concern. What trash? Seriously, what's their problem? Others frowned but still watched with interest. The level of stealth was surprisingly high for cadets. A weak professor could absolutely get caught by that ambush. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the time for class drew closer. Even though unease lingered, curiosity about what would happen glued their eyes to the scene. Tick-tock, finally the hour arrived, but Strange-Allied door didn't open, even though footsteps could be heard. Joquin's brow furrowed. What the hell? He could hear footsteps. They were right at the threshold. That meant the professor was right outside the door. The footsteps were loud, too, as if the person didn't even know what an assassination was, but Thenthi stopped in front of the door. Clack. In the next moment, the sound of a rifle being cocked came from outside, the unmistakable sound of a lever-action rifle chambering around. Professor, T.A. Adele's voice came from beyond the door. Right after that, Joquin made a quick hand gesture. The professor's going to shoot. His crew hurriedly dropped stealth and jumped away. Then the door opened and the professor walked in, the lever-action rifle slung over his shoulder. The guillotine trap they had planted activated. A blade dropped right over the professor's head. Boom! With a thunderous shock, the trap blew apart entirely. The professor had shot during the trap. Joquin's face twisted into a grimace. Forte clenched his teeth. That had been his gun, but Joquin stayed focused. There was still a chance. Professor Dante spun the rifle for another lever action and stepped forward. 3 steps, 2 steps. Just one more step would do it, if he came just one step closer. The muzzle was already pointed at his head. Was this assassination your idea? Joquin's eyes flew open. Professor Dante had aimed the rifle at him. He panicked and stumbled backward. Crash. The Moonshadow Institute was made up of prodigious cadets. Only 30 of them, out of 1,200 first-year assassin cadets, were elite enough to be here, and his stealth was near the level of an active assassin. Even the ultra-elite Dormant Dragon Institute, with only 7 cadets, recognized his ability. There was no reason to suspect stealth was even in play. His entire crew had moved in unison and caused plenty of distraction. And yet Thai's professor had seen right through it. Joquin finally asked, "How did you know?" "What? My stealth is top tier in the year." His curiosity outweighed the assassination. "What are you talking about? Even a blind man could see it." Laughter broke out among the cadets. Under the weight of all those stares and Forte's faint, mocking smirk, Joquin's face hardened. This professor's got sharp eyes. He said it while returning to his seat, trying to land at least some jab, but the professor ignored him. Only the next line struck Joquin in the back of the head like a hammer. "You gonna keep watching forever?" In that moment, confusion passed over Joquin's face. Dante had looked straight in the direction where he'd been hiding. What the hell was over there? At that moment, a shape shimmered into view behind the ceiling wall right above where Joquin had been hiding. Joquin was even more shaken. A pink-haired female cadet with a puppy-like face dropped down from above. She was Elise, cadet of the Dormant Dragon Institute and daughter of the legendary assassin, Silent Star. It was horrifying. She had been stealthing behind him since when? And the professor had seen that, something he hadn't even realized himself. "Take your seat." "Yes, sir." Elise bowed her head lightly and turned to walk back. Dante turned his head, sweeping his gaze across the classroom. He hadn't said a single word yet, but all the cadets were already gauging his expression, his movements. Everyone knew how skilled Joquin and Elise were. As soon as Elise took her seat, he moved. He stepped up to the podium. "In my view, an assassin is a socialized predator. I am Dante Hayakapo, the new professor of the Department of Assassination." a lion crawling through reeds, creeping toward a gazillionly wearing the face of a man. Starting today, I'll be using this class to teach understanding assassination and abilities for the remainder of the semester. Now I was the one teaching those lions. I must never look weak, never turn my back. The ultimate goal and direction of this class is for Yawik as Yuarito grow stronger through understanding special abilities. Though honestly, I'm the weakest one here. Fortunately, it seems like identifying the assassination attempts early using the name tags floating over their heads worked. There are no cadets currently trying to kill me. In the script window, emotions toward me ranged from confusion and rage to fear and shock. But all those thoughts had one thing in common: they were tense. All the predators in this room, because of me, and then it happened. Just as I was about to begin my first class, my mind suddenly went blank. What was I supposed to say first? I hadn't had much time, sure, but I had prepared. I had a whole order to follow. But now I couldn't recall any of it. Why can't I remember anything? And the problem was there were still 45 minutes of class left. All eyes were on me now. But the longer I stayed silent, the more puzzled their expressions became. The growing suspicion in their eyes only made my mental whiteout worse. Shit, I had to say something. But what? As I just stood there, the mood in the room began to shift. Assassination Department. Year 1 Evelyn, why's he just standing there? Moonshido Institute Year 1 Joquin, the fuck is this? Assassination Department. Year 1 Derek, maybe I should try assassinating him now. I just opened my mouth and said whatever came to me. But before we begin the lecture, in the instant that followed, I reevaluated. Was this really okay to say? But there was nothing else in my head. I, as your professor, am disappointed in the level of Hayaka's Department of Assassination. For a moment, the room fell still. They were confused by what I'd said. Today is my first day on the job, my first class, and from this morning until now there have been 10 cadets who tried to assassinate me. All of them failed. Honestly, even I don't know what the hell I'm saying. I just kept talking slowly. Failure is expected. Just as a child can't beat an adult, immature cadets like you could never take down a professor like me. But not a single one of you made the effort. My voice came out icier than I expected. Forte and Joquin's faces stiffened even more. You've gotten used to killing half-assed professors with your half-assed skills, and now you don't even realize your frog's stuck in a well. To think you'd try to assassinate me with such sloppy traps and stealth. What, did you think I came here to play tag with children? That was when a message appeared out of nowhere. Tip, raise your hand. What, I did as it said and raised my hand. Ping, holy shit, something ricocheted off my hand and slammed into the desk. A shuriken. The fuck is wrong with this guy? Who throws a shuriken while the professor is lecturing? Moonshido Institute Year 1 Forte, what the? Assassination Department. Year 1 Derek. He deflected Joquin's shuriken without even looking. Assassination Department. Year 1 Evelyn, that reflex speed is insane. All the cadets were stunned. I stared at the one who'd thrown the shuriken. He turned his head stiffly. Moonshido Institute Year 1 Joquin, ah fuck. It was that bastard again, the ringleader of the ambush squad. I had nearly died. Again. This whole damn place was a minefield. I forced my pounding heart down and spoke. Cadet. Yes, what was I just saying? That. You want us to take assassinations seriously. Your posture while throwing the shuriken was needlessly big. Your speed was pathetically slow. Your target zone was the neck thinnest part of the upper body, and your timing was terrible. After a string of assassinations, I'm naturally on edge for surprise attacks. You knew that, yet still went for it. Not even a sewer rat hunting a bug would act so brainless. He said nothing. Just clenched his jaw in frustration. That's twice now. I stared at him for a few seconds, then spoke. You're dropping the class. Joquin froze in shock, and the cadets around the room gasped audibly, because it was a professor who said it. I turned and looked across the lecture hall. This first class would set the tone for my relationship with these students. That's why I'd prepared carefully, and the memories I'd blanked on were slowly returning. Now I could teach. If this class is going to be some sandbox game, I've got no interest in teaching it. But then my thoughts changed. The cadets, who had been fidgeting with their textbooks, froze. If the students showed this little willingness to learn, then the professor had another option. Today's class is canceled. In the silence that crushed down on the room, I turned and walked out of the lecture hall. Dante, the Hayaka Poe professor, exited the classroom. Silence settled over the scolded lecture hall. No one had expected the new professor to walk out without even holding his first class on his very first day. Half-baked professors try to win over cadets. They want to get close to the cadets, build good relationships, and avoid being assassinated. Did they come here out of some sense of duty to nurture cadets as proper professors? They did not. Everyone who came to the Department of Assassination had one goal: money, the massive payout for surviving 4 years, and the research grants that come along with it. Most of them were here for that reason. And so, most new professors in the Department of Assassination try not to make enemies out of the cadets. They smile, they act friendly, some even grovel to the cadets, but Dante was different. Shit, we really just got chewed out, huh? Among Forte's trio, the chubby cadet Dominic pushed up his glasses. Compared to other professors, there had been a lot more assassination attempts. Normally, people don't go this hard on day one of their appointment. But even considering that, getting scolded for half-assed assassination attempts was something no other professor would even imagine. That professor is dead serious about assassination. That's the only way to see it. Why else would sincere assassinations matter? Because he holds assassination in high regard, and the cadets failed to meet his standards. For that, Reverend Ciso, he got angry. Come to think of it, we really were treating assassination like it was no big deal. The other cadets, too, had a fuzzy feeling in their heads. Were we taking this whole assassination thing way too lightly? That's when it happened. Dumbass. Forte, with his auburn hair, sneered. It was aimed at Joquin, who'd been trembling ever since the professor left. Joquin turned his head. What the hell did you just say? I didn't say anything. Shut your mouth, I swear to God, I'll kill all three of you. Joquin looked down at the shuriken in his hand. Since the age of 5, he'd been raised under an assassin father, learning concealment and shuriken techniques. At this point, if the target was within 8 meters, he could hit the wing of a flying fly. That was the distance between him and the professor earlier. Normally, professors either dodge or wear protective accessories. He deflected the shuriken with the side of his hand, without even looking. Fucking bastard, just how high was Professor Dante's level? And what he said at the end when he scolded him was still ringing in Joquin's ears. Withdraw from the course, cadet. It was humiliating. Words that made his blood boil and pride go up in flames. Why NOVELIGHT the hell do I have to take that kind of crap? Joquin shot up from his seat. Fine, I'm dropping the class. Then he turned around, but I'm killing this bastard first. Wham, his foot slammed into Forte's face. Guh, you motherfucker. Crash, Forte tumbled with the desk and chair, then pulled out a handgun. It was about to spiral into complete chaos. Stop it. T.A. Adele stepped in and calmed the fight. If you cause a commotion, you'll both get demerits. Joquin growled but backed off. Especially for Forte, it was a serious matter. He'd already gotten 1 demerit that morning. 1 more and it was expulsion. Miss Adele, are we seriously not having a class today? Yes, it seems the professor won't be holding one. Attendance will still be counted though. Okay. Cadets, either take some time to understand the new professor's style or submit your course withdrawal forms. And starting from the next class, please be a little more thoughtful with your assassinations. Honestly, even from my perspective, your attempts were just childish. That's all. Only then did the cadets ease up and get to their feet. Meanwhile, sitting in a corner seat and staring blankly at the door the professor had exited through, Dormant Dragon Institute cadet Elise tapped on her wrist crystal orb and sent a message. Dormant Dragon Institute group chat 7 members. Elise, guys. Elise, the new professor. Elise is insane. I holed up in the faculty restroom, clutching my pounding heart. That was almost death. I almost died more than once. There was even a lunatic who tried to assassinate me twice in the middle of all that. Even a few days of this and I'll have a full-blown nervous breakdown. Why the hell is this so dangerous? Even on hard mode, the first real crisis isn't until week 2. Granted, that's for cadets. I'm a professor on hell mode, but even accounting for that for assassination attempts before lunch, that's overkill. Let's just be satisfied with surviving today. Though they hadn't been awarded yet, I have to go home, because the quest is called First Day of Appointment. Only when I go home does the first day end and the reward get distributed. Thankfully, I only had 1 class today. Let's go home. So I sent a message to T.A. Adele using my crystal orb. Dante, where are you? Adele, just a second. I'll head back after submitting the paperwork you entrusted to me. Let's head out. First, I'll stop by the office and write the class journal. But then from the far end of the hallway, I saw a rough-looking female cadet walking straight toward me. Gray hair and yellow eyes, heavy makeup, colorful tattoos all over her body, a short skirt and a cadet uniform altered to the brink of bursting, and even a mischievous snaggletooth. She had 2 other cadets following behind her, but when she spotted me, she approached alone. Her steps began to quicken. I had a bad feeling. Gray first year, Dormant Dragon Institute. She was a cadet from the Dormant Dragon Institute, one of only 7 first-year students from the Department of Assassination, granted elite status. Also, the ones I needed to be most cautious of on hell mode. As she walked, she reached behind her waist for something. Dagger of swiftness rare. A status window popped up and my heart dropped. Wasn't this a full-on armed assault? And not just any weapon, but a rare-grade Bladian, extremely dangerous knife. I hurriedly checked the script. First-year Dormant Dragon Institute Gray. Let's see if the rumors are true. Rumors? What kind of rumors were already floating around? But there was nothing I could do now. Even if I wanted to stop her, I had no way to do so. I couldn't run either. The cadet finally came right up to me. Her thickly made-up eyes, framed by long lashes, narrowed. The next moment, something flashed past. What was that? No way. First-year Dormant Dragon Institute Gray. Wow, this professor doesn't even blink. That's when a single strand of hair from my bangs fluttered down. I realized it too late. She had swung the knife, just now, right in front of my face. Gray has used swift slash. Of course, the script listed the skill activation. My heart dropped straight to my pelvis. Wow, Professor, you're pretty slick. You've got good spatial awareness, huh? I aimed for your head from this close and you dodged it. How'd you know it wouldn't hit? Compliments delivered in a calm, breezy tone. What the hell is she talking about? I didn't even see it coming. No prep motion, no casting cue, no swing, no recover, nothing. I hadn't seen a single part of the skill. Gray had been standing still the entire time, yet my hair had been cut. Ironically, that seemed to have deceived her into thinking I'd dodged it on purpose. The cadets behind her muttered, "Whoa," as my heart pounded wildly. It felt like my lifespan was being shaved down in real time. I quickly recalled the name I'd looked up earlier in the faculty files. Gray Habanero, a genius ranked among the top, even among the monstrous assassins of Hell Mode. Oh, you know me. It's not class time right now. Gray tilted her head with a hazy smile. Hello, I'm Gray Habanero from the first-year Dormant Dragon Institute. I take a different lecture, but I heard rumors about you today. There are rumors going around inside Dormant Dragon. Usually the professors here suck, but the new one might be different, they say. If you don't mind, could you spare a moment? I have a suggestion related to Dormant Dragon Institute. Her red lips curled and a snaggletooth poked out playfully. She licked her lower lip like a cat lazily flicking its tongue. What kind of suggestion? She suddenly grabbed my hand. I was a little startled. What's with the sudden grab? I pulled my hand back. Gray looked back at me with a grin. Unbelievable. I need to go home. What's this girl planning by dragging me off somewhere? Common sense says I can't just turn her down. Since this game's setting revolves around cadets killing professors, the Dormant Dragon Institute home to the strongest cadets is surely tied to the main story. However, I know what matters most to me. Right now I'm nothing special, and inwardly I'm scared out of my mind. But I must not become the kind of professor who lets a child with superior abilities bark orders at him without appointment or etiquette just because she's strong. If I let them walk all over me, I will absolutely be assassinated later. So what matters most to me right now is one thing: I refuse authority. If you have a request, submit a formal interview application through TA Adele in my office. Gray's subtle smile slowly faded. One eye narrowed like she couldn't understand. Why is it because I just tried to test you? That's not it. If I made you uncomfortable, I apologize. But can't you just come with me? It's just a nice business talk, you know. You're repeating yourself now. A thought surfaced in the script. First-year Dormant Dragon Institute Gray. What the? Why is he refusing? First-year Dormant Dragon Institute Gray. I don't get it, this professor. Gray brushed her tattooed hand through her bangs. Her expression had stiffened slightly. Fine, do whatever you want. She turned away. Wait, I had refused her, yes, but now it was time to do what I should. Gray, not knowing my intentions, looked back like she'd expected this all along. Her pale white brow furrowed at my next words. Penalties are given to those who violate the school rules. What? You attempted an assassination outside of class hours. That means you'll be punished. The carefree look vanished from Gray's eyes, replaced with shock. Her expression said, "Why the hell are you telling me that? But I make no exceptions. You will be assigned 0.5 demerit points." I held out my hand. The dagger will be confiscated. Gray's expression hardened. You're serious? I didn't answer. I just held out my hand. Are you really serious? That wasn't even a real assassination attempt. Then came a strange reaction. A smile spread across her face. This is nuts. Fine, I've got plenty of knives. Gray tossed the sheath with the dagger still inside and turned around. First-year Dormant Dragon Institute Gray, so that's the kind of style he has. What the hell does that kind of style even mean? Still, I was relieved that she left so unexpectedly obediently. I headed to my office, my own little base. Then I checked the confiscated dagger. Dagger of Swiftness, rare confiscated. It was a masterpiece, rare grade, mid-tier among rares, excellent attack power and durability, and it came with a special option, Swift Slash, the one that sliced my bangs. In terms of value, it was at least 300,000 Hika. That's around 30 million won. A luxury dagger, high-end and expensive. I'll use it for now, and if I need cash, I'll sell it. A professor robbing a student and living off the spoils might sound odd, but hey, that's the game. Survival costs money. There are plenty of specs that require hard cash to raise. I was satisfied. Did I just almost die again? Unbelievable. Meanwhile, I had to write a class journal, but since I didn't actually hold a class, it was tough figuring out what to write. Still, I managed to fill it out with the same skill I used when writing my self-introduction essays. Just then, someone knocked on the door. It was Adele. Professor, you haven't left yet. I was just about to. Oh, this is an interview request form. Interview request. Yup. Cadet Gray submitted it on the way here. Wait a second, so she didn't just hand over the knife and walk off. Sure enough, when I looked out the door, Gray was waving at me with her fingers in a V sign, showing off her snaggletooth. That same mischievous, cat-like expression. Bye, Professor, this I didn't expect. You told me to submit one, didn't you? So does that mean you'll come with me now? But wow, Professor. No other teachers ever talked to me like that before. I was at my wit's end. Is there any way I don't have to go? I thought it over, but nothing came to mind. You're coming to Dormant Dragon Hall with me, right? Fine, feeling like I'd die if I went alone, I brought Adele along and headed to Dormant Dragon Hall with Gray. On the way, Gray clung close to my side and subtly edged Adele away. As she did, she kept sneaking glances up at me. First-year Dormant Dragon Institute Gray, he's good-looking. First-year Dormant Dragon Institute Gray, how strong is he, I wonder, doesn't seem like some pushover. Just don't talk to me, Professor. Are you from the Black Path? Assassins are categorized into White Path and Black Path, and those two factions don't get along. Simply put, White Path operatives work as spies for states or nobles. Black Path operatives do the dirty work we usually associate with assassins' murder, kidnapping, and so on. Why are you curious? I'm just curious. Maybe I already know you. I'm not affiliated. Oh, really? Suddenly, Gray stepped ahead of me and blocked my path. Then she stared right into my eyes. The script revealed that she was wondering whether to try assassinating me again. Gray. Just then, other cadets from Dormant Dragon came out to greet us. Elias and some guy I didn't recognize. First-year Dormant Dragon Institute. Elias, first-year Dormant Dragon Institute, Bombong. The guy gave a polite nod. Nice to meet you, Professor. At least Gray still called me Professor and seemed to ease up a little. Bombong, with stylish horn-rimmed glasses and a sharp Doberman-like look, exuded a presence that pressed down on the entire space just by standing near. This guy's the son of high-ranker Black Abyss Star. We shook hands, and even that simple act radiated intensity. Then Bombong offered a compliment. Professor, your ability to suppress your presence is artistic. I couldn't sense you at all from this distance. That's because I have no presence to suppress. Please come inside. It's rare for all the Dormant Dragon cadets to gather at once, but everyone wanted to meet you. Everyone except one, that is. One, yes, Princess Rebecca is busy with royal duties right now, but the team leader is here. He then bowed to Adele. Apologies, but would you mind waiting outside TA? Dormant Dragon Hall is technically royal residence, so it's a high security area. Adele looked at me. Well, it's not like she could do much even if she came. Wait here, I'll be back. Sure, I'll go park the car. All right, so I left Adele behind and entered Dormant Dragon Hall with the cadets. Dormant Dragon Hall. The most classic and majestic dormitory in Hayaka Academy, because Dormant Dragon's Rebecca was none other than the daughter of King Hayaka, the very ruler of the academy. Maybe that's why. The moment I entered, I was met with a vintage-style parlor, sofas and tables that could easily cost hundreds of thousands of hika, a chandelier that shattered light into pieces. There, the cadets of Dormant Dragon were seated. I could tell right away. These kids had all been buffed by hell mode. They were at Bombong's level or above. Every last one of them was a young genius. First-year Dormant Dragon Institute Elias, cool. First-year Dormant Dragon Institute Kendrake, who is this guy? First-year Dormant Dragon Institute Quan. Whoa, what is up with this professor? Even here, he's not tense at all. Even the department head was nervous. Their thoughts tangled around me like threads. I didn't care who was who. The only thing that mattered was this. Every single one of them could kill me at any time. It was terrifying. Welcome. I gave a suitable response and found an empty seat. My mind was blank, so I just sat wherever. First-year Dormant Dragon Institute Quan, gasp. He sat in the seat of honor in a royal household. That's Princess Rebecca's seat. First-year Dormant Dragon Institute Kendrake. Does this professor not even realize he's in someone else's home? No, fuck, I sat in the wrong seat, but I'd already sat down and I couldn't get back up now. At this point, screw it. I crossed my legs and leaned back. What are you gonna do about it, you little shits? First-year Dormant Dragon Institute Bombong. The new professor is astonishingly relaxed. Is he really that confident? I just sat still, while crying on the inside over the fact that I was scared of a bunch of kids. I seriously don't get it. It was then that a giant cadet, nearly 2.2 meters tall, spoke up. It was Kendrick. Why'd you bring that professor here? Hey, watch your mouth. Don't be rude in front of the professor. The one who scolded him, surprisingly, was Gray. Gray, didn't you get your dagger confiscated? Why are you taking his side? Confiscated or not, you still need to show some respect, you chicken-brained bastard. Don't call me that. And respect or not, it just doesn't make sense. The department head even rejected the idea of assigning us a supervising professor. So why bring in a newbie? Kendrake, calm down. The team leader's coming soon. Even horn-rimmed glasses Bombong chimed in and the big guy shut his mouth. But the way he looked at me was still anything but friendly. Just then, 3 attendants from Dormant Dragon Hall came over and served tea to everyone. 5 colored black tea, normal, deadly poison. Only my tea was poisoned. Without any resistance, 1 sip of that and I'd be dead. While everyone else casually lifted their teacups, I stayed still. It's a rare tea. That's when the door at the far end of the parlor opened. A boy leaning on a cane limped his way out. It seemed this was the team leader they spoke of. Perhaps you don't care for black tea. Long black hair, vertically slit pupils. A foreboding aura radiated from his entire body. A male cadet with a face that screamed final boss villain. First-year Dormant Dragon Institute Kaiser. I'd looked him up while researching Dormant Dragon in advance. This guy was the No. 2 in the Dormant Dragon Institute, and allegedly, 4 professors had been killed by his hand alone, not someone to be treated as just a student, more like a serial killer. Does that look like black tea to you? At this point, lowering my head was no longer an option. The only move left was to straighten my shoulders. Kaiser's eyes narrowed. The others had no clue what he and I were talking about. It was probably something he'd planned on his own. He limped over and sat in the seat of honor across from me. Just as I heard, Professor. What do you mean? You saw through Eli's concealment, measured the exact distance during Gray's surprise attack, hid your mana from Bombung, and now you've even detected my formless poison which has no scent, taste, color, or mana signature. How the hell am I still alive? You must be at least Grandmaster rank, Professor, like one of the chief professors. Grandmaster, a rank awarded to martial artists in the top 999 of the continental rankings. It's a big deal. There are over 10 million registered martial artists on the continent. Right now, I don't even have an iron rank badge. It's an honor to have you with us. Kaiser bowed his head. If your time is limited, let's skip the small talk. I'll get straight to the point. Yeah. I shouldn't stay here too long. What's the reason Dormant Dragon asked to see me, the new professor? Yes, I'll speak plainly. As I'm sure you're aware, great upheaval is coming to the world. He was probably referring to the upcoming war between demons and humans. The world flows beneath the heavens. Everything is moving as if orchestrated. Even the fact that geniuses like us were born in the same year, entered the same academy, the same department, that alone proves it's all part of heaven's plan. He's referring to the game's contrived setup, so Hell Mode players are aware of even that, At the moment, we're talented but still incomplete. We don't need professors who try to use us, we need a real professor to teach us. Until now, countless professors have tried to exploit us. But if I may say so, Professor, you seem different. And so I ask you. Kaiser's vertically slit eyes narrowed even further. Professor Dante Hayakapo. Then in a quiet, almost reverent tone, he said, would you el go to GHT? He's asking me to become their supervising professor. Let's get straight to the point. I refuse. The reason is simple. I'm still not free from their attempts at assassination. Becoming the supervising professor of cadets I can't control is like digging my own grave with a backhoe. Even so, I stood with my arms crossed, staring at Kaiser, because I had nothing to say. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Quan, Even after such an outrageous offer, he keeps that high and mighty attitude. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Elias, please do it. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Gray, why isn't the professor saying anything? Come on, Kaiser, keep talking. Receiving the cadet's stares, Kaiser leaned back against the sofa. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser, is this silence? Him trying to test us? I just don't have anything to say. There's no need to find it strange. If it's displeasing to you, then I'll briefly explain our plan. If we are to be guided by you, our first step is to form an assassination unit. With that, we intend to append the assassination world, an assassination unit. That storyline doesn't even begin until the 4th year, and he's already planning it. But more than that, it was his thought that struck me harder. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. Furthermore, in time, we will assassinate the Emperor of the corrupt empire. Assassinate the Emperor. That was dangerous thinking in every sense. The imperial family defines the rules of the continent, and those rules apply to players too. In other words, this wasn't even part of the main story. You kids sure are puffed up. Yes, I suppose it seems that way now. These young geniuses were harboring an outrageous dream, a dream to kill the Emperor of the Central Empire. Whether they'll succeed, I don't know. To achieve that, we need your help, Professor. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. There, we've revealed our secret. Now you must give a meaningful response. This was troublesome. Kaiser had just made it harder to say no by revealing a secret of theirs. Well, whatever you do has nothing to do with me. Excuse me, I have no intention of controlling cadet activities. My position is not bound by white path or black path. I simply do the work assigned to me as a professor. I see no reason why I must become your supervising professor, which meant, of course, I was refusing. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser, truly an assassin. Calculating profit and loss even now. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser, are you saying, make me a monetary offer right now? Why is he misunderstanding it like that, if we just... Stop, I cut Kaiser off. I'll pretend I didn't hear this conversation. If a monetary condition came out of his mouth, then rejecting the offer would look way worse, because assassins follow the money. Anything else you'd like to say? Kaiser and I looked straight at each other. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser, so it's a no. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser, but why does his face look so damn scary? From where I'm standing, Kaiser, who looks way more like the final boss, is the one tensing up, even though he's keeping a straight face. Is it now? Just as I was slowly starting to get up. I can't stand this anymore. The big cadet Kendrick stood up first. Kendrick, team leader, why do we have to grovel like this? We don't even know if this professor's qualified to teach us. He's more than qualified. What are you saying? What do you think I'm saying? Kendrick turned to look at me. Professor, look at me. Are you even qualified to teach us? After one semester here, I've realized even the senior professors aren't fit to teach me. If you're fine with it, let's throw down right now. He pulled a massive axe from his subspace, a battle axe glowing red with imbued mana. Let's have an assassin duel. This was bad. I hadn't leveled up at all yet. The cadets tensed and glanced at one another, and I opened my mouth. Pathetic, did you call me here to put on this kind of clown show? Just something to say. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Quan. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Allies. Whoa. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Bombing. The mood just shifted. The cadets flinched at my words. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kendrick. What's with this tough act? You think you're something. I said let's fight. The bluff didn't work on him, started preparing to charge. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Gray. I'm curious too. Let's prod him a bit. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Quan. I'll help, Kendrick. And once the first trial against me was initiated, other cadets also began drawing weapons from their cloaks and aiming at me. God damn it, I'm screwed, you lunatics. Just before everything exploded, I spotted a surprising script. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. Shit, if we fight inside the building, I'll get caught up in it too. What? Why does this team leader who looks like a final boss have a script that reads so? Weak. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. Look at his eyes. He's totally a serial killer. What is this? He looks more like the villain himself. Could this guy be a key? So I stared him down. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. Stop looking at me. Damn it. I stared a bit longer. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. GHH. A little longer. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. Gah. I can't take it anymore. A current ran through my brain. Outwardly, he still looked calm, but his script was steadily becoming more and more terrified. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. Shit, I'm scared. How the hell am I supposed to keep negotiating with this monster professor? With a composed face, he turned to Kendrick, but he was avoiding my gaze. This guy, could it be? Gray, Quan, Kendrick, if any of you take one more step, you die by my hand. I called out the three who were about to move without even turning my head. All three flinched and looked around at each other. They must have felt like I had read their bloodlust completely. Kaiser, please speak. I stared directly at team leader Kaiser's face. Black long hair, vertical slit pupils, limping leg with a cane. Anyone could see he looked more evil and terrifying than me. According to the records, he was the one responsible for 4 professors' deaths. Was it your idea to test me? What if it was? You're a presumptuous child. My words made the other cadets tense. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Quan. It's best not to mess with that guy. He's way crueler than Kendrick. There's a reason he killed 3 more professors even after getting his graduation certificate. He's just a blood-hungry monster. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Allies. Are they gonna fight? Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Bombing. Even for a professor, this is reckless. He's not our team leader for nothing. But if it goes on like this, Dormant Dragon Hall will be in ruins. Even Kendrick sounded slightly subdued now. Professor, let's fight. Leaving aside the freak out around me, Team Leader Kaiser answered with extreme calm. How could one achieve greatness while trapped within another's framework? So calm, so composed, still radiating that unfathomable depth. But the script said otherwise. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. Shit, please don't stare straight at me. It's terrifying. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser, please just fight Kendrick already. Now I was absolutely certain. This guy is my kind. He's weak but somehow ended up as team leader. So those 4 professors you killed. Strange, is it? It's a tradition in the Department of Assassination. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. I didn't actually kill them. I can't even assassinate properly with this limp. They just happen to be dead somehow. No, that's not it. Pardon, Kaiser. You dare think Novelrecap you can deceive me. How long did you think your little act would work in front of me? You need to be disciplined. Then the guy let out a hollow laugh. You're saying, you'll discipline me, you me. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Quan, that thing. Is it formless poison again? My words were layered. The other cadets took it to mean formless poison. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. I'm screwed. He must have noticed I'm weak. Only Kaiser understood the real meaning. And with that, I was sure. That bastard is the exact same type as me. I don't know what path led him to end up like this, but it's clear definitely as much of a weakling as I am. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Quan, oh my god. Kaiser, the strongest among us, is getting overwhelmed. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Gray, whoa, what the hell? The cadets were losing it. I'd found it. My one and only escape route was right here. Everyone leave Dormant Dragon Hall, except Kaiser. But Kaiser wasn't an ordinary guy either. He immediately leaned on his cane and said, "You don't have the authority to command us, do you?" He meant to resist. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. Guys, don't leave. I'm fucked if you do. But once you've seen someone's true nature, exploiting it becomes easy. If you don't send them out as team leader, Kaiser, you'll face the one ending you fear most. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. No way. At that moment, I had to admire him again. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. Koyuyuyuyuyuenos. Even cornered, Kaiser remained composed. Though his inner thoughts were drowning in tears, he didn't waver on the outside. Would you all wait outside? The cadets began rising and leaving one by one, and then Kaiser's script exploded. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. I'm screwed. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. I'm fucking screwed. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. I've worked so hard to fake my way through life, and it's all over today. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. How did my life end up like this? I just wanted to live quietly, normally. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. Not stand out too much, but not be a total loner either. Just hang out with a few friends, maybe get a government job or something stable. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. Marry a normal girl, raise one kid, die peacefully in my sleep without any pain. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. Assassination. Assassination my ass. I've never even stepped on a worm in my life. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. Oh heavens, why are you so cruel to me? Today's my birthday and it's turning into my death day. Eventually all the cadets left the hall. I confirmed it via the minimap. Then I gently said to the lone remaining Kaiser, it's all right. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. Amazingly, he didn't show a hint of shock. Kaiser still looked at me with that arrogant gaze. I don't know what you've been saying from earlier. You don't have to keep acting so hard. Even if the rest of the world doesn't know, I can see your situation clearly. You don't need to worry. As someone who's become a professor, I respect you as you are. I have no intention of ruining your life. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser. He knows everything about me, and he's pretending not to. His script looked like it had taken a hit. I knew exactly what to do now. Even if he was weak inside, if he held real authority, then that deserved respect. To get straight to the point, I don't intend to teach you all. There are two reasons for that. First, I don't have the leeway to devote myself to personally guiding anyone. Second, if you were to be trained by me, at least one of you would definitely end up dead. Because the higher the level of instruction, the more your lives would be on the line. And why would you be concerned about something like that? Kaiser trailed off mid-sentence, then frowned. Don't tell me you're Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser, worried about us. It was just something I said, and that's how he interpreted it. Still, it kind of worked. As a professor, I don't want my cadets getting hurt. His eyes trembled as if shaken. It worked. Time to go one step further. I'll say it again, I respect you all, as long as you don't cross the line, and if we do, then I'll refuse. However, I'd like to help you personally. I'll give you my crystal comm number. Contact me anytime if you need to talk. Oh yes, then I... Stay there, you've got a bad leg. I got up from my seat and approached him. His eyes widened in real time. I knelt in front of him and matched the crystals on our wrists, registering Kaiser's number. Even now, he kept his expression unreadable, but his script just died on the spot. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kaiser, but there's one thing you still need to explain. What is it? That deadly poison in the 5-colored black tea, what was that? I wanted to pretend to poison the tea in front of the others, so I added a harmlessly diluted toxin. He tugged the teacup closer with his cane and drank it right in front of me. Ah, so this is a loophole in the system. Even diluted to be harmless, it still counted as poison because the intent was there. I apologize, but for you to detect that, the guy had totally misunderstood me as someone amazing. Honestly, I was just putting on a show to survive, but hey, if we're in the same boat, we might as well help each other. So I got his number, and finally, happy birthday. His expression cracked just a little. That was it. I silently exited Dormant Dragon Hall, and when cadets tried to follow, Kaiser waved them off with, let him go, after returning to the mansion. I slumped down, leaning against the door to my room. I'm alive. It really was one hell of a goddamn day. Main quest, first day of appointment. Reward, Star Fragment 1000 special reward for DLC purchase. At last, the 1000x reward surfaced, and that evening, a message came to my crystal comm. Kaiser, I'll be in touch often from now on. We're still weak, and there's much we have to learn. If we go astray, please correct us. Outside the window, the night sky was visible. This world's version of Earth had rings like Saturn. The ring, visible only at night, stretched faintly across the vertical sky. Behind the ring, a scattering of stars flickered in the night. Only 33 stars existed in this world, and humans worshipped them. That's why the name of the growth currency is Star Fragment. Time for training. Today had been the longest day of my life. From now on, I had to get stronger. My current status is Dante Haya Capo. Stats 1. Mana 100. Special abilities absolutely rock bottom. Star fragments in possession 1000. This was today's haul, a 1000x reward, essentially months or even years worth of growth resources all at once. How should I grow? It had been my question since this morning. Growth resources are invested into stats in the 12 special ability types. There are a total of 12 core paths: curses, throwing, stealth, traps, poison, combat, sniping, magic, illusions, summoning, taming, movement arts, alchemy, totems. If I invest all 1000 star fragments into one, I can unlock a level 9 ultimate ability in that category. For example, if I pour all 1000 into stealth, I'll be able to use stealth on par with Silent Star, the greatest stealth assassin in the setting. But there's something to consider. Even if I raise one of these abilities, would I really be able to dodge the cadet's assassination attempts? Stealth won't work. Just hiding won't keep me alive. Movement arts won't either. Running away won't save me, so logically I should probably level up combat, but if I raise combat I can't teach class. While everyone else is disappearing and flying around, what good is smashing walls? Even if I gain the LV9 combat ability, I'll still lack base stats and skill proficiency, which means I'll still be weaker than the dormant dragon cadets. I can't even think about fighting them. That would undermine my authority. Fight means to recognize someone as an obstacle to overcome. And what kind of species are humans anyway? A species that dies within 3 minutes of drowning and yet rides planks of wood across oceans, the most insane monster species in history. The other professors weren't assassinated one-on-one either. I must never become a rival. I can only survive by appearing overwhelming, like Zhuge Liang sitting atop the fortress, strumming his zither with the gates wide open, or 3 illusion carriers. Or Kim Jong unthreatening to turn Seoul into a sea of fire. Okay, maybe not that one, deception tactics. That's the only solution for this hell mode. Based on that conclusion, I made my choice. It was forbidden arts. Forbidden arts abilities banned across the entire continent. If you're caught, you become a target for extermination by the whole world. But if people find out I'm an empty shell, I'm dead anyway. What I wanted to learn was one of the most dangerous of the forbidden. Forbidden illusion. You have selected the LV9 Authority World Forgery, an ability devised by Abraxas, the first Grandmaster of the Black Path and the strongest assassin in history during the First Assassination War, World Forgery. It is dream and phantom, a day's foam and mirage, and yet can manifest the whole world. It doesn't just show illusions. They can be touched, smelled, and even contain Manon Ultra advanced illusion that creates complete, tangible phantasms. The downside is that the phantasms have low durability and near zero attack power. That's the limitation of illusion itself. Getting stronger can wait. Hayaka Academy is a game about identifying and killing demons hiding among humans. The professor assassinations are just the final chapter of that story, but the main plot hasn't reached that point yet. Cost is 750 star fragments. Proceed with investment. With this, I buy myself time until I can gather more growth resources. Investment complete. You have acquired the Forbidden Illusion LV9 Authority World Forgery. A searing sensation spread from my chest throughout my body. At the same time, my overall combat power skyrocketed. Total combat power, 168,023, 68,022, but this is only the beginning. Illusion is, to use a metaphor, like design or 3D modeling. It's an incredibly labor-intensive ability. World Forgery, Form Forgery Sword. A janky, misshapen sword appeared. The more you understand reality, the more detailed your forged item becomes. The hilt, length, shape, texture, light reflection. Since this is a game world, you also need mana, killing intent and pressure, etc. minimum several years. Maybe over a decade of work. This is a LV9 ability. But to reach 84.55 proficiency will cost 200 star fragments. Proceed. Investment complete. Total combat power, 68,023, 108,158, 40,135. I closed my eyes tight, then opened them again. A sword was floating in the air. A pretty convincing sword at that. World Forgery Proficiency, 84.55. No mistake, knowledge and insight about illusion were pouring into my head in real time. I grabbed the floating sword. It held in my hand. It had weight. It had texture. Touching the edge made it feel like it could slice flesh open. So I reversed my grip and drove it hard into my thigh. Clang, the blade tip shattered into fragments. This is the limit. Even as an ultra-advanced illusion, illusion is still illusion. No matter what I make, durability is low and attack power is zero. Sure, I can blind someone with a flash of light, but physically, that's the hard limit. Its duration isn't long either. The more mana I pour in, the longer it lasts, but still. Let's try a bit more. MP 95-105. Also, losing 120 of my mana just to make one sword is a problem. If I make 20 swords, I'm out. That's totally premature and weak. No choice, I had to invest the remaining star fragments into mana, all 50 of them. Max MP, 101,101,000. Total combat power, 108,158, 113,158, 5,000. That's plus 20 per star fragment for a total increase of 1,000. I used that to run various experiments. World Forgery, Form Forgery, Sword of Light. World Forgery, Form Forgery, Sword of Lightning. Weapons with attributes were created. World Forgery, Form Forgery, Fire. World Forgery, Form Forgery, Water. Even complex matter and phenomena could be reproduced. In the case of water, my clothes actually got wet. Fire gave off heat when I approached it, but when I touched it, it didn't burn. World Forgery, Form Forgery, Explosion. Poong, there was sound and impact but no real damage. It was the limit of interaction. Remember this. World Forgery is, after all, just an imitation ability. Like counterfeit bills up close, you can tell they're fake, but at a glance they look real. World Forgery, Form Forgery. Ding, even sound could be reproduced. World Forgery, Form Forgery, Giant Bell. DOONG, even large-scale sounds like this could be rendered, loud enough to make your ears ring. Professor, even Adele showed up, worried about the noise. I told her it was nothing and sent her back. World Forgery, Form Forgery, Fireball. World Forgery, Form Forgery, Wall Summon. World Forgery, Form Forgery, Flying Sword Formation. Even magic and abilities could be created. World Forgery, Form Forgery, 10,000 Hika bill. Naturally, I could make counterfeit currency too, equivalent to a 1,000,001 bill in real life, but I could tell it was an imperfect counterfeit. It could fool a person, but not detection equipment or advanced scanners. World Forgery, Form Forgery, Strawberry Cake. World Forgery, Form Forgery, Fried Chicken. World Forgery, Form Forgery, Dante. I could even make food and people. The food smelled and tasted real, but had no sense of fullness, and when it disappeared, a hollow feeling followed. As for people, they could move when given command inputs. World Forgery, Set Behavior Variable Dance. A me that started doing a cat dance. World Forgery, Set Behavior Variable Levitate. A me floating in midair. It could even do things I couldn't do in real life, but the low durability was the same. A handshake was fine, but if I tried to break the fingers with force. Clang, the forged version of my arm shattered. World Forgery, Form Forgery, Demon King. By the way, the game had been expanded into a hero fantasy via DLC, right? I figured I'd try forging the final boss, the Demon King. World Forgery failed. It didn't work, maybe because I've never seen it. Not that wasn't it, so I decided to run one more test. World Forgery, Set Behavior Variable Smile. The forged Dante didn't smile, so Novelrecap, I looked in the mirror, smiled, and tried again. World Forgery, Set Behavior Variable Smile. Now the forged Dante smiled, grinning like a villain up to no good, and that confirmed it. The condition for forgery isn't experience but imagination. If I can't imagine it, I can't forge it. I couldn't forge a smile because I couldn't even imagine myself smiling. Even when I did smile, it wasn't exactly pleasant to look at. It was like watching a devil plotting something nasty. All right, I'd built up a decent understanding by this point. Lastly, if I invested a little more mana, I could forge space. World Forgery, Space Forgery, Flower Field. Without any context, and with no water or soil. Flowers suddenly bloomed everywhere. Before long, my room and I were completely covered in vivid blossoms. I opened my Hondan, revealed a single dandelion. If I take this further, something like this might be possible. World Forgery, Space Forgery, Near-Death Experience. In an instant, everything around me sank into darkness. Time, space, everything warped. In this place, even virtual sensation could be applied. I can forge sensation too. Let's say, for example, my wrist had been cut off. Then my hand would drop to the floor still holding a black flower. Plop. Of course, it was just a phantasm. My real hand was fine, but it wouldn't be easy to tell. It feels like my hand is really gone. Even I feel like it's actually severed. After about 30 minutes of playing with illusions, I felt a warm sensation trickling from my nose. I touched it and saw blood. I quickly shut down World Forgery. The flower field and the severed wrist vanished, revealing my normal room. Feeling dizzy. MP 14,100. Overload status effect applied. I'd expelled too much mana in too short a time. I decided that was enough training for now. I washed up in hot water and collapsed onto the bed. My brain felt like it was melting as I drifted into unconsciousness. A funny thought suddenly popped into my head. After all that, Tadiwa, if I woke up tomorrow and found myself back home, that'd be hilarious. Like it was all just a dream after all. Professor, it's morning. Yeah, right. According to Dante Hayakafo, learning world forgeries, his first ability had been a god-tier move. It was all because of his other class, Assassination Practicum. After him, he went that way, class time. The cadets were running to kill the professor. Where is he? He went that way. They had 30 minutes to track down Professor Dante in a designated location and attempt to assassinate him. Then, for the remaining 30 minutes, they would receive a lesson from him. It also happened to be the class Dante Hayakafo hated the most. He'd heard from the other professors that Assassination Practicum was the most dangerous class, and that was absolutely true. Damn, he dodged the trap. It's fine, just a little more, push him into a corner, an abandoned commercial district, now used as the set for urban assassination training. The cadets frantically moved, scaling windows and leaping over buildings, shunting for Dante. There, that's Professor Dante. A cadet spotted him and shouted, "Gideon, fire, got it, shush-shush-shuck." A cadet hurled a shuriken. He must have had a throwing ability because the single shuriken split into 15 midair, streaking through the sky like bullets, professors disappearing. But just as Professor Dante began to blur, he was already gone. Papapapak, shurikens embedded in the wall. The cadet used them as footholds, scrambling up the surface and whipping his head around. Where had Professor Dante gone? Ah, the rooftop. The cadets gawked. There he stood on the edge of the fourth-floor rooftop, looking down at them without even a single leap. Bang, tat-a-tat, several gunshots rang out. Dante merely turned his head slightly to dodge, then pivoted his body toward the far side of the rooftop. Don't lose him. It's an open area. If he runs, we'll see him. After him, some cadets activated movement arts, running up the wall to pursue Dante to the rooftop, only to find nothing but a dusty, abandoned surface. Damn it. We just found him after 10 minutes. Hey, look, this is freaking me out. What is? The cadet looked at the dusty rooftop where his friend gestured. But what was supposed to be scary? Dude, that's where Professor Dante was standing. Yeah, so what? Oh, the spot where Dante had stood, where he'd walked. Not a single footprint remained. The flustered cadet looked behind himself and saw countless messy footprints trailing him. Movement arts, freaking insane. How are we supposed to assassinate someone like this? In truth, the Dante they'd seen walking was also a phantom. So was the Dante on the rooftop. Because the phantom didn't carry weight, it left no footprints, and within the illusion's radius, Dante could make and erase them at will, giving the illusion of teleportation. Even a professor-level assassin wouldn't have noticed. To the cadets, it simply looked like some ultra-high-level movement art. That was the nature of a LV-9 forbidden ability. Currently, Dante couldn't beat a single cadet in pure combat, but when it came to illusions, he stood at the very pinnacle of the continent. A truly bizarre development state, but that was exactly Dante's goal. To grow always a breath away from death, walking a tightrope. Beep, 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 a whistle rang out. All 15 cadets taking the class gathered in one place. Now came the evaluation portion of the practicum. First off, Gideon, your throwing technique will probably get you some attention out in the real world, from imbeciles desperate enough to try using shit as medicine. Absolutely disgraceful. Your fundamentals are crap, and you're just showing off with flashy nonsense. The cadet flinched inside. Professor, I know I'm not perfect, but I don't think it was that bad. Dante tilted his head. It wasn't. I mean, maybe it wasn't perfect in your eyes, but I've got some pride in it, honestly. There are guys who throw 5 or 10 with multi-shuriken scatter, but come on 15. That's not something just anyone can do. Does it help in an assassination? Of course it does. His voice rose, clearly upset. Obviously, the wider the range, the more lethal, right? That was when Dante made a broad sweeping motion with his arm and threw something. A shuriken flew through the air. Startled, Gideon instinctively jumped back, dodging just in time. Luckily, it didn't hit him. So what was that? Looking closer, the shuriken had split into 15, just like his own. But now they were frozen midair, suspended unnaturally. Whoa. Gasps broke out among the cadets. They stopped in midair. It was a throwing technique so unreal they couldn't believe their eyes. Evaluate it, Gideon. Was my attack just now lethal? Gideon clenched his lips and thought. 15 shuriken came flying, but they weren't lethal. He dodged them, or rather felt like he could dodge them. Confusion surged. 1 shuriken is weaker than 15, that's obvious. So why had it felt easy to dodge? What was wrong? Answer. And no, it wasn't. It felt dodgeable. Indeed, 15 of them, yet it was sloppy. Dante retrieved the 15 shuriken and added, the core of throwing abilities is stealth. Stealth, your projectiles don't need to be faster than bullets. They don't need to hit like cannons. They don't need to look like magic. But unlike those, throwing has a unique edge. And that's stealth, but what does stealth mean in throwing? Like the projectile's invisible or something. There are many methods. The trajectory could be stealthy, or the motion could be stealthy. You mean, the throwing motion itself. The cadet recalled how Dante had thrown like a baseball pitcher. The motion had been so exaggerated it was obvious and easy to dodge. Dante narrowed his eyes. All throwing abilities in the end evolved toward concealing the throw itself, like so. The next moment every cadet recoiled in shock. A dagger was spinning in place right beneath Gideon's throat. Ah, Wenhao, no one had seen it. Just like Dante said, his motion had been stealthy. There had been zero wind-up. If Dante hadn't stopped it, the shuriken would have pierced Gideon's throat and shattered his cervical spine, and none of the cadets would have even realized Dante had killed him. That was an assassination. Even with the attacker and victim both present, it had undeniably been assassination. No way. So this is why throwing class assassins are said to be the most dangerous among the 12 ability paths. The cadets were stunned. Ah, only now did Gideon finally understand. Dante's lesson had landed deep in his heart. It was an entirely different level of assassination. Each and every cadet was shaken to the core. That was the kind of class it was. That concludes today's lesson. Mission complete, class. Reward Star Fragment 1. I stepped outside after finishing class. That made it the 4th class already. After learning World Forgery, life had become more manageable. At the very least, I no longer got pushed around by a bunch of kids. The rewards that came with it were not bad either. Star Fragments in possession. 4. The key to surviving Hell mode is collecting as many star fragments as possible, as quickly as possible. How does one collect star fragments? There are 4 methods in total. Star Fragment Acquisition Routes. Assassination contracts or infiltration missions issued under Hayaka Academy. Research, thesis writing, and classwork performed as a Hayaka Academy professor. Killing demons. Increasing rapport with the Dormant Dragon Institute. Among those, options 1 and 3 were not immediately available to me. Option 2 was already underway. Option 4, increasing rapport with the Dormant Dragon Institute, was something I could work on slowly over time. There were some dangerous moments here and there. The class just now had been one of them. That bastard Gideon had thrown 15 shuriken, but his accuracy had been so abysmal that several of them flew off in completely illogical directions. One of those just happened to pierce through the window of the 3rd floor of the abandoned building I was hiding in. Clang! A shuriken flew past the right side of my head, missing by 3 centimeters, and embedded itself in a pillar. I had nearly passed out. This must be how generals die on the battlefield from stray arrows. Ridiculous. Sloppy assassinations are dangerous because they are sloppy. When you have no idea where the attack will land, the odds of dying go up. On the other hand, if it had been someone attempting a far more precise assassination, I probably could have dismantled it by now. For example, that one over there. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kendrake. That's that professor, isn't it? The location was the Central Park. In the distance, Kendrake was standing with his gamprobably black blade puffing away on a cigarette. The moment he spotted me, he began striding toward me. Moonshadow Institute Year 1 Marina, where are you going, Kendrake? Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kendrake, hold on a sec, long red hair, eyes slanted sharply. A towering height of 2.2 meters. Even if he had not become an assassin, he could have been a fearsome warrior. His body was built like a monster. He was the most dangerous cadet in Dormant Dragon. He was combative, aggressive, and immune to bluffing. He was the type that couldn't be handled with empty bravado. In fact, he had already assassinated a professor and obtained a graduation certificate. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kendrake. I really hate that professor. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kendrake. I tried to assassinate him last time, but he vanished on me. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kendrake. Is he avoiding me, or just ignoring me? I really can't Novelrecap tell what's going on in his head. Maybe instead of charging in, I'll just try talking to him. He walked up and gave me a slight nod. Yo, I did not respond. More accurately, I could not respond. Up until now, I had believed I was simply pretending to be strong, but that was not entirely true. The instincts of Dante Hayakafo, with whom I was synchronized, were guiding me. Dante viewed himself as an endlessly powerful adult. Because of that, I was physically incapable of accepting a disrespectful greeting. I ignored him and continued walking at an angle, and from behind, Kendrake called out to me. Hey, what's your problem? I just said hi, yo, are you seriously just going to ignore me like that? Let's have an assassination duel if you're not scared. He was repeating the exact same line he had used before like a parrot. I continued walking in silence and slowly. Then he raised his voice slightly. Hey, are you seriously ghosting me to my face? That's just straight up disrespect. You know that doesn't sit well with me, right? I came to a stop. Cadet, yeah, what is it? I turned and looked at him. He appeared flustered, his expression a mixture of surprise and humiliation, his face slightly red. He might have been on par with a senior professor in raw power, but from my perspective, he looked no different than a child. Manners. A child with no manners needs an adult to correct his attitude. Show proper respect when standing before a professor. His face froze. A quiet stillness settled in the air. I turned away without saying anything further. As I began walking again, the script started flaring up noisily. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kendrake, what the hell? Why should I take that crap? This is bullshit. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kendrake, I could kill him if I wanted to. That was so humiliating. It seemed Kendrake, feeling a twinge of shame, had lost some of his will to assassinate me. So then. There will be no assassination duel. Why not, you scared, afraid I'll take you down? I walked away without responding. Professor, once the distance between us had grown, he finally addressed me as Professor. Even then, I refused to acknowledge him. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kendrake, motherfuckers acting like he's all that. What, I'm not even worth his time. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Kendrake, god damn it, this pisses me off. Who the hell does he think he is to look down on me? There was a reason I had exchanged words with him in that way. Among the 4 methods of collecting star fragments, one of them was building rapport. As someone experienced in this game, I knew how diverse the forms of rapport could be, and I understood that inferiority was one of them. Rapport increase, Kendrake 3. Reward star fragments 3. Just like that. Princess, may I enter? Kaiser Truman, the team leader of Dormant Dragon Institute, carefully knocked on the Novelrecap second floor door of the Dormant Dragon Hall. When a reply came, the handmaiden opened the door gently. Kaiser, leaning on his cane, limped into the room. It was the middle of the night. Only a single candle was lit in the princess's room, and it was dark. Kaiser bowed his head to the princess, who lay in bed gazing into a hand mirror. I know your fatigue has yet to lift, but I've come with an urgent request. I will speak plainly. I believe I've finally found one. A professor who our first-year cadets of Dormant Dragon Institute might be able to ask for guidance. He is the newly appointed professor. I met him personally. His insight was astonishingly precise, and his depth as a person was immeasurable. The princess gave no reply, but Kaiser knew better than anyone how indifferent she was to things that did not interest her. However, the next line would be different. I can say with certainty it is several steps above me. Only then did the princess react. She set aside her hand mirror and turned her gaze toward Kaiser. Who is it? Professor Dante Hayakafo, of the Department of Assassination. Did you request him to be your advisor? That is the embarrassing part. I made several requests, but he refused each time. Perhaps I am lacking. And so he had come to the princess. His own request coming from nothing, and a request from a princess of the great Hayaka kingdom. Those two carried different weight. He thought perhaps it might make the man reconsider. What a surprise. You of all people tucking your tail like a damn mutt. No matter how difficult the situation, Kaiser had never once turned to Rebecca. But this time, the fear of letting this professor slip away made him bow his head. Very well, you may go. Kaiser gave a deep bow and left the room. And thus, the following morning, a letter was delivered to Professor Dante. It was an invitation summoning him for an audience with the princess. Today marked 1 full week since I had entered the game world. There had been several assassination attempts in that time. I had nearly been stabbed while walking, nearly shot, nearly lost a leg to a trap, and once, while eating in the faculty cafeteria, I'd watched a spoon dipped into my soup melt before my eyes. The fact that I managed to act unaffected in all of those moments was nothing short of a miracle. With this level of amateur assassination, even my grandmother in her grave wouldn't die. Despite my nerves still being on edge, lines like that came out far too smoothly. Through those experiences, I was gradually adjusting to life as a professor. Let us begin today's class. This was the Department of Assassination, and today we would talk about assassination as a discipline about assassins. In this world, there are 3 combat professions: warrior, mage, and assassin. Of the 3, assassins are the profession trained solely for the purpose of destruction. You might ask, don't warriors and mages also focus on destruction? Yes, that is true, but there is one key difference. Assassins are trained to unleash the maximum amount of mana in the shortest possible time. Warriors fight over extended periods. Mages dominate battlefields with a wide range of spells, but assassins must pour all of their strength into a target in a matter of seconds to a few minutes and ensure its absolute destruction. If you were to use an analogy, assassins are missiles. Therefore, the Department of Assassination at each national academy was essentially a missile factory, and within that metaphor, Dormant Dragon Institute was a nuclear missile. They were currently just raw plutonium ore, but once completed, they would possess the ability to devastate an entire nation. But nuclear missiles always require 2 launch keys. So then, who holds those keys? A. Kaiser, B. Princess Rebecca. I had already assessed option A to a degree, which meant it was now time to examine option B. I needed to confirm who Princess Rebecca truly was. Dormant Dragon Institute would continue trying to kill me for the foreseeable future. I had to survive within that environment while training them at the same time, and there was a very specific reason for that. That reason was: each of you come forward one at a time to submit your assignments. The cadets came up one by one to hand in their assignments. There was a reason I told them to come up individually. In the brief moment of physical contact during that process, I could read their talent value. That was why I had deliberately reached out for handshakes. Here it is, Professor. I look forward to working with you. Derek Rojas 1.3. I did my best. John McCurlin 1.4. These numbers next to the names are called potential. Potential refers to a person's latent capacity for growth. In system terms, a potential rating of 1 is average. 1.5 indicates a gifted individual. 2 is enough to be the top cadet of an entire academy. Professors generally have a potential range of 1.9 to 2.2, which is why. Elias Zykos 2.8. This is important. Dormant Dragon Institute is significant because it is a group of monsters like this. Elias, why did you come up empty-handed without your assignment? I forgot. Hee. Stand with your hands raised. Yes, sir. She listened to me because I was a professor, but judging by her potential, it was like punishing a baby dragon. The same thing had happened a few days ago. On my way to the Dormant Dragon Hall, I had discreetly checked the potential of Bamung, the one with glasses, and Kaiser, the team leader. With Bamung, it was during a handshake. With Kaiser, it happened when I approached him and exchanged contact information, and then I was internally horrified. Bamung Nibelung 2.8. Bamung, son of the Black Abyss Star, as expected, a monster. In hard mode, such potential wouldn't even exist on the continent. The cap in that world setting was 2.5. This hell mode world was clearly built with the intent to kill me. On the other hand, Kaiser Truman 0.5. Seeing this left me dumbfounded. A potential of 0.5 meant he was half the level of an average person, an idiot among idiots. And yet, Kaiser was the team leader of Dormant Dragon Institute. This guy, just what kind of life had he lived? Forte Asimov 1.9. Hwarohan 1.5. Dominic de Dominic, III 0.9. After checking the rest, none of the cadets attending my class even hit 2. The highest was Forte from Moonshadow Institute at 1.9, and that was the situation. That was the reason I had decided to meet the one who held the second nuclear launch key. This morning, I had received a letter from the princess. She wanted to have a conversation. Princess Rebecca, Through synchronization, information about Princess Rebecca entered my mind. Princess Rebecca was a well-known figure in this world. She was referred to as the saint of the palace, famous for her devotion to all things virtuous and righteous. She had become even more famous for abandoning the comfort of royal life and unexpectedly choosing to enroll in the Department of Assassination. To the world, it was ironic. After all, assassins are tools. But I figured the reason she joined the Department of Assassination was very simple. It was probably to keep the artificially constructed monster collective known as Dormant Dragon Institute in check. Before I jumped to conclusions, I should meet her at least once. After class, I made my way to the Cathedral of the Virgin in Zone 0. It was a magnificent Gothic-style structure. A red lantern flickered outside, and smoke symbolic of incense drifted from the chimney. Inside the temple, there were nearly a few dozen people. In the dim lighting, solemn music filled the air. At the center were over a dozen coffins arranged in rows. It was a funeral. Hey, move it, hurry up. A low-ranking knight bumped my arm. I turned my head and the man glared at me. What are you staring at? Get in already. You're already late for the princess's ceremony. You coming or not? What a complete piece of shit. I let it slide because I didn't feel like starting a fight. Anyway. In the Department of Assassination, whether it's cadets, expelled students, or even professors, a lot of people end up dead. The cathedral holds a weekly ceremony to commemorate them. That very ceremony was underway now. As I blended into the crowd, hushed whispers reached my ears. Is that really the princess? Yeah, isn't she incredible? She left behind an easy, comfortable life to come to a place like this and still offers prayers. That's one thing, but seeing her in person. She's beautiful. She was visible even from afar, but I decided to get a little closer. I pushed through the crowd and moved forward. At last, I saw her girl kneeling on the cold floor in front of the altar, praying. I was a little surprised. Hayaka Academy was a fabricated world. Everyone from Forte to Adele, Gray, and Kaiser looked like celebrities, as if the gods had sculpted them by hand. But this person's face looked like the gods had taken extra time to show off their craftsmanship. Bright golden hair, red eyes filled with compassion as she gazed upon the coffins of the dead, pale hands clutching dog tags, the holy robes she wore radiated with grace, and the earrings clearly made by a master artisan emitted a subtle glow, making Rebecca appear all the more noble. There she was sitting before me, the very image of the saint of the palace. After finishing her prayer, Princess Rebecca embraced the bereaved family members and cried with them. When she first started attending funeral ceremonies like this, I figured she'd only keep it up for a few months. Right, she must have been, 14 back then. Everyone thought it was just for show. She is royalty after all. But she's been traveling all over Hayaka week after week, never missing a single ceremony. That changed my perspective. The praises continued to pour out. She was indeed admirable. But if she really only came to these ceremonies out of kindness, that would be hard to believe. In my memoirist link through synchronization with Dante, Princess Rebecca was not some benevolent saint of the palace. Even now, it was the same. Rebecca is currently using Curse of Soul Devouring. Something was flowing from the coffins into Rebecca's hands. It was invisible. That was how sophisticated the curse was. This was curse number 75, Curse of Soul Devouring. It extracted and absorbed soul remnants from the dead. Soul remnants were useful materials for a wide variety of curses. However, there were side effects. Powerful curses would also be inflicted on the caster. What a dangerous thing to be doing. The curse path was one of the 12 assassination ability types, but those who relied on curses as their main path never met a good end. There's a reason people say you should dig 2 graves when you curse someone. Much later, after the ceremony ended, Rebecca stepped into the priest's chambers. She had asked me to meet her there in her letter, so I approached, but someone blocked my path. Stop. It was the same bastard who had bumped into me when I entered the cathedral earlier, Guardian Knight Batrick. He was a young man in armor. The nameplate on his chest read Low-Rank Knight. For a royal guard to the princess, his level was abysmally low. This area is the princess's resting place. What business do you have? I am Professor Dante of the Department of Assassination. I've come to see the princess. Do you have an appointment? You think I came here for fun? That's strange. I never heard about any meeting. I stood still, wondering what the hell he wanted me to do. The knight furrowed his brow and asked again, do you have any proof? A letter, perhaps? That's when I realized this guy was a total amateur. He didn't even know that royal letter sunless official documents disappear upon being read. Go inside and ask if the princess is expecting a guest. Why don't you just answer me? I asked if you had any documentation or a letter. Personal correspondence from the royal family disintegrates after reading. How long have you even been stationed here? Enough nonsense. Just go and ask. His eyes scrunched up. His pride seemed wounded. My service time's none of your damn business, you punk. And the princess doesn't like being disturbed while she's resting. I had no idea what this guy wanted. I opened up the script and finally understood his psychology. Apparently, this guy had been ignored by a professor from the Department of Assassination a few days ago. Despite being the princess's newly assigned knight, he had felt completely humiliated. That shame had been eating away at him ever since, and now he was trying to vent it on me. Soon, a handmaiden approached and whispered something to him. He flinched and grimaced, but perhaps unwilling to fully swallow his pride, his script began to show a new thought. He planned to save face by subjecting me to a security inspection. In all my life, I had never received this kind of treatment. You know what? Forget it. I won't bother. I won't meet her. I turned to leave, and the bastard shouted after me. Hey, where are you going? I'm leaving. Hey, I'm not done talking. You need to undergo a security inspection first. I will not proceed with the meeting. I see no reason to tolerate this kind of treatment at an invitation. Whatever happened here, you can explain it to her yourself. What did you just say? I turned around. I had no intention of engaging with him anymore. But then he took it a step further, suddenly activating movement arts and cutting off my path. What the hell are you doing, Professor? I already said I was leaving. I told you I'd let you in if you cooperated with the security check. So why won't you comply? By this point, the nearby handmaids and temple staff had started exchanging nervous glances. The atmosphere between us had clearly turned hostile. The handmaiden tried to stop him, but he brushed her aside with a cold move. Stop being prideful and just comply with the inspection while I'm asking nicely. Step aside, knight. Do not block the path. This bastard. Who do you think you are, coming here to meet the princess and acting all high and mighty? Then he drew his sword from his hip. Shreng. Get over here. My eyes shifted to the sharp edge of the blade. I went quiet for a moment and thought. Royal guard, quasi-noble status, a knight serving the princess, a sacred place like a cathedral, and finally. Professor, the handmaiden tried to stop him again, and now she turned to me, hoping I would avoid the conflict. There was absolutely no justification for me to fight him. All I had to do was swallow my pride once. Simple, right? As a modern man, a working adult, I had swallowed my pride countless times before. Fine, I was wrong, huh? Now you say that. Get over here, you little shit. Now that the bastard was feeling smug again. I stepped closer and pointed my index finger toward his eye. What the hell are you? World forgery, phenomenon forgery, flash. Light erupted like a bullet, piercing straight into the bastard's eye. PZANG. The flash was so intense that it turned the crowd behind us into silhouettes. What was that light? The sudden burst of light sent the handmaids and clergy into panic. The guardian knight who had taken the blast right to his eyeballs collapsed face first onto the floor. Thud, his eyeballs had been scorched. Or GH. I almost kicked the bastard's face in while he was down, but I decided against it. Barely. The reason I attacked was simple. Judging from his script, he was about to try subduing me. That and my personality, that familiar itch I get whenever I'm forced to use online certificate software and wonder what kind of parent raised the developer. GRRK, GHHKK. The guy rolled on the ground, scrambling to draw his sword, but the pain was too much. He collapsed again. Blood ran down his cheek. clerics rushed in to heal him. With that much divine power poured into him, he wouldn't be left with any lasting damage. The pain thought hat would stick around for a while. In any case, after this mess, my opinion of Rebecca I hadn't even met yet plummeted. If an emissary behaves like trash, the blame falls on their nation. If a guardian knight acts like garbage, the blame falls on their princess. With that thought, I turned to levianly to be blocked by a maid who ran up with hands pressed together. I am so sorry, Professor Dante. The guardian knight just got assigned here. He acted completely out of line. Will you lead me in? Yes, it's just, Her Highness is waiting inside right now. Could I ask you to come in, please? Attitude matters. If you come at me with disrespect, expect the same. But if you approach with courtesy, I'll respond in kind. Very well, I climbed the stairs and knocked on the priest's chamber. Come in, said a voice from inside. As I opened the door, warm, dim light greeted me. One assassin disguised as a maid, one knight disguised as an old retainer, both monsters, and between them. Rebecca, seated in a chair, greeted me. Oh my, she stood and approached, smiling sweetly. I'm glad you came. A cold unease crawled up my spine. There was nothing in her scriptan yet. She was only pretending to be a saint. My instincts screamed, this woman was dangerous to the bone. You may sit if you'd like. And yet, for whatever reason, she was pretending to be a cadet today. It felt like playing house. A typical professor might play along politely, but I chose to match her performance with one of my own. If you want a meeting with me in the future, submit a request through my TA. The maid and the old man behind her both twisted their faces at that. From their script, I saw they thought I was insane, but Rebecca just smiled. My apologies, Professor. Things have been hectic. It's been hard to find the time. If you're busy, I'll be blunt. What do you want? She blinked slowly, expression blank, for a moment, then spoke smoothly. Would you two step outside for a moment? Once the other two left, she began. Just the other day, Kaiser spoke about you. Said you were truly exceptional. Kaiser has a good eye. He does. I've never seen him praise anyone so highly. It surprised me, so naturally I wanted to see for myself. Her voice was smooth as silk and polished like jade. I didn't want to think that, but it was true. I doubt you called me here just to look at my face. Of course not. It's hard to bring up something I know you're already aware of. I'll hear it. There are student-strong ones. Maybe they're just kids now, but in time they'll become the greatest talents on the continent. But they're lacking. They need help. That strikes me as odd. As I understand it, you all come from noble houses or rich organizations. Rebecca gave me a melancholic smile. When painting still life, you turn the rotten fruit away from the canvas. Professor, did you hear? Earlier this year, an imperial princess hanged herself. She was beloved by all, rich beyond imagining, and held the world's highest power. Even she must have needed help. She lifted her eyes again to meet mine. I understand what you're trying to say, but let me ask you something. Why come to me instead of a senior professor? That had puzzled me all along. The senior professors weren't just stronger than us, they were on a different level altogether. Compared to them, even the elite cadets at the dormant Dragon Institute were nothing. Even we professors learned from them. They were the nation's pillars, assassins among assassins. Rebecca narrowed her decadent red eyes. Because I don't trust the professors. Her voice was quiet, but her tone was firm. You don't trust them, they lack passion, and they don't like us because you're dangerous, that too. But mostly because I'm not a pretty little student. Even those who pretend to care only want to use us, and yet I'm still a professor of assassination. Yes, but I heard you scolded the cadets who tried to assassinate you for their lack of effort. That came from Kaiser, and his judgment has never been wrong. It was starting to make sense. Hayaka Academy wasn't exactly a nice place. I understand that emotions alone can't sway you, so I'll make sure there's nothing you lack, as a princess. Please, Rebecca looked up and asked softly, would you consider becoming the guiding professor of the dormant Dragon Institute? I took a moment to think. It was the same request Kaiser had made. The message he left me asking me to correct them if they strayed was still saved in my crystal orb. I hadn't answered then because I wanted to check the script, but nothing showed, I'm afraid. My answer is the same as I gave Kaiser. I have no intention of mentoring anyone. This was a small trap unique to Hell Mode. The kind of person arrogant enough to believe they can change others might fall into it, but not me. I knew exactly what stood before me, now a monster bearing its fangs. That's a shame. Kaiser will be disappointed too. Surprisingly, Rebecca just nodded. I understand. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. It was a formal dismissal. As I turned to leave, the scripts of the two waiting outside came into view. They'd seen me knock the knight flat. They were now fuming over my refusal. They were also thinking, so much for having good judgment, what a joke. I had no desire to argue, but something caught my eye. Liturgical veil, curse, curse, curse. Hanging from the coat rack by the door, a liturgical veil, cursed 3 times over. It was just like how I'd spotted the deadly poison in Kaiser's 5-colored black tea. Strange. Normally, this shouldn't be visible, but considering this was the start of an exceedingly dangerous relationship, I figured a warning wouldn't hurt. Princess Rebecca. Yes, Professor. Assign a detection mage to your escort. Pardon, have them check your surroundings thoroughly. The Imperial Princess didn't commit suicide. She was murdered, and someone out there is praying for your death too. I tapped the coat rack with my foot. The veil dropped to the floor. I left her with one last thing. Replace your new only on night. And that was the end of my meeting with the princess. After Dante left, Princess Rebecca stared quietly at the door he exited through. The smile had vanished from her lips. Soon the old knight and the woman in disguise returned and immediately began complaining. That man, arrogant beyond belief, shallow, petty. How dare he speak so brazenly before Her Highness when no one else was around? My opinion aligns with Lord Chinglu. Your Highness has no need for such a professor. Of course, she was royalty after all. Even the head of the assassination department would kneel and bow in her presence. Just say the word, Your Highness. I'll ensure that man is removed from his position at once. It's fine, Rebecca silenced them with a few light words. She then gazed at the veil on the floor. The others caught the meaning in her stare. Ah, about that. You needn't worry, Your Highness. Surely he said that without knowing anything. Everything that touches your body is under the supervision of your attendants. Rebecca cut him off, Lord Lame. As Your Highness, is Dean Ezekiel of the Mage Department still in Zone 2? Yes, I believe so. Go confirm it for me, will you? Sir Lame of the Shadow Guard grimaced inwardly. It felt like Professor Dante had only caused unnecessary worry for the princess. What a joke, that arrogant bastard. Dante, professor of Hayaka. No combat grade. No known history of assassination work. A low-grade professor, really. He's nothing special. Lame repeated his insults in his head over and over. Strutting around like he knew anything, acting clever without a clue, and then, when he visited Ezekiel, the Challenger class mage, the answer he got back was, strange, he was right. Excuse me, wait, what? There are 3 curses, brutal ones, but the inspection from the attendants. They could have been added afterward. One of them only activates when worn by a young woman. Easy to miss. Very clever this. Lame couldn't believe it. What should we do? Destroy the veil? No. It has to be collected, then take it. They parted ways after that. Lame left feeling confused. Lucky guess. So the guy knew a bit about cursorcraft. He probably just felt something off and made a wild guess, huh? Still, he returned and reported it to the princess. And as he did, he worried what kind of punishment he'd receive for it. But Rebecca just stared blankly at the veil. As if retracing the past, something clicked in her mind. There's a maid with twin braids, rosy cheeks, the cute one. Yes, princess, that would be Hart. Bring her. 3 minutes later, the maid was dragged into the princess's chambers by the arm. Lame, the female agent of the Shadow Guard, kicked the girl behind the knee. She collapsed with a scream. Rebecca stepped forward and grabbed her by the hair. It was you, wasn't it? The maid, terrified, shook her head. Princess, I didn't know anything. Why did you do it? I just did what I was told. I swear I didn't know what it was. You and I have been together for how long? You comb my hair every morning gently. So tell me you betray me now, princess. Tell me, did you hate me too? The maid recoiled, burying her head, but Rebecca's grip held firm and pulled her up again. Those crimson eyes stared into her. I want to know what you think. Did you think it too? That I'm nothing but the daughter of a street whore, that I'm filth in royal clothing, that I don't deserve to be called princess. You too. The maid's face went ghostly pale. Even even now, when the roles had reversed. Rebecca's expression was calm. She let go of the maid's hair. The girl couldn't look up. She pressed her face to the floor. Lord Chinglu. Sensing a command was about to fall, the maid began to beg again. Princess, please, just once, please let me live. I'll tell you who ordered me. That won't be necessary. These days, the dead can speak technologies come a long way, but I am curious. What curses were laid on that veil? I don't know, princess. I swear I don't. Nothing? Then I'll just have to find out. How would yak? Rebecca yanked her head back again by the hair and shoved the liturgical veil into her mouth. Didn't Ezekiel say one of the curses only affected young women? We're about the same age, aren't we? The maid thrashed and tried to spit it out, but her arms were tied behind her back. Rebecca didn't loosen her grip until the veil was fully inside. She herself had unusually high resistance to curses, for certain reasons, but the maid did not. MPH, and then just as Dean Ezekiel had warned, the curse activated. The maid's face began aging in real time. MPH. It was a vicious curse. Her youthful features shriveled, wrinkled in seconds. Her hair turned white, spreading out like 2 ghostly braids. How grotesque aging is. Rebecca watched somber. Eventually, the maid vomited the veil back up. It was soaked in spit and blood, hardly something you want to touch again. Lord Chinglu cut off her arms and legs. Feed her to Moon. Yes, princess. A flat order. The old knight drew his blade. Schwing. Then he stepped forward like always. The aged maid flailed and screamed. Why, you monster. You bug, Rebecca, you worthless piece of. The old knight raised his sword high and thought to himself, how do I explain this one as an accident? Another slip and fall. The knight would be expelled. When all was over, Princess Rebecca sat on her bed, gazing out the window. She looked up at the stars, those stars she loathed so deeply, and with a strange wonder she murmured to herself, how did he know, the professor? Dormant Dragon Institute, first year Rebecca, that won't be necessary. These days, even corpses can talk. Maid Heart, Dormant Dragon Institute, first year Rebecca, but I am curious. What curses did I place on my veil? I watched from behind a tree, just outside the effective range of the script. Even the aftermath. I wasn't trying to judge anything. I just confirmed that my choice not to join the Dormant Dragon Institute had been the correct one. Relationship increase, Rebecca 2-2. Reward, Star Fragments 2. Not a bad reward, Star Fragments owned 12. They were stacking up nicely. I decided to head home for now. Then a thought occurred to me. Do they cremate the corpses after the funeral? This needed consideration. Cursed corpses often cause problems. Rebecca had supposedly attended funerals every week for the entire first semester. If roughly 20 people died each week in Zone 0, then even by a rough count, there'd be around 600 coffins. If those corpses laced with high-level curses strong enough to fool clerics who weren't cremated, then serious trouble could follow. So I returned to the cathedral. There it is. Luck was on my side. I spotted a coffin being loaded onto a wagon. I slipped into the grieving crowd and followed along. Dusk was falling. After a while, the wagon broke off from the crowd and headed toward a cemetery. Except it wasn't a cemetery. A sign indicated the actual graveyard was 2 kilometers further ahead. For context, Hayaka Academy is located in a satellite city near the capital, with a population of around 300,000. Zone 0 of the Assassination Department alone only has about 4,000 cadets, but over 40,000 permanent residents. The whole place feels more like a city than a campus. Still, why were they burying corpses in a vacant lot? After the mourners left, I approached one of the workers and asked, "Well, we used to use the main cemetery, but weird things started happening there earlier this year." Weird things, I'm not entirely sure myself, but I heard monsters started showing up inside the academy, and the department just left it alone. I wouldn't know about that. The man shrank back, probably because I looked too much like an assassin. Then a senior worker came over and asked what was going on. The junior explained, and the older one nodded. "Oh, you mean the Starfall Hill Cemetery?" "Yeah, something's wrong with the space itself." "Space? I thought you said monsters. There's some strange monster living inside that warped space." The department head and a few senior professors went there, and apparently they decided to just leave it alone. Instead, they moved the burials outside. Unusual. Then the senior worker leaned in and whispered, "They say there's a witch living there." "A witch?" "Yeah, but strangely enough, she never comes out and she doesn't kill anyone. That's why they chose to leave her alone." He looked pleased with himself, like he was sharing rare insider gossip. No one really knew what the witch was. Some said she was a beast, not a person. A student who went there on a dare got hurt. Even one of the senior professors who tried to confront her came back injured. That sort of rumor. I tried to recall any witch-like undead that appear near graves. 3 types came to mind, all monsters that only spawn in dungeons. But Hayaka Academy is protected by the Blessing of Peace, which prevents dungeons from forming. The Witch of the Graveyard, that made it even stranger. And if she appeared at the beginning of the year, that would line up with Rebecca's enrollment. I decided to check it out myself. So I summoned Adele, gave her a rough explanation, and got into the car headed for Starfall Hill. Adele looked confused. Starfall Hill is a restricted zone, though. If anyone en avia el yoda GHT. If the witch turns out hostile, are you going to assassinate her? I didn't know. That's why I was going, because I didn't know. I'm a veteran of this game. There's almost nothing I don't know. Of course, I'm not familiar with characters added in the DLC like Kaiser or Elise, but I know every detail about the events Kaiser mentioned, like founding the Assassination Corps or assassinating the Emperor. And as for Elise's family, the House of Count Zykos, I know it inside and out. Now that synchronization has converted my in-game knowledge into real-world knowledge, I'm expected to understand every basic mechanic in this world. But there's something I don't know, at Starfall Hill. "We're almost there," Adele said, humming. Just then I saw something on the minimap, red dots, a lot of them. They were moving toward the road ahead. If the red dots don't represent hostile humans, then they always mean monsters. "Adele, stop the car here." Why? Looks like there are monsters. I'll go on foot. You drive faster and draw them away." "Oh, okay." I got out and headed up the mountain path. World Forgery, form forgery car. I created an illusion of the car continuing on its way. As it moved forward, the red dots began following it. I don't know any stealth skills. That's why I dumped 1,000 points into illusion, because it lets me handle any situation. World Forgery, form forgery, blackstone. World Forgery, phenomenon forgery, forest scent. I erased my form and scent, then hid inside a black dome with only a narrow view to the outside. In the distance, monsters sprinted after the car like animals. Their identity was clear: ghouls. Undead born from cursed graves, growing stronger by feeding on corpses. This is happening because of Rebecca's curses. Highly likely. They probably lie hidden underground when people are nearby, then emerge once the coast is clear to find new graves and fresh meat. The ghouls followed the car, so at that moment a new red dot appeared on the minimap, right behind me. KRRRRK. I turned and nearly screamed. It was nearly 2 meters tall. Its grotesque body was hunched, its spine exposed along its twisted back. The monster lifted its head, a natural summon, an undead creature spawned by absorbing ambient curses. Of all places, it had to be right behind me. KRRRK. I held my breath. It had to be hungry, having just been born. KRRR. Still, it seemed to sense the presence of soft, tender human flesh. It continued to circle the area, searching. But then I remembered there was no reason to panic. I'd prepared for this exact situation. Deploy Crusade, World Forgery, Phenomenon Forgery, Holy Radiance. World Forgery, Form Forgery Priest. World Forgery, Form Forgery Inquisitor. World Forgery, Form Forgery Paladin. World Forgery, Form Forgery Saint. World Forgery, Form Forgery Angel. Sacred light split the sky. One after another, divine figures materialized like a miracle. First came the priest, radiating pure light, then the Inquisitor with twin cruel blades. After that, a paladin whose armor and shield shone with holiness. Next, a saint. Then an Angelan, immense being made of hundreds of shifting, blinking eyes. All of them descended upon the earth. Startled, the ghoul straightened its back and darted behind a tree, pretending to be part of the forest. It's a ghoul. KRHK, how did they know? It's running, get it, catch that bastard. And just like that, the illusionary adult crusaders charged in from all sides, chasing off the poor baby ghoul. The path's clear now. At last, I climbed the ridge in safety, and in the clearing at the center of the ridge, I found the graveyard. Beyond that, I discovered what the worker had called the distorted space. I knew instantly. It was unmistakably wrong. What the hell is that? At the center of the graveyard sat a pitch-black sphere. It was night, so visibility was poor, but when I crouched and used the stars as a backdrop, I saw it clearly. A massive black orb absorbing light, like a third of a black hole buried in the earth. It wasn't a dungeon. It wasn't magic or some supernatural phenomenon. It wasn't even a curse. Not even a status window popped up. What is that? I stepped closer and tried to estimate its size. It was enormously large enough to engulf an entire mountain peak. By rough calculation, its diameter had to be at least 1,000 meters. Could I enter? As I cautiously reached out to touch the black surface, a message suddenly popped up. Tip: this is a glitched space. This area is currently experiencing a system error and will be patched in a future update. Details will be provided once a schedule is determined. That was unexpected. I thought it might be something I just didn't know about. A bug, an update. Of course I knew this was a game world, but hearing words like bug and update thrown in, it felt like something out of a real-world patch note. My hand's inside it. While I was thinking that, I noticed one of my hands had already slipped inside the black sphereth's so-called glitched space. I pulled it out. No resistance, so I carefully leaned my head in. Still no issue. Inside the glitched space, the graveyard continued as if nothing was wrong, so the black orbs just marking the boundary. I stepped forward slowly and began climbing the hill. Along the way, I saw something strange. I conjured light source to inspect it and found the shattered remains of weapons. They said there had been several suppression attempts. Before the area was sealed off, faculty heads and even senior professors had come here only to be crushed. The head of the assassination department, Shaman Kreutz, is a challenger rank assassin, one of the strongest in the kingdom. Compared to him, even the top cadets of the dormant Dragon Institute would be dead within a minute in a 1 versus 7 scenario. Even he couldn't defeat her and chose to leave her alone. And yet, the witch never killed anyone. Sometimes, she even avoided confrontation altogether. Why would she back off, that creature up ahead? Right in front of me, roughly 20 meters ahead, sitting atop a massive grave unlike the others. Something was hunched there beneath a tattered rag, its back to the moonlight. It looked human-fitting of someone called a witch. As I approached, the figure slowly turned toward me and I stopped at a safe distance. I could see why some called her a monster. She didn't feel human. It was the same sense of unease as when you meet an unfamiliar bird of prey, an animal instinct warning of danger. From within the shadows, 2 blue eyes stared at me from beneath her hood. Strangely, my mind recalled how you lower your guard when meeting a stray dog. I slowly crouched down at an angle, keeping my movements relaxed. I was giving her time to assess me. Meanwhile, I checked her name tag, Eve, Curse of Forgetting. The name was Eve. I'd never seen her before. That meant she must be a DLC character. Next to her name was a tag, Curse of Forgetting. A curse that erases one from the memories of the world and its people, a high-level curse that only upper-class demons could cast. That's why the information on her is so vague. I could see her chin and lips beneath the hood. Even her ankles and pale bare feet were exposed under her robe, and yet nowhere did it confirm she was human. Those who remembered fragments of her must have settled on the word witch. Eve began walking toward me. She descended from the large grave, slow and steady. It was a little unnerving, given the late hour. Still, I waited. and when she got close enough, my light source slightly illuminated her face. To my surprise, I saw the face of a woman in her early 20s. It reminded me of the first time I saw Rebecca, strikingly beautiful, almost absurdly so. Long sky blue hair, eyes like a clear lake, a pale face untouched by dirt or shadow. But now wasn't the time to be admiring her beauty. For a moment, I had a hallucination, a massive monster towering over me, staring down. The feeling of sinking into a pit of sapphire-colored mire. Eve slowly crouched in front of me, then lifted her head to study me, as if examining something. Our eye levels were now even. I wanted to check her potential. I needed contact. But I wasn't sure if it was safe to move yet. For some reason, not even her script appeared. I slowly reached out my hand, palm open. If I touched the hem of her robe, I could read her status. Eve tilted her head, then gently stopped my hand with hers, as if telling me not to touch. Then she withdrew her hand, closing it slightly, clearly expressing her dislike for contact. But that alone was enough. Eve Lemontree 3. An astonishing number appeared. 3 potential is 3. That was absurd. Even the cadets from the Dormant Dragon Institute, those specifically designed to kill the Hell mode professor, barely reached 2.8. So how the hell does 3 show up? Is it because of the glitch space? 2.8 is already supposed to be the final cap for this world's balance. This Eve wasn't just a character. There was something more, something that could influence the entire world. But right now, that wasn't the pressing matter. Eve quietly stood up. I had a gut feeling she was about to lose interest in me and leave. Still, I didn't think chasing after her was wise. She clearly disliked being approached or touched, so I rose slowly as well. Eve, everyone called her a monster. I wondered what would happen if I simply used her name. That was the thought behind it. No response. No script either. But Eve paused when she saw me move and slightly lifted her hood, just enough for our eyes to meet. Can we talk, just for a moment? She tilted her head ever so slightly in confusion and turned her body away. That was all. Then she kept walking further and further. Not going to be easy. Watching Eve return to the large grave mound and sit again, I decided to descend the hill for now. Potential 3. I wanted it badly. If I had to guess, there were probably only 1 or 2 people in this entire world of over 500 million with that kind of potential. And I just happened to stumble across one near the academy in a random forest hill. That's not luck. That's divine level nonsense. Have I forgotten? As I made my way down, I kept checking in with myself constantly. What if the curse of forgetting made me lose it all? But then an amusing system log popped up. Curse of forgetting is in effect. All direct memory and record of the recent encounter is being erased or distorted. Game system resists the effect. Curse of forgetting is in effect. All direct memory and record of the recent encounter is being erased or distorted. Game system resists the effect. The 2 windows kept clashing on repeat like a duel, until finally. Game system has won. That seemed to settle it. Even though I was living in this world like anyone else, I was fundamentally standing 1 step behind them, immune to curses and mental afflictions. The result, I remember, clearly. Her face, her eyes, even her name. So then, what do I do with that? How do I turn Eve into mine? I was leaving the glitched space, descending Starfall Hill, lost in thought when... Hey you there, young man, an old man called out to me. Starfall Hill caretaker, Almount. A local impressive, surviving in this place swarming with ghouls. I'd taken a different path down to check the terrain. There was a mountain lodge here, and the old man seemed to be its owner. What is it? Did you just come down from the summit? Yes. Did you meet the witch of the graveyard? I did. Do you know something about her? Plenty of people have come to hunt that witch. But you're the first I've seen show up without a single weapon. I'm the caretaker of Starfall Hill. Mind if we chat a bit? I paused briefly, then followed him. Inside the lodge were some old chairs and a table. A large statue of the Virgin Goddess from the Holy Church stood behind it. That how you're keeping the ghouls away? Exactly. Spent every damn coin I had on it. Damn thing better be worth it. He handed me some water, then asked, can I ask who you are? I'm a professor. Knew it. So you're here to take down the witch? I haven't quite decided. Well, I hope you do. I can tell you her weakness. Weakness. He crossed his arms, confident. You do well to listen, son. First thing, she can't hear. She's deaf. Far as I can tell, doesn't react to any sound. So that's why she didn't respond to me. Not even to sounds that should interest her. Like what? Now that's the real weakness. She's vulnerable to death. Death, that was unexpected. What does it mean to be weak to death? Guess they thought I was just some useless hill watcher. The old professors, the disciplined corpse, they all ignored me. But I know what I saw. She can't handle death. Whenever something's dying, she completely loses her composure. Come to think of it, there were reports of 0 casualties. Was she avoiding killing? What, you think I'm bullshitting you? No, could you tell me more? Gladly. Thing is, I've met that witch 10 times, but I can't recall a single detail about her. Not her face, her voice, nothing. But that weakness I'm sure of. I tested it myself. And with that, he launched into his story. I used to be a boy who loved stargazing. When was this? Oh, about 70 years ago, damn it. So he'd had a strong connection to this place for decades. He'd been living here peacefully in his twilight years when the intruder, Eve, showed up. At first, she'd just ignore him when he approached. Eventually, she'd run away before he even got close. Then one day, he happened to shoot a bird with a hunting rifle and carried the dying creature back down. She followed me, you hear me? So I tried it with other animals. No response to the healthy ones, but the dying ones, especially the big ones. She got twitchy. That's how I figured out her hearing touche didn't even react to the sounds of death. Fascinating, right? Someone who gets it. Here's what I think: if a human were dying, she'd be frozen. That's how you get her to follow from a distance. He seemed to grow increasingly serious as he explained his plan for capturing the witch. You'll need two things: a dying person and restraints. If someone's on the verge of death, she won't be able to leave. That's when you bind her. Well, I wasn't trying to hunt her, so I let that advice slide out the other ear. Time to wrap this up. If you're not gonna do it, I swear I'll go up there myself and give that witch the final boss fight of my 87-year-old life. I left the lodge. Once I was back off the hill, I called Adele through the crystal sphere. You're safe. You scared me half to death. I got chased by ghouls all of a sudden. What happened with them? They gave up pretty fast and scattered. On the ride back, I started sorting through it all. Eve didn't exist in the game before the update, so I had zero background on her. So then, she's deaf, cursed with curse of forgetting, apparently hates death. But what am I supposed to do with that? Become her friend, kidnap her and raise her, make her my student? I didn't even know how to approach her, let alone what to do if I succeeded. Still, it was worth figuring out, because her potential is 3. First things first, I'll take it slow. No sudden moves, keep my distance. Let the bond build, slowly, and I had one advantage: I could remember her. What I was worried about was her leaving Starfall Hill, or the update wiping her out entirely. So ideally, I'd need to bond with her fast, but come to think of it, why is Eve even here? She hates Dethen, yet she lives in a graveyard. No identity, no history, no communication. Why would a person with 3 potential be stuck in this kind of place? Was that the purpose of the glitch space, or was she here to mourn someone? If so, she sure had a messed up way of showing it sitting on top of graves like some kind of grief punk maniac. I used to be a boy who loved stargazing. The words of the old caretaker suddenly resurfaced in my mind. The name of the place was Starfall Hill, after all, so was she here to watch the stars? The next day was Saturday. I returned to Starfall Hill, and once again Eve was sitting atop the massive grave mound. I remembered what the caretaker said that she couldn't hear, so I changed course, approaching from behind. As expected, she didn't notice me, but before long she turned her head in my direction. She must have sensed me through something other than sound. Vulnerable to assassination, it seems. I raised a hand, showing my palm. It was a greeting, at least from my side. But Eve didn't react, so I carefully moved closer. It felt like approaching a stray cat. Any wrong move and she'd bolt. When I got a bit too close, Eve turned her head again and stared. Those eyes said it all: that's far enough. Checking the minimap, the distance between us was 19 meters, roughly 1 meter closer than yesterday. Are you watching the stars? No answer, just a slight tilt of her head. Can you not hear? Still no response. She only tilted her head again, apparently reading my lips. I pulled something from the inventory. It was a scope borrowed from the Assassination Tools lab, usually attached to rifles for distant vision. Of course, it worked just as well for stargazing. World forgery, form forgery. I handed the scope to a fabricated country mutt. According to the activity variable I'd pre-programmed, the dog trotted over to Eve, wagging its tail. Luckily, she didn't avoid it. She took the scope, then gave me a blank, unimpressed look. A look that said, what is this supposed to be? World forgery, form forgery scope. So I made one for myself and lifted it to my eye, mimicking a gaze at the sky. Mine, of course, was a facade, didn't actually show anything. The lens modeling was garbage, but Eve's scope was different. If she actually looked through it, she'd see a brilliant sky full of stars, along with Earth's vertical planetary ring streaking across the heavens. Whoa, whoa, what are you doing now? Why are you twisting it? Wait, why are you taking it apart? She tilted her head again, but kept turning the parts in her hands. Hey, don't twist. If you twist that, it's gonna snap. The scope was now 2 separate pieces, SCO and P. You've got to be kidding me. Eve tilted her head again. I was going to lose my mind. Still, it was fine. We'd get closer bit by bit. The worst memories, they linger, rotting your mind, eating away at your life. Joaquin clenched his jaw. Steam from the hot water rolled over his face as his thoughts drifted until a voice echoed in his ears. Cadet, withdraw from the course. Motherfucker, his vision went red. He was Joaquin of the Moonshadow Institute, an assassin raised with a blade in hand since age 5 by the Black Marquis. He'd eliminated countless targets, and now he was being humiliated like this. The rumors had clearly spread. Joaquin got completely wrecked, in front of everyone. The words of the cadet he respected most, Kendrake from Dormant Dragon Institute, had come as a cruel jab. What a joke. I thought you were at least decent in stealth. Kendrake had done it on purpose. He wanted to learn more about the professor he disliked, so he used Joaquin's temper to test things out. And it worked. Joaquin's fist flew. Crash, the mirror shattered into 1,000 shards. He He staggered out of the room, panting. Joke when you're. Get everyone? What? Get all the kids we've been overseeing. Now, I'm too pissed to sit still. You're not thinking of going after that professor, are you? Even in his rage, Joquin paused to think. Losing control over your emotions. Amateur move. He needed to kill smarter. What me? Nah, the hell would I do it myself for? Assassination was a game of information, and there was barely anything out there about Professor Dante. So step 1, find his weakness. Let someone else do the dirty work. Still. Will it work if we only send those bug-tier guys? His concern was valid. If the ones he sent were too weak, they'd barely scratch the man. So, we'll have to send someone Moonshadow level. Even if it didn't kill the guy, it'd at least dig up something useful. And who knows, maybe a lucky arrow would land in his skull. I'm gonna kill that bastard, Professor Dante. Just imagining it made Joquin feel so much better. Task complete, lecture. Reward, star fragment 1. Task complete, pop quiz. Reward, star fragment 1. Task complete, supplemental lecture. Reward, star fragment 1. Star fragments owned, 17. 111, it was like droplets in a dessert, just enough to tease you, like a mirage to a dying mouse crawling across the sand. At this rate, how the hell was I supposed to gather the 800 to 1,000 fragments needed to learn a new LV9 ability? To survive, I have to gather star fragments. No exceptions. Right now, I wasn't in a position to conduct research or publish papers. I could write something on illusion arts, but that would draw attention and exposure, would risk revealing the forbidden technique. It's a matter of being too good. My current illusion ability was overwhelming. Just how strong? Let me explain it properly for once. This world operates on a Marshall tier system. Every month, a system star called SystemNet updates the rankings. Here's how it breaks down: Tier 3. Iron, bronze, silver, gold. These are your average martial artists. Even gold ranks are in the top 20, treated with decent respect pretty much everywhere. Tier 2. Platinum, emerald, diamond. From here on out, they're high-caliber martial artists. Top 10, 4, and 1 respectively. Not just respected tier, considered core combat assets in most organizations. Being a professor requires at least a diamond rank. I'm nowhere near that. In terms of overall combat capability, I was hovering around the platinum threshold. Now, let's move on. Tier 1. Master 9999, Grandmaster 999, Challenger 200. Constellation 33. Now we're talking rankings. This is the dream. The kind of status every martial artist in the world covets. Out of the 15 million martial artists across the continent, if you're within the top 9,999, you're treated like a damn celebrity. Professors within this tier are called senior professors, and they're in a whole different league from the rest. For reference, professors fall into 3 ranks: professor, senior professor, head professor. I had to guess the Dormant Dragon Institute cadets are probably around diamond, maybe barely master level, which is nuts considering they're only in their late teens to early 20s. Anyway, the point is this: my illusion ability is shockingly at the challenger tier, and not just bottom tier, we're talking elite level, meaning I'm probably ranked in the top 80 in the world, in the entire Hayaka kingdom, top 1 or 2, easily. That's exactly why I can't publish anything about illusion. When there's no safety net, the best policy is to lay low. If the world sees my level, they'll come swarming. The moment the forbidden technique gets exposed, it's a guaranteed bad ending. So my only other viable option is to build up relationship points with Dormant Dragon Institute, but that's not something I can rush either. Assassination threats are still very much on the table. The weather was cool that day. I was in the lab prepping materials for supplemental class as usual when a broadcast announcement came on. All newly appointed neutral professors, please attend today's Senior Professor Forum at 5 p.m. A forum, the usual excuse for senior professors to nag the juniors. Normally, I wouldn't bother showing up, but then new event, Neutral Professor Forum. Reward, star fragments 5. 5. Now that changed things. Adele, postpone supplemental class to tomorrow. Yes, sir. I canceled the pre-scheduled lecture and got ready for the forum, only for it to be canceled out of nowhere. We apologize. The senior professor is unable to attend. The forum has been canceled. Event canceled. Neutral Professor Forum. And just like that, the quest reward was wiped out too. Again with this. Adele clicked her tongue. This happened often. Oh yeah, honestly, it's like every other day. Neutral professors. No offense, but most of them are totally burned out. I already knew this from the setting. Unlike those in black or white factions, neutral professors were oddly passive. Anyway, the forum was off, so I figured I'd just head home, but the weather was too nice. Time for some fresh air. Maybe I'll hit the park. At the park, cadets were hanging out in little groups, throwing shuriken into trees, sprinting around with rifles strapped to their backs. Kind of a bizarre scene, really, but everyone seemed to be having fun, so I used the chance to train some illusion, specifically balloon conjuration. Sounds dumb, right? Blowing up balloons is training. Thing is, making a balloon with illusion magic is easy. You can imagine one into existence with barely any effort, but I wasn't making any balloon. I was working on a semi-permanent illusory construct. Something that didn't pop on contact and mimicked real materials. To actual specialists, this would be mind-blowing. This was the kind of illusion you could only pull off if you'd hit God-tier mastery. I can't create large constructs permanently yet, but for now this'll do. Done. I summoned a single taut balloon. Your understanding of illusion components has increased. Semi-permanent illusory constructs, material expansion, joint mechanics, form coordinate fixation, fluid dynamics, rubber texture. World forgery mastery, 86.560.01. As I created more illusion balloons, I let my mind drift. Where was I right now? Hayaka Kingdom. It was a middling developed nation. In this world, something like Korea or Italy, technically developed but still had to care about how the neighbors looked at them. Hayaka Academy. The equivalent of Seoul National University, royal-backed, prestigious, and elite. But these days, it's falling behind Tokyo U and Peking U. What a frustratingly mediocre academy. Over the past few days as a professor, Rebecca's words had kept circling in my head. I don't trust the professors. Most of them are unmotivated, and honestly, they don't even like us. As seen with the cancelled forum, the faculty here had no drive, especially among the neutral professors like me. The passion for teaching cadets had long since faded. There was no reason to feel invested. Everyone was just here to collect salaries and research grants, and since this was still the country's only top academy, that complacency had rooted in deep. That created a serious problem. This background ties into one of the more difficult main story routes. Hayaka Academy, the game, was famous for its many branching paths. And among them, one of the hardest main routes was this. The Academy's reputation is in decline. A traitor has already sold confidential intel abroad, and things NOVLIGHT start mid-freefall. In that version, the player's goal was to turn public opinion around and achieve top results in spite of the disaster. That was the fun of the rowdier, so the devs intended. But for me, not fun, just painful, because that meant the difficulty was sky high. Still, I couldn't really blame the professors. Even in the top-ranking academy, being stalked by assassins day and night, of course they'd start pulling back, just like now. Come out. Something in the air twitched in surprise. Then slowly, a figure began to materialize. Did I get caught? You got caught, hee. Light pink hair, pink eyes, a smile like a golden retriever's, a first-year cadet from Dormant Dragon Institute. Dormant Dragon Institute, Year 1 Elise. We'd seen each other a few times in class lately. She'd warmed up to me a bit. Elise walked over, grinning brightly. What are you doing, Professor? As you can see, blowing balloons. Why balloons? Because I wanted to. What about you? Oh, I was just wandering around and ran into you. I like walking around. She smiled and sat right next to me on the bench, which reminded me of something Kaiser had messaged me once. Kaiser in Dormant Dragon Institute, Elise is one of the top 2 strongest cadets. She quietly watched me work on the balloons. You planning to just stare at me like that? Yep, you really have nothing better to do. Nope. I silently kept blowing up the balloon, but now that I had a spectator, I felt like I needed to do something. I twisted the long balloon up and handed her a dog. What's this? A dog? A dog? That's weird. Despite the critique, Elise clearly liked it. Probably thought it looked fun. Can I have one too? So I conjured one through illusion and gave it to her. Phew-bub. She tried her best to blow it up, but it didn't expand. Phew-bub. I was trying to train quietly, but she kept going at it beside me. I couldn't not notice. Having trouble, it's hard. Try sealing your lips around it better. Like this. MMMMF. No, too tight. You can't get any air in like that. And then, F-phew-bub. No, tighter. Fuff-hoof-buck. Hey, why are you biting it? Why the hell are your teeth involved in this? After a few minutes of this nonsense. Her illusion balloon ended up full of holes. I shook my head. You're really terrible at this. Hey, that's mean. What's mean is your entire mouth. Honestly, I think it's not mates, just that balloon blowing is hard. No, it's not. Yes, it is. I exhaled once, blew it up perfectly in one breath and showed her. This is hard for you. Yeah, what part of this is hard? You're a professor. That doesn't count. I ignored her and twisted the balloon into a flower. There, a flower, it's ugly. Still prettier than you. You're so mean. And so we spent some time bickering like that. But once I made her a sword, a butterfly, and a giraffe, Elise lit up with joy. She waved them around like a little dog wagging its tail. The girl gave off this warm, peaceful aura. Of course, that was just the feeling. For all I knew, she'd stabbed someone in the neck a couple days ago. Do you have anything else? Something else? Yeah, something I've never seen before. So I forged a white balloon through illusion and started shaping it. Took a while. It was something I hadn't made before. After watching me silently for a few minutes, Elise finally started chatting. Lately, yeah, the professors. Yeah, they won't spar with me anymore. You've been winning, haven't you? Yup, how many? All of them. Impressive. Apparently, she hadn't just defeated regular professors, she'd beaten senior professors too. She probably couldn't match the head professors, but still, it was genius-level performance. Your family could have trained you in assassination. Why bother enrolling in the academy? Her father, Silent Star of the Shadows, was ranked 24th strongest assassin in the entire Hayaka kingdom. Well, our family collapsed. Sync activated and the data floated to the surface of my mind. Right, Count Zykoz's house had fallen. Why? I fumbled for a follow-up. Even so, your father was a master of stealth. You could still have trained under him. Ah, that's right. Silent Star of the Shadows was missing. God damn it. Why did I remember that just now? My dad went missing ages ago. My apologies, it's okay. Maybe he just needed space, felt suffocated. Elias smiled gently. My father was really good at hiding. That's why I like to believe he's just in the middle of an extended stealth session, watching over me from somewhere. I'm sorry, don't be. Sometimes I accidentally bring up family stuff with Gray too. Another sync triggered. Gray, also from a prestigious black faction assassination, family had deep internal family issues of her own. And just then one of Rebecca's lines finally hit me with full weight. When painting a still life, we turn the rotten side to face the wall. They were born into greatness, carried legacy, bloodlines, raw talent, but the rot underneath was spreading. That was the true condition of Dormant Dragon Institute. Here, finally done, the white balloon I'd been shaping. What is it? What do you think? Long, rounded on both ends. Exactly what dogs love. A bone, correct. The moment she recognized it, Eli's pink eyes lit up with urgency. Gimme. She held out both hands. Of course she liked it. It wasn't just personal preference, it was inherited hunger born from her bloodline. But I still had some finishing touches to make, so I kept adjusting it. She moved in to grab it. Elise, wait, please, I said wait, I'll give it to you when it's done. Bone, please, now. It still wasn't complete, so I pulled it away. And she clung on, trying to take it from me. Wait, the command left my mouth reflexively. Her body froze. Dormant Dragon Institute Year 1 Elise, wait. She blinked, thought about it. Would she obey? Then slowlish let go and waited, sat perfectly still. Taylor made obedience. I wasn't expecting that to actually work. Good girl. I handed it over and her face lit up with joy. You like it, huh? I love it. Seeing her so happy made it worth it. Training illusion was boring when done alone, but if every creation made someone this excited, that made it fun. And then while hugging the balloon bone tightly, Elise said, you know, it's kinda weird. What is? I've always liked bones. Even as a kid, I didn't like how people threw them away after eating the meat. Why do I like bones so much? It was a fascinating question. She probably didn't know that the Zykos family descended from an old bloodline of dog beastkin. They'd lost their tails and ears over generations, but the blood ran thick. Instincts remained. That's why I'd made a bone in the first place. The dog beastkin clans only obeyed those they recognized instinctively. That's why her ancient family had once served royalty so faithfully, which meant her reaction to my command, wait, wasn't just politeness. It was a subconscious act of recognition. This phenomenon had a name, authority imprint, lucky. Gaining the recognition of a Zykos is no easy feat, strong, overwhelming, but drawn to you on a primal level. Normally, you had to be a royal or a god-tier warrior to earn that loyalty. I was probably just being mistaken for the latter. Can you make a few more? No, you're mean. I was joking, so I made her 5 more balloon bones, boons. Elise was thrilled. Relationship up, Elise 5-5. Reward star fragments 5. Once upon a time, there were 2 clans of canine beastkin in Hayaka. To put it simply, one was like a retriever. The other was a Doberman. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Dormant Dragon Institute, first year, Bamung. And there he was. That guy was the son of the Black Abyss Cartel Nibelung family, a descendant of the Doberman canine beastkin. Come out. At my command, a male cadet who had been hiding among the bushes stepped forward. Elise wrinkled her nose. Bamung, creepy. So what? Hello, Professor. The guy gave a curt nod. Despite both being descendants of beastkin, the two had vastly different vibes. If Elise was like cotton candy, Bamung was like steel, square black-rimmed glasses. Sharp, slicked-back hair with pomade. Elise's shirt and harness were crumpled messes. Bamung's uniform, on the other hand, was impeccably pressed, sharp as a knife. What were you doing, lurking there like that? Apologies, I happened to spot you during physical training and wondered if you'd notice my concealment. I don't like being tested. Apologies again, you noticed me right away. It's embarrassing how lacking my skill is. Bamung bowed his head once more. The Nibelung family's defining traits were obsession, tenacity, and loyalty, and he had inherited them in full. If you've got nothing to do, come over here and sit. Yes, his posture was painfully rigid. Even a military officer would feel compelled to yield a step to his formal demeanor. Now here's an interesting fact. Their personalities and behavioral patterns were complete opposites. Elias the retriever hailed from a hunting dog bloodline. Bamung the Doberman came from a working dog bloodline. Here, take this. For now, I handed the completed balloon dog to Bamung. According to script, Bamung was visibly puzzled about why I was handing it to him. His expression remained stoic. What are you waiting for? Take it. Bamung, do you want a flower too? No, I'm fine. Take it. Professor made it, and it's pretty. Before he knew it, Bamung was holding a flower, a dog, a sword, and a giraffe. But Elias didn't give him a single bone. Here, take this too. So I made a white balloon bone and handed it over. Now with his hands full of balloons, Bamung glanced back and forth between me and the balloons. Dormant Dragon Institute first year, Bamung, what the hell? Dormant Dragon Institute first year, Bamung, why is he suddenly giving me this crap? For a brief moment his expression twisted as he struggled to comprehend. A man ruled by pride. That's the life he led, growing up as the son of a crime syndicate boss. But in the end he couldn't resist. Dormant Dragon Institute first year, Bamung, a bone. After all, a Doberman is still a dog. Relationship increased, Bamung 6-6. Reward star fragments 6. Nice. After that I kept making various balloon art and giving them to Bamung. He kept accepting them, albeit reluctantly. And while doing so, he started asking me questions like an interrogation. Do you come to Central Park often on your days off? Today's my first time. It's nice, spacious, lots of fallen leaves. Do you like nature? Not particularly. Oh, is that so? I like it. The waffle stand over there is quite good. The smell is nice. Yes, it's kind of famous. Would you like me to buy you one? I'm good, I insist. Let me buy one for you. Here, take the money then. No need, take it. If a professor eats on a cadet's dime, people will talk. I tossed a 100 Hika silver coin to Bamung. Both Elias and Bamung were oddly friendly toward me these days. Rumor must have spread within the Dormant Dragon Institute that they should treat me well to get me as their advisor. After Bamung walked away, Elias leaned in and whispered in my ear, "That guy doesn't have a dad either." Huh, oh yeah, do you have one, Professor? Me? No, Dante doesn't have one either, and neither do I. Then that means all of us. None of us have dads. For some reason, Elias started laughing, a pure lunatic. Soon, Bamung returned with a waffle. It seemed he bought it with his own money instead of using the 100 Hika I gave him. Elias raised a question mark above her head. What about mine? There isn't one. So mean. Then what about yours? I don't have one. I bought it for the professor. Why would I buy one for you or myself? So mean, creepy, makes me uncomfortable. Lies, didn't you sneak over here too? No, I knew I'd get caught anyway. He's creepy, but I'm cautious. The conversation was devolving into nonsense, so I split my waffle in half and handed it to them. They quietly accepted it and ate with me. It was good, Professor. At that moment, Bamung cautiously spoke up. Then, as if his throat was dry, he cleared it and continued. Apologies, Professor. How do you train? I was technically training right now, but that wasn't what he was asking. Why do you ask? You seem incredibly strong for your age, Professor. And I desperately want to get stronger too. Aren't you already strong enough? All of you, they say so. Kaiser told us that at our age we're probably some of the strongest on the continent. That was undeniably true. But in a world where the average lifespan of high rankers was 140 years, being young was a fatal weakness. Everyone has their own methods. Your main focus is sniping, right? Yes. And my secondary focus is magic. In terms of training for those two, my knowledge and yours will differ greatly. At this stage, it would be better for this genius to figure things out himself rather than have me spoon-feed him advice. Oh, I see. The sun was beginning to set. Well then, I should get going. Since their very presence posed a potential assassination threat, I started to stand up first. But Bamung rose as well and asked, Professor, are you free tomorrow? What for, if it wouldn't be a bother? Would you consider having an assassination duel with me? His expression was rigid, tense, even. An assassination duel, a training version of an assassination battle. I really want to spar with you, Professor. For what reason? Well, Kaiser said that if I sparred with you, I would definitely gain some major insight. What nonsense. He must have exaggerated, mistaking me for something far greater than I actually was. If these geniuses went all out, it wasn't impossible for me to end up dead. I don't engage in one-sided or pointless fights. Bamung's eyelid twitched. His pride as a genius had likely been wounded. I wouldn't be that much of a disappointment. I heard you were disappointed with some half-assed assassinations before. I promise I won't disappoint you. The script showed nothing but earnest desperation. It seemed he genuinely wanted to challenge himself for the sake of growth, but that wasn't reason enough for me to take on the risk. I apologize for being so presumptuous. I'll see you next time, Professor. As I walked away, Elias trotted along beside me and struck up a conversation. We're just going to leave like this. You should go too. It's almost night. Oh, that's disappointing. What is, if you sparred with Bamung, I was going to ask you to do an assassination duel with me too. No, is that how you treat people who don't have dads? At that moment, it wasn't a matter of being a puppy or not. But I decided to understand. Yeah, we orphans gotta stick together. Elias followed me all the way to the professor's quarters and finally waved goodbye. See you again, Professor. It felt like I had just taken a dog for a walk. A bit strange, but still, what a sweet kid. Bone, Elise, holding 5 balloon bones, was heading toward the dormant dragon hall, under the shade of a tree. A few female cadets from the Black Abyss faction were smoking cigars, smirking as they watched Elise pass by. Look at her, all happy. That fucking bitch. The Neutral Professors Forum scheduled for today has been cancelled due to the urgent condolence visit by Chief Professor Battalion. The next day, the Chief Professor was absent again. Even though it was a different professor this time, the result was the same. Event cancelled, Neutral Professors Forum. Another cancelled event, 5-star fragments gone just like that. It was frustrating, the sheer apathy of the neutral professors, and yet no one among them expressed any significant discontent. Yawn, shall we go then? Everyone just yawned and turned away. Meanwhile, the Doberman blood running through Bamung's veins began to manifest in his relentless persistence. Professor. After I rejected the assassination duel in the park, Bamung repeatedly appeared before me, requesting the duel. May I request an assassination duel? No, yes, apologies for bothering you, but despite being refused, the requests kept coming. Professor, in the hallway, professor, in the lab, professor, on the street. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore and scowled. Hey, Bamung, get lost, will you? Yes, see you tomorrow. No, just leave, and don't come back. Understood, apologies. I thought that was the end of it. But the next day on my desk in the lab, there was a handwritten letter. Bamung's handwriting was crooked, and the letter read, to the esteemed professor. I humbly request a duel as an assassin, to learn from your expertise and so on. This kid's really trying everything, huh? Regrettably, I rejected it. Event scheduled, Neutral Professors Forum. Reward star fragments 5. In the midst of all this, the forum was scheduled once again. Event cancelled, Neutral Professors Forum. And once again, it was cancelled. Apologies, professors. The Neutral Professors Forum for today has been cancelled due to the absence of the chief professor. That was the 3rd time. At this point, it was getting ridiculous. The neutral professor's utter lack of responsibility was starting to get on my nerves. Oh man, this is a bit much. 3 cancellations in a row. Well, what can you do? As we all moved out of the seminar hall in a cluster, a loud commotion erupted at the front of the building. Hey, you fucking bitch. You think you're so great? What the hell? What kind of brawl is this in broad daylight? In front of me, a group of neutral professors had gathered, blocking the view. 25 meters ahead in the open space at the bottom of the steps, 2 female cadets were fighting. They were even using their abilities. Come on and do something. One of them was a student I recognized. A Moonshido Institute elite cadet named Marina, a Black Abyss faction member who usually hung around with Kendrake and her gang. The other one was, I frowned. Let's just stop this. Please, it was Elise. Her leg was bleeding profusely from a trap wound. Do something. Stop flapping your mouth and do something. Come on. It was obvious at a glance 3 against 1. But what really pissed me off was that the neutral professors just stood there, watching without lifting a finger. Why weren't they stepping in? This wasn't some assassination match, it was a blatant violation of the Academy's rules. Then I overheard the professor's conversation at the front. Shouldn't we step in? It looks serious. Leave it alone. Wearing, you're new here, so you don't get it. Marina's Black Abyss and Elise's White Abyss. Why would we step in? We're neutral, remember. But still, what if one of them dies? They wouldn't Novelight actually kill each other, would they? Let's just observe for now. Looks like a lover's quarrel. That pathetic, indifferent attitude again. This is getting on my nerves. 3 cancelled forums, the idiotic conversation between the neutral professors. Everything was starting to piss me off, but what pushed me over the edge was the way Elise kept glancing over at the professors, like she was looking for help, and yet they just stood there watching. While they kept stalling, the girls started fighting again. I took a step forward, shoving through the cluster of professors. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Stop pushing. One of the professors tried to push me back, but a sudden surge of inexplicable anger welled up inside me. Move, what are you here to spectate? What did you say? Are you here to watch, you fucking worm? The neutral professor turned around, bewildered. I met his eyes and I didn't bother to censor myself. The kid's bleeding. The professor was frozen in place. I shoved past him and strode down the steps, straight into the middle of the brawl. This conflict began 6 months ago, during the entrance exams for Dormant Dragon Institute in the 1st semester. Or perhaps it started even earlier, back when the White Abyss and Black Abyss factions were split, each pointing their blades at each other. That bitch, Marina ground her teeth. 6 months ago, Marina from Moonshido Institute barely missed the cut for Dormant Dragon Institute, coming in 8th place, just 1 spot below the cutoff, all because of Elise. Even though her crush, Kendrake, was accepted, she wasn't. Since then, she had harbored nothing but hatred for Elise. She had kept it bottled up, swallowing her resentment over and over, until she heard some surprising news that pushed her over the edge. So you only got half marks on the Dormant Dragon entrance exam written test. Elise blinked and answered, yeah. Oh, you're not even denying it. That's the problem with you White Abyss bastards. You people crawl your way in with your family's connections and don't even have the decency to feel ashamed about it. Elise, looking confused, shook her head and waved her hands. No, I didn't get in because of my family. What? I did well in the practical exam. Ha, as if you're that good at the practical, you crazy bitch. What, are you the only one carrying a knife? Hey, answer me. Are you the only one with a knife? What, were you holding a knife while I was holding a spoon to assassinate people? Marina's friends chimed in from the sides. That's fucking ridiculous. What's she sassing us back for? Elise opened her mouth, then closed it, biting her lip. I don't understand why you hate me so much. Don't understand. Are you stupid? I don't hate you. We've known each other for a long time. Marina snorted, walking up to Elise and pressing a finger against her forehead, still acting all sweet and innocent. Must be nice living in a field of flowers inside that empty head of yours. Elise staggered back a step. Honestly, I'm jealous. White abyss families can still push their kids into dormant dragon even when they're falling apart. Right, my dad couldn't get me in even after throwing a shitload of money at them. Maybe he just didn't have enough money. Yeah, you don't need money, but I do. Even when my dad spent everything, it wasn't enough, because I'm just some black abyss assassin nobody's daughter, right? Marina's breathing grew harsher. She shoved Elise hard in the forehead. Thud. Elise stumbled, her body swaying. Stop it, you stop it. Stop pretending to be sweet. Stop acting all innocent, acting like you're some perfect angel. They say you act sweet every time you get pissed off, What, you want to kill me right now? I don't kill unless it's a mission. Marina burst out laughing, then her face abruptly twisted into a snarl. How long are you gonna keep up the act, Hey. Marina lunged forward and pressed her forehead against Elise's face. Can we just stop, please? Keep going. Keep up that fake smile. As Marina kept pressing her forehead against Elise stumbled backward. That's when the trap activated. Bang! From beneath her skirt, a steel trap clamped onto her calf and shin. Blood spurted out, staining the ground. Elise wavered, falling onto her backside. Ha, pathetic. Marina and her gang burst out laughing. Elise pried open the trap with shaking hands and ripped it off her leg. A few more words were exchanged after that. Occasionally, Elise glanced over at the professors gathered nearby, but they were all neutral professors, and as usual, they stood there watching, doing nothing, just like always. Can't you just let me go? If you keep doing this, I might start to hate you. What are you gonna do about it? Gonna assassinate me? Do it. Stop talking and just do it. What? Too many eyes watching. Want me to set up a stage for you? Crackle. Electric sparks leaped across Marina's body, a sign that she was activating her ability. Simultaneously, stone pillars shot up from the ground around her. This was Marina's main ability, a totem class power, Armory of Destruction. Totem class, it was a type of ability that dominated a specific area, granting overwhelming power within that zone. A level 6 top-tier totem manifested. The air ripped open, revealing a dozen gun barrels. All the barrels were aimed directly at Elise. The barrels erupted with gunfire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. In an instant, a storm of bullets rained down toward Elise. Elise staggered but swiftly widened the distance, evading the bullets. See. How is your practical any better than mine? Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Elise activated her movement skill, dodging every bullet and widening the gap between them. But amidst the barrage, a stone shard the size of a human head shot out and smashed into her injured leg. Thwack. Of all places, it struck the same leg that had been caught in the trap earlier. Blood splattered, and Elise's upper body hunched forward in pain. Even so, Elise just staggered with a despondent expression, making no move to counterattack. That is, until. Your stealth is a joke too, isn't it? What, your stealth? It's a joke, isn't it? Maybe that's why your father got himself killed like a loser. Marina finally hit a nerve. Snap. Something inside Elise broke. Elise's world went silent. Her pink eyes, which had been unfocused and staring at the ground, slowly lifted. She met Marina's blue eyes directly. Hey, look at her. The fake bitch finally dropped the act. Realizing that the real fight was about to begin, Marina expanded her ability. Rumble. 2 more totems manifested. From the air, 3 pairs of cannon barrels, a staff charged with magic, and several swords and spears emerged. One of the totems unleashed a surge of mana, enveloping the surrounding area in a dark, spherical illusion. Dark barrier. If no one could see who killed whom, the crime would be lessened. At the same time, Marina's gang members activated their own abilities, causing enormous bursts of mana to erupt around them. Crackle, they too were using totem class abilities. Now a total of 5 totems stood in place. Staggering, her upper body swaying, Elise erased all expression from her face and reached for her waist. SHR ring. Something materialized as if being drawn from thin air, scraping against reality itself. It was invisible, a weapon forged from pure murderous intent, a legendary I-grade weapon, formless sword. The reason she had been avoiding the fight was simple. She didn't know how to fight without killing. If she committed murder outside a sanctioned assassination, she could face immediate expulsion. But now such thoughts had evaporated, leaving only a blank white void. Elise closed her eyes. time froze around her. This was a secret ability inherited from her family, thorned path through the woods. Marina and her gang saw this as their chance. They drew in their mana, preparing to launch an all-out assault. Crackle, kill her! A scream filled with malice echoed through the air. Now they were truly aiming to kill each other. In that instant, as violence was about to erupt, something unexpected happened. Something began interfering with the entire totem field. The weapons, once under Marina and her gang's control, began to twist. The sword tips, the staff's end, the barrels of the guns, all of them. What the weapons, which had been aimed at allies, slowly started turning, aiming back at their own wielders. What the hell? Even the thick cannon barrels began to creak and twist. Marina and the cadets' faces contorted in horror. Wah, what the fuck is this? They couldn't understand. This was their totem field. A totem was a domain-type ability designed to assassinate every presence within a specified area. Within this space, the difference in mana between inside and outside was over threefold. In other words, within this space, they were practically gods. And yet, why is my ability? A surreal sensation like having a gun suddenly pressed against your own mouth. A sense of losing complete control over one's own body. In that fleeting moment, Elise opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Marina's back, shlunk. The tip of a sword pierced through Marina's waist, bursting through her stomach. Splat, blood erupted forth. The other cadets hadn't even registered what had happened yet. It was so fast that even in the instant Marina's abdomen was punctured, nothing had been seen. A half-second later, Marina felt the foreign object in her gut. She looked down at the sword protruding from her belly and paled. But Elise didn't stop. The next target, the arm of another girl. Thwack. A dull sound echoed as the cadet's arm was severed at the shoulder, completely detached. And Elise didn't stop. The next target, another cadet's thigh. Thwack. A monotonous sound as the thick femur was cut clean through, the body collapsing in a diagonal heap. And Elise didn't stop. The next target, Marina's head. Those blue eyes, they were suddenly right in front of her. All of this happened in less than 2 seconds. Elise only stopped because the last attack was aimed at someone's head, and because the human she had recently grown fond of had stepped in front of her. Looking down at her, his pink eyes met hers. Her heart pounded like a puppy caught making a big mistake. Professor, she and L letter 1D55AGHT froze in place. Time, which had been suspended, resumed. A piercing, high-pitched scream echoed. Marina clutched her stomach and collapsed to her knees. Elise remained motionless, but her hands trembled violently, unable to contain the excitement that was still surging within her. Please move, just a little. Dante narrowed his eyes. Stop. But Elise shook her head. I can't. I can't stop myself. You have to move, Professor. Her hands shook. Her pupils trembled even more violently. Her breathing was ragged. Her legs twitched as if ready to pounce at any moment. Drip. Blood started to trickle from Elise's nose. She wasn't calm. This situation was like trying to restrain a raging beast with a single thread. Elise knew it. When she reached this state, she couldn't stop. Only her father had ever been able to stop her when she was like this. Since then, no one had ever managed to bring her to a halt. Professor, please, move. She begged him to step aside, before that one remaining thread of sanity snapped. Before she lost herself completely and attacked even the one person she liked. But what came instead was a single, chilling command, so cold and severe that it penetrated her very soul. Sit. For an instant, Elise's entire being froze, like a runaway train crashing into a mountain wall. The trembling in her eyes ceased. The strength in her fingers dissipated. The invisible blade dropped to the ground with a heavy clang. Clang. Slowly, her body, drenched in another person's blood, sank to the ground. Elise knelt like a good dog, obedient before her master. Meanwhile, Marina wiped the blood that was dribbling from her lips. Too many things had happened too quickly, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Her gaze locked onto the man standing in front of her. That man she had seen him before. The new professor that even Kendrick, the man she had a crush on and considered stronger than most, had repeatedly expressed inferiority toward. Their eyes met. Hiccup. Beside her, one of the cadets hiccuped. Marina clenched her jaw, using mana to staunch her bleeding. Fuck, what the hell, what the actual fuck? This couldn't be how it ended. Elise was from Dormant Dragon and the White Abyss. Picking a fight with her meant Marina was in deep trouble too, so she tried to endure a bit longer. The professor who had just calmed Elise down walked toward her and gave her a command. Deactivate your totem. A chilling voice that sent shivers down her spine. Even though Dark Barrier was her own territory, his words bore down on her like an unmovable weight. Why I didn't do anything wrong. She started it, that bitch started it, with her noble status as a White Abyss Dormant Dragon. That fucking bitch was the one who looked down on me first. Marina desperately tried to defend herself. The professor looked down at her, speaking slowly. Deactivate it, those pink eyes. She couldn't bear to look into them. Marina lowered her head. Finally, the dark barrier surrounding them dissolved, like soap bubbles slowly popping. The totem as she had summoned crumbled away, disintegrating into dust. Dante then turned to the neutral professors gathered nearby and barked, "You there. Handle this situation." The neutral professors stood frozen in place. only a few new, slightly more motivated professors moved to action. They called for the medical unit and the disciplinary committee. They reported the incident to both the Black Abyss and White Abyss factions. They began to isolate the cadets. Fortunately, there were no deaths. The injured were also in a condition where they could recover. And just like that, the emotional conflict that had erupted in broad daylight came to an end. The rumor that Elias and Marina's gang had a bloody fight spread like wildfire among the cadets. Oh, really? The cadets were always interested in the power dynamics between Moonshadow Institute and Dormant Dragon Institute. They were especially curious about the skill level of the so-called geniuses in Dormant Dragon Institute. Who won? I heard Eli's leg got busted and she was bleeding from her nose. So a 3-on-1 was too much for her after all. No, you've got it wrong. Marina's group got their arms and legs torn apart. My friend saw them in the medical bay, they were stitching them up. Holy shit, they lost even with a 3-on-1 in totems. Damn, guess geniuses really are built different. And then at some point the next question came up. But how did Marina survive? There was only talk of the fight, nothing about what happened afterward, which naturally sparked more curiosity. One cadet spoke up. I heard the new professor stop them. Who? His name was Dan something Dan. Oh, Professor Dante. Who's that again? The professor who skipped his very first class on his very first day. Oh, that crazy guy. Slap. Marina's head snapped to the side. It was Black Abyss Senior Professor Viper who delivered the blow. Are you out of your fucking mind? Marina kept her head down and her mouth shut. She was getting chewed out by the Black Abyss professors one by one. The chances were slim, but there was a precedent. Marina, look at me. Not only did you pull some unnecessary bullshit, if you were going to do it, you should have killed her. But instead, you came back with your ass kicked. If she had actually killed Elias, it would have been a complete disaster. But that didn't mean losing was acceptable either. By now, White Path was probably laughing their asses off. After all, they were the ones who came out on top. If that new professor hadn't stepped in and contained the situation, you would have been dead, and we would have been spared this humiliation. The guy had prevented the absolute worst-case scenario. Not that he was going to thank him openly in this atmosphere, but still. An unexpected natural disaster, stopped by an unexpected person. Curtin, get your ass over here already. Around that time, the Moonshadow Institute's supervising professor, who had been on a rare vacation, hurriedly returned. Viper erupted in fury. Hey, Professor Curtin, what the fuck kind of management are you running here, huh? I'm sorry, Professor Viper. After the scolding, Viper stormed out. Now it was Curtin's turn. He approached Marina. Marina, you really went and did it this time. Didn't I tell you at the start of the semester to get a grip on that inferiority complex? Did you wait until I left to pull this stunt? No, sir, yeah, right, shit. You know I was across the damn continent with my boyfriend until 3 hours ago, right? Professor Curtin loosened his belt. Then, with a swift motion, he pulled it out and gripped it like a whip. I don't hate you, Marina, but you need a good beating. Otherwise, you'll just keep going off the rails like this. What followed was a chilling symphony of slaps and muffled groans, a common scene in the Black Abyss. Meanwhile, the cadets began to wonder, just how strong was this new Professor Dante, really? I heard Dark Barrier blocked everyone's view, so nobody saw how he stopped the fight, but no one knew how he had actually intervened. Even the professors who supposedly witnessed it had no clue. Then one cadet chuckled. But honestly, Professor Dante can't be that strong, right? Huh, why? You guys know my dad's with the Order of System, right? Your dad, Professor Villeman, the Order of System. A White Path faction that worshipped system integrity and was known for having the best intel network. Yeah, I snooped through my dad's stuff while he wasn't looking, and that professor doesn't have any assassination records. No activity logs either. Maybe he was part of some secret White Path assassination squad. Nah, if he was, there'd be some sort of fabricated record, right? Oh, right. But that professor, he's got nothing. No assassination records, no academic degrees, nothing. No faction affiliations either. The cadet rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A professor with no past, huh? Was he really that much of a blank slate? But could someone like that really be strong? Naturally, word of all this reached Dormant Dragon Institute as well. When they went to visit Elias, they found her surprisingly intact. The incident hadn't caused any real friction between the Black Abyss and White Path, since the Dormant Dragon Institute members didn't care much for either faction. However, the rumor about whether or not Professor Dante was truly strong was an interesting one. After all, everyone remembered how brazenly arrogant he had acted back when he first introduced himself at Dormant Dragon Institute. And so, right now, is Professor Dante still refusing to spar? Dormant Dragon Institute, first floor, men's sauna. Bamung nodded in response to Quan's question. Yeah, the towel wrapped around his head bobbed slightly. Hey, maybe he's scared. Yeah, isn't it obvious? Rumor has it he's actually weak. You're wrong, Quan. The professor is definitely strong. There's no question about it. I don't know. If it were me, I'd do this. Crack. Part of the wooden sauna wall warped and transformed, forming a pointed weapon that hovered inches from Bamung's throat. It was high-level alchemy. If it were me, I'd just deal with the guy who keeps pestering me to spar like this, nice and easy. Quan chuckled, his smile as obnoxious as ever. But Bamung just stared at him, expression grim. Quan Chacha, this guy. He hates stuff like this, doesn't he? Get rid of it. A voice filled with annoyance. Why, yes, sir. Sorry. Professor Dante is strong. There's no need to say the obvious twice. At that moment, someone nearby snickered. You got any proof that Professor Dante's strong? It was Kendrake. Bamung frowned. I don't have proof, but I'm certain of it. How can you be certain without proof, you a dumbass? It's just a feeling. Assassins are supposed to keep 3/10 of their power hidden. That's why there are things that aren't revealed. Bamung remembered Dante's scent, a particular scent that only emanated from those who had reached an overwhelming level of power. I didn't smell it on the first day, but I definitely did last time. Bamung had grown up among the strongest assassins in the cartel since he could walk. He'd been through dozens of assassin factions and met countless powerful individuals. And the only person who had that same scent as Dante was his own mother, the Black Abyss Star, the Grand Matriarch Nibelung, one of the strongest on the entire continent. Bamung didn't think Dante was on the same level as his mother. The stars were national strategic weapons, after all. But even so, Dante was undoubtedly far above the average professor. The truth was that Dante had invested every single star fragment he collected into illusions. But that was something Bamung couldn't possibly know. What kind of bullshit feeling is that? Kendrake sneered. I asked him to spar with me a couple of times before, but the professor just kept running away. Is that true? Dude, why the fuck would I lie about something like that? Professor Dante is all hype. But all hype, I'm telling you, it's all just smoke and mirrors. Everyone's getting fooled, but he's actually weak as hell. Bamung's expression twisted. He didn't particularly like Professor Dante, but hearing someone he had a favorable impression of being trashed so blatantly started to piss him off. Shut the fuck up, Kendrake. Kendrake's face contorted as well. What the fuck did you just say to me? Maybe he didn't spar with you because you're such a revolting piece of shit. Oh, and you. Did he avoid you too because you're a revolting piece of shit? I don't know about that, but he's a busy man. Ha, look at this little scared bitch, pissing himself already. In Bamung's mind, it was Kendrake who was the one actually scared. Maybe that's why he kept running his mouth about how weak Professor Dante was every chance he got. You idiots might be dumb enough to get fooled, but I'm different. Professor Dante's nothing but a blowhard with a big mouth. But still, he managed to see through Eli's stealth. Isn't that pretty impressive? Then maybe she's just a fraud too. Maybe that so-called silent star actually died because her stealth got seen through too. This was getting on his nerves. Bamung stood up, then he threw out a single line. Kendrake, watch your mouth from now on. What? Choose your words carefully, unless you want a hole in your skull. A sneer spread across Kendrake's massive face. A fight was about to break out. Quan trembled, startled, visibly flinching. Ha, you little fuck, where do you get off? Both were from the Black Abyss, but they'd always been at each other's throats. Their cartel backgrounds were similar in size and influence. Out before I decide to kill you. I was leaving anyway, you chicken shit asshole. That fucking bastard. Bamung muttered under his breath. As he stepped out of the sauna, he couldn't shake off the thought. Professor Dante was definitely strong, but how strong, I need to confirm it myself. Bamung decided to seek out Marina and ask her how Professor Dante had actually stopped the fight, before Rebecca grabbed him by the shoulder. Bamung, yes, your highness. We've got a mission. Let's go. I'll get ready. He grabbed his sniper rifle. Guess he'd have to ask after the mission was over. Good afternoon, Professor. A member of the Academy's police unit, the disciplinary division, came to see me. He bowed his head multiple times, expressing his gratitude. For martial artists, the most critical outcome of a fight is whether someone dies or not. My guess was that White Path and Black Abyss had reached a silent agreement to avoid antagonizing each other over this incident. But Professor, is it true? What is? Bianca, one of Marina's friends, said that Professor Dante was incredibly strong. The disciplinary division members' eyes sparkled. The students were already buzzing with talk about it in their script feeds. Everyone's curious about what happened inside that dark barrier. But the ones involved aren't saying a word about you, Professor. It's just fueling more curiosity. Why are those girls avoiding any mention of me? I thought it over and then it hit me. It's about their market value. Those 3 delinquent girls all specialized in the totem system, one of the 12 ability classes. But I had twisted and neutralized their powers using illusions, inside the realm of totems. Their totem abilities had been rendered utterly useless by a mere novice professor. If word of this got out, their market value as assassins would take a huge hit. It'd be humiliating for them. Assassin battles are often kept confidential. I hope you understand. Ah, yes, of course. My apologies. I sent the disappointed disciplinary division member away. Now it was time to visit Elise. According to the doctor, Elise had sustained internal damage in various organs due to her poor control over her mana. However, her injuries weren't severe. I headed to the infirmary. As soon as I entered the private room, Elise waved at me with a bright smile. Professor, as if she wasn't the same girl who had just been tearing people's limbs off like a maniac. Are you feeling okay? It hurts. She then lifted her leg, which was wrapped in white bandages. Her expression remained as cheerful as ever, just in case I checked her script feed. As usual, there were hardly any thoughts in her mind. Here, I bought this for you on the way here. Wow, what is it? The get-well-soon gift was a strawberry shortcake. For some reason, her pink hair made me think of it. It's fine, but I don't really like strawberry cake that much. What? Hee hee. Sorry, but I like blueberries better. A minute later, Elise was shoving the cake into her mouth. Chomp, chomp. She was eating so vigorously that I couldn't even tell if she was chewing. Every time she bit into a strawberry, her expression would briefly show a look of pure bliss. Watching her eat reminded me of how she wolfed down food back in the student cafeteria. She always had this endearing way of eating that made it look like she was really savoring every bite. I, on the other hand, often got asked if I'd already eaten because I ate so mechanically. You said you didn't like it. Did I? Yes, you did. Why did I say that? It's delicious. Want some, Professor? I looked at the cake, which was now a completely demolished mess, and shook my head. Anyway, it's a relief that you weren't seriously injured. Mao. You can swallow before you speak. Anyway, focus on recovering. If you need anything, just let me know. I started to get up. Gulp. A sound echoed in the room as she swallowed. Then, Elise quickly opened her mouth. I turned to look at her. Her cheerful expression had faded. I told you it's nothing. No, it's just, earlier, I got scolded a lot. The disciplinary division said I was almost expelled. Well, yeah, if you're an assassin, you should have killed them where no one could see. What? Elise blinked in confusion. Killing is bad, Professor. She wasn't wrong, but coming from her of all people. I was about to get annoyed when she spoke up again. But, After a moment's hesitation, Elise asked cautiously, why? Did you help me? Why indeed? A soft echo reverberated through the hospital room. What kind of question is that? Does there need to be a reason to help someone? But other White Path professors asked me the same thing. They asked why Professor Dante helped me, but I didn't know what to say. I paused for a moment, thinking it over. Elise's intentions aside, her question was loaded with implications. I wasn't part of the White Path. Other neutral professors had stayed out of it. There were potential risks involved, yet I still intervened. Why? Obviously, to increase our affinity score. That's still what I was thinking as I stood here, even after buying the most expensive cake just to get a few star fragments out of her. I don't know, but I couldn't exactly say the vile truth out loud, could I? It'd be better to wrap it up in a nice, plausible package, because you're a student in my class, because it's a professor's duty, something like that. Even though I had those convenient excuses ready to go, for some reason, the words rolled around on my tongue, unspoken. Because I was curious too. Why did I step in? Yeah, why did I do that? Things had gone my way, so there was no real crisis. But looking back, it was definitely a dangerous situation. I'd known that at the time too, and yet I intervened. Was it just because I was annoyed? No. Then a thought struck me. Maybe the relationship system added in this DLC was slightly different from the usual affinity system we knew. After all, a relationship isn't something you build alone. After tracing my thoughts through that line of reasoning, I finally reached a single conclusion. Well, you have to help people, don't you? Elise tilted her head, puzzled, but inside, my convictions started to solidify. Casual conversations, making balloon animals for her, watching her happy expression. And the moment when Elise's relationship score towards me increased by 5 points, maybe, just maybe, my own relationship score toward her also increased by 5 points. You have to help each other out. You know, those of us without dads. I said it with a faint, almost absurd smile. Elise's mouth clamped shut as if she couldn't fully comprehend it, then very slowly. Her eyes widened, like she was recalling a conversation from a few days ago. Her gaze drifted somewhere distant. Oh, that's right. A dazed, cotton candy-like voice drifted out. The corner of her mouth, still smeared with whipped cream, slowly curled upward like a crescent moon. That's right, we don't have dads. It was slightly different from her usual smile. There was some inexplicable sense of satisfaction within it. Then Elise spoke up brightly. Oh, then what? Why don't we make a club, for people without dads? We could invite Bomung and Gray too. And Kendrake, he has a dad, but it's like he doesn't. This kid is seriously a little off her rocker sometimes, but still, it wasn't so bad. Relationship increased. Elise 2015. Reward star fragment 15. This too. My relationship score with Elise increased by a whopping 15 points. It was the highest single gain I'd ever achieved, and I was more than satisfied. But even with the atmosphere being this good, I couldn't afford to let my guard down. Dormant Dragon Institute first year, Elise, Dormant Dragon Institute first year, Elise, professor smells nice. I realized it instinctively. The relationship score was still too low. It was far from enough to ensure my safety in this professor assassination scenario. I'd need it to be at least 100 to be somewhat safe. For now, it seemed unlikely that I'd be killed by the cadets, but I couldn't afford to relax. This world wasn't constructed to be that forgiving. Dormant Dragon Institute First Year Allies, what does blood smell like? Dormant Dragon Institute First Year Allies, curious. Dormant Dragon Institute First Year Allies, I want to assassinate someone. See, she's not exactly sane, is she? Judging by her expression, her inner tail seemed to be slowly coming to a halt. Her gaze sank lower and lower. Dormant Dragon Institute First Year Allies, assassinate. Her eyes darted around, her ears twitching as she scanned the space outside the infirmary. Gradually, her eyelids began to droop. Dormant Dragon Institute First Year Allies, there are no witnesses here. I had to cut this off quickly. Allies Zykos, yes, don't even dream about it. Dormant Dragon Institute First Year Allies. Her expression froze, eyes wide in shock. Allies fumbled with her words. WHWH, what do you mean? You know exactly what I mean, me. I don't know anything. I brought the folder I was holding down onto her head. Thunk, ack. Anyway, that was the end of my visit with Allies. Get some rest, see you later, Professor. She waved her hand, smiling brightly. After Dante disappeared from sight, Allies flopped down onto the middle of her bed. Her pink hair fanned out like a blooming flower. She stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Come to think of it, something strange had happened. It wasn't her first time losing control of her aggression. Ever since she lost her father, there had been several instances like that. As a result, she had struggled through some pretty tough times. But this time was different. Allies distinctly remembered feeling herself lose control just like in the past. That was proven by the nosebleed she had. When she activated Thorn Path through the woods, Allies would usually go on a blind rampage, attacking her target. If someone interfered, she would eliminate the interference first. If things had gone wrong, she might have tried to kill Professor Dante too. Of course, Professor Dante was strong, so he probably wouldn't have died, but still, in any case, the room would have been drenched in blood. Allies herself would have bled not only from her nose but also from her eyes and eventually from her mouth before finally passing out. That's how it always ended. But this time, Professor Dante had stopped it. It was the first time anyone had managed to stop her, other than her father. How? Allies thought about it for a while, but as time passed, she forgot what she was even trying to figure out. Her gaze wandered to the ceiling, where a pattern resembling a dumbbell caught her eye. Bones, it was always like this. Last year's street performer didn't die, came back again. Event triggered, neutral Professor Forum. Reward star fragment 5. For the fourth damn time, this time I'd come with the intention of quitting if it got cancelled again. When I arrived at the seminar hall, surprisingly, there was no cancellation notice. Instead, a few neutral professors glared at me with razor-sharp gazes. Some of them were the ones I'd shoved aside before. A profession born from the back alleys, the assassin. Among the three primary professions, warrior, mage, assassin, assassins were generally regarded as the most disgraceful. Still, a professor was a professor. Everyone here was doing their best to maintain some semblance of decorum, but I knew just how paper-thin that veneer of class was for these so-called assassin professors. Neutral Professor Gyula, cocky bastard, acts like he's something special just because of his looks. Neutral Professor Bedrock, Professor Dante, he must still be out of it as a newbie. We had punks like him in my day too. Pathetic, small-minded bastards. Professors, please rise. Chief Professor Battalion is entering the room. Finally, after 4 attempts, the Chief Professor made an appearance at the forum. Chief Professor of Sniping Battalion. Rank Grandmaster, overall ranking 415. A monster professor who wasn't just a big deal at the academy but was a key figure in the entire Hayaka kingdom. Not that it matters to me. He was certainly an impressive figure, but I couldn't care less. Not like he had anything to do with me. First, I must apologize for the cancellation of the last 3 forums. As the Chief Professor, I take full responsibility for the inconvenience. However, before the official forum even began, the words that came out of his mouth were, well, far more ominous than I had expected. It wasn't just a simple forum L Cyrillic letter 456 G Cyrillic letter 4BB Tech continue reading cancellation. Over the past 3 days, elite members of the assassin units under myself and the other neutral chief professors were assassinated. The neutral professors began to murmur. What? Battalion continued. The 3 individuals who were targeted were all key figures within the assassin units. All 3 were killed. Among them was my own personal disciple. Battalion's voice remained composed, but his words carried a heavy weight. Therefore, I urge all of you to exercise extreme caution. It appears that the attackers are specifically targeting neutral factions. Holy shit, what the hell is going on? So the 3 cancellations were because of the funerals. It seemed that the other neutral professors were hearing about this for the first time. Who the hell could it be? As they whispered among themselves, I read Battalion's thoughts, and this was far worse than I had imagined. Chief Professor Battalion, do you know who the assassin is? Haven't you identified the culprit yet? Several neutral professors bombarded him with questions. Battalion let out a deep sigh. We are still in the process of identifying the culprit. That was a lie. Battalion knew who it was. And now, so did I. Who the hell could it be? I knew exactly who the culprit was. Princess Rebecca was a cadet at Dormant Dragon Institute, but her level wasn't particularly high. She was arguably the weakest among the Dormant Dragon cadets, despite training herself to exhaustion every single day when no one was watching. However, there was one area where she had an overwhelming talent. Rebecca could see mana. Why? Ever since she was a child, Rebecca had been able to perceive the gaps in a barrier. Barrier was a perfect hemispherical defensive spell that blocked attacks from all directions. Mana within it continuously circulated to replenish any dissipating energy. You could compare it to a roundabout cars followed a structured flow, but at certain points, they hesitated, trying to read each other's movements. Rebecca could see the collisions between mana particles that inevitably occurred within those circulation gaps. A very brief moment, a very tiny space. And at the very center of that space, Fire Bombung pulled the trigger. Clack. That was Siegfried, a legendary I-grade pitch-black sniper rifle. The bullet cloaked in darkness shot across 3,000 meters. In that instant, it sliced through space, grazing a bird in mid-flight, piercing through a building window, exiting through the opposite window, cutting through a thicket of trees, and finally burrowing through the barrier surrounding the target in the midst of a crowded street. Thwack! The middle-aged man dropped to the ground instantly. The assassins stationed nearby were horrified. It's a hit. Confirmed. Let's move, princess. It was a moment of perfectly executed silence. As they packed up their equipment, Bombung spoke. But your highness, isn't this a bit distasteful? What is? Ordering the shot from inside the target's house, and from the target's little girl's room, no less. Indeed, the sniping location was the home of the rebel target, more specifically, the bedroom of his 12-year-old daughter, and the daughter was currently away at school. Surrounded by stuffed animals and pink decor, Rebecca stood there, gazing blankly around the room. Then she approached a crayon drawing presumably made by the girl. On it were the words, "I love you, my princess," undoubtedly written by the man who had just been killed. Rebecca stared at the drawing, her face emotionless. Then in a dry, broom-sweeping voice, she muttered, "Why did he betray them?" "Pardon?" Bombung asked, puzzled. "Wasn't it for money? The Kingdom of Cruz reportedly offered the chief professors a fortune." Even so, what? If he loved her, he should have protected her." Bombung fell silent. Rebecca continued to stare blankly at the drawing of the little girl. After a while, she let out a sigh-like murmur, pitiful. A cold smile spread across her lips. As if the girl were actually there, Rebecca gently stroked the drawing's depiction of the girl's head. "Looks like your daddy loved money more than he loved you." That was the end of her sentiment. After erasing all traces of the sniper shot, Rebecca and Bombung quickly fled the area. So is that the end of it, for now? Over the past few days, they had assassinated several rebels, people who had been plotting to betray the nation, people who had intended to betray Hayaka Academy. Still, even though they were key members of the rebellion, do you think that was enough? What are you planning to assassinate the chief professors? We're not strong enough for that. You do what you can to avoid leaving loose ends. Ah yes, true enough. A vehicle approached in the distance. It was Rebecca's knight and the shadow guard, Sir Chengru and Dame Lame. "Your Highness, get in quickly." Safety was now secured. Those two could be trusted. But that was surprisingly dull. It had been an exceedingly easy assassination. Even though the targets were supposedly elite assassins ranked Emerald and Diamond, I thought this time would be different. For every assassination, there should be a lesson learned. But in 4 consecutive assassinations, there had been nothing. Killing weak targets just feels so empty. But if I go after a strong one, I might end up dead myself. Which was why what he needed was an assassination duel, a training match against a professor who could teach him something. Again, the question arose. How strong was Professor Dante really? Upon returning to Zone 0, Bombung headed straight for Moonshadow Institute. Bombung, what's he doing here? The moment he appeared in Moonshadow Institute, the cadets all stared at him in shock. After all, he was the elite of Dormant Dragon Institute, the son of the Nibelung family, the pinnacle of Hayaka's Black Abyss cartel. Yet he was also someone who had been cast down from that lofty status, someone who had lost everything. Bombung ignored all the stares and headed straight to Marina's room. Marina was lying in her private room, covered in bandages. When she saw Bombung, she scoffed. "Well, look who it is. You never even glanced at me all those years, and now here you are. It's been a while. Are you okay?" My gut got slashed open. "What do you think? So what is it? You here to gloat?" "No, I don't care about your conflict with Elias. I'm here because I want to ask you something." "What is it? How did Professor Dante stop your fight with Elias?" That was the question that had been eating at him, and it was the question that had been eating at many of the first-year cadets. "Why the hell do you want to know that, too? I'm curious." "I don't want to tell you. I'm asking you as a favor." Marina let out a long sigh. "Nope, not gonna tell you." In the end, she kept her mouth shut. But throughout the conversation, she was visibly anxious, uncomfortable, and desperately trying to change the subject. The stench of fear was palpable. At that moment, Bamung felt a sense of certainty. Professor Dante really must be insanely strong. His instincts had been correct, and so had Kaiser's words. Bamung's mind felt more at ease, but the question still remained unanswered. Just how strong was Professor Dante exactly? Couldn't take it anymore. He had to confirm it himself. Bamung grabbed Siegfried and made his way to the clock tower in Zone 0. He checked the professor's schedule and located Professor Dante as he exited the seminar hall, 3,500 meters away. Bamung zoomed in through his scope and locked onto Dante. To Bamung, the trigger was a button of trust. Press it, and the person in the crosshairs would die. The targets he had killed over the past few days flashed through his mind. If he pulled the trigger, would that man die too? For now, he decided to observe a little longer. Dante suddenly approached another professor and started asking him something. That man is the neutral chief professor Battalion, a formidable figure among the chief professors. Bamung had asked him for a sparring match several times, but each time Battalion had brushed him off, saying he was too busy. And recently Bamung had killed Battalion's personal disciple. Should I shoot both of them? The thought crossed his mind for a brief moment. Then he adjusted the zoom to get a better look at Dante and Battalion. What happened next left Bamung utterly shocked. As the scope zoomed in, Dante turned his head, and the moment Bamung had maxed out the zoom. Their eyes met. Bamung recoiled, pulling his face away from the scope. 3,500 meters, a distance where even a building would appear as tiny as a speck of dust. Yet at such an extreme distance, Dante had detected his killing intent. Even more shocking, half a beat later, Battalion also turned his gaze toward him. That great chief professor had noticed him after Dante had. Bamung quickly pressed himself against the wall to hide. And a feeling of absolute certainty welled up within him. Professor Dante is even stronger than a chief professor. If he had a tail, it would have been wagging by now. Bamung felt giddy with excitement, so much so that a laugh escaped him. Someone like that weak. Those idiots really don't know shit. That dumbass Kendrick. Relationship increased. Bamung 14.8. Reward star fragment 8. What the hell? My relationship score with Bamung had suddenly increased. For a brief moment, I sensed a killing intent directed toward me. I checked the mini-map to pinpoint its source, but it was too far away to see anything. I could only get a rough idea of the direction, and then it vanished. Battalion, standing next to me, tilted his head. I thought I sensed a sniper just now. Did you notice anything? Not really. Well, it is Zone 0 after all. Anyway, what was it you wanted to ask me? Returning to the main topic. Just moments ago, I had asked Battalion a specific question. It's about the attacks on the neutral chief professor's assassin units. Right. Could the assailants be from the Kingdom of Cruz? Why would you think that? The Kingdom of Cruz, Hayaka's rival nation. Well, I slipped in a bit of information that only a veteran player would know, subtly referencing the decline of Hayaka's assassin department. As I spoke, Battalion's eyes gradually narrowed. Neutral Chief Professor Battalion, impressive insight. And as I continued, his expression grew even more serious. What the hell? How does he know this much? Does he know something, or is his intuition just that sharp? I stopped just before he became too suspicious. Battalion then smiled with his monocle-covered eye. Sorry, Professor Dante. Your theory is plausible, but I really don't know anything. You don't know, exactly. But I don't think Cruz was behind it. Personally, I suspect it was an inside job, a vague statement, but the script was much clearer. Neutral Chief Professor Battalion. It was probably that filthy bug princess Rebecca's doing. Don't worry too much about it. Anyway, see you around. As Battalion walked away, I narrowed my eyes. Neutral Chief Professor Battalion. I need to shut people up. If even a new professor can get this close, then the dean might already know. Well, it's not like it matters. No matter how meticulous a person was, they couldn't lie to themselves. And those who couldn't lie to themselves, I'm already prepared to leave Hayaka. Just need to hold out for another month or two. This goddamn kingdom couldn't lie to me either. After watching Battalion leave, I headed back to my residence. My mind was spinning. The chief professors are betraying Hayaka. Rebecca has caught on to them and is now assassinating the traitors. This was a major turning point. The game Hayaka Academy, Department of Assassination, was composed of 7 to 13 main storylines leading to the final chapter. And just as I had predicted, the most difficult main storyline was about to unfold. The first button has been sewn on the wrong way. Hayaka Academy, once the 5th greatest institution on the continent, had been rapidly declining over the past few years. This was the incident that would finally nail the coffin shut. The mass betrayal and desertion of the chief professors. The title of the storyline, Main Story 1, Rebellion and Collapse. The reason this storyline was so difficult was that, unlike other storylines that built up to a climax, this one started with the end already set in stone. Battalion had already siphoned off funds, equipment, technology, and assassins to a foreign country. The traitors were just waiting for the day of the coup. If I tried to interfere, it would only speed up the collapse. Furthermore, starting from this first main storyline, a new enemy would emerge, targeting not just me but all of humanity. Appearance of demons. The difficulty is high, but it's not all bad, as long as I didn't die. If I managed to stay alive, I was confident I could revive the academy with the same genius kids who had been designed to kill me. I could turn the entire continent upside down. After all, I was a veteran player. But the demons, I need to keep a close eye on them. Knowing about this situation in advance was enough. The dean was aware, the chief professors were aware, and there was nothing that could be changed. For now, all I had to do was keep living as I had been, get stronger, collect star fragments, raise my relationship scores, just keep living as a professor. Event completed, neutral professor forum. Reward star fragment 5. Total star fragments 62. Since the day I encountered the Witch of the Graveyard, I had been coming to see Eve every night. This was to prepare for the main storyline as well. If I came during the day, I couldn't find her. It was as if she was hiding away in some cave, so I had no choice but to come at night, just like now. Hey, tonight marked the 10th consecutive night I had come to find her. By now, even a snail would have lowered its guard. I'm here. Wasn't this the moment to realize that there were people more cautious than snails in this world? Eve glanced at me briefly before turning her head away. Then she stared blankly up at the sky. Today as well, I had walked confidently toward the center of the cemetery, but at a distance of about 10 meters, she began to show signs of discomfort. So I've managed to close the gap from 20 meters to 10 meters. I wondered if, after another 10 days, I could get right next to her. But then again, what the hell was I even doing? So what am I supposed to do once I actually get close? I stopped thinking deeply about it, fearing it would only make me feel more empty. Somehow, things would work out, whether we became friends or something else. Anyway, I had shown my face for today, so it was time to leave. The most important preparation for the main storyline, scheduled to begin in about a month, was my own growth. It was training time. I was working on cardio, strength training, and reinforcing my bones and muscles using mana, and the results were showing. Stamina plus 0.2. Strength plus 0.1. Total combat power, 113,319, 113,325 6. My stats would occasionally increase like this, and on certain lucky days, when I experienced a sudden breakthrough during training, strength plus 3. Total combat power, 113,325, 113,380, 560. I'd see massive stat boosts like this. At first, I could barely do a single pull-up. Now I could crank out 10 with ease. Feeling myself grow stronger in real time was quite satisfying. Since today was my day off, I'd planned to stay home, train, and rest. At least that was the plan, until I got a message from Adele. Adele, Professor. Adele, could you come to the office, if possible? Dante, why? Adele, I think you may need to fill in a report. A report? What for? I sighed and made my way out. When I arrived at the office, I found Adele speaking with a disciplinary enforcer. Ah, you're here. Nice to meet you, Professor Dante. I'm Kang from the Academy's disciplinary enforcers. Nice to meet you too, I replied, shaking hands with the long-haired, handsome man. Apologies for bothering you on the weekend, but we received a report that you missed a class 2 weeks ago. A missed class. Right, that did happen, but that was ages ago. Why were they bringing it up now? It's nothing serious, so we won't take any disciplinary action. You'll just get a warning, haha. Who filed the report? Ah, apologies, but we can't disclose that information. You just need to submit the report and pay a small fine. Have a nice weekend. Kang left shortly after. Adele tiptoed closer and whispered, I think Joaquin Hillivan was the one who reported it. I see Joaquin, what a pain. I had told him to withdraw from my course, and I guess he took it personally and filed a complaint. Did he keep attending after that? I asked. Nope. He never showed up again and eventually dropped the class, Adele replied. He'd officially withdrawn. That was fine by me. I went ahead and filled in the report. At the bottom was a section for the fine. Fine, 100,000 hika, not surprising. This is the assassin department after all. Money and assassins were two sides of the same coin. All punishments and rewards involved money. Even a cadet had to pay fines when facing discipline. But I don't have 100,000 hika on hand. That was about 10 million won, or roughly 10,000. A fairly steep price to pay for missing a single class. With no other choice, I decided to sell the swift dagger I had confiscated from Gray. What a shame. I hadn't even gotten the chance to use it properly. Oh, by the way, Adele said, there's a present for you. A present? She handed me a small box with a blue frame and gold embroidery. It looked rather luxurious. Who sent it? Not sure. It came anonymously, but I checked it thoroughly. It's not a bomb or a trap. She's good at her job. I opened the box and found an elixir inside. And not just any elixir. Mono Elixir MP plus 37 rare. A rare grade elixir. Very nice. Elixirs were medicines made by refining only the best ingredients into a form the body could easily absorb. Rare grade elixirs could raise your maximum MP by 20 to 40 points. A plus 37 meant this one was of high quality. Considering that world forgery consumed a lot of MP, this was an incredible gain. This alone is probably worth tens of thousands of Hika. I wanted to drink it right away, but decided to save it for later. After submitting the report through Adele, I figured I might as well make another outing while I was here. Adele, get me an exit permit. Okay, going to Mount Stargaze again, she asked. That'll be in the evening. I'm planning to go to the department store in Zone 5, and so began my outing. We got in the car and left the isolated and restricted zone using our exit permit. After driving a bit, what lay before our eyes was the cityscape of Hayaka Academy City. Upon arriving at the large department store in the commercial district of Zone 5, I immediately began selling the items I had confiscated from the cadets. Jackknife, rifle, and dagger. That'll be 230,000 Hika in total, a clerk informed me. That's quite the lowball. Pardon, he was trying to rip me off, but I was a veteran of the game. I knew the market prices perfectly. I left and visited several other shops, eventually getting a fair price for my items. Jackknife common 4,660 H-stroke. Lever action rifle MT-15, magic 72,100 H-stroke. Swift dagger rare 315,000 H-stroke. I had earned a total of 391,760 Hika. After paying the 100,000 Hika fine to the school, I'd still have 291,760 Hika left. That's enough to buy a rare grade item. I needed to find something that would pair well with my world forgery ability. What would make a good fit? Let's say a demon shows up. Even if I could fool their eyes and ears, it would be pointless if I couldn't kill the demon. I lack the means for accurate long-range attacks and don't have the firepower to deal significant damage up close either. With those conditions in mind, there was an ideal solution. A rifle. I haven't been to a department store in ages. Would you mind if I wander around a bit? Adele asked. Do as you please. Adele scurried off like a squirrel, overjoyed by the opportunity. I too wandered through the shops, searching for the right weapon. A few firearms caught my eye. Silenced shotgun DD rare 215,000 H-stroke. Compression revolver T10 rare 329,000 H-stroke. Mana bullet rifle origin 5 magic 135,000 H-stroke. They were all good, really good, but they were just good, which is to say that none of them really stood out. I didn't want to buy something anyone could easily get their hands on. Still no luck. I've already been to 20 gun shops across 2 department store buildings. After the fine, I would have 291,760 Hika left, and if I sold my elixir, I could bump that number to roughly 350,000 Hika. Keeping my budget in mind, I headed to an antique shop this time. Welcome. It was a shop full of trash with flies buzzing about, but as the shopkeeper got a better look at me, a rude thought popped up in Thetics box. Antique dealer Boken, damn it. Thought I was finally getting a customer, but it's just that dude who keeps wandering around without buying anything. Look at those bloodthirsty eyes, he's got to be some kind of thug. Business is already dead, and now this bastard shows up. How fucking unlucky. Tusk he only on was inwardly spitting out words of anger and writhing in annoyance. I was about to leave since he was pissing me off when something caught my eye. Is that unappraised handgun unappraised, Stigma 9,999 H-stroke. I was extremely lucky, a Stigma weapon here of all places, but still something was slightly off about the item's status screen. Why is it showing Stigma if it's unappraised? The Stigma label meant that the item held a blessing of the stars. Moreover, the item would always be at least rare grade. In fact, its price would generally be over twice as expensive as other rare grade items. Yet this antique dealer was selling it for a mere 9,999 Hika. I'll take this gun. Oh, sure. Just so you know, it's unappraised, so we will not accept any refunds, the shopkeeper said with a wide smile. What a rotten and hateful old man. But at this point, he didn't bother me anymore. I had gotten a hell of a deal after all. Still, I chose to be petty and decided to mess with him just a little. World forgery, form forgery, large silverfish. World forgery, form forgery, large cockroach. Skidder. Plub plub. A giant cockroach and a large silverfish crawled and flopped around the store. Whoa the hell. Get lost, you pests, damn you. I assumed he lived in the shop, so I made sure to hide the bugs under the bed in the back before canceling the ability. Arg. After leaving the antique shop, I headed to an alchemy workshop to get the item appraised. Sir, I don't think this is a very good weapon. Chances are you won't get your money back. No matter, please appraise it. The appraisal cost was a steep 15,000 Hika more than the gun itself, but I didn't mind at all. The clerk soon cast the appraisal spell. A flash of light burst forth, cleansing the curses clinging to the gun as it slowly changed shape. Sir, this is. The clerk shared the incredible results with me. Liberator Heroic Stigma Radiant Star. Insane, it was a heroic grade rifle. Upon designating it as my primary weapon, my overall combat power skyrocketed. Overall combat power, 113,023, 131,308, 18,285. The weapon's design was simple. It was a lever-action rifle, requiring me to pull the lever down to chamber a round, but the tip of the barrel bore a white insignia. It was the mark of the star called the Radiant Star. I couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. The unappraised gun turned out to be heroic grade. That was a less than one chance. The alchemist clerk clapped clearly in awe. Whoa, this gun has a stigma. Is it good? I asked, feigning ignorance. Far better than good. It's amazing. This gun is simply incredible. Really? Is it really that good? I pressed, keeping up the act. Yes, you hit the jackpot today, sir. Congratulations. I already knew, but I asked twice just for fun. What were the item's stats like? Let's see. Low durability and no extra weapon skills. Honestly, it's a low-tier heroic grade weapon, but the damage is absurdly high. High damage was to be expected from something of this tier, but this felt more like a cannon than a gun. Something felt off. Upon closer inspection, I realized it only held 2 shots. I can charge it with mana, but I'd only get 2 shots. After firing twice, it takes time to recharge. A simple yet powerful mechanic, a high-risk, high-reward type of weapon. But what really caught my attention was the stigma. It was an exceptional one. Radiant Star, the celestial body governing light, had imbued this gun with its power. Deals extra damage to demons, ghosts, undead, souls, spirits, etc. It also counters dark magic. Basically, it had the holy attribute. This is worth at least 7,500,000 Hika. In real-world terms, that was at least 750 million won, or roughly 750,000. My luck today was insane. Just to be sure, I headed to the weapons testing range on the first floor of the department store and decided to fire at once. Aiming at a scarecrow propped up in front of a dirt mound, I pulled the trigger. Bang. An enormous impact rattled the hall, the recoil shaking my entire upper body. The result was stunning. Sharp rays of light burst from the muzzle like brilliant claws tearing through the air, scattering across the space. CHRRRRK. At close range, it formed a narrow spray, but by the time it hit the scarecrow, the blast had spread wide and obliterated everything in its path. It looked like a flaming net ripping forward, annihilating whatever it touched. And then there was the stigma's brilliance. Even though I wasn't directly in its path, the light was so intense that my eyes throbbed from the glare. It would surely blind my enemies like a flashbang. In fact, I may have to shut my own eyes if I ever use this in battle. Whoa, what was that? That rifle's insane. Is it a stigma weapon? Once the commotion settled, the nearby weapon enthusiasts buzzed with excitement. One guy even asked if he could try firing it, but I refused, much to his genuine dismay. We got to see something amazing today. Take care if you get another crazy weapon. Come back and show it off. Is this what it feels like to be a popular, charming man? I like it. Anyway, I now had 161,761 Hika left in spare funds. There was nothing else I urgently needed, so I decided to save it. I can also keep the elixir instead of selling it. In the end, I chose to drink it. The high-grade elixir melted on my tongue the moment it entered my mouth. It tasted awful, but the effects were immediate and significant. Max MP, 1,100, 1,137, 37. Overall combat power, 130, 1,023, 130, 1,308, 285. Watching my mana increase in real time felt incredibly satisfying, and once again, I couldn't help but wonder, just who had sent me this gift. That was when a message arrived on my crystal ball watch. Kaiser, I hope you like it. So it was you, this cheeky rascal. How did this boy always manage to be so considerate? No wonder he was the leader of the Black Dragon Division. He hadn't gotten that far by relying on luck alone. There was a reason no one had caught on to his act, despite being a cripple and a completely incompetent assassin in reality. Kaiser, I respect you. His incredible social skills and masterful networking were behind it all. Before leaving the department store, I intentionally altered my route just to pass by the antique shop one more time. I made eye contact with the grumpy shopkeeper who was still hunting for bugs. Lifting my glowing rifle, I let out a coy smirk. Remember this gun I bought earlier? Turns out it has a stigma, apparently. Huh, so what's a stigma? Is it worth a lot? The man just stared. His dumbfounded expression was simply priceless. I'm sorry, Professor. I'm a little late, aren't I? 3 hours later, Adele returned, her arms full of shopping bags. She looked like she had thoroughly enjoyed herself today. Let's go, I said. Okay, I'll drive us home now. And just like that, our first shopping trip came to a happy end. If every day could be like today, maybe living in this world wouldn't be so bad after all, or so I wished. Assassin Department, first year, Bakey, he's here. Everyone, get ready. Here we go again. Another professor assassination attempt. was already unfolding the moment we got back to Zone Zero.
Lying.
And now the text box was showing me their telepathic communications depicted with these symbols. But something was different this time. My minimap lit up with red dots. 2, 4, 6, 8, 14. What on earth? There was an abnormally large number of cadets targeting me. Adele, be careful, I warned. Pardon, I opened my mouth to explain.
Crack.
A large tree by the roadside suddenly snapped at the base and began to fall toward the car. Huh. Adele slammed the gas pedal.
CRASHI.
We barely managed to swerve in time as the massive tree slammed down behind us. What was that? She asked, her voice trembling in confusion. F whoosh. Clang, cling, clang. A flurry of throwing stars flew toward the window, but bounced harmlessly off the car's defensive barrier. Whoever was behind this wasn't letting up, they were still trying to stop the car, but soon enough. Boom, the car jolted and sank ever so slightly, rattling violently as it moved forward. Eek, what is going on? Adele cried out, slowly easing off the gas. We had run over a spike trap, causing the tires to burst. Why is this happening all of a sudden? I'll step out and check the tires. Stop, don't go out, I said firmly. Huh, someone's attempting a professor assassination. Adele stared at me, her eyes wide with shock. A professor assassination. Today, her confusion was understandable. It was the weekend. After all, assassination attempts on professors usually happened only on weekdays, generally during class. First, I had to assess the situation. Assassin Department, first year, Hadun, stay sharp. He'll be stepping out soon. There were exactly 14 assassins gathered in the roadside trees. Assassin Department, first year, Kata, make sure to keep your faces covered. They were even wearing masks. Clearly, this was a pre-organized operation. So what was their plan? Assassin Department, first year, Balisong, turn him into a pincushion as soon as he steps out. Assassin Department, first year, will come on, hurry. Come on out. Assassin Department, first year, Kai, ready to fire. We're definitely killing him today. They were more aggressive than I expected, but it didn't sound like they had a coordinated strategy, just plans to unleash an all-out onslaught the moment I stepped outside. What should we do? Is there anything I can help with? Adele asked, still rattled. No, stay put. Even if we were in a department dedicated to assassins, it wasn't a completely lawless school. There were rules and regulations. And trying to assassinate someone who wasn't a professor was a serious offense, one punishable by death at worst. Let's see. The car had tinted windows so they couldn't see who was inside. In other words, they couldn't attack recklessly. They risked hitting a bystander, and they were right to hesitate. Adele was still in the car with me, but if I stepped out, I'd be showered with arrows, bullets, and shurikens. Still, something's off. A large number of cadets targeting me, their strangely excited energy and the deliberate use of masks. Was this Marina and her crew's doing? Their way of getting revenge? Moon Shadow Division, first year, Forte. Wait, why is he here? I narrowed my eyes as I read the cadet's name in the text box. It was Forte, the cadet who had tried to assassinate me on my very first day of work. For now, I'll sabotage their attempt. This wasn't like the first day. Back then, I was just scrambling to survive. But today I held the initiative. I had control. I had power. I closed my eyes and activated my ability. World Forgery, Spatial Forgery, Mist Veil. World Forgery, Form Forgery, Magic Sedan. World Forgery, Form Forgery, Dante J.
Leg.
No ordinary cadet would ever consider assassinating a professor in a one-on-one fight. That was something only a Black Dragon cadet could attempt. So most professor assassinations were carried out as a raid, executed by a team of assassins or an assassin squad, with multiple cadets targeting a single vulnerable professor. That, too, was part of the art of assassination. 14 people recruited for this assassination. That's unprecedented. One of the cadets couldn't help but marvel at the number of participants. The most basic rule of group battles was to outnumber the opponent the more people, the higher the morale. And now they had the added presence of Moon Shadow Cadet Forte, who descended from a family of genius snipers. A powerful ally like that only boosted their confidence even more. None of the cadets here had joined purely by choice. They were all people who had once been bullied by Joquin, some currently, some in the past. So at first they had gathered out of fear, but now that the target was right in front of them, adrenaline surged through their veins. If we kill him here, we get the professor's assets, 15 million Hika, and guarantee ourselves a diploma. The 14 participants would evenly split the professor's assets in the 15 million Hika, but the diploma, that would only go to one person. Graduating from the assassin department was a huge deal. For some, it was the achievement of a lifetime. For others, it marked the end of their cadet years, and for most, it meant receiving a pension from the Hayaka royal family for the next 20 years. To reiterate, they only had to succeed once, just once, and they'd be set for life. We can do this. A more recent piece of information was fueling their confidence as well. The professor doesn't fight back. It was true. Dante Hayakop, hadn't retaliated during the recent incident involving Marina. And so rumors began to spread that the professor could only dodge attacks and never counter them. If they could predict his movements, they could adapt and strategize accordingly. We blocked his escape route, and they had. The car was stopped, surrounded by traps. Cadets were positioned all around. No matter which direction he exited, they would kill him instantly, just as they were beginning to feel certain of their success. A spark of mana flickered inside the car. The cadets had not an inkling of doubt in their hearts. Today they were going to turn the professor into a pincushion. But then a strange phenomenon occurred. Mist began to rise from the edges of the forest. The surroundings turned hazy as though engulfed in a smokescreen. Tiny fractures spread through their certainty. What the mist? Did someone throw smoke bombs? But when? The fog thickened rapidly. Confusion crept in, unraveling the confidence they'd clung to, especially among those with little real assassination experience. Don't panic, someone commanded telepathically. The cadets perked up their ears. Suddenly, vroom, the car engine roared to life, vanishing into the mist. That way, that way. Both of the front tires were blown out so it couldn't get far. Was the professor really going to hide in the car like a coward? Weapons in hand, the cadets gave chase, leaping from tree to tree. It's pointless. Your dead meat? They had specifically chosen this straight stretch of road for one reason: another batch of traps was waiting just ahead. There was no way for the car to avoid them. Just a little more, and it'll fall into the pit. They were absolutely certain of their victory, until the car passed right over the pitfall. The car glided effortlessly over the trap, almost like it was weightless. Was that another one of the professor's tricks? Something was definitely off. Don't panic. I said don't panic. Chase it. Go. But shouting don't panic didn't change the reality of the situation. Their triple-layered plan had collapsed, and the cadets were now overwhelmed by a creeping sense that something was going terribly wrong. It was a matter of momentum, and the flow of the battle was in complete disarray. This wasn't just a single misstep. There was a foreboding sense that even if they continued, they wouldn't succeed. Still, with clouded judgment and mounting confusion, the cadets chased after the rattling car. An ambush. Who's talking right now? What's going on over there? Another voice asked, confused. There seemed to be a traitor among them. While darting through the treetops, the cadet named Bargain had been attacked by another masked cadet wielding a dagger. He barely dodged in time. Now 2 masked figures stood in a tense standoff atop the trees. Hey, why are you targeting me? Bargain asked aloud, no response. What are you doing? Snap out of it, man, he called out again. Once more, silence enveloped the air. The traitor offered no response, merely shifting their stance, poised to strike at any moment. Suddenly, more frantic voices exploded through the telepathic channel. There's more than one. Stop or I'll kill you. Do you hear me? The cadets' excitement and adrenaline turned volatile. The mere idea that someone dared to stand in their way only triggered their violent instincts to stab first and ask questions later. Could this be? Just as chaos threatened to descend upon the battlefield, one cadet finally put the pieces together. Forte clenched his jaw as the realization hit him. This was Professor Dante's doing. Since we're wearing the same uniforms and masks, it must have been easy for him to replicate our appearances with illusions, but individual faces. Those couldn't be mimicked without knowing them. The professor had no idea who actually showed up here today. Professor Dante Hayakapo specializes in illusion arts, too. I thought he only knew movement techniques and projectile arts. Forte sharpened his senses, quickly scanning the surroundings. From what he could hear, he estimated that roughly 10 clones had infiltrated their group, a staggering number, given that illusion magic supposedly required intense mental concentration. Exactly 30 seconds had passed since the attack began. In that brief time, Professor Dante had already conjured a small army of clones, inserted them among the ambushers, and unleashed psychological warfare. He's a goddamn monster. There'd been whispers lately that the professor was secretly weak, rumors sparked by his lack of combat history and his unwillingness to fight back. But Forte's instincts now screamed that the rumors were dead wrong. This was just like that day. The day he'd foolishly tried to challenge this overwhelming monster on his first day at school. But Forte thought things would be different this time. He believed that maybe, just maybe, things would play out in his favor, since no one knew the professor's full power and no one had fought him directly before. And now the truth hit him like a punch to the gut. Oh, how foolish he had been, to think the gap in our skills would be this massive. The assassination attempt was crumbling, but we can't stop now. A drawn blade had to cut something. An assassination had to end with a death, no matter whose it was. The cadets were unraveling, their thoughts clashing, and no one could agree. But Forte understood that someone had to take charge. Whether they liked it or not, the assassination was already underway. Everyone, look at me. Standing atop the tallest tree, Forte tore off his mask and exclaimed aloud, "It's okay, we can still do this. Take off your masks. These clones only mimic our outward appearance. Take off the masks and you'll be able to tell the real ones from the fakes." Forte's judgment was spot on. Even world forgery couldn't replicate a face the caster couldn't imagine. Unfortunately, his reasoning didn't convince the panicking, inexperienced assassins. Their fear and rising tension clouded their judgment. Then, silence fell over the telepathic channel, and suspicion began to bubble behind the masks. "You're actually the most suspicious one here," someone said. What kind of bullshit is that?" Forte shouted in dismay, but like a spark igniting dry grass, doubt spread rapidly through the anxious cadets. "You're trying to get us to stab each other. If this really is an illusion art, it'd make more sense to make just one fake clone instead of a bunch. That would be more efficient." Everyone had their own logic and perspective. There were too many cooks in the kitchen and no one could reach a consensus. "You fucking morons, take off your damn masks," Forte yelled mentally. "Yeah, get him." Whoosh, shurikens flew at Forte and the boy dove to the side, narrowly avoiding them. The thrill of assassination was long gone. Now the group's aggression and confusion had spiraled into a volatile and toxic mix, exploding in all the wrong directions. Forte was absolutely furious at all these idiots. "Morons, the lot of you, how can you know who's who if you don't even take off your goddamn masks?" But the battlefield had slipped from his grasp, and when some of the clones vanished after being struck, purely by coincidence, the chaos exploded even further. The spiral down only steepened. The scream was cut off, drowned in panic and noise. Forte lunged forward to shield the real cadet from being struck. "He's protecting a clone. He must be one too." Forte couldn't contain his anger and roared, "I'm Forte, you morons. Get lost." "What? Then why are you protecting a clone?" "He's not a clone. He's a real person." But the other cadets, relying only on the telepathic comms and driven by confusion and fear, ignored him and charged. 10 cadets hurtled toward Forte, weapons drawn. PSHK, SHIK, PSHTT. Shurikens pierced his body before they even reached him. "You goddamn morons, he could have dodged the projectiles." He should have, but he didn't. He had to protect the cadet behind him. "Snap out of it," he yelled desperately, and just as their blades came crashing toward him, a voice shattered through their minds. "Stop." The assassins froze. Silence fell over the battlefield, the word rippling through the air like a shockwave. All heads turned toward the source of the voice. There stood Professor Dante Hayakapo. When did he? He approached them silently, each step slow and deliberate, his cold pink eyes devoid of all emotion. The cadets instinctively stepped back. "Wait, is this our chance?" He's let his guard down, but herd mentality was a dangerous thing. Some cadets hadn't yet regained their senses. They saw only an opportunity to fulfill their ambitions to land a fatal blow and earn recognition. As a few began to draw their blades and activate abilities, Dante's brow twitched. Crackle, mana surged from his body like static, and then something miraculous happened. The leaves falling from the trees froze midair. The dirt and dust in the fog suspended. A bird in the sky, a cadet mid-leap. The world itself paused. Time stood still. Everything came to a halt as though trapped in a dreamlike haze. World forgery, spatial forgery, time stop. And in that moment of complete stillness, the situation was clear. A cadet collapsed in the center of the crowd, falling to his knees, blood trailing down his back, a dagger embedded deep. It was Forte. He gasped for air, eyes flickering, the weight of everything crashing down. Professor Dante's voice rang out in the frozen world, cold, curious, and echoing like judgment itself. "Why did you not obey?" The cadet who had been shielded by Forte flinched. His hands, drenched in blood, shook violently. His entire body trembled, overtaken by panic and disbelief. "I'm certain I told everyone to stop." Even in a world where sound and movement had been suspended, Professor Dante's voice rang with terrifying clarity. "I had no intention of getting deeply involved. Avoiding the assassination and confiscating weapons should have been enough. But while I was conjuring mist, evading traps with fake vehicles, and sending fake cadets to create confusion, I noticed something odd in the script. Assassination Department, first year Bedin. Why is this happening? He's supposed to be a professor who only dodges. I never heard anything like this. Assassination Department, first year Farnan. Damn it, I never wanted to do this from the start. Assassination Department, first year Gainery. If I just pretend to do it properly, he'll probably cause less trouble, right? The script sounded as if they were receiving instructions from someone. The decisive moment came from Forte's thoughts. Moonshadow Institute, first year Forte. That bastard Joquin is trying to extract information in this way, huh? Dream on. You'll never beat Professor Dante. Joquin's instigation, or perhaps a threat, a proxy assassination, huh? In the assassination department, as long as you don't get caught, even murder isn't an issue. However, there are a few actions that are considered problematic. One of them is shifting the responsibility of your assassination onto someone else. This is called a proxy assassination. This place breeds tools called assassins, not masters. If I was aiming for long-term survival, I had to eliminate long-term threats. In a situation like this, if a cadet harbored resentment and commissioned a proxy assassination, I had to put an end to it. Moonshadow Institute, first year Forte. Damn it. Stop it, you idiots. Ultimately, the cadets' reckless play escalated into an uncontrollable wildfire. I had no choice but to step forward. When the effect of world forgery wore off, the flow of time that had been temporarily frozen resumed rapidly. Birds darted through the sky, and the cadets all slumped to the ground. At their level, they wouldn't be able to detect anything strange. All of you, drop your weapons and raise both hands. The cadets complied without a word. They were all trembling seams like world forgery had worked perfectly. That's when Forte looked up at me with startled eyes. Professor, shut up and lie down. He had a knife wound in his back and his breathing was shallow. That meant his lungs were damaged. Who stabbed him? Huff. It was this guy the cadet Forte had been shielding behind him. He was still trembling, clearly too shaken to process what he'd just done. Adele, call the disciplinary department. Tell them there's an injured cadet. Yes, sir. Oh my God, what should we do? The disciplinary department, Hayaka's version of the police. Is there any cadet here who knows first aid? I know how. Then come forward and tend to these two. For now, the situation was contained. But here and there, the once pristine white cadet uniforms were stained with blood. Personally, I was getting a little pissed off. I already despised the idea of a professor assassination, but forcing such a disorganized group to carry out something so dangerous was like handing scalpels to children and telling them to perform heart surgery. I was livid. Soon, the disciplinary department and the medics from Hayaka would arrive to handle the situation. Before that, Forte had regained some of his strength after drinking a potion, so I asked him, "Who commissioned you?" "What are you talking about? This group assassination who ordered it. We just decided to do it ourselves." Since words weren't getting through, I took off the glove on my right hand. The bandages were soaked in blood, not from this assassination attempt. I showed it to Forte, meeting his eyes. Was it Joquin? I already knew the answer. Yes, the process was just a formality. I see. Not long after, the disciplinary department's vehicles arrived, and the self-defense guards got out to take control of the scene. Adele had explained the situation regarding the proxy assassination quite well. It saved me the trouble. "Professor, shall we handle the rest ourselves?" "No, I'm going too. Ideally, I would have liked to leave it to them, but one of the assassins seemed to be part of Joquin's group, and his script was nagging at me. Assassination Department, First Year Hammond Joquin. Pick up the call. The disciplinary department is about to barge in. By now, they should have given up, given how far the situation had escalated, but he was trying to send some kind of signal. What was it? Escape. Even if he tried to escape, this was zero zone. Unless he was from Dormant Dragon Institute, there was no way to get out. Or is he planning to destroy evidence? That didn't seem right either. There was a truckload of witnesses here for the proxy assassination. "Professor, then let's go together right away." "Oh, right, but no, this won't do. You there?" "Yes, me. Come with me." One of Joquin's subordinates blinked in confusion and followed. I shoved him into the disciplinary department's vehicle and headed toward the Moonshadow Institute together. On the way, I questioned the lackey. "Hammond, you're one of Joquin's goons, right? Isn't that so?" He clamped his mouth shut. He even turned his head away, pretending not to know anything. But I had the script. Assassination Department, First Year Hammond. How did he know? Assassination Department, First Year Hammond. No, I can't say anything. I could see right through him, so I asked again, "What is Joquin doing right now?" Assassination Department, First Year Hammond. No, absolutely can't say a word. He remained silent. The self-defense guard driving the vehicle got irritated. "Hey, you little piece of shit. The professor's talking to you and you're just gonna keep your mouth shut. Huh. Assassination Department, First Year Hammond, HMPH. Wonder all you want. There's no way he'll find out Joquin's gone to see the third-year seniors." I see, so he's going to see some easily manipulated seniors. I frowned. Joquin knows how to dodge a proxy assassination charge. An assassin is a tool. A proxy assassination is only applicable to those who step outside the role of a tool. In other words, if there's another master, the blame gets shifted up. Joquin was planning to turn some weak seniors into masters while making himself a mere tool to evade responsibility. Now I knew Joquin's objective. What remained was his location. Where is Joquin right now? Assassination Department, First Year Hammond. Damn it. He looks scary as hell. Assassination Department, First Year Hammond, but I can't let fear get to me. If I tell him where Joquin is, it's all over. Hammond, answer while I'm asking nicely. Where is Joquin? Assassination Department, First Year Hammond. No, 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 no. Don't even think about it. If I let something slip, it's over. He was doing well up until the end when he started to crack. Now he was forcing himself to think about elephants, sheep, dinner plants, anything to avoid letting me read his thoughts. If things continued like this, I would miss the golden opportunity to capture Joquin. But I had a way. I get it. How you do? Where is he, Professor? Assassination Department, First Year Hammond. What? Joquin is in Building 20. Building 20? Professor. That's definitely not the place. The self-defense guard doubted me, and he was right. Building 20 was the dormitory for cadets from the White Saber faction. Joquin was from the Black Abyss faction. Why not? It's definitely Building 20. No, Professor. Building 20 is. Enough. Just shut up and turn the car around to Building 20. I'm sure of it. Joquin is in the dorms at Building 20. Understood. Why was I insisting on a wrong location? Assassination Department, first year Hammond. What's with this professor? Why's he so damn stubborn? He's wrong anyway. Because sometimes when you want something, you have to gently provoke it out. Assassination Department, first year Hammond. What a dumbass professor. Go ahead, search building 20 all you want. Jokwin's in building 31 anyway. Just like that, building 31. Confirmed. Guard. Yes, professor, my apologies, I was mistaken. I think I said the wrong number. Oh, then, we're going to building 31. Assassination Department, first year Hammond. Wah. Hammond flinched, looking back at me in shock. The self-defense guard also nodded in understanding. Understood. Before long, we arrived at the dorms of building 31. 3 disciplinary department vehicles screeched to a halt, and 7 self-defense guards jumped out. Jokwin, get the hell out here. You are under arrest for commissioning a proxy assassination. They began to search the dorms thoroughly, but that's when several third-year cadets from the Black Abyss faction stepped in to block our way. What the hell is this? You'd better get out of here right now. Move aside. We're here to arrest Jokwin. He's just a first year. Why are you looking for him here? Get lost. The third-year Black Abyss cadets, loyal to Jokwin, erected a magic barrier and blocked the stairs. Cadets violently resisting law enforcement. Move aside. Oh, professor. I shoved the guard aside and stepped up to the magic barrier. The cadets tensed up, clearly anxious. I didn't let that opening slip. World forgery, phenomenon forgery, magic barrier, destruction. I merely touched it, and in that instant a crack spread across the magic barrier as lightning scattered in all directions before it burst apart. Crackle, crash, what the hell? How did he? Damn it. Run. Human perception relies far more on sight than one would think. In truth, the magic barrier was still perfectly intact. It remained shrouded in thick smoke. However, the cadet maintaining the barrier, upon seeing it appear to shatter, immediately released his own magic and began to flee. Move in, yes, sir. Jokwin, the disciplinary department, is downstairs on the first floor. I know that, you idiot. Jokwin rushed up the stairs to the rooftop of building 31. As he ran, he swallowed curses under his breath. Shit, this wasn't part of the plan. He'd expected the assassination attempt to fail. It was a given since Professor Dante was clearly more than capable. However, he hadn't anticipated that they wouldn't land a single blow. He hadn't anticipated that they wouldn't discover a single weakness, and he certainly hadn't anticipated that Dante would uncover his role as the mastermind behind the proxy assassination. Despite spending 100,000 Hika on equipment, yet somehow, Dante had figured out that he was the one who orchestrated the proxy assassination in a matter of moments. No, fuck, how the hell did he figure it out? Afterward, Jokwin had tried to bribe some broke third-year seniors in Building 31, but Dante had brought the disciplinary department straight here like he was playing him from the start. If he got caught now, it was all over. He still had 0 demerit points, but if he was unlucky, he could get expelled in one strike. The world of assassins was small. If he got expelled, the Black Abyss faction would label him a pathetic loser for the rest of his life. A mark he'd carry until the day he died. Jokwin, let me come with you. Hurry up, you idiot. But he still had one last option, the Northern Faculty Building. If he could get there, the professors from the Black Abyss faction would surely help him. In this godforsaken academy, there was no such thing as a pure teacher-student relationship. The White Saber and Black Abyss factions were just using Hayaka Royal Academy to expand their influence, and Jokwin intended to use them just as much. He gritted his teeth. However, the situation was dire. Jokwin could sense that the disciplinary department guards were closing in on him. Stop right there, Jokwin. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots echoed, and the cadets running behind him dropped to the ground. But that bought Jokwin enough time. He finally reached the rooftop and clung to the outer wall, closing his eyes. Existence concealment. His body blended into the surroundings, becoming transparent. Now he just had to climb down the dormitory wall, to the ground. All right, fuck yes, it worked. Leaving the patrol cars and disciplinary department officers behind, Jokwin sprinted into the forest. I made it. Fuck, I was so close to dying. He even walked backward, keeping an eye on the dorm. From the 4th and 6th floor NAVLIGHT windows, he could see the disciplinary department officers scuffling with cadets. What a bunch of idiots. He was already outside. Sure, he'd get some flack from the Black Abyss seniors, but that wouldn't last. Jokwin had money, connections. If he just laid low and kept quiet for a while, it'd all blow over like nothing ever happened. Thud. That's when it happened. Jokwin's back hit something. What the? You stupid fuck. Watch where you're going, asshole. He started to spit out curses but instantly froze. A man with black hair and pink eyes was staring down at him, like a lion looking at a helpless deer. Eyes that stripped him down, making him feel utterly insignificant. Take him. Professor Dante Hayakafo commanded the disciplinary department guards. Yes, sir. In a flash, they tackled Jokwin to the ground and pressed his face into the dirt. Jokwin couldn't understand this reality. What the hell? They should still be inside the dorm. Even if they came outside, they should have had to follow his trail. How did you find me? He asked, not to learn as an assassin, but because he simply couldn't comprehend it. He needed to bridge the gap between his expectations and reality. What are you talking about? Dante's response only deepened Joquin's sense of defeat. Even a blind man could find you. That day, all 10 members of Joquin's group were arrested by the disciplinary department. The next day, a disciplinary hearing for Joquin Hillavan was held. The charges were proxy assassination and illegal group activity. Alongside me, there were 2 professors from the White Saber faction, 2 from the Black Abyss faction, and 2 neutral professors. Also present was the supervising professor of Munshido Institute. A total of 8 professors convened to deliberate on Joquin's punishment. How does Professor Dante view this matter? He should be expelled. There was nothing more to see. Expulsion was the only option. The kid was insufferable. But unfortunately, the supervising professor of Munshido Institute was from the Black Abyss faction. He's still a young cadet, and his grades are excellent. Why not give him one more chance? The aggression nurtured in assassins can be gradually controlled through such incidents. The 2 White Saber professors and I advocated for expulsion. The 2 Black Abyss professors and the Munshido supervisor argued for leniency. The neutral professors were split 11, so the vote on expulsion is tied at 44. The head of the assassination department, Sharman, stroked his thick double chin and announced the conclusion. I will now deliver the final verdict for Joquin Hillavan. The cadet has been found to have orchestrated illegal group activities and a proxy assassination, thereby undermining the core values of the assassination department. Therefore, the cadet is hereby sentenced under Disciplinary Action Number 9. Disciplinary Action Number 9, the heaviest penalty short of execution and expulsion. Cadet Joquin Hillavan will receive 2.9 demerit points, a fine of 500,000 hika, repetition of the current academic year, full liability for the proxy assassination, and 400 hours of community service within the academy. Damn, that was severe. The worst part was the 500,000 hika fine. For a cadet, that was a wallet-destroying amount. An assassin is merely a tool, and the assassination department is a workshop that forges tools. Cadet Joquin, if you have come to this department to learn, do not overstep your bounds ever again. Joquin remained kneeling on the ground, head bowed. I apologize. I will reflect on my actions. The professors started whispering amongst themselves. That proud bastard is actually bowing his head. Guess we should leave it at that. At least he's showing some remorse. It was a reckless act, but a number 9 penalty should be enough. Both White Saber and Black Abyss professors agreed to compromise. After all, Joquin was still a young cadet, and he was showing signs of repentance, but I knew better. It was all an act. Munshido Institute first-year Joquin. Fuck yeah, I survived. Munshido Institute first-year Joquin. Stupid old geezers. Bow my head once and they think I'm actually sorry. Munshido Institute first-year Joquin, but 500,000 hika is fucking insane. What kind of school shakes down cadets like this? I'm gonna go broke. Look at that, his thoughts were rotten to the core. There's a saying that mind readers die young. It's actually something I made up, but it might be true. Watching thoughts like these every day would definitely give me high blood pressure. Joquin looked away the moment our eyes met. His face was as pale as a corpse. He was absolutely terrified of me. From a survival standpoint, that was a good thing. I had deliberately amplified my use of world forgery. Some of those images must have been transmitted to Joquin's mind. Munshido Institute first-year Joquin. I need to avoid that crazy professor for a while. Just wait. Munshido Institute first-year Joquin. I'll keep my head down for now, then gather my strength and kill him in one shot. What a joke, avoid me. Says who? Sorry, but you're not done with me yet. You're stuck with me until I decide to let you go. After all, you attempted an assassination outside of class hours. The disciplinary hearing is adjourned. Afterward, I headed to the disciplinary bureau to meet with the cadets who had been involved in the proxy assassination. Those bastards had already been thoroughly beaten down by the guards. We're so sorry, Professor. We apologize. They bowed their heads deeply. Pathetic bastards. In the assassination department, power is the only right a person has, and these guys had no power. They'd been living miserably, only to get caught up in this mess. Not that it's any of my concern. I didn't feel any sympathy. I was too busy trying to survive myself, but I did intend to strip Joquin of some of his power while also giving these cadets a tiny chance for revenge. Joquin's lackeys are being held separately, which meant that the ones here were the genuine victims. I stood in front of them, attention. All eyes turned to me, beaten down, lifeless eyes. You 10 attempted to assassinate me under Joquin's orders, and now Joquin has received the number 9 disciplinary penalty as the mastermind. Meanwhile, you will only receive minor disciplinary actions. Their faces darkened, powerlessness, defeat, fear. It was all mixed in there. At the very back, Forte Asimov wore the same expression. They all thought I was going to reprimand them, but I wasn't. However, at the time of the assassination attempt, I was in such a chaotic state that I can't clearly remember the weapons that were used against me. The cadets lifted their heads at that. a strange expression on their faces, as if to ask, what is he talking about? If the assassination attempt happened outside of class hours, all weapons used in the attempt should be confiscated. But unfortunately, I can't remember what weapons were used against me due to the confusion at the time. One by one, some of them started to understand, but some still seemed lost. You all need to confess what weapons were used in the assassination attempt, and Jokwin will bear full financial responsibility for those weapons. That's how disciplinary action number 9 works. The realization finally dawned on them. They understood my true intent. If Jokwin ordered a proxy assassination, he'd also have to bear the costs, but some of them were still hesitating. Such slow-witted fools. I decided to spoon-feed it to them a bit more. You all broke through a magically protected vehicle and attempted to assassinate me. I am a professor, a full-fledged assassin, but I genuinely felt threatened by your assassination attempt. Therefore, the weapons used in such a serious attempt couldn't have been cheap, could they? Now let's nudge the most quick-witted one. What about you, Forte Asimov? All eyes were now on Forte. His mouth and eyes widened as he finally understood. Yes, that's right. To carry out the assassination, I used the most expensive rifle I own, a TTI-13 sniper rifle. He stopped mid-sentence, so I checked the script. Moonshido Institute First Year Forte. Wait a second. If my equipment isn't being confiscated and Jokwin is the one paying for it anyway, then there's no reason for me to only report one weapon, right? Exactly, that's it. He finally got it. Oh, and also, I borrowed 12 shurikens and 2 daggers from my classmate Hwaru, and 8 alchemy potions from Dominic. I used all of them. Wow, that's insane. He borrowed that much. So you're saying you used that many items in the assassination attempt? Yes. In that case, they will have to be confiscated. Confiscated from Jokwin, that is. Exclamation points popped up over the cadets' heads. They finally realized what this charade was really about. Oh, Professor, I am sorry. What? What about you? I also borrowed a magic-grade longsword from my older brother for the assassination. What a wicked child. Unfortunately, it must also be confiscated. Oh, Professor, me too. Once the floodgates opened, confessions started pouring in. And my family has this heirloom. It's a set of explosive shurikens. I used them in the assassination attempt. For some reason, they didn't explode, but still, I'm so sorry. I set up a magic trap to assassinate you, Professor, but I don't remember where I placed it. It might have already deactivated and disappeared. I drank 32 potions during the assassination attempt, but there's no way to prove it after drinking them. Good. Actually, no, that's not good enough. Anyone use a gold bar to try and assassinate me? Any space station lasers aimed at my head? I used a legendary consumable item, but I already used it up, so there's no way to prove. That's excessive. Oh, sorry, but going overboard was no good. Anything too ridiculous would get filtered out by the disciplinary department anyway. Fortunately, the guards were on my side. They were grinning from ear to ear, clearly enjoying this spectacle of seeing one cadet get totally wrecked. Guard, yes, Professor. Stop grinning like an idiot and start writing down the assassination tools. We need to submit an invoice, and don't forget to keep it anonymous. Got it. Absolutely. I'll handle it without any problems. How long will the confiscation process take? Not long at all, a day at most. The faculty has already agreed to cooperate. That was quicker than expected. They'd have to appraise the equipment, process it through the department office, and initiate the confiscation procedures, yet they said it'd only take a day. Rough estimation, it was already a minimum of several tens of thousands of hika. At least, I looked around at the cadets. The miserable, defeated expressions from before were completely gone. You lot. From now on, don't attempt such terrifying assassinations. Understood? Yes, understood. We're so sorry, we won't do it again. This was the best part. The joy of watching the villagers gang up to stone the local criminal. Even these cadets who had been humiliated were now laughing and smiling, united in their common enemy Jokwin. Not a threat anymore. After all, Jokwin had lost most of his power and would be forced to lay low for a while. Well then, I'll be going. I rose from my seat. I was exhausted and needed some rest. Take care, Professor. Goodbye, Professor. On the way out, I noticed Forte staring at me. When our eyes met, he quickly looked away. Moonshido Institute First Year Forte, Professor Dante. Went this far to help us. Just who are you? Forte was on the verge of tears. In reality, I had just been lining my own pockets, but for some reason, he was looking at me like I was some kind of righteous hero. And his delusion didn't end there. Moonshido Institute First Year Forte. In the end, I couldn't even sense Professor Dante approaching me. To think the gap in power was that enormous. In truth, he was probably stronger than me, but if he was going to misunderstand like that, it worked in my favor. Oh, now that I think of it. While sifting through some documents in my office, I came across something interesting. That kid was from the Asimov family, wasn't he? If he's from the Asimov family, one of the most prestigious sniper families in the White Saber faction. They were the ones who assassinated a royal family member from an enemy nation during the Second Assassination War. So that kid must be the son of Samo Asimov, but for someone from that bloodline, his skills were garbage, his grades were terrible, His eyesight, magic, and supernatural abilities were all abysmal. That's why he was a repeat student, despite wearing the Moonshido Institute badge. That's also why he ended up being coerced into a proxy assassination by a fellow Moonshido cadet. There's no reason to get further involved. I had no reason to care about other people's circumstances. However, after going through this incident and carefully analyzing the script, I realized something. It was Kendrake who pushed Joquin into action. Kendrake had manipulated Joquin to assassinate me. Guess I'll have to teach him a lesson sooner or later. The next day, confiscation charges for Joquin Hillivan's assassination equipment, 464,120 H-stroke. The assassination funds were deposited, and along with that, I received this, mission accomplished, prevented proxy assassination. Reward Star Fragment 5. Current Star Fragments 69. I was quite satisfied. After that, Joquin reportedly refused to attend classes for a while. The mental shock must have been significant. The Dormant Dragon Institute is so full of geniuses that it's easy to overlook, but if Joquin had been in hard mode, he would have been more than qualified to enter Dormant Dragon as an elite. From the perspective of the Black Abyss faction, the cost of cultivating a single assassin like him is at least several million hika. And that promising kid was suddenly crushed by some neutral professor. Among the radicals, however, they now had more than enough reason to hold a grudge against me. We'll end today's class here. Meanwhile, the class was gradually stabilizing. After finishing the class, I stepped outside. The stares of the two cadets standing in the hallway were not pleasant. I was already used to people glaring at me like they wanted to kill me, but these two felt a little different. They were hesitating about something. The sneaking glances they cast at me eventually led them to step outside the building, and then they started talking. First-year Assassination Department, Cadet Harun, what should we do? First-year Assassination Department, Cadet Mateo, what do you mean, what? We have to tell Professor Hacken. He said to call him before Professor Dante joins the White Saber Association. Professor Hacken, I'd heard that name before. Among the professors, he was considered quite skilled, a senior professor at that. First-year Assassination Department, Cadet Harun, didn't you see the professor's eyes? They're fucking terrifying. First-year Assassination Department, Cadet Mateo, then I'll do it. You stay out of it. Before I got involved in something annoying, it would be better to slip away. That was what I intended, but luck was not on my side. Right in the middle of the hallway, I ran into the very Professor Hacken they had just mentioned. Well, if it isn't Professor Dante, a body so large it looked like his muscles might burst, and the aura he exuded was considerable. Black Abyss Professor Hacken. Who might you be? Who am I? We're fellow professors. I'm Hacken from the Assassination Department. He extended his hand for a handshake. I didn't take it. Black Abyss Professor Hacken not shaking my hand. Black Abyss Professor Hacken, I was planning to take a blood sample, just as expected. He was preparing to cast a curse. I heard you've been quite busy since your appointment. Got some time today? Let's have a little chat. I appreciate the offer, but I'll pass. I slowly started to walk down the narrow hallway. Dante, he called out to me as I was about to pass by. Stop acting cocky. I stopped as well. For a brief moment, a strange tension hung between us. Did the Black Abyss send you, or did you come on your own? You're being awfully disrespectful for a professor. Didn't I just tell you to stop acting cocky? The answer. A strange one. You've only been here for less than a month, have no backing, and yet you go around stirring things up. What gives you such confidence? Hacken let out a loud, mocking laugh. The Black Abyss sent me. What a ridiculous question. You think I came here on a whim, but his words and thoughts did not align. Professor Hacken, they said not to worry about him, but I can't just let it slide. Joquin was just the beginning. A professor who can't tell his place will always be a hindrance. So he came of his own accord. Now that I had figured that out, I resumed walking. You should learn to value your life. He was probably Joquin's advisor. From the White Saber Association's perspective, they likely didn't want to clash with Hacken, so they conveniently turned a blind eye to Forte. Thinking I was running away, he raised his voice. Professor Dante, you strut around too much. Consider this my final warning. While you still have your one and only life, focus on your duties as a professor. Because for someone like me, tearing a little punk like you limb from limb is nothing. He spewed his anger relentlessly, but I kept walking without responding. Black Abyss Professor Hacken, ignoring me, huh? You dare to ignore me, the war ghost. Once I turned the corner in the hallway, I checked the script a bit more closely. Black Abyss Professor Hacken, this arrogant bastard. I was planning to recruit him into the Black Abyss, but I guess that's not happening. Black Abyss Professor Hacken, Professor Dante, your cause of death will be that you didn't listen to what people told you. We'll see each other soon, at that fancy professor's residence of yours. So he plans to attack soon. Hacken is a master rank assassin. Among the 15 million martial artists across the continent, he's ranked 7,132. He's also one of the top-tier professors in the academy. If I were to face him with my current tools, it would be either kill or be killed. and that would inevitably escalate things with the Black Abyss faction. Even so, if he comes for an assassination, I'll kill him. At some point, someone will inevitably become an enemy. That's how it is in the Department of Assassination. The rumor that Professor Dante had uncovered Joquin's proxy assassination plot spread quickly throughout the Department of Assassination. The professors from the White Saber faction found it exhilarating. The professors from the Black Abyss faction found it infuriating. The neutral professors felt uncomfortable. Most of the cadets found it hilarious and laughed among themselves. Joquin was way too full of himself. SHH, someone might hear you. Meanwhile, the same rumor reached the Dormant Dragon Institute. While 4 of the 7 cadets from Dormant Dragon were hiding in an old warehouse, Dante's name came up in their conversation. Joquin, that bastard got completely wrecked, huh? I heard it was a disciplinary action number 9. Including all the confiscated items, he got fined nearly 1,000,000 hika. Wow, 1,000,000 hika, that's insane. No, but Joquin was still good at stealth and had a keen sense. Why did he suddenly go after that professor? How would I know? While they were having such an idle conversation, the team leader, Kaiser, spoke in a low, heavy voice. Kendrake, a massive cadet with a ferocious expression, turned around, the long-haired cadet standing in the backlight of the warehouse. What do you want? The cadets of Dormant Dragon believed that Kaiser knew everything. Was that why? Actually, Kaiser had only called out Kendrake's name to point out a mosquito sitting on his head. But when Kendrake with his slitted pupils met Kaiser's gaze, he flinched and spoke. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I incited the assassination. So what? Kaiser raised an imaginary question mark in his mind. He had no idea what Kendrake was talking about, but he simply kept staring at him with a deep, enigmatic gaze. Ah, fuck, don't look at me with those eyes, you bastard. Can't I just be curious? What are you curious about? Bomung, that bastard, keeps running his mouth about how powerful Professor Dante is. I just wanted to confirm it for myself. At that, Bomung scoffed. Birdbrain, shut your damn mouth. There's a limit to how much I'll tolerate from you. Fuck off. Ah, so that's what it was about. Kaiser shivered internally. To think they dared to pull such disrespect against the professor. So what did you find out? I don't fucking know. Some data came in and it seems like he uses magic too. Magic, huh? They said he stopped time or something. But it can't possibly be time-type magic, so those idiots must have just been too freaked out and imagined things. Is that so? What do you mean, is that so? Time magic is ultra-high-level magic that only Grandmaster-level mages can handle. That was true. Across the entire continent, with its hundreds of millions of inhabitants, there were probably less than 10 mages capable of handling time magic. Most of them would be Grandmaster-level, top-tier high-ranking mages. However, Kaiser thought that if it was Professor Dante, it just might be possible. Dante was extraordinary. In front of the dean, royal officials, and the tower master of the mages, he had seen through Kaiser's true identity with a single glance. Eyes that discerned the essence, power that dominated space. And despite having all that, he never boasted or flaunted it. Professor Dante Hayakapo, could it be that you can even handle time magic? Kaiser suddenly felt a rush of intense embarrassment. The gift he had offered, no, the bribe, suddenly felt like a pathetic trinket. To think that he had sent a mana elixir to someone who might have reached the level of a Grandmaster mage. It was like handing a 100 hika bill to the richest man in the world as a generous gift. Ah, and I even said, I hope it pleases you after sending that lousy thing. His entire body trembled with shame. Noticing this, the other cadets subtly exchanged glances. Kaiser is trembling with rage. That guy's pride must have taken a serious hit. What the hell did the two of them talk about that day? The day Professor Dante was brought to the Dormant Dragon Institute. Kaiser, as their team leader, had a one-on-one conversation with the professor. When it was over, he sent Professor Dante off, looking somewhat embarrassed. To the cadets, it was a shocking incident. Whether it was a professor or a noble, Kaiser had never bowed to anyone. Even if a king or emperor were brought before him, Kaiser would never be intimidated. Yet Kaiser had clearly been put on the back foot. Thus, within the Dormant Dragon Institute, the incident was interpreted as Kaiser suffering his first defeat at the hands of Professor Dante. So now that Dante's name had come up, they assumed Kaiser was feeling humiliated. But that was also why the cadets felt like it would be a worthy challenge to assassinate him. Someday I'll kill him with my own hands. You won't be able to, even if it kills you. What about me? I think I could do it. While the cadets bickered among themselves, Kaiser finally detached himself from the window frame and spoke. The time has come. Everyone prepare yourselves. At that command, everyone shook off their idle thoughts and began loosening up their bodies. Kaiser snapped his fingers. Snap. In an instant, all of their outfits transformed into those of servants and maids. Then, Wilm! Kendrake pulled out the battle axe Santa Barbara, which was enchanted with the explosion spell. Swish. Bomung took out the legendary I-grade, jet black sniper rifle Siegfried, spun it once and gripped it firmly. SHHHK. Gray also activated Thread of Silver, the unique inherited ability passed down through the habanero family, letting it flow through both hands. It took the form of a thread like electric saw, sharper than any blade in the world. Their short-term objective, purging the traitors who engage in treason. Their long-term objective, assassinating the emperor of the empire. Not that I ever wanted any of this. Kaiser inwardly lamented as he opened the warehouse door and stepped outside, limping along with his cane. The location was a secret banquet hall somewhere in Hayaka. Under the vintage chandelier, middle-aged men in elegant attire gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing merrily. It was a gathering of executives from Steel Labs and Smith, two prominent military supply companies. They were all a few drinks in, their faces flushed and visibly intoxicated. Perhaps because of that, they didn't react properly when the cadet suddenly approached them. "Huh, who are you kids? Good evening. You gentlemen are renowned arms dealers, are you not? What's this? Haha. Even the servants know about us now. Kids these days saying all sorts of things. You want an autograph or something?" Kaiser continued speaking. "You gentlemen have been profiting immensely within the Hayaka kingdom by exploiting the pressure exerted by the empire. In addition, you have a history of abducting children of our citizens under the guise of imperial conscription, with 12 abducted and half of them murdered. Moreover, you are currently involved in leaking technology to enemy nations through your collusion with neutral senior professors and traders. For these reasons, we regret to inform you that you have become a serious obstacle to our ultimate plans." The businessmen fell silent. The atmosphere grew chilly. Guards. They called out urgently, but no response came, because they had already been killed on the way in. Kaiser drew the sword hidden within his cane, shiaing. A completely ordinary sword, yet it emitted an ominous, overwhelming wave of mana. "We too are sinners," the moment the order to assassinate was given. The waiting room was instantly transformed into a sea of blood. Meanwhile, Kaiser was internally struggling with these missions. After the mission, when he returned to Dormant Dragon Institute, Kaiser clutched the toilet in his personal room and vomited. Ha ha, it had already been half a year. Every time he saw someone die, Kaiser had to go through this routine. He was not inherently violent by nature. He was born into a normal family and lived an ordinary life until now. But no matter how much he vomited, the lump of something lodged in his heart wouldn't come out. The agony only grew stronger. He had killed people. For a dream that had nothing to do with him, he was killing people he had no connection to. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong. He just felt miserable. Whether it was being a hero of justice or a mastermind in the shadows, neither role suited him at all. Sigh. After retching for a while, Kaiser slumped in front of the toilet and stared blankly at the bathroom window. Life felt suffocating. Would someone toss down a lifeline? It was obvious he couldn't escape this reality. He knew too much, and the Dormant Dragon Institute had placed far too much trust in him. Even so, Kaiser wanted to pour his heart out to someone. Right, now he had someone who would listen to him. Until recently, he had no one in this world he could ask for help. But now it was different. He activated the crystal sphere to send a message. But then he hesitated. Should he send it or not? What should he say? Would he be bothering the professor with such a trivial matter? After a long period of contemplation, he finally managed to type out a single sentence. "Kaiser, Professor, what is assassination?" The assassination department is like a fish tank. From the strictly controlled environment to the inability to venture outside for long, and the shallow level of mourning for the dead fish, all of it. Apparently, the rumors had spread far and wide. The rumor that Professor Hacken was planning to kill me. As I walked down the hallway, I could feel the cadets sneaking glances at me, so I activated the script. "First-year assassination department, Cadet Bane, did you hear that Professor Hacken is going to kill Professor Dante soon? First-year assassination department, Cadet Lil, yeah, but it's rare for a professor to assassinate another professor, right? Dante must have really pissed him off. First-year assassination department, Cadet Bane, I'm kind of looking forward to it. Looking forward to it, you crazy bastards." That wasn't all. Perhaps because of the rumor that I was marked by the Black Abyss, the professors affiliated with the White Saber Association started approaching me with concerned expressions. "Professor Dante, we've met before, haven't we? Do you need any help with anything?" But that didn't mean they were offering to accept me into the White Saber Association. No one wanted to associate themselves with someone who had already stirred up trouble. Still, since I had taken down Joquin, whom the White Saber Association found annoying, they were tossing me some pity. "I don't need any help, take care." Even if they did call me over, I had no intention of going. Whether it was the White Saber Association or the Black Abyss, joining either side would only lead to unnecessary obligations. Meanwhile, Adele voiced her concern 3 separate times. "Professor, are you really going to be all right?" "I'm fine. It's just that we've been working together for some time now, so I can't help but feel worried." "You don't need to worry. Hacken can't possibly kill me. In any case, amidst all the commotion within the department. While I was alone in the research lab, fiddling with various models using world forgery, A message came through on the wrist-mounted crystal orb, a circular lens-like device with a holographic display, acting as a smartphone. It was a difficult question. Kaiser, Professor, what is assassination? A guy who had been completely silent suddenly asking a question like that. This had to be a cry for help. Something must have happened. What is assassination? I had never really thought deeply about it. Obviously, it wasn't a good thing, but I couldn't just tell Kaiser, assassination is bad, so don't do it. He's living a life as harsh as mine. If it's Kaiser, I feel like I want to be a bit kinder to him. So after some serious thought, I finally responded. Dante, assassination is the power to enforce what is right. The reply came slowly. Kaiser, I'm sorry, Professor. I'm too stupid to understand what you mean. Kaiser, what is righteousness? Kaiser, is being kind the same as being righteous? Helping the sick, aiding the poor, assisting those in hardship. Seeing how rapidly the questions were piling up, he was clearly mentally cornered. What is righteousness? That's a tough question. I don't know much about philosophy or complicated stuff like that. But I thought I might know how to ease Kaiser's mind. Since our situations were similar, all I had to do was insert myself in his shoes. If I were Kaiser, what would I want to hear? Dante, what you believe to be right is righteousness. Kaiser, if I go insane and decide that everyone must die, would that be righteousness? That was unnerving, but it was probably just a metaphor. Dante, it would still be righteousness. Kaiser, I was guessing that Kaiser was living a very precarious life, walking a tightrope. And when someone is standing at the edge of a cliff, they don't need advice, they need comfort. I couldn't change his reality. No matter what I said, Kaiser would still have to walk that tightrope. So what he needed was self-affirmation, something that would give him the strength to get through whatever he faced and still say, I'm okay. Dante, a world where everyone is happy doesn't exist. Dante, I have NAVL Cyrillic letter 456 GHT don't copy, read here to protect myself and the things that are important to me. Dante, and to protect them I might have to harm others. Dante, if peaceful dialogue could solve everything, why would we need curses? If a curse could solve everything, why would anyone raise a fist? If a fist could solve everything, why would we need laws? And if the law were truly absolute, why would there still be innocent victims? Dante, but in this world there are so many people that you can't even count them. Among them there will always be someone who suffers unfairly. Curses won't reach them, fists aren't strong enough, and the law can't protect them. At that point, someone is left with two choices. Kaiser, what are they? Dante, if you have no power, you can choose a curse, because a curse is the only weapon permitted to the powerless. On the other hand, Dante, but if you have even a little power, you can choose something else. Kaiser, Kaiser, so that's what assassination is. Honestly, I don't really know. Is that even a thing? It's just life. So I decided to stop pretending to know more than I did. Kaiser, I see. Kaiser, so the reason for assassination is righteousness. I just hoped that Kaiser, who was in a situation similar to mine, would feel a little better. That was all. Kaiser, righteousness. Then over the next 10-30 minutes, his monologue kept coming. Kaiser, what is righteousness to me? What is precious to me? I've never had time to think about it because I was too busy just surviving. Something felt a bit off. Kaiser, but now maybe. Kaiser, maybe I'm starting to understand. Kaiser, what is precious? Kaiser, what I should consider precious. Kaiser, what has considered me precious? Kaiser, what preciousness means. Kaiser, and what threatens that preciousness. Kaiser, and if I define righteousness as protecting what is precious to me, then how should I use the assassinations assigned to me? Oh, why are you acting so scary? Elise asked. Kaiser was startled inside. Damn, he almost made a huge mistake. Damn it, I was lost in my thoughts. Currently, the Dormant Dragon Institute was conducting a Curse of Revelation ritual. To put it simply, they were extracting information from corpses and inscribing it onto the infamy. Using the blood collected from the dead businessmen and the more recent samples, they were uncovering the treasonous actions linked to them and the assassins associated with those acts. I'll finish it up. Kaiser closed his eyes and began chanting the incantation for the curse. The cadets of Dormant Dragon Institute all poured their mana into the ritual. In reality, their mana was more than enough to keep the curse running without him. Kaiser was just going through the motions, pretending to chant the incantation. With every leaf soaked in curses, every caterpillar gnaws away at the darkness, and in the end all things upon the earth will be stained with blood. And as he chanted, he thought, the world was as perilous as the ocean. Life was like a sailboat navigating through it. The voyage had probably begun from a small coastal dock, a tiny wooden boat, a small sail atop it, and an ordinary oar to row through the sea. Somehow he ended up in the middle of a storm. Somehow he ended up in the abyssal depths. Somehow he ended up leading monsters. But today it felt like he had gained a compass. Righteousness, Since the moment he left the dock, there hadn't been a single person who genuinely cared about Kaiser. They only followed the mask he wore, not him. But now an exception had appeared in his life. If the sword swung to protect what is precious is called assassination, then who should he wield that sword for? Slowly, the answer began to settle in Kaiser's heart. Professor, wouldn't that be righteousness? At that moment, the curse was completed. The collected blood evaporated, and new characters began to be written on the infamy. Information about the next target for Dormant Dragon Institute to assassinate. I'd like to take a break for a while. What do you think, Princess? For once, even Kendrake, looking exhausted, asked in a weary tone. The other members also nodded in agreement. Even Rebecca, the true leader of Dormant Dragon Institute, nodded her head and officially granted them a break. All right, then let's take a break. It was then that Kaiser's eyes narrowed. The compass in his heart suddenly moved, pointing to the infamy. One name derived from the blood of a Black Abyss faction member. What's wrong? Everyone tensed as they watched Kaiser. On the infamy, it was written that a professor from the Black Abyss intended to kill Dante. The exact name was listed. Kaiser's eyes trembled as he hurriedly snatched up his infamy, preventing the other cadets from seeing it. There was no way Professor Dante would be killed. But the very act of pointing a blade at him was infuriating. It was as if someone had pushed a button, and Kaiser's emotions began to surge uncontrollably. After the curse ritual concluded, Kaiser walked toward one of the cadets' rooms and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Kaiser knew he was the leader, not the boss. Rebecca was the boss. She had the authority to give orders. Kaiser did not. Most of the cadets in Dormant Dragon Institute had strong personalities and often questioned the legitimacy of his orders. They would demand explanations, asking why they had to kill someone when the ultimate objective was the assassination of the emperor. But there was one cadet who never questioned anything. As long as it was called a mission, she would move. As long as she was told to kill, she would kill. For that reason, her trust was invaluable. Once broken, it could be dangerous. Therefore, she was not to be treated carelessly. And right now, she was the only one Kaiser could turn to for help. Knock, knock. The door swung open and a girl with a bright expression popped out. Light pink hair, light pink eyes, a pure innocent smile unmarred by any shadows. Elise Zikos smiled as she asked, "Why, what's up, Captain?" Kaiser felt slightly tense. It was the first time he was using Dormant Dragon Institute for personal reasons. Didn't they say she's been getting along well with Professor Dante lately? Perfect. This was the perfect chance to test it, to test righteousness through her. Elise, sorry to bother you when you're resting. Can you go kill someone for me? Is it a mission? Kaiser tensed up a bit more. The moment he said it was a mission, Elise would be granted a license to kill. Yes, it's a mission, okay. Elise wagged her imaginary tail like a puppy about to go for a walk. Who do you want me to kill? Kaiser gave the order, Professor Hacken of Black Abyss. When she asked who's that, he let her sniff the blood sample they had extracted. Got it. Elise picked up an invisible blade, her steps light as she floated out of the room. Just before she left, Kaiser grabbed her arm and added one more instruction. Bring the corpse to the backyard of the dormitory. Will do, Elise replied, stepping out in her pajamas with feather-light steps. As soon as the door closed, her body melted into the darkness. It was a moonlit night. The rings of the planet overlapped, creating a stunning spectacle in the sky. Elise stepped into someone's bedroom. No sound of footsteps, no breathing, no hesitation whatsoever. Why? Why is Dormant Dragon Institute trying to kill me? Only after the blade was driven into his heart did the man realize what was happening. Who knows? Elise vanished back into the shadows. It was a mission, a blind assassination. 10 minutes later, Elise returned. Just as expected, her compatibility had been overwhelming. Cursed type abilities were particularly weak against someone like Elise who relied purely on brute strength. Woomph, spit it out. A transparent wild dog, at least 5 meters tall, opened its mouth and spat something out. Hacken's corpse. Kaiser was still sitting, gripping his cane. He had asked Elise to bring the corpse back to confirm it for himself, and now, even as he stared at the dead body, he felt no discomfort. Instead, an unusual sensation was blooming within him. The feeling of having protected something precious. The thrill of having killed something that deserved to die. It was the same feeling he'd experienced when he was a child. Back then, there was a wild dog that lurked in the alley where his elders often walked. A mangy beast that would snarl and bare its fangs without hesitation. One day, he had beaten that dog to death with a club. The catharsis he felt at that moment was now surging back within him. Now, he was certain. Haha, an assassination for the professor was a righteous act. There had been a threat of assassination from Professor Hacken. If the bastard actually showed up, that day would become his funeral, one way or another. Even so, my nerves were far from calm. Being marked for assassination had a way of speeding up your desire to win the witch of the graveyard over to your side. And so, once again, I found myself at the cemetery on Starfall Hill. Well then, I'll be heading back. As usual, it seemed like I'd be returning empty-handed, but today was different. Clang. Just as I turned to leave. Eve moved, she turned her head, reacting for the first time. To what? A sound, it seemed. The clang came from the sniper rifle on my back, Liberator, bumping against the metal frame of the stand. What? Was it really that sound that made her react? You said you couldn't hear. A curious tilt of the head, so on a hunch. World Forgery, Form Forgery Bell. I pulled out a model I'd crafted earlier. Ding-a-ling, Eve's eyes lit up a little more. I'd made countless sounds over the past 2 weeks, and this was the first time she'd ever reacted. Ding-a-ling, a faint expression of interest, perhaps even enjoyment. She seemed unable to hear any other sounds, but the resonance of metal must have reached her somehow. You want it? In that moment, I felt something close to awe. Eve slowly began to approach, meppling her hood back just enough to reveal her face. She stepped down from the tomb, cautiously stretching out her hand to take the bell. I pulled it back just a little. Don't twist it. I said don't twist it, like this. Twist it, and I had to pay for that scope you broke. Of all things, you just had to bring the expensive one. I mimicked the twisting motion that had destroyed the last scope. Eve just tilted her head again. Well, this time it was illusion magic. It wouldn't break. I handed it over. Thunk, a dull, muffled sound. She grabbed the bell by its body and shook it. You're supposed to hold it from the top. I took it back and demonstrated. Then again, Eve was still smarter than a snail and followed my lead. Ding-a-ling, finally a sound. She shook the bell, mesmerized. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Unlike when she twisted the scope until it broke even after it stopped turning, this time her movements were careful. Ding-a-ling. Maybe because of that. For the first time, as we parted ways, she mimicked one of my gestures. A simple wave, take care. The motion itself was awkward, but for the first time she acknowledged me as a person. A massive leap forward, wasn't it? Stay well. She still couldn't speak. Nightwalker Building, Hayaka Department of Assassination, White Saber Division Office. Usually a quiet place, but today it was as if fireworks had gone off. Haken's dead, that ghost from the second assassination war. I'm telling you, it's true, unbelievable. That bastard's really dead. Smiles began to spread across the professors' faces. White Saber's professors still remembered him, clear-lithe face of Haken, the man who mercilessly butchered their comrades during the war a decade ago. 12 curses wielded freely entire assassination teams, coughing blood and dying in a single strike. Since joining the academy, he'd played it off as a relic of the past, but everyone had always wanted to kill him. Well, damn, that bastard died beautifully. Ha 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 ha, serves him right. Chief of the White Saber Division, Senior Professor Bikwa burst into hearty laughter. But really, who the hell managed to kill that Haken bastard? The guy they used to call the Curseblade, Professor Dante, sir. Dante. Who's that? The new professor. Teaches assassination. Wasn't he supposed to die to Haken? That's the thing, assassinated Haken instead. Huh, and get this, Professor Dante showed up for work this morning, not a single scratch on him. No kidding, what a damn treasure. Bikwa stroked his snowy white beard, absolutely delighted. It just kept getting more interesting. We'll need to reassess our evaluation. Evaluation? You remember those rumors. That time he stopped the Marina versus Eli's fight, people said he was strong. Then there were the whispers that he used time magic to stop Joquin's proxy assassination. You said that was nonsense, sir. I did say that. What kind of time magic crap? But if he assassinated Haken like it was a joke, maybe it's not so far-fetched. Bikwa's expression sobered as he stroked his beard. Nah, time magic's still bullshit. Kids see illusions and call it magic typical. Still. This Dante guy, just how strong is he? We don't really know. Now they were curious. A professor with no background, supposedly brought in by the chairman. The royal lunatic who played the mystic and never communicated with the faculty had a habit of picking up weird assassins from who knows where. So that meant nothing. They ran checks. Nothing turned up. Place of birth unknown. Family unknown. Combat rating unknown. But one thing was certain, assassinated the Haken and walked away without a scratch. If that was the case, White Saber's course of action was clear. Shall we bring Professor Dante into White Saber? The question made the chair's face crumple. Professor Guangsun, what kind of question is that, sir? You don't ask, shall we bring him in? You ask, what do we offer him? You dense idiot. A man that powerful. He had to be brought in, no question. Haken's dead. Hayaka Academy Black Abyss Division. The professors of the Black Abyss sat in a dark office, incense smoke curling as one of them murmured, what a pathetic death. Did he survive the assassination war just to die like that? Watch your words, Professor Viper. Watch my words, my ass. I told that moron 3 times not to attack a professor with unknown capabilities. Wasn't he warned from above to leave it alone? He was trying to bring Dante into the Black Abyss. Apparently Dante was. Rude, my ass. He's a professor, not some bratty student. Letting emotions get the better of him. White Saber must be throwing a damn parade. Professor Vipersnake eyed and bitter didn't hide his irritation. First the Marina incident, now this. What the hell's going on? If you ask me, that bastard got emotionally unstable after the Joquin fiasco. What do you mean? Joquin was one of his old students. He let his feelings get in the way. Instead of disciplining the brat for screwing up, he covered for him and got himself killed. That was when. Maybe try showing some quiet respect for the dead. The door opened, and every voice went still. Professor Viper lowered his head immediately. Chief Hayaka Academy's Black Abyss Division Chief Beetlejuice. Massive frame, worn-out air. He sat down with perfect poise and lit a cigarette. We're sad too, Professor Viper, but shouting won't help anything. Apologies, sir, I overstepped. Beetlejuice exhaled slowly, smoke curling from his lips. Haken had been useful in both power and influence. The ghost of war, after all, he was hard to control, making him an unreliable piece in major place but still an excellent professor. And now he was dead, the body, never found, so no cause of death, no clues, no sir. Are we sure Dante did it? Most likely. He's the only one Hacken clashed with recently, meaning no proof. What did Hacken prepare for the hit? Traps, enhancers, cursed weapons, the whole war arsenal. What, the stuff from back then? Yes sir, fully armed. He went to kill Dante with everything he had. For Dante to kill that Hacken, that was no small feat. Smoke thickened. This makes revenge complicated. As long as it's not discovered, murder is legal. In assassination, the emphasis is on secrecy, not killing. Whoever killed him, they did a fine jobby assassin standards, and that made revenge tricky. No NRV letter 2170 IGHT read more on our source justification. Who cares about justification? Just say the word. I'll rip his throat out while he's taking a dump and boil it into bone soup. Beetlejuice said nothing. Just exhaled more smoke. After the second assassination war, White Saber and Black Abyss had settled into a tense peace. No reason to fight your own countrymen when global tensions were already high. But lately, there'd been a suspicious rise in professor assassinations. The neutral faction didn't have the means for this. White Saber, who controlled the disciplinary division, denied involvement, blaming rogue students from the dormant Dragon Institute. But come on. Were students really capable of this level? And now a Black Abyss veteran professor had been killed by someone supposedly neutral. Beetlejuice felt it in his gut. A storm was coming. Assuming Dante acted alone with no faction ties, we have no grounds for retaliation. If anything, he deserved praise for proving his skill as a fellow professor. But if it turns out Dante is secretly affiliated with White Saber, things change. Whoosh. Smoke filled the air and Beetlejuice whispered, "We've been at peace too long, haven't we?" If Dante was White Saber, then Black Abyss would respond, the Black Abyss way. "Professor, last night, did you?" It was nighttime. Adele greeted me at the mansion door with an odd question. "Did you meet with Professor Hacken?" What the hell was this now? If Hacken didn't show up, how would I have met him? I said nothing, unsure how to respond. Adele hugged her arms, looking like she'd seen a ghost. "It's true then. The rumor." "What rumor?" "Oh, come on, that you assassinated Professor Hacken." "Absurd. I killed Hacken," meaning he was actually dead. Suddenly, the whole department is talking about it. When did you even go out and do it? Oh my god. Adele wasn't kidding. I checked the Assassin Town community via my crystal orb. Sure enough, post after post saying Professor Hacken had been assassinated last night. No body, officially missing. Professor, Kang Kang is here. 30 minutes later, someone from the disciplinary division showed up. Kang Kang, a pretty-faced patrol officer. "Could you come with me to the bureau just for a moment?" "I don't know anything about this." "Yes, we know." Kang Kang smiled brightly and winked. Then he whispered. Black Abyss and the disciplinary division searched everywhere. Not a single clue. "You really are amazing." "No, seriously, I don't know anything about this. Your skills are incredible, truly." He looked thrilled. Kang Kang had a bit of a thing for me, but I was baffled. Sure, I would have killed Hacken if he'd come for me that night, but I didn't. "I still have to bring you in for formality's sake, shall we?" The rumor had clearly spread. Even though it was night, every student I passed looked utterly stunned. Thoughts filled with shock, disbelief, and fear poured from them one after another. Assassin Department. Year 1 kill, that's Professor Dante of Hayaka. Assassin Department. Year 1 Fahilia, he assassinated the ghost of war Hacken without leaving a trace. Assassin Department. Year 1 Oran, how strong is he? What kind of past does he have? And it wasn't just the students I passed on the street. Over the next day, going back and forth with the bureau, I saw it. The whole department was in total chaos. "I have no idea what you're talking about." That was the 17th time I'd said that to the disciplinary bureau, and I wasn't lying, I really didn't know. Of course, Professor Dante. There's no way you would know what happened to Professor Hacken. How could you possibly know about the assassination tools that weren't even recovered? The body probably isn't even in this world. Ha ha ha. Every single investigator in the disciplinary bureau clearly believed I had done it. Yet, citing insufficient evidence, they formally closed the investigation and handed it off. "I'm telling you, I really don't know." "Ah, yes, of course. No doubt about it. Nor do we, hee. Utterly ridiculous." Stunned, I walked out of the bureau, only to find Adele waiting outside with an armful of flower baskets and letters. "What's all that?" "Oh, Professor, look at these. Letters. They're gifts from the White Saber Association. They asked if they could have a word with you." Ridiculous. And yet, just as she said, 2 professors from White Saber were already approaching, waving from a distance. "Ah, Professor, we've met before, haven't we? Are you well? Apologies, we should have properly introduced ourselves during the Elias incident. It was disorienting." "What is this about?" "Oh, nothing serious. Just that while you're on campus the next few days, we'd like to accompany you." I understood immediately. They were offering protection. Or at least that was the pretext. What they really wanted was to make me feel indebted. No need. Nothing's going to happen Novelrecap in broad daylight. Oh, we insist. We really should have paid our respects earlier. Just think of us like bodyguards. We're research professors, no classes at the moment. So I took Adele and exited the assassin's hall. The professors really did follow like bodyguards all the way to the car, but I didn't kill him. If I had to guess, it must have been someone else. This is the Department of Assassination, after Allah, place where everyone has a grudge against someone else. Upon digging a little, I discovered Hakan had a lot of enemies. Whatever, I don't even know anymore. Until that moment, I'd more or less written the whole thing off. Hakan's death was nothing more than a removal of a threat to me. No more, no less. But just a few minutes later, everything flipped on its head. Black Abyss Professor Venom, head to Street 32. Black Abyss Professor Curtin, confirmed. Black Abyss Professor Viper, confirmed. As I stepped out of the bureau, I saw a string of names from the Black Abyss side pop up in the script, all converging on the same place on the mini-map. A bad feeling settled in. I decided to follow theme, and what I saw wasn't pleasant. GHH. Professor from the White Saber Association lay slumped against a wall, soaked in blood, a blade skewering his abdomen. He gasped for breath. Professor, are you all right? Professor Dante. You're badly hurt. Where's your potion? I drank it. Already. Professor Hylan of White Saber waved me off with a strained smile. I'm all right. Really. I've called it in. The medics are on their way. It's not a fatal wound. He said that while blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Let me pour some potion on the wound. His body was barely moving, probably poisoned. I poured what was left of an elixir onto the injury. Oddly enough, it wasn't life-threatening. If the blade had pierced his lungs, he wouldn't even be able to speak, which meant they'd aimed for his abdomen on purpose, deliberately avoiding vital organs. A warning then, the attackers were almost certainly the Black Abyss professors I'd just seen. White Saber Professor Hyalan. Damn it. Of all people, Dante had to be the one to find me. White Saber Professor Hyalan. I can't afford to leave a bad impression on him. His thoughts struck me as strange. He forced an awkward smile and spoke. If this is what okay looks like, I guess corpses can walk themselves to the hospital too. Professor, please shut up. No, really, I'm fine, but it's just a little embarrassing, for a professor to be caught like this in front of someone he respects. Would you mind giving me a moment alone? Even now, he was trying to make a good impression. Respect, we'd never even met. Which begged the question, was he so desperate to make me think well of him? The answer wasn't hard to find. A directive's gone out. Not just one or two professors trying to court me clearly. An order had been issued across the entire division. Recruit Professor Dante to White Saber. Of course. From their perspective, I'd just taken down a monster like Hakan with ease. It made perfect sense. As I watched the wounded professor, the medical team finally arrived and began transporting him to the hospital. Medical team here. We'll get him to the hospital right away. After a brief pause, I made up my mind. I'm coming with. Of course, sir. Truth be told, this was my first time meeting Professor Hylan, but I felt oddly sorry for him. I hadn't killed Hakan, but because of the rumor that I had, this man ended up like this, so I got in the car to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, I was still trying to wrap my head around Black Abyss's behavior. If they were mad that I killed Hakan, we not come after me directly. Instead, they attacked a professor from White Saber as if issuing a warning. Why? I had a bad feeling. One of the most dangerous bad ending events suddenly floated to mind. Bad ending, Hayaka Assassination War. The Assassination War refers to an all-out faction conflict between assassins, full-blown warfare, and the Hayaka Assassination War was the worst of them all. A catastrophic event that could occasionally be triggered when factional tension between White Saber and Black Abyss was mismanaged to hell and back. Fueled by deep-rooted historical grudges, it turned into a massive, emotionally charged bloodbath. Over 200 professors split along faction lines, killing each other until the academy itself was reduced to rubble. The game only supported auto-save on hard mode, so whenever this event triggered, I'd practically tear my hair out because once the academy was destroyed, it was straight to game over. And now, perhaps, I was staring that very war in the face. Professor Hylan lay asleep nearby, swathed in bandages. I sat beside his hospital bed, lost in thought. That was when it happened. Several White Saber professors had come to visit. Not that I'd reduced the severity of the wounds, they were deliberately shallow to begin with, but I saw no reason to correct the narrative. Well then, I'll be going. Just a moment. Could I ask you for a brief word? A man with leonine features stopped me in the hallway. He introduced himself as Leo Bardo, Senior Professor of Assassination Defense with White Saber. Then, carefully, he made his pitch. I realized the timing isn't ideal. But I'd like to make you an offer. An offer? Yes, a recruitment proposal. My eyes narrowed. Of course, here it comes. The recent assassination of Professor Hakan. To us in White Saber, it was deeply moving. That monster took countless lives, including my own brother's. As a result, there's been strong consensus internally. We'd be honored if Professor Dante joined the White Saber Association. Leo gave me a warm, gracious smile. We're prepared to offer you 50 million Hika over 4 years as a signing bonus. That was outrageous. When I busted the proxy assassination ring, the bounty was maybe 500,000 Hika. This was 100 times that. As a recruitment offer, White Saber Professor Leo, surprised Professor Dante, that's the third highest recruitment bonus in our history. I was indeed surprised, and that's not all. Research, assassination requests, there are countless opportunities that come through us. You'd be prioritized for everything, sweetness layered on sweetness. Of course, it wasn't free money. Joining would mean fulfilling all member obligations, but for 50 million up front, most would take that deal in a heartbeat. That kind of money would skyrocket my combat capacity. Would you consider joining us? But I couldn't accept it, so I stayed silent. Would you like some time to think about it? Even then, I didn't answer. I simply sat there for a moment. It was late at night. The hospital's admin office was empty, just me and Professor Leo. But I knew exactly how many people were in this building right now. 21. White Saber Professor Eugene. White Saber Professor Rondron. White Saber Professor Hadrigue. Hidden near the ceiling and along the walls, White Saber Professors in concealment. Black Abyss Professor Viper. Black Abyss Professor Venom. Black Abyss Professor Curtain. Out beyond the window, clinging to the outer wall or nestled in the second-floor corridor, Black Abyss Professors. The funny thing, all of them were experts at hiding but terrible at finding. Since detection during concealment required equipment and effort, none of them realized the others were there. Only I knew. Only I could see the ludicrous scene unfolding right now. Black Abyss Professor Ludenbach, we've arrived as well, Professor. Make that 25. Black Abyss Professor Viper, good, stay hidden. Black Abyss Professor Ludenbach, why were we summoned? Black Abyss Professor Viper, you must have missed the briefing. Let me summarize again. Black Abyss Professor Viper, we currently suspect Professor Dante assassinated Hacken with assistance from White Saber. We believe it was not a solo act. Our current mission is to confirm Dante's allegiance. Once confirmed, further action will follow. Then another chimed in. Black Abyss Professor Venom, doesn't look like he's actively meeting with any collaborators right now. Black Abyss Professor Viper, what you see can't be trusted. White Saber likely knows we're watching. Thee could be severing ties as a smokescreen. What matters is the result. Whether Professor Dante joins White Saber or not, that's all we need to watch. Exactly as I suspected. The 50 million Hika was a poisoned chalice. The path to not just my death, but the total collapse of the department. The further action would lead straight to the assassination war. Even if that logic felt like a stretch, Hacken had been that important, and the instability in Zone Zero lately made things more volatile. But no, this entire scenario was fabricated to get me killed. If things could explode this easily, someone would have lit the fuse long ago. The fact that everything stayed calm until now meant only one thing. I was the reason. This is the malevolence of hell mode. Just as that thought crossed my mind, Leo spoke again. Professor Dante, if you need more time to consider, That won't be necessary. I already know my answer. White Saber Professor Eugene. Black Abyss Professor Viper. In that instant, both sides locked in on my response. I'm sorry, but I must decline. And with that, the silent audience split in two. May I ask why? I'm not suited for belonging to groups. Personality flaw, short and sharp. What could they even say to that? White Saber Professors were visibly disappointed. Half of the Black Abyss was relieved, thank God, I didn't want to fight. The other half thought, damn, he would have been useful, until Leo spoke again. If it's a matter of compensation, we can offer 65 million. What, did my price just jump like that? It's not about the money. I understand how massive 65 million is, but this is a matter of principle. Leo smiled again. You do know how to negotiate, don't you? In that case, my final offer, 80 million. Thud, my heart just dropped. 80 million. At this point, reality began to warp. Even 50 million had felt surreal. But 80, and I wasn't the only one shocked. Black Abyss Professor Viper, ha. That's the largest recruitment offer in White Saber history. Even he was stunned. Black Abyss Professor Ludenbach, should I switch sides too? Someone in Black Abyss was actually considering defecting. But I knew, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. No matter how large the sum, no matter how many opportunities they promised, it was all laced with poison. Every one of them a jaw in the trap, waiting to snap shut. Accepting this offer would trigger the unraveling of everything. I'm sorry, Professor Leo, but 100 million, and in that moment, everyone stopped breathing. In the end, I turned down the offer last night. What did it matter if it was 100 million or a billion Hika? If war broke out around me, no amount of money would save me. So holding back tears, I could only say, I'm sorry. When I questioned how he could even propose such a ridiculous sum, Professor Leo gave me a candid answer. To be honest, I was only authorized to go up to 80 million Hika, but I was willing to dip into my personal fortune if it meant bringing you in. Like I said, Hacken, that bastard, killed my younger brother about 15 years ago. In other words, I did what they never could, killed the thorn in their side. So Leo, filled with personal gratitude, had gone all in. Of course I didn't kill him, but they believed I did. Anyway, I refused, but White Saber clearly wasn't ready to let me go. Good morning, Professor. Professor Dante, are you a fan of golf, hiking? As I walked through the academy, professors kept approaching me, pretending we were old friends. Oh, you're eating already. Mind if we join you? My TA just had to meet you, Professor. Go on, introduce yourself. Ah, hello, sir. The meals I used to share in peace with just Adele were now filled with smiling White Saber professors around the table. Professor Dante, how about a drink after the faculty meeting today? We know all the best spots in town. After meetings, they'd gather around, hoping to build rapport. Not one or two, but a parade of professors, lavishing me with praise and affection in shifts. Naturally, I ignored them all. Professor, please, smile just a little. Adele couldn't take it anymore. She begged me to respond just once, show them I was human, but I betrayed her hopes. I remained stone-faced, like a rusted statue in a flower bed. I sat in that conference room with a dull gaze, trying to come up with an escape plan even after the faculty meeting had ended. That's when someone sneered. Well, this is goddamn hilarious. A snake-like face, narrow, slit eyes. One of the Black Abyss professors who'd been concealed until now. A senior professor, middle-aged. Black Abyss Professor Viper. Why the hell is he stepping out alone? Professor Viper. What's with the sarcasm? Professor Leith Lion Man from White Saber spoke up in response. You're crossing a line. Says who? Regardless of our factions, when a fellow professor passes, you pay your respects. Even for 3 days, you don't go roaming around like a pack of mongrels without a shred of dignity. White Saber Professor's expressions hardened. Ha, you're just bitter 'cause Hacken was your friend, huh? Leo smiled as he continued. Well, we're celebrating. What do you expect? It's a festival now that the bastard who killed my brother is dead. Honestly, we should be setting off fireworks at his memorial. Viper's eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Something was wrong. Viper had clearly seen me refuse White Saber's offer. So why was he here? Watch your mouth, Professor Leobardo. Don't come pissing on someone else's party, snake. Just slither back to whatever hole you came from. The tension between them soared. Neither side was backing down. Then Viper turned his gaze toward me and flinched, narrowing his eyes. Black Abyss Professor Viper, what's with those eyes? Apparently I looked intimidating. Strange, looked way more murderous to me. What are you waiting for, Professor Viper? Get out before I throw you out myself. Seems the Bardo bloodlines always had bad eyesight, just like your brother couldn't see straight, ended up buried. The smile vanished from Leo's face. You son of a hey, did you just say that out loud? The 40-something professor let loose a vicious curse. The atmosphere turned immediately hostile. White Saber professors began subtly backing away. Viper, meanwhile, had accomplished what he came for. Black Abyss Professor Viper, that should do it. Tensions rising. Black Abyss Professor Viper still can't shake the suspicion. Could that Dante guy really have killed Hacken with no outside help? This is my chance to find out. Shit, this wasn't good. Viper had come not just to provoke Leo but to test me. Black Abyss Professor Viper, I'll pretend to strike the lion, and instead I'll go for those pink eyes. At that moment, Leo picked up a mug and hurled it. Crash, the mug shattered against the wall beside Viper's head. Viper, you snake-headed piece of shit. I've hated your guts for years. The lion tossed the bait, kind and clear. The air turned glacial. Then one of us is going to die today. The snake took it instantly, stepping forward, fingers piercing his own palm as he drew a glowing blue dagger from beneath his skin. He advanced toward Leo. Black Abyss Professor Viper, now's my chance. No, not Leo, toward me. God damn it. Leobardo drew his cherished weapon, Sua Blade, a savage-looking dagger. It was a human-slaying weapon carved from the fang of a beastly spirit creature. He slowly controlled his breathing, hunting focus. His blood boiled, his heartbeat quickened, his nerves accelerated, and the flow of time around him seemed to slow. At the same time, Professor Viper unleashed his own magic. Half a dozen venomous snakes slithered from within his robes, flicking their tongues. Thick swirls of violet mist began to coil around him. Viper summoned toxic fog. And then there was the poison fang jutting from his palm, a truly menacing weapon. Viper was a poison-type assassin. Whatever personal grudge one might hold, he was undeniably formidable. A single misstep and he could be fatal. Professor Leo leveled his breath and thought, if I drag this out, the poison will give him the edge. I need to kill him in one blow, just as the tension reached its peak. As Leo stepped forward, ready to lunge, everyone in the room froze. From the floor, walls, and ceiling, 12 swords extended outward. World forgery, spatial forgery, dominion of blades. No sound, no murderous aura, not even a trace of magical energy, and yet the blades moved on their own. Each sword aimed squarely at Viper and the venomous snakes he had summoned. This was no ordinary skill. It was an 8th-level combat-type ability, nearing the realm of the ultimate, dominion of blades. 12 swords encircled the room as though governing space itself. The air grew cold and heavy. A man's rough voice echoed through it. Professor Viper. Everyone turned toward the voice. Dante Hayakapo. He sat with one leg crossed, hands in his pockets, seemingly at ease. but the moment he lifted his head and their eyes met the soft pink hue of his irises locking with Viper's, Viper froze. His body reacted before his mind could. Dante spoke in a soft, slow voice. "I'd like you to leave." Viper gave a dry, silent laugh. "There's a word, presence. The NOVELGOTGHT. It's what makes a dying warrior, even with a blade through his chest, impossible to dismiss. It's why powerful politicians feel like cowards pretending to roar. Then what is the presence of an assassin? It is not the same as overwhelming aggression. A great warrior exudes the presence of might and fortitude. A great mage exudes mastery of cosmic order and truth, but beyond them is something even more frightening. A presence that strikes a primordial fear into the soul and that whispers, "This being could kill me at any moment," killing intent. There was something shocking here. Professor Dante had it. Unbelievable. Viper had thought he was just another sharp-looking but vacant-eyed professor, a cut below the refined assassins who spent their days sharpening themselves to perfection. But now that Dante had released his killing intent, Viper's mind flipped. He couldn't believe it himself. Viper was being overwhelmed by someone else's presence. Third parties should stay out of this. Viper forced the words out, straining under the pressure, still pretending he was focused on Leo. But the tension in this space was now far beyond his control. Dante slowly gestured with his hand. The blades hanging in the air closed in slightly toward Viper. "Best to listen while I'm still being polite." Dante's eyes narrowed. "Leave." One of the swords inched even closer, right between Viper's eyes. Viper grimaced, baring his fangs. Would this end in blood? Or, he shut his eyes and let out a long sigh. Filthy little insects. He turned and walked away, pretending he hadn't lost an ounce of composure. But the white saber professors all realized. That arrogant bastard Viper had just been completely crushed. Meanwhile, as Viper stepped outside, a firm conviction settled in his mind. It's true. Hacken was definitely assassinated by Dante. Viper had lived 20 years as an assassin, 10 more as a professor. He knew anyone who exuded that kind of killing intent. Not one of them was lesser than Hacken. They were all at least Grandmaster-class assassins. All of them were incomprehensible monsters. Like Beetlejuice, the current Hayaka division chief and former executive of the Continental Black Abyss. "You fucking fool, Hacken." A fresh wave of rage rose at his dead colleague. The idiot had always been too emotional. For an assassin, he was easily swayed. He let useless anger consume him and caused trouble time and again. He should have known better than to go in blind. But Hacken wasn't stupid. He must have assessed Dante before attempting the hit. He would have known Dante was a high-tier assassin. Would have recognized his mastery of dominion of blades. And yet he'd gone in anyway. Then it really was a dog's death. As that thought solidified in Viper's mind, the hidden Black Abyss professors approached in the shadows. They were standing right next to him, yet they used telepathy to communicate. "What did you find?" Viper exhaled deeply. "I've confirmed it. Professor Dante Hayakapo possesses more than enough ability to have killed Hacken unaided, and given that he rejected White Saber's offer, the stance we should adopt toward him is." Second floor of the mansion. My room. I sat in a daze, carving a new illusion model, part of my nightly training ritual, World Forgery Proficiency, 87.110.05. But then I noticed something strange on the mini-map. Someone was rapidly approaching. I halted my training and warily looked outside. Tap, tap, a knock on the window. It was a crow, not just any crow clearly summoned via summon taming type ability. Judging by the round, cute eyes, it was likely a messenger crow, a breed used for communication. There was a tag on its collar, Beetlejuice. It came from the Black Abyss Division Chief. "Now what?" Tap, tap. As I hesitated, the crow knocked again. I cautiously opened the window. It fluttered in, then spoke its message, 200 million. I'm gonna lose my mind. Scene 1, the professors. Scene 2, Kaiser. Scene 3, Eve. Scene 4, Dante Hayakapo. They say being beautiful is a curse. I'm not pretty and I'm not a woman, but I think I get it now. Ha ha. Nice weather, huh? It's allergy season. What's so nice about it? On the street, a white saber professor to my left, a Black Abyss professor to Novia letter 2170. IGHT read more on our source my right. Professor, the fried flounder here's pretty good. Want to try? Talking big is a Black Abyss trademark. Professor Dante, I got 2 of these. Here on for you. In the faculty dining hall, white sabers on the left, Black Abyss on the right. In the staff restroom, at the urinal, white saber professor to my left, Black Abyss professor to the right. For fuck's sake, there are 7 stalls. Despite me rejecting their offers, both factions still kept trying to cozy up to me. At that, Adele stifled a giggle. "Professor, you sure are popular." Not that it pleased me at all. I had to stay neutral anyway. And while the Black Abyss and White Saber fought to win me over, there were others who opposed me outright. Professors of the neutral camp, those who had no reason to covet me. They'd already started quietly resenting me since I broke up the fight between Elias and Marina. But lately, that feeling had grown stronger. That evening, after I'd met with Eve and returned before it got too late. I was in the department office going through paperwork. When a professor kills a professor, that's a problem. A professor muttered, brushing past me with a deliberate shove. Neutral professor, collider. Other professors were present in the office. At that remark, all eyes turned to me. After a brief pause, I answered, "What nonsense is that? Go check the Disciplinary Bureau's report, HMPH, and what? Trust them. Those bastards love blindfolding themselves and pretending it's night. Then do what you want. I don't know anything about it. Sure. But if I may offer some advice, acting your age, swinging your weight around just because you're strong is bound to backfire." Honestly, I knew. My words wouldn't mean a damn thing. We get it, you're tough, so tone it down. It's not like the rest of us don't know how to assassinate. We just suck it up and go to work like professionals. Tone down what exactly? I haven't done anything. All right. Ooh, scary. What, you gonna kill me next? I looked Collider dead in the eye. Want me to? What? Collider flinched. What did you just say? Kidding. With the neutral professor grinding his teeth and trembling, I turned my back. In this damned assassination department split between black and white, there's only room for two types of gray professors. A professor so great they don't need to pick sides. A weakling that no side wants anyway. In my case, I'd originally been a solid 2, but somehow I was living like a 1 these days. Senior Professor Collider, though, he was a clear-cut 1. A top 0.01 combatant, carrying a masterclass badge. Elite training, widely respected in the department. Don't let it get to you, Professor Dante. Professor Collider's just got a sensitive streak when it comes to assassination. Oddly enough, the one trying to comfort me was a Black Abyss professor. But even as I heard it, another thought came trailing after. Black Abyss Professor Shark. Still, the neutral professors have definitely started to resent Professor Dante lately. I mean, it's not like anyone chooses to stay neutral for fun. Now this no-name suddenly gets praised out of nowhere. No wonder they've got it in for him. Jealousy, it seemed, had taken root among the neutral camp. The way Black Abyss and White Saber were courting me had stirred the pot. And the senior neutral professors are preparing a mass defection, too. The main storyline continued creeping forward. Only the top dogs are leaving. Guys like Senior Professor Collider are basically dead weight left behind. Looking deeper, the guy had just hitched his wagon to the wrong horse. But honestly, I couldn't bring myself to care much beyond that. Let them hate me all they want. Meanwhile, as I kept getting dragged into one event after another, I'd finally gotten a moment of peace. It's about time I start hunting demons and gathering starlight shards. Even while being pulled around and caught in constant trouble, that was the one thought stuck in my head: the assassination of demons. Acquisition of starlight shards through them. I hadn't even begun yet, but now that I had some time, I could finally start moving on it. To do that, of course, I'd have to find a demon first, and that's when something absurd happened. The setting near the professor housing complex. Adele, who the hell is that bastard? I asked, pointing at the man standing in the garden of the manor across the street. Adele's eyes went wide, glancing sideways at him. That's the new professor, Professor Toxin. They brought him in from the Black Abyss side to fill Professor Hacken's seat. Not sure where he's from, though, so the time had come. I'd expected it eventually, but now, finally, he had arrived. Why do you know him? A demon without horns. That bastard had shown his face at the academy. Hornless demon, Toxin. The moment I saw him, a deep fury surged in my chest. Maybe it was just how the player side system was code hostility born toward the enemies of humanity. Do I know him, you ask? I think I understand now. If I had to describe the feeling, it was like spotting a snake creeping into your tent during a peaceful camping trip, ready to bite your sleeping children. A disgust that didn't come with the option of shoo it away. No, if there's a rock nearby, you bash its head in. That kind of primal hatred. I expected it to come. I knew I'd have to fight it. I even wanted the starlight shard it carried. But now that the thing stood in plain sight, everything else faded to the background. What remained was a hatred so deep, even I was startled by it. Scene 2, Kaiser. Welcome, cadet. At the old man's words, a young man entered, limping lightly on a cane. He gave a shallow bow before sitting across from the elder, legs crossed. I appreciate the welcome. The young man was Kaiser Truman. Like today, he regularly met with the Royal Senate. Chilly day, isn't it? Have some tea. How have you been lately? I must say, every time I meet you, my heart flutters, haha. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you this time. These days, I've been tending to an apple tree behind the dorm of the sleeping dragon. As they began their idle chat, the elder adjusted his glasses. No matter how many times he met him, that boy always gave off a dangerous air. A child born not even of commoners but of slaves. And yet he sat face to face with a noble-born elder of the Royal Senate with such ease. May I ask a bit about your activities? The elder tread carefully as he shifted to the real topic, but Kaiser only smiled mildly. These days we've all been quietly focused on our studies. After a little more small talk, the elder sighed inwardly. That slippery bastard. Most children who come into power young are eager to show it off, but not this one. He hid it completely, revealed only what was necessary. Because of that, the royal family still had no clear grasp on the true power or intention of the Dorm of the Sleeping Dragon. And yet that was supposed to be the goal of these meetings, to size him up and get a leash around his neck. I enjoyed our time together. In the end, this meeting, too, concluded without results. Frustrated, the elder muttered, "Cadet Kaiser, may I offer some advice just one piece from a grandfatherly perspective? Yes, I'll take it to heart. If you keep everything so tightly hidden, you'll never receive help from any adult. People whom they connect must at least share some part of their true selves." Ah. I don't know what kind of great deed you're chasing, but you won't achieve it alone. A child moves forward by following in the shadow of a hero. That's how they find the right path, and one day when that hero falters, it's the child who will inherit their will and continue forward. In that sense, the sermon went on a bit longer. Kaiser bowed politely and exited. Truth be told, he hadn't taken in a single word. What was he supposed to do with it? It's not like he even wanted to be here. Still, one line from the elder had stuck in his mind. If you keep hiding like that, no adult will ever be able to help you. There was a time when Kaiser, too, had feared that very thing, and over time that fear had steadily eroded his mind. But now, things had changed. A child moves forward by following in the shadow of a hero. You're absolutely right. What the elder didn't realize was that Kaiser had already chosen his hero. He might have said all that hoping the royal family would become that hero, but Kaiser had already resolved to walk in the steps of a very different figure, a person who supported him with no strings attached, someone he could truly seek advice from when faced with hardship, that one and only hero, Professor Dante Hayakapo. Today, Kaiser decided to send him a message for the first time in a while. To Professor Dante, hello, Professor. To Kaiser, who only ever contacted people he didn't want to talk to. Chatting with Dante was his ultimate stress relief, his personal hit of dopamine. To Professor Dante, hello, Professor. But suddenly he hesitated. What if messaging too often became a nuisance? Worry began to set in. To Professor Dante. He deleted the message. It felt too shallow just saying hello. No, had to accomplish something meaningful for Dante before reaching out. At that point, Kaiser found himself thinking once more about what it meant to be right, to repay the kindness of someone who had supported him. That was right. Everything was new for him. His lack of resistance to killing, the catharsis after defeating a hostile opponent, all of it, but more than that. For the first time, someone who had always been pushed around by others had made a decision of his own, acted of his own accord, and that sense of agency gave him a kind of emotional satisfaction he'd never known. Dante, what you believe is right, good or evil, whatever it was. So long as he saw it through because he believed in it, it was right. That thought led Kaiser to peer inward for the first time in his life. If his heart were soil, it was a long abandoned field. Seeds others had tossed aside had grown wildly. Weeds tangled over everything, an unkempt, neglected bramble. But when he pushed past the brush, he came face to face with something he hadn't seen in years, a patch of empty earth. Can I plant something here? Was defeating the professor's enemy truly enough? Could that alone be called righteousness? Or could he go one step further? Of course, now wasn't the time for that. He had far too much to do, but the thought, it took root in his mind, in that newly cleared patch of earth at its very center, if rain ever came. Perhaps even this desolate land could one day sprout something new. Scene 1, the professors. Scene 2, Kaiser. Scene 3, Eve. Scene 4, Dante Hayakapo. Potential. It's a word loaded with meaning. Those with high potential grow faster than others. Those with high potential can rise higher than others. A value of 1 marks the potential of an average person, 1.5 above average, 1.8 impressive, even praised, 2 the kind of prodigy who appears once a year if that, 2.1 regarded as the best among their peers, 2.3 a genius the top tier even among professors. 2.5 one of only 30 on the entire continent deemed to have the greatest human potential. Even in this world's hell difficulty, the hierarchy wasn't all that different. Professors typically sat somewhere between 1.9 and 2.2. Hacken was likely a 2.1, but in this world's expanded logic, there was another category potential tied to people involved in the death of the professor, that is, me. Take Bamung from the Dorm of the Sleeping Dragon, for example, Bamung Nibelung 2.8. Or the neutral head professor soon to betray Hayaka, Battalion Argius 2.5. Clearly, the numbers were inflated across the board, but find those two make sense. They're central to the main story. But then, what the hell is this? Eve Lemontry 3. We were on the Starfall Mountain inside the glitch space, my 19th meeting with Eve. She hadn't shown up during the day, no idea where she'd been. But when night fell, she appeared as usual, sitting atop the ancient mound and gazing up at the sky. As I approached, Eve raised her hands and waved side to side. She'd started doing that during our last few meetings. The motion was awkward. A typical wave involves one hand going side to side, doesn't it? But Eve, she didn't even open her palms properly. She just kind of shook both hands stiffly, like she wasn't sure how it worked. Maybe she hadn't been raised around people, like a girl raised by wolves or something. But when I looked into the surname Lemontry, I found it belonged to a nearby baron's family, which meant she wasn't always like this. Hold up here. Something to look into later. My objective, to bend that three monstrous potential to my own use. Meaning Yesmi approach to her was far from pure. In other words, exactly what you'd expect from a professor in this damned assassination department. So far, I'd tried dozens of things to win her over. Scopes, bells, puppies, perfume, fish-shaped pastries, and more. Some had meaningful results. The bell in particular, massive success. What, even now? When Eve saw me, she pulled a pinecone from somewhere and shook it back and forth. Nope, changed my mind, don't feel like giving it to you. She tilted her head, then started waving the pinecone again, clearly not planning to hand it over. Guess she was just in that kind of mood. Mind if I sit next to you? Eve stared blankly for a moment, then slowly turned her body. As if to say whatever, that alone was major progress, so for the first time I sat beside her. From atop the boulder, the sky stretched out above us like it was about to pour down. Guess she always sat here, looking up at that view. Didn't spark any deep thoughts for me. The sky was just the sky, but for her it was something worth gazing at like that, if I had to guess. Stars, was Eve looking at the gods of this world. I'll be off now, see you again, before I left. She shook the pinecone again, still not giving it to you. You can shake it faster all you want, doesn't change a thing. Anyway, take care. This time, Eve stopped tilting her head, paused for a second, then reached into her ragged cloak around the waist, rummaging for something, and pulled something out, a knife. So you want a bell, big one, or maybe. I immediately changed the subject. Eve tilted her head again, set the knife down, then fumbled through her cloak again and pulled out something else. Bright red, round, an apple. To my shock, it was an actual, real apple. Eve held it out to me with awkward care, glancing back and forth between me and the fruit. What is this? Where'd you get an apple? Still couldn't understand my words, but clearly she wanted to give me something, so I took it. It was the first time she'd ever given me something. I'd never really thought of our dynamic as one-sided, but now that I reflected on it, this was the first time she'd offered me anything, and it felt unexpectedly good. On the way back, I gave it a bite, crunch, perfectly ripe, and delicious. Scene 4 Dante Hayakapo. On the way back in the car, I threw myself into more training in illusion magic, mastery level 88.32. Thus, lately life had been peaceful. I'd gotten stronger, I'd survived. I was straddling the black abyss and white saber factions quite convincingly. Even my relationship with Eve had progressed. The mastery level of world forgery was brushing up against 90. This was the reward for my efforts, and I couldn't deny a generous helping of luck had come my way. And maybe that's why I found myself more on edge than usual. No matter how I spun it, the looming threats refused to leave my mind. The main storyline, waiting to explode at any time. Assassination attempts from the cadets, always a hair's breadth away. The dorm of the sleeping dragon, growing more dangerous by the day, and more than anything else. Hornless demon, Toxin. That bastard, in front of the professor's manor. As soon as I stepped out of the car, I saw them. Those eyes watching me from the top of the clock tower. A demon, an enemy of humanity. Demon kills yielded large quantities of starlight shards, so I was simply waiting for the right stage to be set. If that didn't happen soon, I'd go to him myself. Kill him before he got the chance to attack humanity or me. I may look calm, but I am still a professor of assassination. I stared straight into his eyes, imagining for a long time how I'd kill him. Professor, aren't you coming in? I'm coming. When the time comes, I plan to snuff out that bastard's life somewhere silent, remote, seen Cookie the dorm of the sleeping dragon's cat. It was during the illusion arts class, taught by Senior Professor Collider. In illusion magic, the most important concept is optimization. A single person can only simulate a limited number of illusions at once consciously within the bounds of their mind. Just then, a quiet mumble, "That's not right." Professor Collider closed his eyes and pretended he hadn't heard it. There are various types of optimization. Today's topic is modeling optimization, dreamscape embrace. He touched a cactus and activated his ability. Crack, a spark flickered, then a mirage-like shimmer rippled through the air and a cactus appeared midair, identical in shape to the one on the desk. Then again, that's weak. Collider clenched his fist beneath the podium. It may look three-dimensional, but most of its space is made of flat surfaces, he explained, showing the cactus from the side. And indeed it was nearly flat, like overlapping paper cut into a cross. But to the eye, it still looked 3D. Delighted by the student's surprise, Collider continued, so even if the model isn't truly three-dimensional, it's more than enough to fool the human eye. Then came another jab. Who'd fall for that crap? That did it. Silence, Gray, he exploded. Silence fell over the classroom. All eyes turned toward a smirking student, revealing a sharp snaggletooth.
My bad.
Gray Habanero, gray-haired girl cadet. a skin-tight, stretched-to-burst uniform, tattoos all over, a look like some feral alley cat. She was the gray habanero of the dorm of the Sleeping Dragon. You, what the hell's your problem? Why insult your professor in the middle of class? Ah, sorry, didn't think you'd actually hear me. Didn't think my ass, you think I'm a joke. Well, the cactus was just so bad. What? Even if you're optimizing, it's way too flat. Anyone with basic depth perception can see through it instantly. The cadets were horrified. Professor Collider closed his eyes again. He could feel his blood pressure rising. Of all the students, it had to be someone from the dorm of the Sleeping Dragon. Didn't they say that place was full of assassin nobles and genius killers? Gray, in particular, was famous for disrupting every class she attended. Get out of my class. So he decided to cut his losses. Out, for real, absolutely. Okay, but my attendance still counts, right? Fuck your attendance. Get out. Grinning, Gray strutted toward the door, like a cat on a stroll. Then, with the tip of her finger, she swiped the cactus off the podium. Clatter, hey, what the hell do you think you're? Professor Collider rose, enraged, but then noticed something. The cactus was still there. What had fallen was an illusion, a projection created by Gray in that brief moment, at that range, without anyone noticing, and even more refined than the professor's own. What the fuck was that? His angry shout echoed through the now closed door. At that moment, Eliza, who'd also been in class, slipped out unnoticed. She found Gray perched on the rooftop, staring off into the distance. Eliza sat beside her and asked Gray, yeah, why'd you do that? What just now, ma'am? Because it was unbearable. You go to class to learn something, right? That guy was awful. I thought he was fine. Fine, my ass. You elitists are always like that, so rigid and stiff. Totally useless garbage. Really, illusion-type assassins are rare. We're supposed to have pride. If you're gonna teach others, you need to think for yourself. That's hard. Eliza stared at Gray, grumbling to herself. Her Family Habanero clan was a famous illusionist lineage, so Gray had a serious sense of pride when it came to illusion magic. And you, why do you even take stealth arts? No professor hides better than you. Good point. Stop agreeing so easily. Are you stupid? Yeah. Yeah, you are. Gray clicked her tongue indifferently. Tusk. Her snaggletooth peeked out. Whatever. You're just some mutt who kills like it's a ball game. What do you know about the pride of illusionists? I'm going to bed. With that, Gray hopped off the building and walked away. Eliza, left behind, stared blankly into space. Come to think of it, Professor Dante's class, Understanding Assassination and Abilities. Next week's lesson was going to cover illusion magic, wasn't it? If she had a tail, it would have been wagging, because Professor Dante was special. So then, what kind of illusions would he teach? Curious. Eliza had gotten curious. The location, the department office. I was reviewing various documents, preparing pop quiz questions when... Professor Sokka, what happened to your arm? Several professors took notice of a middle-aged senior professor whose arm was wrapped in thick bandages. What do you think happened? Got hit with an assassination attempt a few days ago. Stab wound, burn, 3rd degree. Damn, what bad luck. Yeah, Professor Sokka can't use elemental defense magic, right? The middle-aged Black Abyss professor let out a long sigh. My arm's burning up. This is why I wanted to skip the section on localized fire spells. You can't exactly not teach it. You're a magic assassination specialist. The pain I can deal with. It's just, facing the students like this, it's embarrassing. Then you'd better lay low for a bit. If someone tries to assassinate you again while you're like this, it could be dangerous. Still, if the professor ended up like that, the student must have gotten wrecked. I was known as the professor who never counterattacked. Truth is, I just can't. The others, they hit back. Thus, professor assassination is both a form of lesson review and pre-lesson prep. The nature of the attempts often reflects the content of the class, so I was feeling uneasy. So far in my Understanding Assassination and Abilities class, I'd only covered the history of abilities. Aside from my first day, there hadn't been many attempts, but starting today, I was finally moving into the actual 12 ability types segment. First up, illusion arts. Strangely quiet yesterday and today, though. If so, great. In the meantime, I returned to my office to do some practice both training and to prepare illusions for class. World Forgery Mastery, 88.350.03. That's when Adele walked in. Professor, ready for lunch? Sure. But Professor, are you free after class today? Why, well, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. I turned to look at her. Her cheeks were flushed as she gazed at me. Hands clasped behind her back, chest pushed forward slightly, strangely suggestive. Could have been because one strap of the bustier she wore over her t-shirt was slipping off her shoulder. What is it? We can talk here. What's embarrassing? You know what I mean.
Don't pretend.
Adele stepped closer with a curious expression. Her eyes seemed to imply something, so I stood to face her properly. She was slightly tall, but I was taller. Her eyes tilted up to meet mine just under my chin. I've liked you for a long time, Professor. That's sudden. Is there a student planning to play with fire? She stepped closer, right up to my face, and eyes unfocused asked, "Will you hold me?" I said nothing. A sudden development, of course it was, and obviously fake. This woman didn't like me. She wasn't hoping for a hug. In fact, she wasn't even Adele. Assassination department. First year Liuan, just one step closer. Liuan, a student in my class. I let out a sigh in my mind. So, the professor assassinations begin again. Assassination department. First year Liuan, just a single step, and I can reach him with the knife. She'd used a type of illusion body morph, basically a transformation spell. She'd only altered her face to resemble Adele's. Liuan's body was similar in height and build, the voice she must have mimicked. And her outfit today, a plain white tee and black buster, very common. Easy to copy. Assassination department. First year Liuan, damn, he's so freaking good looking up close. I don't think I can stab him with both eyes open. Assassination department. First year Liuan, maybe. Just a quick kiss if I don't get caught. Have you lost your damn mind? Assassination department. First year Liuan, no. Focus, just stab and run. That's when I realized what she had behind her back. A knife, held in the hands clasped sweetly behind her waist, and her face blushing, like some love-struck idiot. Either way, good thing I caught on in advance. Still, the situation was dangerous. An assassination attempt was a threat on its own, but if I botched my response, rumors could ruin me. I considered my options, then spoke, Adele. Yes, Professor, would you close your eyes for me? Oh my, Liuan closed her eyes. World forgery, shape forgery Liuan. I conjured an illusion of her, set it in front of her and placed 2 fingers on its lips. Then inserted a sheet of paper in its mouth, reading, "You've been penalized 0.5 points for attempting assassination outside of class. Please meet Adele to submit your disciplinary report." I quietly stepped out of the lab. In the hallway I ran into the real Adele. Professor, headed somewhere. Not eating, I'll skip lunch. Going for a walk. Oh, can I come with you? No, why not? Because you're not Adele either. Assassination department. First year Ludin, looks like my sister failed, but now he's let his guard down, this time her twin brother, also a first year. He'd even used voice alteration, but failed to alter his body. The face was Adele's, but the broad shoulders were a dead giveaway. Can I hold your hand during the walk? Are you insane? Sure, but first close your eyes, oh my. Same method as before. World forgery, shape forgery Liuan. I put his twin sister's illusionary hand in his palm, and in the other hand a post-it reminding him to submit the failed assassination report. Then I fled the department building, and ran into Adele. Oh, Professor, there you are. They're serving steak at the faculty dining hall. Tadic and I join you. FCK, another one. By now I was getting PTSD, but I checked the name tag. Anything foolish was real. What? Ahahaha. I told her what just happened. Adele burst out laughing, hee hee. But Professor, you're really slow on the uptake. What do you mean? You still think I'm the real Adele? You are the real one. Nope. Watch this, Professor. In an NNNGH, MMMWA, Adele might give off the air of a nobleman's daughter, but if I had to guess, she had 0 experience with romance. Her lips, awkwardly puckered, made that abundantly clear. I'll pretend I didn't see that. Ahahaha, that's so mean, acting like I'm repulsive. In any case, the Liuan twins' assassination attempts were just preview attacks. I was well aware that I'd be heading into a classroom soon where assassination would be legal, and that review attempts would come after the lecture. Still, aren't you eating lunch? No, I plan to starve to death. Who do you think is the strongest among the new professors? Students love ranking things, and ranking professors. That's always a juicy conversation. Who's the strongest? Who has the most impressive skills? Who has the most legendary accomplishments? Lock 3 cadets in a room and give them that topic. They'd argue over it for 3 days and nights. But recently, the debate over which new professor is the strongest had gotten stale, because the answer was always the same. Obviously, Professor Dante. He beat Professor Hackenrank 7,100 without a scratch. Isn't Professor Eugene from the Cursed Division at least close? Come on, not even close. Seriously. Are you even trying? Honestly, I think Professor Dante could beat most of the senior professors too. A few key events had left an impact. Dodging that insane first-day assassination. Catching the proxy killer. Hacken's death. Each one cemented Professor Dante's image in their minds. Professor Dante this, Professor Dante that. Get real, but not every student looked pleased when overhearing that conversation. The Liuan twins and others who had recently failed to assassinate Dante looked downright bitter. Why the hell is everyone so obsessed with him? Sure was strong, that much was clear. He felt untouchable in real life too, but setting aside strength, there were definite complaints from a student's point of view. The grumbling started small. No one likes failing an assassination attempt. Liuan frowned and muttered as she passed by. But honestly, Professor Dante, his teaching sucks. And that's how the bad-mouthing began. Huh, really? The other students, surprised, tilted their heads. Was that true? They hadn't really thought about it before. I dunno, I think his lectures are fine. Yeah, he has a nice voice. Plus, he barely gives homework. Liuan scowled. Be real. The class is understanding assassination and abilities right. You'd expect to see some actual abilities, but the guy just reads straight from the textbook every damn time. The others blinked. Now that she mentioned it, well, Liuan the unit was history of abilities. What's he supposed to do, juggle fireballs during that? Okay, fair. But even taking that into account, the lectures were boring as hell. Liuan crossed her arms. Think about Professor Viper's Toxin Trap Mastery or Professor Parthenon's Magical Assassination classes. Even when they're just lecturing, it's fun. You actually learn stuff. Yeah, those two are good, no doubt. Still, starting this week, we're moving into the actual abilities, right? Even the students who had been defending Dante began to hesitate, because really, being strong, being a brilliant researcher, and being a good teacher, they weren't the same thing. If you separated those factors, Professor Dante's rating might drop quite a bit. Maybe he's not actually that great at teaching. Doubts about Professor Dante began to stir, but the boring unit had ended yesterday, starting today. They'd be covering something far more exciting. Guess we'll see how good he really is today. With that thought, the students waited for the professor to arrive. Creak. A man entered the classroom. Concrete, metal, winter, ash, a rainy day. That's what came to the students' minds as they looked at him. Even his arrival was clinical exactly on time, down to the second. Adele, take attendance. Yes, professor. While Adele did roll call, Liuan and her friends scrutinized Dante's face. Then one student raised their hand. Professor, it's Haram. Can I ask something? Speak. Today's class marks the start of a new unit in understanding assassination and abilities, correct? It does. The History of Abilities section ended yesterday. The students exchanged glances, so it was true. Today was the first class where they'd truly see what Dante's teaching style was like. Liuan snorted and crossed her arms. Let's see how amazing he really is. And as all eyes turned toward him. Quiet, Professor Dante silenced the room. The crowd always demands it, that a hero proves himself. Once glorious deeds are quickly dismissed as the past, emotional fervor cools like tea in a cup. Thus the exceptional must ceaselessly prove their own brilliance. Fail to do so, and one must be ready to be scorned for having dared to raise expectations, ready to be blamed for even the smallest flaw. In Professor Dante's case, he was no hero, but he was being treated as something close. His evasion of assassination on the first day. The Marina Elias incident, the defeat of the proxy assassin, the murder of Professor Hacken, all of it had turned him into a sort of star professor. That was why some cadets began to question his teaching. Okay, he's strong, got it, but is he even qualified to teach? Does someone like you truly have the right to handle a course like 12 supernatural systems, so broad and advanced? That doubt had grown slowly, as he dragged out the dry history of supernatural arts class for over 2 weeks, and now it had come to a head, and in the midst of that doubt and expectation. Inside the lecture hall, all eyes on him. How can one kill a person? That was how Professor Dante began the lecture. It began long ago, with an older brother jealous of his younger. His voice was calm but weighty. The gods favored the younger. Overwhelmed with jealousy, one day the elder decided to kill him. A place where no one would see would be best. So he said, "My brother, come out to the fields with me." Dante grabbed the wrist of his dazed assistant and stepped off the podium. Oh my, and he looked around. Just in time, he found a suitable tool. Suddenly, a sharp rock appeared in midair. To the cadets, it was a surprising illusion. It had appeared without any mana flicker whatsoever. In humanity's first assassination, it said the younger's blood soaked the fields. The weapon must have been a club or a rock. Dante mimed striking Adele with it. Eek! When Adele dropped into her seat, laughter broke out among the cadets. But as a first murder weapon, a club or a rock wasn't ideal. The younger didn't die in one blow. The elder had to chase him down to finish the job. And when he screamed, the parents heard. That was the problem. It wasn't discreet. Suddenly, the floor of the classroom shifted. Whoa, a desolate field stretched out before them, stained with the blood flowing from Adele. Every cadet doubted their own eyes. It was a shockingly intricate illusion. Holy crap, what? No way, that's an illusion. To fill a space that vast, with that much detail, without even a flicker of mana. At a cadet's level, even conjuring a matchstick without a visible trace of mana was difficult. At the same time, a look of shock crossed Liuan's face as well. The brother, after that, lived his life haunted by the fear that someone else would come to kill him. Even while showing a level of illusion they could never hope to reach even in a lifetime, Professor Dante continued speaking as if it were nothing. Even though he was a killer, he feared being killed. He must have regretted it. If only he'd killed his brother a little more discreetly, so that neither his father, nor his mother, nor even the gods would ever know. And from that moment, humanity's obsession with assassination began. Dante then swiftly traced through the development of the 12 supernatural systems. To kill someone with a sword combat system, they had to use a bow or shuriken projectile system. To kill someone with a bow projectile system, they had to move in close, hence movement arts footwork system. To kill before movement arts footwork system took effect, guns were invented, sniper system. To counter gun sniper system, magic was developed magic system. In the era of magic, no one attempted assassination with just one method anymore. When they could no longer reach the target, stealth system was born. To cripple a moving target, trap system. When traps couldn't kill, poison system to turn small wounds lethal. When they couldn't carry weapons inside a target location, they learned to make them their alchemy and totems. Assassination evolved that way. In modern times, humanity began to reflect on the essence of assassination, and at the end of that thought process, our predecessors found surprising potential in what had once been a magician's perverted toy. He said it was illusion. Until then, illusion, a technique for manipulating perception, was used purely for the depraved amusements of nobles. But once it fell into the hands of assassins, everything changed. The foundation of illusion is the distortion of sensation, making one see what isn't there, hear what can't be heard. That's its purpose. And at its peak, it can go beyond the five senses and warp existence itself. Dante snapped his fingers. Snap. And suddenly 5 attractive, well-built men appeared around Adele, who sat in her chair. Oh my, each was a hallucinated archetype, a possessive-obsessive, a big loyal dog type, a clueless puppy, a middle-aged gentleman, and a cold-eyed cat-type tragic male lead. They leaned in, arms around Adele, gazing at her with smoldering eyes. Oh my God. Adele, blushing bright red, quickly covered her face and looked around in panic. How do you feel, Adele, being surrounded by fake men? What do you take me for? I like it. Laughter erupted among the cadets again. Assassination is the blending of murder and deception, and when deception is elevated to its highest form, that's illusion. To distort someone's senses, the most important thing is to know what they want to sense. Humans always perceive what they wish to perceive, and once you know that, the next step is
Snap.
Dante snapped again, and the 5 men drew knives and pointed them at Adele. She panicked and tried to escape, but in vain. The men's arms and legs were tangled like serpents around only on her. A tableau, like the poster of a sultry thriller, just before the kill. Save me, Professor. When Adele raised her hands in surrender, the cadets burst out laughing again. Assistants should be careful around handsome men. Yes, sir. Only when Dante dismissed the illusions did Adele breathe a sigh of relief, saying she nearly died. By now, every single cadet was completely absorbed in the lecture. Lewin and her friends, too. He's insane. Seriously, what kind of new professor has powers like this? Every last doubt they'd had about Dante was shattered. And all the posturing about evaluating his teaching was gone, without a trace. From the history of murder to the rise of illusion, and a practical display of how destructive it could be, his lecture was nearly perfect. Now, everyone in the room was hanging onto his every word. However, even as every cadet was utterly absorbed in his lecture, someone's thoughts were drifting elsewhere. That someone was none other than the cadet from Dormant Dragon Institute, Elise Zikos. With a pencil balanced against her philtrum, lips puffed out in a hangul, koinus 3 hangul, koinus shape. As she dazedly listened to the lecture, she suddenly raised her hand high with a puzzled look. Professor, I have a question. Dante gestured calmly. Ask. The other cadets turned to the 2 of them with curiosity in their eyes. Come to think of it, Elise and Dante's classes were diametrically opposed, while Dante specialized in illusion that reveals. Elise, daughter of the invisible throne, excelled in disappearing. Is illusion really necessary for assassination? Clarify. Assassination's about killing someone discreetly, right? Can't you just stab them while hiding? As expected, a fundamental question on the cadets had anticipate came flying out. Disappearing was a core principle of assassination, and Elise disappeared better than anyone. Her family, after all, was hailed across Hayaka as the continent's finest assassin, surpassing even white saber based solely on their mastery of vanishing. Whoa, what's the professor going to say to that? That's a tough one. How do you explain to Elise that revealing can be just as important as disappearing? The cadets held their breath, waiting for the answer. But Dante, unfazed, opened his mouth and spoke. Elise, do you know how to hide a tree? Hide a tree, snap. With a flick of Dante's fingers, a tree appeared right in front of Elise. She stared at it blankly for a moment, then reached out to touch it. Like this. And then something astonishing happened. The illusory tree faded and vanished, turning completely invisible. The cadets were shocked. Elise had used stealth on a hallucination conjured by someone else's mana. Insane. She cloaked a hallucination she's never seen before. What the hell is she? Even for Dormant Dragon, how is that? Even professors would struggle to pull that off. But Dante merely nodded. Well done. But there is no reason to say that only disappearing qualifies as hidden. Then what does? At Dante's gesture, the tree that Elise had concealed reappeared. Snap. And with another snap of his fingers, a violent gust of wind swept through the room. Whoosh. When the cadets opened their eyes again, they saw not one, but over a dozen identical illusory trees had appeared. None of them emitted any visible mana flickers, once again shocking the cadets. Then Dante posed his question. Tell me, where is the original tree? Elise, along with the other cadets, widened their eyes. A dozen identical trees stood together in the same spot, making it impossible to tell which one was real. I don't know, Elise blinked and admitted defeat. Dante followed up. Then would you say the tree is hidden? Yes, indeed, so another way to hide a tree is to place it in a forest, and with that the cadets finally understood why revealing could be just as vital as disappearing. That hiding is not a solo trick, but something that emerges in interaction with the background. Ah, so that's why a sniper in a crowd is harder to find. In that case, where someone assassinated royalty by disguising themselves among the guards, realization began to settle over the class. Starting with today's lecture, you'll begin learning the basics of illusion from me. The rest of the class flowed like a dream, drifting through a veil of hallucinations. The cadets learned basic illusion under Dante's guidance. For those already proficient, he offered more advanced instruction. Everyone immersed themselves in the lesson with joy. Then Professor Dante shattered their happiness. There will be homework assigned today, not a large amount, so don't worry. But the moment they flipped through the 2-page assignment packet, their faces began to turn pale. There was a lot, not just a lot, too much, way too much. Is this real? How are we supposed to finish all this by next week? The cadets were frozen in mute horror, but Dante, who wasn't always consulting the script, had casually assigned the work based on his standards. If you concentrate, it'll take 15 minutes. The cadets blinked in disbelief. What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? And thus the lecture ended, in shock and fear. After class, once Professor Dante had left the hall, Elise began circling among the cadets, casually striking up conversation. So what do you think of today's class? She was asking to help explain it to Gray, repeating the same question over and over. The first cadet she stopped was Liuan. What do you think of the professor's lecture? I don't know much about illusions, see. Her lips parted as if to say more than twisted into a bitter smile. Whatever annoyance she'd felt before was completely gone. Liuan exhaled and gave her answer like a sigh. It was incredible. Elise smiled brightly. The best, from that sharp-tongued Liuan. Such praise, she kept asking the other cadets too. How was today's class, today's lecture? Honestly, I was shocked. It might have been the best I've attended recently. I didn't expect Professor Dante to be that good at illusion, to be honest. It was insane. There were all those rumors about him being a combat system assassin or a magic system one. But at this rate, he's basically an illusion system assassin, isn't he? At that, Elise wagged her invisible tail. Everyone was praising him. He must have really been amazing. She had enjoyed the class to learn more than she expected, but since she usually slept through other lectures, she didn't have much basis for comparison. Still, with everyone reacting like this, that night, Elise went to find Gray. Gray, you know.
What?
Elise paused before speaking. Wearing a slightly uneasy expression, she hesitated, then reached out to pull Gray's legs together. You shouldn't sit with your legs spread like that. The hell, and since when do you care about that stuff? I do. That's new, you're thinking. Normal things now. Gray gave her a smirking cat-like expression. But these are my legs, yeah. I can sit however I want. No, what if someone sees up your skirt? Gray instinctively muttered back. I usually wear safety shorts. Wait, no, why the hell are we even talking about this? What do you want? Elise shook her head, still looking uncertain. If you sit properly, I'll tell you. Gray stared at her for a second, then slowly got off her chair and dropped into a full 180-degree split on the floor. Elise clapped in amazement. Wow, you're super flexible. Shoulders lifted in pride. Right, I could go further if— wait, no, that's not the point. Why are you here? Say it before I slap you. Sit properly and I'll tell you. Smack, she got slapped anyway. While rubbing the lump on her head, Elise finally answered. There's a professor who's insanely good at illusion. Who? Professor Dante. Dante. Gray's brow furrowed at the mention of a name. She had a terrible memory for names. The one who confiscated your dagger. Oh, now she remembered. Dante. That odd, fascinating professor. He'd saved Elise once before. He was absurdly good at controlling distance, casually ignoring Gray's quickslash right in front of him. And he was the first professor ever to order the confiscation of Gray's weapon. He was the first person Kaiser ever lost to, wasn't he? Kind of funny, thinking back. After tasting his first real defeat at Dante's hands, Kaiser completely lost it. Whenever Dante's name came up, he'd tremble with rage or sometimes go full manic, insisting Dante had to become his advisor. That monster of a man, who wouldn't flinch even if his own family died, turned into a twitching lunatic whenever Dante was involved. He was one of those professors I really wanted to assassinate. Bamung seemed to like him, weirdly much. Kendrick seemed to hate him, weirdly much. Love him or hate Heimvrion seemed to do it weirdly, truly unreadable and bizarre. That was Dante in Gray's mind. So wait, what? Gray blinked, caught off guard by her own thoughts. That Dante professor's good at illusion? Yeah, how good? Gray immediately regretted asking. No way Elise could explain anything properly. Or so she thought until one sentence shattered that assumption. Better than you. Elise blinked innocently as she said it, wide-eyed without a shred of malice. Gray instantly felt a surge of irritation. Illusion was her pride after all. better than me, Elias, you see my illusion work every day. I do, and you still think he's better. Are you serious? Yeah. Unbelievable. The habanero family had mastered illusion for generations. Gray was called the greatest genius across all branches of the family, and not once in her life had anyone ever said she wasn't the best. What exactly did this professor do? Still, she decided to hear it out. Arms crossed, Gray asked. Elias, looking a bit more excited, began recounting what she remembered from the lecture. But Realithes was someone who confused camels and ostriches and yelled puppy every time she saw a cat on the street. How coherent could her explanation be? Still, Gray listened patiently through the babbling. It sounded like the professor did use some impressive illusion. But all of it, well, Gray herself could pull off those same things. This pink-haired idiot probably just didn't realize how skilled she actually was. So how about checking it out yourself? I could ask the professor for you. Gray frowned. At that professor's level. Correction. At the level of a mere new hire, not some great head professor, there was no one who could dare to teach her anything about illusion. Don't me. You want to slap? No, but he really was good. I can do all that too, you know. Forget it. If that's all you came to say, leave. With a scowl, Gray kicked her out. Not watching him. What a shame. He was really good. Even better than Gray. Still, maybe if she saw him for herself someday, she'd change her mind. I had been personally worrying about how to handle the illusion lecture for quite some time, because by now it was already known that I was fairly proficient in illusion. World forgery is a continent level taboo skill, so I had to be careful. Only high-level clerics with divine power can detect a taboo, but if suspicion arises, the professors might request someone from the church. I had two choices here: teach well, or pretend to teach poorly. This too was a choice between revealing and disappearing as a method of concealment. I chose revealing. I decided to act as if I could freely wield numerous forms of illusion. As I've said repeatedly, thanks to my high mastery of world forgery when it comes to illusion, I'm at a level not just at the top of the academy, but among the best on the continent. Thus, the first lecture was a success, and for several days afterward there were no issues, but on the fourth day of class. That afternoon, the threat I had anticipated finally arrived. First year, Department of Assassination, Derrick, professors here. It was inside the indoor training hall on the first floor of the battalion building. I had planned to meet Adele in about 20 minutes for a light training session. But the uninvited guests got there first. First year, Department of Assassination, John, confirmed. First year, Department of Assassination, Hwaro, confirmed. First year, Department of Assassination, Dominic, Aya, confirmed. The review assassination had begun. There were 5 of them in total, all students enrolled in my class. And for some reason, Dominic and Hwaro, both of whom I'd met during my very first assassination attempt, were among them. First year, Department of Assassination, Derrick, comlink active. First year, Department of Assassination, Derrick, everyone clear on the op. First year, Department of Assassination, John, confirmed. First year, Department of Assassination, Hwaro, confirmed. 5 red dots scattered across the minimap. Not just a simple hit, this was a full-on assassination operation. This is going to be a pain. Unlike the other professors, I couldn't brute force my way through an assassination. My raw combat power was abysmal, which meant if they got me head-on, I really could die. But that didn't mean I wanted to permanently traumatize a bunch of earnest kids. Didn't want to mess up their minds either. This was part of the job as a professor in the Department of Assassination, and I'd have to keep managing it. Dante and assassinations coming. Talk later. Adele again. Adele, you sure get assassinated a lot, Professor Koyuk Kanus. Adele, crying squirrel emoji. First things first, I bilayed on our appointment and decided to leave the area. First year, Department of Assassination, Derrick, professor is moving. John's team follow him first. First year, Department of Assassination, John, confirmed. The assassination attempt begins. Crack, a flicker of lightning split the wall in half and the door vanished. They had overlaid the wall with illusion. If I went to where the lightning flickered, I'd find the real doorknob embedded in the false wall. But I didn't grab it. According to the minimap, there were 2 red dots just behind that wall. It was a double-layered trap. First year, Department of Assassination, John, what's the situation? Is he coming? First year, Department of Assassination, Derrick, not yet. He's still, first things first. I needed to take out their vision. World forgery, phenomenon forgery, smoke screen. Whoosh, smoke surged across the ceiling of the hall like a fog bank. First year, Department of Assassination, Derrick, visions blocked. As confusion spread, I threw open the hidden door behind the illusory wall. First year, Department of Assassination, John, he's here. Charge, but the ones who had been waiting to lunge through the door couldn't. World forgery, spatial forgery wall. Because I had now created a wall on my side of the door. First year, Department of Assassination, John, what the hell, it's blocked. As the panicked idiot melted into stealth, I heard footsteps behind me. Derrick had dropped down from the steel beams in the ceiling, where he'd been hiding with stealth. First year, Department of Assassination, Derek, get it together. That wall's just an illusion too. First year, Department of Assassination, John, shit, when did he? The two cadets who had been waiting behind the door broke through my illusion and entered the hall, shouting, where is he? But there was a reason I'd use spatial forgery instead of form forgery when I made that wall. The fake wall I had just created was not a form, it was space itself. As they passed right by the spot I'd been hiding in and charged deeper into the auditorium, I stepped calmly into the hallway. First year, Department of Assassination, John, where did he go? But it seemed they had some tricks of their own prepared. First year, Department of Assassination, Derek, it's fine. Stay calm. I'll keep tracking him with the remote control ring. The remote control ring. As the name suggests, it's a rare grade magic tool that allows remote manipulation of mana, so they brought that. They actually brought something that expensive. Well, expensive or not, all that mattered now was surviving this assassination. If I meet them head-on, there's still a chance I could die. The odds were probably less than 0.5. I'd throw everything I had with world forgery after all, but even that 0.5 was dangerous. Anyone who's played a game knows just how often that 0.5 actually hits. As I ran, I suddenly noticed a trap symbol pop up on the minimap. I stopped immediately. The statue standing in the middle of the hallway moved and swung its sword down. No sound, no impact on the floor. It was illusion, but was that the trap then?
Click.
My foot snagged on a light resistance on the floor. It snapped. FWISH, arrows shot from a ceiling trap. I twisted my waist just in time to dodge. Daily physical training had boosted my stats and movement, and I'd already suspected a trap was nearby. That's what saved me. So they'd layered a trap and an illusion. These cadets were using illusion techniques fairly well. It had even fooled the minimap into showing it as a single structure. A pretty effective way to mislead me. First year, Department of Assassination, Derek, it's the hallway. The trap in the hallway's been triggered. The cadet tracking mana signals with the remote control ring shouted. First year, Department of Assassination, Derek, run, kill the professor. I started sprinting down the hallway again, watching the minimap as two red dots came rushing toward me. First year, Department of Assassination, Derek, damn. He actually triggered a basic trap. He could have easily avoided it. Is he just playing with us? No, really I didn't know. That wasn't on purpose. My heart was still pounding from it. He's over there. Ambush. Use stealth. I heard frantic voices echoing from the far bend of the corridor. At the same time I threw open a window and leapt out. World forgery, form forgery, daunt. I left a fake version of myself still sprinting at the spot I just jumped from. First year, Department of Assassination, Derek, this time we got him. First year, Department of Assassination, Hwaro, it's fake. First year, Department of Assassination, Derek, what? First year, Department of Assassination, Hwaro. I stabbed his neck and he vanished. It was an illusion. Good God, they didn't even hesitate to stab me in the neck. These maniacs. First year, Department of Assassination, Derek, outside. Professor Dante went out the window. How the hell did they figure that out? I didn't even trigger a trap this time. First year, Department of Assassination, John, which direction? First year, Department of Assassination, Derek, south. There's a shoe print on the southern window frame. Damn, I didn't think of that. The sole of my shoe wasn't even dirt yet, would have left a faint print at best. And they found that within 20 seconds of sprinting. Got it, that remote control ring must have a detection function too, which means it's even more expensive. Well, whatever, that's not the issue now. It's going to be hard to lose them. The real problem is that my footwork skills are worse than the cadets. I'm literally slower than the people chasing me. Still, I managed to keep running ducked in and out of two buildings to throw them off. They tried messing with my equilibrium remotely using illusion, but I cut off the interference with a mana burst. They launched a dozen fake shuriken to hide the real one, but it hit a decoy I'd already set up. They used illusion camouflage dogs to track by scent, so I ditched my jacket and kept running. Seriously, just give it a rest already. Sadly, this was my best. The cadets were unpredictable. I'd actually stand a better chance fighting Hacken head-on, but with these kids, their assassinations aren't 100 survivable. Maybe if I burned all the stardust fragments I'd stored up, I could manage. But that would hurt my odds of surviving long-term, especially against the dormant Dragon Institute cadets. Their growth rate could match or exceed mine. To beat hell difficulty, I had to stay balanced on this titropan. This is what that looked like. In other words, Professor Assassination in hell difficulty is just straight up unfair. First year, Department of Assassination, Derek, damn it. Damn it. First year, Department of Assassination, John, what's wrong? First year, Department of Assassination, Derek, look here. Another footprint. Ah, crap, what mistake did I make this time? Then, a new script window popped up, more emotional than before. First year, Department of Assassination, John, don't freak out. First year, Department of Assassination, Derek, screw that. How can I freak out? Why would a shitty footprint like this even be here? He left it for us to see. Professor Dante's been toying with us this whole time. What the hell are you talking about? I left that footprint because I suck. And why does he sound like he's crying? He's a guy. First year Department of Assassination, John. Hey, Derek, you idiot, snap out of it. That's when the red dots on the minimap all stopped. I stopped too, catching my breath. John slaps Derek across the face. Huh, first year Department of Assassination, Derek, why'd you hit me? First year Department of Assassination, John, do you seriously not get it? First year Department of Assassination, Derek, what is this? What's happening? Are we in a soap opera? First year Department of Assassination, John, I'll say it over comms. Derek, did you actually think we'd succeed in this assassination? That we could really kill Professor Dante? First year Department of Assassination, Derek, First year Department of Assassination, Derek, it'd be hard, sure. First year Department of Assassination, John, no, you dumbass. It's not hard, it's impossible. How the hell are we supposed to assassinate the guy who offed Professor Hacken like it was nothing? First year Department of Assassination, Derek. First year Department of Assassination, John, and yet Professor Dante keeps playing along with our assassination attempts. Why do you think that is? Yeah, what is that reason? Because I sure don't know. First year Department of Assassination, John, he's helping us review. That's why. Wow, they really interpreted that however they wanted. First year Department of Assassination, Derek. Ah, I see. What do you mean you see? You're totally wrong. Still, I appreciated the misunderstanding. But then the script got weirdly dramatic again. First year Department of Assassination, H-Waro. Let's not get discouraged, everyone. Let's just do our best. First year Department of Assassination, Derek. Yeah, let's kill the professor with everything we've got. First year Department of Assassination, John. Now that's the Derek I know. Stop it. I'm dying of cringe. I can't take this. Anyway, while they were filming their little coming-of-age drama, I made a hard turn in my route and finally managed to shake them off. Did I lose them? But at some point in this long chase, I'd ended up deep inside the woods of Zone 0, a desolate trail through an abandoned forest. I'd have to walk quite a bit to make it back to the lecture halls. Ah damn, we completely lost him. What about Whitefang? Total failure. The scent trail's gone cold. Looks like Professor Dante scattered it with illusion at this point. That was when John, lost in thought, let out a short, disbelieving laugh. Wow, Professor is something else. What do you mean? Think about it. Did Professor Dante use anything other than illusion today? Huh, now that he mentioned it. Wasn't Dante also supposed to be skilled in magic? And didn't rumors say he was also proficient in combat system abilities? Most master or grandmaster level assassin monsters can handle all supernatural systems to some degree. Professor Dante was surely one of them. Insane. He didn't even use footwork. No traps, no summons, just straight up illusion. And he'd even made sure to give them a chance to keep chasing him without sprinting away for good. Once again, it hit them. That Professor Dante had been helping them review. What kind of professor would go this far? During assassinations, cadets can't help but feel nervous. Injuries from counterattacks are common, but Professor Dante hadn't retaliated even once. He hadn't even strayed from the lecture topic, as if to prove that this was the correct attitude of an assassination professor. We really picked the right course. No kidding, we really did. At Derek's words, the other cadets nodded. None of them had ever felt this way during the semester before, but in just the past few days, they'd all noticed real growth in themselves. Anyway, where are we? Huh, good question. I've never been here before. When they finally looked around, it was dark. The sun had dipped into a red horizon, a forest without roads, without people. An eerie unease began to creep in. Let's get back quickly. Yeah, let's grab some pizza on the way. Pizza sounds good. Should we break out that beer we stashed? They forced the conversation in a lighter direction. But only a short walk later, the forest was swallowed in complete darkness. Hey H-Waro, NOVL letter 1D692GHT exclusive on NOVL letter 1D692GHT. It's too bad Forte didn't come. No way, Forte's scared of Professor Dante. Yeah, I guess that checks out. Their idle talk suddenly stopped. Someone was standing in the woods. The cadets went silent. Nobody moved. The stranger standing across from them in the shadows said nothing either. A heavy silence hovered. Excuse me, who are you? They weren't wearing a cadet uniform. At the question, the figure's lips curled into a smile. What are you kids doing out here? Surprisingly, a soft male voice answered. He sounded like a school staff member, and so Derek felt a bit relieved inside. Ah, we were kind off doing a training exercise with our professor and got lost. I see. Still, you shouldn't be out here so late in a place like this. Ah yeah, sorry, we'll head back now. He seemed like a decent person. But then the man continued. It's dangerous, you know, it's way too dark out here. No roads, no people, right, we just kind of. You could die, you know, and if you die, no one would find you. Sorry. If you were chopped into pieces and scattered in the woods, who would know who did it? How would they find the bodies? Sorry, it wasn't just Derek. They all felt the shift. A subtle wrongness, something deeply off. Several seconds passed, still no change in the stranger's expression. It was John who stepped in, sensing the atmosphere. We're sorry, we'll head back now. Of course, let's go together. Come here. No, come on, let's go together. It's safer with an adult. No, really, we're fine. We. Don't be like that, come on. What if someone ties your arms and legs to trees and starts sawing off your ankles, dumps your heads deeper into the woods, buries your feet under this tree, what then? The man's eyes began to distort, unfocusing grotesquely. His speech quickened. If all 5 of you get dismembered and scattered across Zone Zero, no one will ever find you. The Department of Assassination would just cover it up, right? Is that what you want? You're making it awkward, you little shits. Why reject me when I'm offering to take you back to the hall? Why make it weird? Huh? Do you want me to tie your limbs up? You want me to saw your ankles off? Huh? I'm telling you, I'll walk you back and you still say no, you fucking brats. A chill crawled up Derrick's spine. His skin prickled, blood drained from his face. These days, you don't discipline kids, you kill them. Little bastards who don't respect adults gut them up and bury the pieces. This wasn't human, that much was clear. But what could a few cadets do under pressure like this? Derrick looked desperately to John, but he was just as lost. But you're good kids, right? You listen to adults, so come on now, come here or I'll come to you. The adult approached, voice now strangely gentle. Derrick's fingertips started to tremble. When an adult speaks, you listen. Understand, a single step could trigger something irreversible. The dread was suffocating, crushing. He was drawing closer, that terrifying adult, and just as the cadets froze in place. He said it, let's go together, and then, from behind them, a slow voice called out. This is why I should have killed you sooner. Instinctively, Derrick turned toward the sound and goosebumps exploded across both arms, down the dark forest trail. A man was walking toward them. Still, I suppose it's a decent burial site, Professor Toxin. The dead-eyed stare was gone. In its place, a murderous gleam glinted in his pink eyes. Just like you said, no one would know even if the bodies were hacked apart. His calm expression, his cold presence was unmistakable, the look of a killer. And yet, to Derrick, there was no sight more comforting, that he was here. That he had come meant more than he could say. This is a bit surprising. What brings you out here? Ah, right. I believe this is our first time formally meeting. The monster's twisted smile returned, and he said the name. Professor Dante Hayakapo. All across Zone Zero, Elise's spirit hounds were scattered. Dogs like Mung, Mini Mung, and Mini Mini Mung. Normally, they roamed freely. They spent their days running through the vast expanses of Zone Zero. That evening, one Mini Mini Mung brought back some interesting intel. Huh, really, Mung, something this interesting. Elise immediately rushed off and banged on Gray's door. What the hell, all of a sudden, Professor Dante's illusion. Want to go see it now? What are you talking about? Let's go watch, I think we can catch it now. Just how good the professor really is at illusions. Why would I? Before she could even finish, Elise had already grabbed Gray's wrist and taken off running. Her strength was monstrous. Wait a second. Dragged helplessly out of the dormitory of slumbering dragons, Gray began smacking Elise on the head, but her head was made of stone. Before long, they had climbed onto the mane of Elise's massive spirit hound, Mung. Mung, run. Elise tilted her head slightly and sniffed the air. Using a sense of smell even sharper than the hound's, she pinpointed Dante's direction. The now invisible hound dashed through the night sky, toward the edge of Zone Zero, into some abandoned forest. There's a concept known as the uncanny valley. It's the claim that the more something artificial resembles a human, the more unpleasant it becomes. According to one theory in evolutionary biology, humans evolved to detect incredibly subtle differences in faces, voices, and behavior. And the reason for that selective pressure was to distinguish between their own kind and something else entirely that only looked similar, a threat that persisted for hundreds of thousands of years. I don't know if that idea applies in this game world, but right now, in front of me, something entirely different was wearing the skin of a human and pretending to be one. Maybe it was because of that, or maybe it was fate tied to this possessed player identity of mine. But from the very first moment I laid eyes on that thing, I didn't just feel discomfort. It was revulsion. So strong it felt like bloodlust. That's when the bastard opened his mouth. Well now, Professor Dante, isn't that a rather aggressive greeting for our first meeting? I merely came to help the troubled children. You coming at me this way all of a sudden is quite. But I couldn't hear him, not really. Honestly, I didn't care. Some instinct just surged up from within, demanding that I kill him. Professor Toxin, yes, there's no need to dress it up. I honestly don't understand a word you're saying. That's quite the regrettable attitude. When there's misunderstanding, people ought to talk and resolve. Sorry, that sentence just now too. I don't get what you're saying. Even if it's all made up bullshit, I want to hear it. But my brain just refuses to comprehend any of it. So let me make you an offer right here. What kind of offer? I asked the demon, whose eyes were just slightly misaligned. Why don't you kill yourself? It's a reasonable suggestion. Rational, even. Filth should be erased, but if it can erase itself, there's no reason for me to dirty my hands. If you do, I promise I won't make your death painful. Then his eyes slipped further out of alignment. his lips twisted not in any natural way, in a way that shouldn't have been possibly. NOV letter 1D692GHT exclusive on NOV letter 1D692GHT, he answered. You're different from other humans. I'd better use all my strength and kill you here and now. It was the very next moment. From behind him, a pair of grotesque wings-like strips of raw hide burst out, tearing through his back. FWMP. At the same time, pitch-black magic erupted forth, crushing the forest and the world itself under immense pressure. BOOM. Even a lesser demonon with no horns, no form could never be compared to a human. Each one of them is a monster with power greater than a full military unit. And this bastard was flaunting it, pouring out power without holding back. I see. I reached into my inventory and pulled out Liberator, because at last I understood one thing.
So you've declined.
KHHHK, it was the killing intent. That monstrous professor had suddenly unleashed such a suffocating presence that she couldn't even run away. The cadets, their legs trembling as they watched from afar, collapsed on the spot as soon as the demon spread its wings. Terror. A primal terror descended upon the forest. The demon reduced the proud masters of all life, humans, to mere prey animals. Even the reassurance they'd felt moments ago when Professor Dante approached now felt meaningless. Derek was overwhelmed by sheer dread. What the hell? What kind of monster is that? I have to run, but my legs won't move. And then the demon raised its blade and surged forward on its wings. Kwa 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 kwang. Uog. A blitz attack swept the entire clearing in a single strike. Half a dozen trees were instantly shredded and toppled. But Dante, who should have been caught in the blast, had vanished without a trace. He reappeared elsewhere and the cadets followed the demon's gaze to find him again. You rat bastard. The demon flew at Dante again like a slingshot being let loose so fast it was hard to follow in the night sky. Yet somehow Dante was moving calmly, slipping through space and disrupting the demon's charge like it was nothing, as if waiting for something, composed even. But the cadets couldn't begin to guess what he was thinking. We have to help. Why yeah, the cadets believed they had a role to play in this standoff. It could have led to tragedy, but fortunately, it was stopped before it even began. Move right in front of them, a Dante illusion appeared, and so the cadets halted, their adrenaline briefly quelled. At this moment, Dante had deployed a magic distortion field. Blue spheres appeared all around the forest, distorting space, but the demon evaded them with leaps of more than 10 meters at a time. When the number of distortion fields increased, the demon shot up into the sky, nearly 50 meters. Then it spread its wings wide and began to glide. You dare pull this cheap stunt. Only then did the demon realize something, that an assassin, not even a mage, deploying a distortion field this vast was impossible. It was all illusion, magic overflow. Now that it had figured Dante out, the demon switched tactics, using the principles of the throwing branch to flood the area with magic. Its goal, to crush all illusions in one blow. CRACKKKKKKKKKK. It was the correct call. The entire spread of distortion fields shattered like glass and vanished, and what was left was Dante exposed behind them. You think you can keep dodging me? The demon finally played its hand. From its mouth exploded a dark, violet light. Masses of shadow twisted into being. Bat-like summoned hundreds of them. Summoning, the demon didn't realize it, but this had been Dante's goal all along. All those scattered illusions and feints, just a ploy to observe the demon's true abilities. Because demons mimicked human forms, they also imitated the 12 branch abilities. Now Dante saw through it. Despite applying for a faculty post in the throwing category, the demon's real ability was summon taming. And that was the problem, it was his main specialization. There were too many summons, over 100 bats, each the size of a human torso, showing off fanged mouths like daggers. They began to descend all at once, intending to tear out the throats of Dante and every cadet. Arg, damn it, thud. Fangs pierced Dominic's back, drawing blood. Derek's head was grazed by a flying blade, blood spurted out. Get off, get off. Hwaru hurriedly slashed the bat off Dominic's back with his sword, but it was only the beginning. Under the starlight, the dark swarm poured down. Someone had to stop them, and that someone was Dante. King. As something rippled through the space itself, the bats veered mid-air and took off upward, away from the cadets. What are you doing? Why are you avoiding them? Kill the humans, Professor Toxin's hornless demon roared, but this was Dante's intention. It was a sound no human ear could detect, a power no normal illusion could ever create. But Dante had made it through a forbidden technique, world forgery, phenomenon forgery, ultrasound. It also exploited a known weakness of the summon taming branch. Summoned creatures became autonomous the moment they hit the field, losing direct contact with the summoner. And if used cleverly, they could even hinder the summoner instead. The ultrasound disoriented the bats, perceiving the world as if running into a wall, and they swarmed around Toxin instead. You damned imbeciles. They didn't attack him, recognizing him as their summoner, but it bought the cadets time. Hey, what are you doing? It's dangerous. Don't just stand there, run. More ultrasonic blasts rang out. The cadets, stunned until now, finally broke into a sprint. Some managed to escape the battlefield, but by then Toxin had recovered and started to counterattack. Kill them, well, fear. A sonic scream mixed with the roar of a beast shredded Dante's ultrasound. At that moment, Dante began to move. Until now, he'd been faced with a difficult dilemma, an impossible one. His weaponed rifle of the Radiant Star, Liberator could fire only 2 shots. Its bullets burst like shrapnel. Wide range, but even so not enough to cover the sky. No matter what angle, couldn't take down both Toxin gliding high and the swarm of bats at once. Not with 2 bullets, not even with 3. The problem remained unsolved. He's coming, damn it. Meanwhile, the cadets were in danger again. Their legs barely carrying them, they fled as more red-eyed bats descended. Og and the nun-timid girl stumbled. Crushed under the demon's pressure, she tripped on a root and fell. Hey, Hwaru, run, get up and run. Slowly her head lifted. Despair filled her face. The swarm was nearly upon her. At that moment, Dante activated the forged space he'd prepared ever since identifying the demon. He had bought just enough time with the ultrasound to finish it. World Forgery, Spatial Forgery Kaleidoscope. Magic exploded from the ground, covering the forest and surging into the sky. KZZZZZKKKKKKKKK. A structure 40 meters wide, 120 meters tall as a skyscraper in entire space forged anew. From just above the ground to the sky, a boundary formed. A tower of tens of thousands of mirrors angled perfectly to refract and reflect one another. Because Toxin was gliding, he couldn't escape the area in time. This was the solution Professor Dante had found to his impossible problem, and it was his turn. He fired the first bullet, engraved with the sacred light of the Radiant Star from Liberator. The light bullet, pure radiance itself, branched into dozens of rays, striking mirrors and bending them, reflecting into other mirrors. From 5 meters above the ground, it blanketed the land and soared skyward, forming a giant pillar of light. The beam tore through more than 100 bats and still didn't stop. It struck the demon suspended in air, crushing him. The cadets, belatedly lifting their heads, saw the surreal sight unfolding above them, a pillar of light punching through the sky. A burning, broken monster plummeting back to Earth. It was like witnessing a miracle. The illusion that had blanketed the night sky, overwhelming in scale and utterly unreal. If a god had once said, "Let there be light," upon creating the world from darkness. This must be how it had felt. Gray stared at the afterimage like a meteor shower, but in reverse, stretching toward the stars. She didn't want to admit it, but her chest was swelling with something she couldn't suppress. Gray bit her lower lip. This was the first time I had used Liberator in actual combat. Just as expected, it was overwhelming, but I wasn't in good shape either. MP 43-1258. My nerves were frying like a filament-resisting current. A burning smell lingered at the edge of my hearing, as if something had singed inside my brain. Overuse of mana. I felt like I was going to throw up. Dizziness, nausea, it was hitting all at once. I've already depleted this much mana. In just that short time, a few rounds of form-forged illusions. Ultrasound, the illusionary body's martial motions, a handful of magic distortion fields. And then, just once, the space forgery kaleidoscope. I had reconstructed a previously made polygon, but the range had been far too wide. I felt the weight of my own inadequacy. From mana to every other factor I was lacking. Still, I could move. GRRRRGH. I turned my head. That bastard smashed and broken from the unexpected strike was now trying to get back on his feet. I approached the demon with Liberator still in hand. His wings had been burned away. His lower half and left arm were gone. His face was twisted in agony, which, considering demons aren't supposed to feel pain, was a good sign. Because the Radiant Star's brand bore the power of light, effectively a kind of divine power, fatal to demons. As I stepped closer, he tried to crawl away using his one remaining arm and mangled lower torso. "Are you afraid of me?" No reply. His jaw and part of his neck had been incinerated. Pathetic. It was always strange how life became so precious precisely because it was finite. Even a monster born to slaughter humanity whimpered at the end, which is why killing it had meaning. If it weren't precious, there'd be no value in taking it. Now I could shoot him in the head myself. Click, the light burst forward, crushing his skull and ripping through the surrounding forest. As the bastard's upper body crumbled, an unexpected status window popped up. NAVL Cyrillic letter 456 HT don't copy. Read here, achievement unlocked. First demon kill. Reward star fragments 20. An enormous amount of star fragments. A rush of satisfaction elation welled up from deep within. At last I had killed one of humanity's enemies. My overheated mind began to cool, but I couldn't relax yet. His ability was summon taming. Just because the summoner dies doesn't mean the summons vanish peacefully. I needed to search his personal dimension immediately. But first, as a professor, I had to check on the students. Is everyone all right? Yes. No visible wounds but not unharmed either. They'd been crushed by sheer mana pressure. All of them were bleeding from the nose, eyes reddened. That meant possible internal organ damage or even brain trauma. Waru, Dominic, how are you too? Yes, I'm all right. Maybe it was because they'd been part of my first day of teaching. I couldn't help feeling a little more attached. Neither of them looked good. Dominic, especially with his weak mana constitution, had apparently coughed up blood. His pristine white uniform was stained red. Can you all walk? Of course, Professor. You know what Dominic's only strength is, his physical sturdiness. Dominic promptly collapsed. Thud, he'd fainted. The problem. The guy easily weighed over 150 kg. My physical strength was barely at a trained athlete's level and I was drained of energy. Carrying Dominic the full 2 km to the campus clinic was going to be rough. Seriously, this isn't looking good. Even if I called for help, they'd take too long to arrive. That's when something popped up in the script. Dormitory of Slumbering Dragons, first year Elise, my eyes hurt. Dormitory of Slumbering Dragons, first year Gray. Apparently Elise and Gray had been watching the whole situation unfold. Perfect timing. How long are you two planning to just stand there watching? Huh, you mean? Us? The cadets around me looked confused. Then the invisible space shimmered and Elise appeared smiling like always with that golden retriever expression. The cadets flinched at her sudden appearance. Hello, Professor. Elise, I'll ask why you're here later. For no can you take these kids to the clinic building? Elise tilted her head and asked why. A strange question, but I'd known her long enough. There was no malice in it. She genuinely didn't understand. She was kind, but her sense of common sense was twisted. She could be shockingly cold towards strangers she wasn't connected to. So I whispered, none of them have dads. Gasp, we have to help them then. Exactly. Elise nodded, then spoke into the air. Mung, lend me your back. Mung, now that I looked, something was on the minimap. Probably the giant spirit hound. Elise picked up the cadets like dolls and disappeared into the sky. Only Gray was left behind standing there, dazed, but her expression was strange. What's her problem? What is it? I scanned her face. Nothing specific showed up in the script either. Professor, how skilled are you in illusion? Gray asked without expression unlike the teasing tone I'd seen before. Even her crooked tooth was hidden. Why would you ask that? Right now you were. Pretty good. I had a bad feeling. I didn't fully understand yet, but I knew Gray was an unpredictable one. If I wanted to maintain authority here, small talk was a waste of time. If you have nothing else, I'm leaving. Gray stared at me, expression unreadable, and I walked away. After that, I had to move fast. Professor Dante, what happened to you? Fortunately, Dean Shaman hadn't left campus yet. He shook his thick jowls in surprise. Only later did I realize blood was dripping from my ears. At any rate, I informed him that Professor Toxin had been a monstrous anomaly. The dean's face turned grave. He summoned a few high-ranking disciplinary bureau officers. Thus, I headed with 2 bureau officials and the dean to Professor Toxin's residence in the faculty quarters. And sure enough, just as I feared, we discovered the corpses of 3 cadets who had been presumed missing or assassinated. In using those corpses as nutrient pulp, we found a massive batch of over 1,000 eggs exploded, veined, and pulsating. What the hell is this? They appear to be monster eggs, but the dean and the officials were visibly shaken, but I knew what they were. They were the eggs of the corpse skin moth, a curse-based demon parasite. Its function, to spread curses, but the demon I had just slain, Professor Toxin, had been a summon taming type. What did that mean? It meant Professor Toxin had been cultivating these eggs for someone else. There's at least one more demon inside the academy, maybe even several, a full-fledged cluster already formed. The rest would be the Bureau's problem to handle. That night, clatter, clatter, Elise, sleeping peacefully as always, suddenly opened her eyes to the sharp shattering of something breaking. What was that sound? Something sharp, like glass shattering, and then it felt like something flickered outside the window. She perked her ears, but everything was silent. Must have imagined it. She was just starting to drift back into sleep when... Crash, this time it was unmistakable. She got up and headed out. And found Gray in the courtyard behind the dormitory of slumbering dragons. Shards of glass were falling all around her. What are you doing, Gray? What? Why aren't you asleep? I heard something and came to look. What were you doing? Doesn't matter, go away. Okay, still she hid behind a tree and peeked. Gray had blood dripping from her nose. What the? Then Gray caught her staring and snapped. Hey, stop peeking and scram. Elise turned away. If she stayed any longer, Gray might punch her. Meanwhile, Gray muttered to herself, RFK, why can't I do it? Elise didn't understand what she meant. She just went back inside and curled up in bed again. In the end, what was that? She was curious, but the thought didn't last long. Elise fell back into dreamland. ZZZ, in her dream, for some reason, she was taking a walk with Professor Dante. Wait here. She waited like a good girl, and then he gave her 3 bones. Thus ended the assassination of Toxin, successfully, but there was one unfortunate part. The confiscation of assassination tools required grounds, which meant I had no grounds to confiscate Derrick's remote control ring. I'd only confirmed it via script. That thing easily cost hundreds of thousands of hika, and it had clearly been used in an assassination, yet I couldn't take it. Originally, I'd planned to evade the attempt safely, then fabricate proper grounds. King demon bastards. Anger swelled inside me, but I held it in. What's done is done. I'm glad you're all safe. The next morning, I stopped by the clinic. Everyone was doing fine. They'd be discharged tomorrow. Seriously, we thought we were going to die. The cadets bowed over and over, practically in reverence. First year, Department of Assassination Derrick. He didn't even show himself when we tried to assassinate him, and now he's the one who saved us. In truth, I'd just gone there to kill the demon, but they were all gloriously misunderstanding it. First year, Department of Assassination Dominic. What I saw yesterday was neither false nor exaggerated. Professor Dante, you are. I was still weak, but they all believed I was some terrifying powerhouse. First year, Department of Assassination Hwaro. What the hell was that yesterday? Some were still puzzled. The disciplinary bureau probably told them to keep quiet about Professor Toxin. Not that anyone would have believed it anyway. Demons weren't common knowledge yet. If word got out, it'd be a nightmare, like last time, back when the rumors spread that I killed Professor Hacken, nearly sparking a full-scale black-white assassination war. Attention, I decided to clamp down the story myself. I was still weak. I didn't need exaggerated rumors making me out to be stronger than I was. Let's keep what happened yesterday between us. Especially anything about Mido, you're best not to talk about it. You know my situation as an assassin. It must stay hidden. The cadets nodded. Two of them especially responded with way too much enthusiasm. Yup, you can count on me, Professor Dante. My weight isn't the only thing heavy about me. Let me show you how heavy my tongue is. No need to worry. I trusted them. A short while later. Guys, something huge happened, but the professor told us not to talk about it. Well, Professor Dante totally annihilated some intruder. You'd better stay sharp. Professor Dante's a monster-class assassin. Not curious? Heh, fine, just between us. The very next day, the entire academy was thrown into an uproar. During downtime, I usually train, either pulling cables or doing free weights in the mansion's training room. Sometimes, I climb the rock wall behind the professor's quarters. Stamina plus 0.1. Total combat power, 132,659, 132,661, 2. Today I was going for a long-distance run, which I hadn't done in a while. Everything else I could train indoors, but long-distance running required barring the cadet track because that track had a growth option built in. First year, Moonshido Institute Forte, Professor Dante. Forte was running beside me. I was already falling behind. My stamina was still only at the level of a real-world athlete, so I couldn't last long. Not that it mattered. I had a reputation. First year, Moonshido Institute Forte. Even that monster gets tired. How heavy must the restraints he's wearing be? People usually filled in the blanks on their own, but today something was off. What the hell is that? Nearly 20 cadets were huddled in the distance, whispering and glancing at me. I opened up the script and skimmed it carefully. Words like yesterday's Western Forest, Pillar of Light, rumor, and killed an intruder outside the campus popped up, and that's when I realized, these punks. Didn't they promise to keep it a secret? Didn't Dominic say something about how heavy his tongue was? Professor. Sure enough, as I was finishing the workout, Adele ran up and informed me the entire Department of Assassination had spread the rumor that I'd assassinated a master-rank intruder. It's true, isn't it? No wonder you got back so late. Adele exclaimed, startled. Apparently the faculty had decided on that narrative. Better to say I'd taken out an intruder than admit the truth that the professor had been a monster. It's nothing worth fussing over. Nothing. You know how sensitive Zone is about intruders. The Department of Assassination is a closed-off group. They hate confinement but are incredibly territorial. In Hayaka and across the continent's academies, it was common for assassins to sneak into rival departments to steal info or artifacts, so intruders were always viewed as intense enemies. And now the rumor was I'd killed one. So what exactly happened yesterday? Adele asked, and I gave her a brief summary. Forte, eavesdropping beside us, turned pale and added, "Wait, Dominic and Hwaro were there. Professor, those two may be my friends, but their mouths are gaping holes. You could park a truck in there." So that's how it was, and from that point on I was swarmed with attention. "Professor, just how strong are you?" So that pillar of light in the Western Woods, that was your doing. Cadets, professors, everywhere I went, who was the intruder? How did you kill him? Do you use light magic too? I couldn't answer any of it. It's classified, faculty-level secrets. I can't speak of it, so I told the truth, which turned out to be a mistake. White Saber Professor Eugene, classified by the faculty. That confirms it was an external assassin. Fourth year, Department of Assassination Aubrey, Professor Dante. Did he just stop a foreign assassination? At least the professors misunderstood within reason. The cadets, however, took it way beyond. I had to grit my teeth and pretend not to know anything. But this kind of useless fame brought other problems. Adele, giggling, showed me something. Professor, take a look at this. It was a post on Assassin Town, the private forum for the Department of Assassination. I think I finally get why everyone's obsessed with Professor Dante. You know how professors are these days, always talking big, I'm an assassin, I'm a killer, then hiding in their labs, terrified of getting attacked by their students just trying to milk research funds. But Professor Dante, this guy, stops student assassinations, breaks up inter-faculty wars, catches proxy killers, assassinated a masterclass assassin, took out an intruder, and then he hides all his achievements like it's nothing, called Enus. It got 450 upvotes. That's a lot. Unbelievable. How am I supposed to face the other professors after this? Want to see another one? No. Oh, come on, this one's even better. Adele shoved the next post in my face. Wow, that last post. Totally real. Student assassination doesn't retaliate. Inter-faculty clash. All the neutral professors froze up, but he stepped in and never talked about how he did it. Proxy assassination, even though they were caught by Ho Kin, didn't punish the students who tried to kill him. Ha on assassination, he's the one who killed him, but pretends he didn't. External intruder assassination, if he just admitted it, his professor ranking would skyrocket, but nope, absolutely won't. Enus El Mao. Professor Dante, who even is this guy? This one has 375 upvotes. Great, very detailed, very wrong. I didn't retaliate against the students because I couldn't. I didn't punish the proxy assassins because I didn't have the authority. The Hacken incident, I'm too tired to even talk about it anymore, actually. At this point, maybe I should just say I killed him. Hacken was a punk anyway. That thought looped in my head as I watched. This kind of reputation inflation is dangerous. Sure enough, soon after, a new wave of assassination attempts began. Is Professor Dante's class open to auditing this semester? I'm heading their next class, lol. Hangul Konyun Enus A. Can second years attend? Hangul Konyun Enus, NOPE Hangul Kokyuk, Enus Hangul Kokyuk, Enus Hangul Kokyuk, Enus Hayaka Academy has a strict year-based structure, remember. Hangul Konyun Enus, damn it, that sucks. Hangul Konyun Enus, wow, I'm a first year, I can go, jackpot. Hangul Konyun Enus, Chinese letter THX, what, my lectures were open to auditing, nobody told me that. Well, I didn't register the class myself. I'd possessed this body after it had already been registered. What caught my eye, though, was the symbol Chinese letter. What's this? That's for Dormitory of Slumbering Dragons. Assassin Town is fully anonymous, but if someone adds Chinese letter, it means they're from that dorm. Looks like they're planning to audit your lecture too. Troubling. If I can't identify who they are, that's a problem. Professor, it's time for your next class. I left my office, but the moment I got near the lecture hall, I knew things weren't going to go well. Oh, that's Professor Dante. He's here. At least 100 cadets had mobbed the hallway, blocking the path. I had to push through them just to reach the classroom. Auditing is open, but if you disrupt the class, I'll expel you on the spot. I was hoping someone would act out, give me a reason to boot them all, but the auditing cadets sat perfectly still and quietly watched my illusion lecture. Not a single assassination attempt. That was something at least. Somehow, I managed to get through the lecture. That's when I figured out who wrote the Cogs Enus comment, sitting right next to a lice waving at me with a smug grin. First year, Dormitory of Slumbering Dragons Gray. Of all people, it had to be Gray, the one who was there that night. First year, Dormitory of Slumbering Dragons Gray. Let's see how good this guy really teaches. It felt like she was going to try to assassinate me. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and teach the class. Whoa, he made the lecture hall feel like outer space with illusion. I didn't even notice the gravity was gone. It felt so real. Man, these guys are lucky. They get to learn like this every day. The cadets loved it, but Gray's expression was hard to read. First year, Dormitory of Slumbering Dragons Gray. Later that evening, Adele once again came running toward me holding a crystal ball. A string of posts had popped up on the forum, praising my lecture. This is bad. I was now stuck in a cycle I couldn't escape. But apparently things weren't chaotic enough yet. Wherever there's buzz, certain parasites always show up. Enter the assassination daily. As I stepped out of the classroom, pushing through the crowd, a man in faculty uniform approached me with a polite bow. Good day, Professor. I'm Trashy from the Assassination Daily. Assassination Daily, the continent-wide news outlet that reports on assassins. They publish internally first, then a month later to the public. What business does a newspaper have with me? It's nothing serious. You've recently become quite famous in the Department of Assassination, haven't you? We were hoping for a quick interview. Assassins value secrecy. Journalists thrive on exposure. You'd think the two couldn't coexist. But Assassination Daily pulls it off because they aren't just yellow press. They're black press. They don't give a damn about truth or ethics or the right to know. All they care about is entertainment, shock, drama, gossip. Tabloid trash, sales numbers, half the crap they print is utter BS so no one ever shuts them down. I refuse, professor. I had to stay out of this. I turned away but the reporter followed me doggedly, still pushing for the interview. Of course I kept ignoring him. Any comments about the intruder incident? Can we ask why you're refusing the interview? Is it because of the intruders? Are you afraid they'll target you again? Was the rumor about you killing them false? Or were they just not that dangerous? Some professors claim the academy made up the whole thing to create a star faculty member. Any comment? I ignored him and ignored him again. Let him scrape his nails against me, I didn't care. I see, so this is how it's going to be. You're deliberately ignoring me. I'm just trying to report with sincerity. Professors like you, it's becoming common. We journalists always live in this cold neglect, just before the whole thing fell apart. The reporter's mood shifted. His tone got weird, but I kept ignoring him, and then he smiled. It's fine, I am trashy Forbes-time. Assassination daily correspondent, 6 years of experience, 11-time reporter of the month, once nominated for the Pulitzer Prize, ranked 7th in Reader voted Journalist of the Year with 488 votes, a man destined to become the world's greatest reporter. These moments of scorn and adversity, they mean nothing to me. What the hell was he N.A.V.Y.L. letter 1D692, GHT, exclusive on N.A.V.Y.L. letter 1D692, GHT mumbling about? The guy locked eyes with Medea serious. I'll show you, show me what, was this guy insane? Professor Dante did an interview with the Assassination Daily. No way, really. From the corner of the lecture hall, Kaiser's eyes lit up. The moment class ended, he subscribed to the paper, got the latest issue, and opened the article. His heart nearly stopped when he read the headline, Breaking Professor Dante Sustains Partial Loss of Speech Due to Intruder Attack. What? Second report Professor Dante, injured during intruder assault, allegedly loses partial speech function. Dante clicked his tongue as he read the headline. He really was a fucking lunatic, a monopoly problem. The fact that a company could still function while publishing this kind of garbage. Dante sent a formal correction request, but also quietly committed the reporter's name to memory. Trashy Forbes-time equals psychotic journalist bastard. But of course not everything was sunshine and promotions now that Dante's name was rising within the academy. This is outrageous. Especially the neutral faculty had begun to turn hostile toward Professor Dante. Professor Toxin from Black Abyss disappeared without a trace yesterday. His entire estate was cleared out. And today, a post praising Professor Dante's assassination pops up. Even a passing dog could figure out what that means. It could be a coincidence, no. Coincidence is only a coincidence once. Are you telling me it's just a coincidence that the same professor killer who took out Hacken has now killed another professor? So when it happens a third time and a fourth, it's still coincidence. They had no official affiliation, but in a world ruled openly by Black Abyss and White Saber, even neutral professors had to band together. Many among them were sick and tired of being dragged into endless factional turf wars. Isn't he just a shady bastard? Seems like it. I heard his illusion arts are top tier, and who practices illusion magic, crooked bastards who need to fool people, that's who. So what then? We're all being conned, both Black Abyss and White Saber. Let's be real, there's no such thing as outsiders at Hayaka. The wars ended with the second assassination conflict. The Hilden Treaty was signed. We don't even send assassins to other academies anymore, and now this crap. The neutral professors all nodded grimly. The faculty administration's spineless too. They want him so badly they're turning a blind eye to this power grab. Right, he's straddling both factions just to hike up his valuing, yet he leaks some half-assed rumor about being mute just to play the victim in Assassination Daily. We absolutely must not view him favorably. Had Dante originally belonged to either Black Abyss or White Saber, they wouldn't have been this enraged. He had started from the same place as them, neutral, vulnerable, a supposed victim. And now he was acting like he had full authority. The neutral professors could no longer contain their fury. He's a traitor. No one said it out loud, but many were thinking exactly that. Still, the neutral faculty had no grounds to escalate. All they NAVYL letter 1D692 GHT exclusive on NAVYL letter 1D692 GHT could do was grumble behind his back. Elsewhere at the same time. In the sewers, eyes glowing red in the dark, a professor stared into the identical eyes of a student. Then they both turned toward a staff member with red eyes, and next to him, a janitor with red eyes as well. Their gazes all aligned. They turned toward a figure farther down the tunnel, a man standing in darkness, horns emanating an eerie energy even in the pitch black. The man had spent so long in the human world that the language now came naturally to him. He spoke. Professor Dante Hayakapo must die. His voice was calm. There was no rage, no vengeance, just pure blind determination. Mobilize the dormant dragon scholars. I suspect their level is far beyond what we imagine. Even so, 2 out of the 7 appear intellectually weak if persuaded they could be moved. At that, the red-eyed humans bowed their heads. First-year dormant dragon scholar Gray. Ever since that first open lecture, Gray had continued to sit in on all of my classes. First-year dormant dragon scholar Gray. It was a minor discomfort. I still didn't know why. First-year dormant dragon scholar Gray. And to make it worse, I couldn't even think of a usable script about it, which only deepened the mystery. Then one day, this script popped up. First-year dormant dragon scholar Gray.
I don't accept this.
I didn't know what it meant. What couldn't she accept? That evening, I ran into the usual trio of idiots Forte, Hwaro, and Dominus in the student cafeteria and decided to ask, "What's Gray like?" Gray, she uses some kind of thread weapon. Her specialty's illusion arts, though she'd be no match for you, Professor. That was Forte's take. And her personality, kinda cat-like. She seems lively and cheerful most of the time. Every time I've seen her, she's either laughing or yelling. Back when she came to Moonshadow Institute as an exchange cadet, she was even nice to me. If she was nice to someone like Forte, she must really be a good person. I think Gray once said she wants the world to reward people who work as hard as I do. That line's warmer than I expected. Was I just projecting my own cynicism onto her? She might not be that warm. What? Then the pig among the wolf-rabbit-pig trio, Dominic pushed up his glasses and added, "Everyone says she's cat-like, but from what I know, Gray Habanero has a very peculiar personality." Peculiar? Yes. Back in first semester, the faculty tried to assign Dormant Dragon scholars a supervising professor. Dormant Dragon rejected the proposal, but the school pushed it anyway. So Gray showed up at the academic office wearing a bomb vest and carrying a 25-kilogram bomb and threatened to blow the place up. "Excuse me, now that's a wild one." She said, "If you're not removing the assigned professor, then let's all just die together. It's just a rumor, but I heard it from a very credible source from our industry." What the hell is our industry? I wanted to ask, but Dominic just kept adjusting his glasses like some kind of elite specialist. "So did the department back off?" I asked. "They did, Professor. They even contacted the Habanero family, but the family said they couldn't control her. Even so, the dean favored her, so she avoided expulsion. What kind of personality is that? Let's sum this up. Gray is bright, likes to laugh, sociable, warm and kind, anti-authoritarian, also seems passionate about academics, hence auditing illusion lectures, but also violent, extreme, and peculiar, a fickle child, it seems." Dell, who had been quietly listening beside me, concluded with that summary, and she was probably right. But just then, Hwaro, nibbling awkwardly on a shrimp tempura, got caught red-handed by my stare. "Hwaro, yes, sir. You clearly have something to say, don't you?" No, I mean not really. It's just, well, I used to be friends with Gray." Friends? Both Dominic and Forte's eyes went wide. They clearly had no idea. "Hey, why didn't you say anything?" "This is the first I've heard of it." Hwaro gave a sheepish smile at their remarks. "Well, it was a long time ago, and you know it's not easy to talk about a friend behind their back. Go ahead, I'm curious." Professor Dante's curious too. "Yeah, come on, Hwaro, don't say no. Just recently, Professor Dante put himself in danger to protect you." I'm not totally sure, but..." Hwaro looked cornered. "I almost stepped in to save him before he got overwhelmed." Gray used to be quiet, anxious, and really introverted back when she was with her family. It suddenly came back to me. Hwaro and Dominic were notorious for their loose lips. What the hell? That makes no sense. She's cheerful, friendly, violent, introverted, timid, depressed. And she had a lot of conflict with her family, too. There was this one time she ran away from home and stayed at my place for like a week. Every day she'd ask me if I had someone I wanted killed. Just real casual like. Was that before or after the Habanero incident? Forte, coming from White Saber, asked carelessly, and Hwaro, from Black Abyss, immediately went stiff. Sorry, even I knew about the Habanero incident, the near annihilation of the Habanero family. That wasn't something you brought up lightly. Either way, it was clear now Gray had a mess of a personality, but one thing came up over and over: she was cat-like. Let's do a quick summary. After finishing dinner, I decided to list the dormant dragon scholars by name and personality. Equal White Saber, equal Black Abyss. 4 male cadets. Kaiser Truman team leader, the shadow operator. The two, but also the de facto leader. Sets the direction for dormant dragon but lacks command authority. Bamung Nibelung, the Doberman, son of dark abyssal constellation matriarch Nibelung, boss of the Nibelung family. Specialty sniping, Kendrake Drake, aggressive, warlike, displayed arrogance several times. Specialty combat, Quen Oliveira, a white-haired boy. Unknown background, 3 female cadets. Rebecca Haikium von Hayeka, master, known as the Saint of the Palace, but personalities reportedly terrible. Specialty unknown, she's the one in Dormant Dragon, holds final authority. Elise Zikos, daughter of the missing shadowless constellation count, a twisted golden retriever, incredibly strong, attends my lectures. Specialty stealth, Gray Habanero, daughter of the Habanero family, cat-like personality, lately has been targeting me. Specialty illusion. There was a girl she liked to snoop around, always had. That morning was no different. Wandering near her home, she stumbled upon a strange note on the usual park bench. Want to play a fun game? If you're curious, come to the abandoned parking garage near Dormant Dragon Hall. 5 p.m. Seriously, a fun game? Who in their right mind would actually show up after reading that kind of sketchy note? Curious. It was Eli's, which is why she was now stepping into the parking structure. Her footsteps made no sound, but her pale pink hair swayed as she moved. At the end of her path sat a masked man. Welcome, Cadet Eli's. Game? Yes, a very fun game. The masked man made a surprising proposal. Assassinate Professor Dante. Assassinate Professor Dante. Yes, doesn't it sound fun? It did sound fun. Of course, she'd fail, but still, it was something she could call a fun little game, especially since the masked man offered to help her materially and strategically. How would you help me? We'll assign you 10 assassins, all of them platinum rank or higher. With your power, you should be able to kill Professor Dante, who is estimated to be at diamond rank. Oh, that was truly insane. Iron, bronze, silver, gold. The tier difference between those and platinum was vast. If the price gap between silver and gold was about 2x, the jump from gold to platinum was over 5x. And now he was offering her 10 platinum assassins for free. Elise thought for a moment, then replied, that won't work. Pardon, 10 platinums and me. We still wouldn't be able to kill Professor Dante. That's not true. We're well aware of your formidable combat skills. Elise's pink eyes drifted upward toward the ceiling. She imagined Dante in her mind, then pictured herself and the assassins rushing at him and shook her head. Nope, wouldn't work. Professor Dante is insanely strong, but you've trained under the shadowless constellation in stealth, haven't you? He still catches me. She beamed as she said it, like she was calmly explaining a broken game rule. Professor's super strong. His eyes are sharp. His ears too. He reacts fast. Great sense of distance. Great in combat. I heard he even killed that super strong Professor Hacken. For the record, Elise had terrible memory. In that case, let me dramatically improve the offer. Dramatically. Yes, 1 diamond class assassin, 3 emerald class, 15 platinum class. That was an outrageously excessive proposal. If she added herself to that list even then, they'd still fail. But how fun could an assassination attempt like that possibly be? Exciting, right? We think so too. Elise's pink eyes sparkled with childlike excitement. The masked man smiled. Everything was falling into place until the unexpected happened. Elise, the masked man, both fell silent at once. Neither knew why, but silence dropped like a curtain across the room. And from the far end of the underground garage, step, long black gleaming hair, step, vertical pupils, step, a cadet with a cane, step. Kaiser Elise waved. It was Kaiser Truman. The masked man tensed as he greeted the new arrival. Ah, you must be the Dormant Dragon team leader. What brings you here? There wasn't a soul in the Department of Assassination who didn't know Kaiser's reputation. The masked man swallowed dryly. Kaiser opened his mouth with his usual calm voice. I was passing by. I tend to keep track of where my comrades are. And that was true. He really had just been out for a walk and dropped by chance. Ah, is that so? Had I known you were nearby, I'd have invited you to join us. And you are? I'm Administrative Officer Baisaki. I was simply speaking with Cadet Elise here. At this, the masked man relaxed internally. Kaiser's reputation aside, he was well aware that the Dormant Dragon scholars of this year had zero respect for professors. From Gray, who attempted a bombing in the first semester, to Kendrake, who publicly killed a professor. And to Kaiser himself, who had assassinated 4 professors already. Maybe this would be another usable card. That's what the masked man was thinking. Elise, yeah, what were you talking about with this man? Kaiser asked. He really didn't know, and Elise replied brightly and without hesitation. He said we should kill Professor Dante. In the next instant, Kaiser's eyeballs slid sideways and locked onto the masked man. Is that so? Interesting. After a brief conversation, Kaiser gave a smile laced with implication. Then he began asking questions how large the operation was, who was behind it, whether they could build a long-term relationship, and if so, could he meet their leader? We don't have a specific leader guiding our group. Is that so? That was a lie. And Kaiser, realizing this, began to grow increasingly cold. A dozen assassins, 1 elite grade, traps, bombs, a major curse. The scale was far greater than expected. And the attempt on Dante's life was far more lethal than he'd imagined. Just the other day, when Kaiser read that Assassination Daily article, he knew immediately it was one of their usual fabrications. But even so, the moment he pictured Dante losing his speech function, a jolt of fear hit his heart. That feeling hadn't gone away. Maybe that's why. Kaiser now wanted to kill the masked man. From his point of view, even if the assassins couldn't touch Dante directly, they could still affect those around him. And if anything happened to Dormant Dragon scholars, his blood boiled at the very thought. Did we say something wrong, perhaps? The masked man asked nervously, sensing the chilling atmosphere. Kaiser flashed his usual dangerous smile. Not at all, you've made a generous offer. We'll prepare a generous answer. Kaiser calmed himself. He'd just need to cut this off at the source. He'd send Elize and have her wipe them all out. Simple enough. Or so he thought until he returned to dormant Dragon Hall. I don't want to. Suddenly, Elize rejected the assassination. Can I ask why? They said it'd be a fun game, so why would I kill him? It's going to fail, obviously right. Still fun though. It's not exactly what I'd call a fun game. Nah, it is. Then Elize pressed both hands to her chest. Just thinking about it makes my heart flutter. She was thrilled at the idea of such a fun game. Is that so? Kaiser was too mentally exhausted to reply. Of course, Elize might have warmed up to Professor Dante, but she was still a maniac who treated assassination like a playground game. Kaiser's carefully maintained inner persona began to crack. I'm screwed, the damned incompetent shadow master. That was his true self, wasn't it? If Elize didn't act the way he wanted, then there was nothing he could do. Assassination? Bullshit. He'd never swung a sword, didn't know stealth, couldn't even run properly. What the hell could he do? He had to admit it to himself who was a rat. No, lower than a rat, a bug, a microbe, a speck of dust, an atom. His whole body trembled with crushing helplessness. Was he supposed to just sit back and watch these outside bastards target Professor Dante? No, I'll protect Professor Dante no matter what. He tried all sorts of methods to convince Elize. Failed. In the end, he just called the whole meeting off. Then we'll consider the offer rejected. Why? We had no choice. It was a deeply problematic proposal, assassinating the Emperor and all. Really? Too bad. I'll prepare something even more fun. For now, come with me. Elize, pouting, was locked away in her room, and that was it. That was all he could do. Why am I so hopelessly useless? Just as that wave of despair exploded inside him like a bomb, an unexpected hand reached out to him. Gray Habanero, hey, Kaiser. Gray was perched on the window frame, calling his name. What is it? You've got the sharpest eyes out of all of us, right? It wasn't even true, but for some reason, everyone believed it. Yes, right, you limp and you're weaker than me, but your eyes are the sharpest. You've got the best judgment. That's why we all rely on your decisions, yeah. I only try not to betray the trust you've shown me. Right, then how about a little chat? Kaiser was dragged off, limping NAV letter 2170. IGHT read more on our source awkwardly under Gray's hand. Once they were settled on the living room couch, she asked, between me and Professor Dante. With a deadly serious expression, who's better at illusion? What kind of question was that? Kaiser narrowed his eyes. Lately, something had been off with Gray. She was always bubbly, always had a smile, but recently she'd been deeply serious. Gray was a complicated person, but put simply, she was someone who lived off the pride and superiority she felt from her illusion skills. So if she was bringing up Dante, inferiority complex, feeling inferior to a professor. Then again, most professors couldn't match Gray's level, so this wasn't just person-to-person comparison. It was assassin versus assassin, both in the illusion class. A jolt of lightning shot through Kaiser's brain. A few scattered fragments suddenly clicked into place. If I play this right. After working out a few calculations, Kaiser gave his answer. Professor Dante. Gray frowned. Seriously, better than me? Yes, no, come on, be honest. Sure, he might beat me in a few areas, but overall illusion mastery, Professor Dante. Gray's snaggletooth poked out. No, don't just throw out answers like that. What's wrong with you today? You usually take my side objectively. Kaiser, I'll give you one last chance to answer. Carefully, objectively. Who's better at illusion? Is it me, Gray? She cupped her hands under her chin like a flower, Professor Dante. Hey, Gray blew up. Are you kidding me? What do you know? I'm never accepting that. Elize, I getch is an idiot. But you too, did you go blind? Kaiser straightened his posture, tone level. Even if you throw a tantrum, my answer doesn't change, and I have my reasons. What reason? When a tiger nears death, it's weaker than a young mouse. Meaning superiority includes a time factor. I received Eli's report on the illusion Professor Dante cast on the intruders. He forged a massive space completely. I can do something like that too. I even came to his class to check it out. And yeah, fine, he's good, clean, precise, I'll give him that. But I'm also that good, that's not the point. An assassin must prove themselves through assassination, and lately, you haven't proven anything, way you little. Gray narrowed her eyes. Then what do you want me to do? Kill someone, kill Professor Dante in an illusion duel. Would that convince you? Prove that I'm better? Perfect. She was almost there. There's a very powerful opponent. Want to try taking them on? Night had fallen. The masked man removed his mask. He wasn't a demon. He was a human and a faculty member at Hayaka Academy, merely a servant to a demon. There were humans like that everywhere. Those who, having hit rock bottom in life, accepted sweet offers from demons and found a new purpose. He was one of them, haha. Now the faculty officer was trembling with delight. He had just pulled off a deal that even he couldn't believe. I made a deal with dormant dragon scholars. With the class of Imperial Year 501, hailed as the greatest in history, Every professor, cadet, and even his own master acknowledged this year's dormant dragon scholars as the strongest cohort to ever exist. It had made him nervous. But in the end, they're just dumb kids. Meeting them in person, they were absurdly easy to manipulate. He hadn't even needed to flash the money he prepared. It's all just hype. Dormant dragon, Professor Danthier, nothing once you see the real thing. Soon, Professor Dante would be assassinated. From there, Hayaka would slowly fall into his master's hands, and he would be cherished. He imagined this rose-colored future as he walked toward the sealed zone in Area Zero. What's that sweet smell? Suddenly, the air turned fragrant. He couldn't quite place the scent, something like fine liquor or incense. Whatever it was, it made him lightheaded in the most pleasant way. He couldn't stop inhaling it. In fact, he wanted to inhale more. Woo! His steps grew unsteady, his mind at ease, his body drawn along by the aroma. It felt like a harem awaited him somewhere just ahead, and then. Suddenly, the world began to look beautiful. It was pitch black. The rings of earth stretched out along a dark sky, but now the landscape seemed breathtaking. This is so nice. A butterfly appeared, fluttering past him, glowing in iridescent colors. Were you going? It fluttered up and down, gently leading him forward. Let me come too. He felt like a child again. Like running barefoot downhill under the warm sun, watching other kids hop and laugh, his feet felt lighter just chasing the butterfly. And at the end of that trail stood a chapel, a forgotten structure once used long ago to train holy assassins. Now abandoned, its underground sanctum had become the lair of his master. It was home. Kaya ha ha hee hee. There were sounds of laughter, warm, hazy, drunk with pleasure. Women's voices floating through the air. Had his master prepared a festival just for him? Bang! The faculty officer flung open the chapel doors, smiling brightly. Up above, on the high ceiling, he saw familiar face colleagues waving at him, beckoning him to come join them. Come, child, join us. At the same time, his master lowered a hand to bestow a necklace upon him. He had to wear it. It was irresistible. Today's champion was him. He'd done it. Take it. Yes, master. The faculty officer accepted the necklace and placed it around his neck, and in that exact moment, the world shattered. The interior of the chapel was engulfed in flames. The fire consumed the dust-covered banners, the wooden walls, the pillars, the pews, the floors, but far more shocking was the ceiling. Half a dozen people were hanging in midair, suspended by thin threads, nooses around their necks. GHK, erg, it looked like a mass execution. And the moment the faculty officer recognized the victim, his legs gave out beneath him. They were the platinum-rank assassins he'd prepared in advance. Their bodies, caught in the updraft, swung gently like pendulums. They weren't even dead yet. Their legs twitched in agony. Through the choking smoke, he saw the body of his master, sliced to pieces, black wings, a black torso, torn apart and thrown in the center of the chapel. It didn't feel real. His thoughts went blank. Where were the butterflies, the glowing lights, the comrades in the sky, the women? Where had it all gone? In the middle of this sensory violation, a girl seated in the high priest's throne spoke. Well, only then did the faculty officer see her clearly. It was a face he knew all too well. Ash-gray hair, a cadet, gray habanero, a member of the dormant dragon scholars, which meant Ga. Before he could speak, his feet were suddenly lifted off the ground. The floor dropped away. His lungs collapsed. The thread he thought was a necklace wrapped lovingly around his neck was now pulling him into the air. Ga, khhh. Blood stopped flowing to his brain. His fingers clawed at his own neck, scratching and tearing at the line, eyes rolling back as the world darkened. And then Gray asked again, "Do you get it now, Kaiser?" The cadet with the cane stepped into the room, limp and calm. Kaiser looked over the bodies. A deep sense of satisfaction welled up within him, the feeling of once again standing alongside Professor Dante's will, and more importantly, that thing lying on the floor, that grotesque thing, that thing in a human mask was an external monster, brutal, alien, a threat to every assassin in both Black Abyss and White Saber alike. We'll head out now. What a freaking mess. Two cadets turned from the corner, Kendrick and Bamung. Gray had called them in just in case she got overwhelmed, and they'd answered. If the three hadn't fought together, one of them might have died. The enemy had been that strong. What was that thing? He couldn't even tell. Was that what Dante had fought against? Something not even remotely human. Kaiser, why are you quiet? Aren't you going to answer me? Kaiser turned toward Gray. Everything the faculty officer had seen until now, all of it had been illusion. Gray had used it to slaughter assassins and intruders alike. So yes, she had earned the right to ask the question. Who's better at illusion? Kaiser considered. The goal had been achieved. Now it was time to give an answer, but unfortunately, his honest answer would betray Gray's expectations. Who is better at illusion? In my eyes, Professor Dante's mastery is still far superior, but Kaiser thought carefully. If he said Dante was better here, Gray might once again feel the need to prove herself. She might challenge Dante directly, try to kill him, and that must never happen. I can't deny it any longer, Gray. Your illusion surpasses Professor Dante's. Kaiser didn't want to lose a precious comrade. Surpasses. HMPH. Of course it does. Gray turned her head away like it didn't matter. But her snaggletooth was on the verge of bursting from her grin. Told ya. World Forgery Proficiency, 89.0.01. The peak of illusion mastery was close. A level 9 illusion techniquete 89 proficiency. From here, growth would be painfully slow. This was the bottleneck before a breakthrough, but once I hit 90, my illusion would leap forward by an entire dimension. Like going from walking to flying. At that point, I wouldn't just be forging physical space. I'd be able to forge the unforgeable. At least within the illusion schoolone of the 12 major paranormal types, I would rise to stand shoulder to shoulder with the greatest in this world. A new realm beyond shape, beyond phenomena, beyond space. I wonder just how far I'll go. Time would tell. This is the story of my second meeting with Eve, the night before I killed Toxin. It was the 25th time we had met. Lately, the ghouls had shifted their nesting ground, making it more convenient to meet near the error space. Adele, knowing about my connection with Eve, asked me, "How's it going these days?" Getting closer to the witch. Not really. Not good. I thought about it. Our progress had been stagnant lately. We'd meet, exchange greetings. She'd like it when I gave her a bell, and then we'd part ways. She once gave me an apple butt that was about it. "Can I come with you next time?" Adele made the request. After tagging along in the car for 10 minutes every day, it seemed her curiosity had grown. "Fine, but the target is wary and somewhat aggressive. Be careful, got it." And so I brought Adele up the mountain with me. She saw Eve for the first time. Just like I'd warned, Eve immediately tensed up when she saw her. But when Adele remained within the boundary I'd established, Eve gradually lowered her guard. She still let me approach, which was no different from a wild animal recognizing one human but distrusting all others. Adele crouched about 20 meters away, watching silently. Then when Eve slightly lifted the ragged hood over her head, Adele's breath caught in her throat. Whoa, what the? Beneath what looked like a pile of trash, practically a ghillie suit. Sky blue bangs, deep blue eyes, unreal levels of beauty. So beautiful it felt. Not human, like something of a different species entirely. Adele felt the same way she had the first time she saw a newborn baby, a friend's child, long ago. Human NOVL letter 1D55AGHT, yet not. Sacred somehow. Now I get it. At that moment, Adele began to understand a lot. Why even someone like Dant, usually emotionally stone-faced in front of women, came up here so often. It felt like witnessing a devout encounter with a divine being, and why so many cadets had died near Starfall Mountain. Even a glimpse from afar was that captivating golf course they got wrecked trying to get closer. Then Adele quietly observed the brief exchange between me and Eve. It was nothing elaborate. Eve shook a pine cone. I handed her a bell. When I pointed to a star in the sky and said something, Eve tilted her head, probably trying to understand what I meant. A simple misunderstanding, it seemed. But to Adele, something else was happening. Eve tilted her head, yes, but she never took her eyes off my fingertips or my mouth. Her beautiful blue eyes tracked every motion as if trying to decipher my gestures. Eventually, Adele leaned over and whispered, "Aren't you actually getting pretty close?" "What? You said you weren't close yet." "But to me, it looks like you're already there." Really? Adele realized something then. Dante had no sense for relationships, a dense assassin who only knew killing, so she figured Somion had to teach him. In my opinion, what was her name again? Eve, right. Eve kinda reminds me of an elephant. Elephant? Adele motioned vaguely in Eve's direction. Big but completely nonverbal, a neutral animal. Why an elephant? Because she's so alien. I have no idea what motivates her. Like how humans find cats cute, elephants supposedly find humans cute too. But in this case, Eve holds the upper hand in the relationship, so she's the elephant. Then Adele explained her theory of the elephant-human-cat dynamic. Elephant, Eve, human, Dante. Human, Eve, cat, Dante. When Eve waves, when Dante approaches. That's like a human petting a cat that rubs up against them, when Eve offers a pine cone in exchange for a bell. That's like letting a cat knead your arm. Dante's eyes lost focus. His face went blank. Elephant, look at her again. She tilts her head slowly right. That's like a cat thinking, why is the human so far away? See that? She's looking at the bell, then back at you. That's a cat wondering if it should return what it just brought. And that moment where she lifted her hood, that's like putting on glasses to get a better look at her kitten. Blankly, Dante imagined it. An elephant, a human, and a cat drawn on a canvas in his mind. I've never thought about it like that, but what made you interpret it that way? Instinct. If you've ever dealt with a stray cat, the feeling just clicks. You're just slow on the uptake, Professor. Eventually, it was time to leave. If you want to get closer, Adele said, you'll have to communicate. What do you mean, communicate? Right now, Dante the cat is just meeting a human on the street, so the cat has to be chosen by the human. No, that's just a saying. Really, humans choose the cat. That's how they end up feeding them and getting played like suckers. Maybe one day, Eve will choose you too. I got the gist. Truly a strange relationship. As we descended the mountain, I kept glancing back at the elephant. Eve watched me go, her vivid blue eyes quietly following my retreating figure, and that was the end of our meeting that day. On the way home, I mumbled the words Adele had left behind. The elephant holds the upper hand in the relationship, and for a brief second, Adele's gaze lost all focus. Which means I'll just have to wait, since I'm neither cute nor good at being clingy like a cat. Sorry, what did you just say about the elephant? Elephant? What elephant? What does being clingy like a cat even mean? It was only then that I realized something important, so this is what the curse of forgetting feels like. After killing Toxin, several unusual things began to happen in my life. First, Gray stopped auditing my lectures. She vanished all of a sudden. Why? Probably just her being fickle. It was a good thing. Her presence constantly kept me on edge. Someday I would have to put a bell on that cat's neck, but there was no need to rush it now. Second, a sudden reward appeared. Main quest, first accomplishment. Reward, Starlight Fragments, 20. Just like that, I was handed 20 Starlight Fragments and I was baffled. What kind of accomplishment? Well, I wasn't going to complain, but I didn't understand it. 20 fragments was a lot. Own Starlight Fragments, 114.5. An accomplishment in this context must mean a cadet's achievement, but I hadn't trained anyone directly yet. No one under me had shown that kind of growth. Is this a bug? Judging from the error space in Starfall Mountain, bugs clearly existed. Might as well take the win while I could. I just hoped they didn't try to take it back. Anyway, it was time to go see Eve. Our 27th meeting. The season had fully turned to autumn. It was one of those days with a sharp, cold wind. Eve's cheeks were slightly red from the chill. A few days ago, I sent a letter to the Baron Lemontree householdier family name. This morning, I got a reply. Want to see it? I pulled out the letter just in case she could read, but it seemed she didn't know how to read. To summarize, they were very suspicious. Asked who I was and told me to go away if I was after money. Said the Lemontree family was already ruined. I haven't mentioned you yet, but I intend to keep corresponding. I'd like to find a clue about who you are, why you're here, still that same tilted head. In frustration, I gently pinched her cheek. It stretched easily. Her skin was cold. She didn't avoid it, just stared at me quietly. So I might not be able to come here for a while. A major crisis is coming to the academy. It probably has nothing to do with you, but I'll be busy. And if things go badly, I might get injured. I might be gone for quite some time. Strangely this time, she reacted differently. Eve didn't tilt her head, but the corners of her eyes sagged a little. She might not have understood the words, but she clearly sensed this was different from usual, maybe because I'd spoken more than usual. I was trying to convey something, and Eve had picked up on that effort. The moon's bright tonight. I looked up at the sky. Eve looked up too. It wasn't actually the moon. It was the largest of the 33 stars known as the transcendent constellations. The ancients thought it was different from the others, and passed the idea down through generations as the moon. As I gazed up at it vacantly, I felt a faint weight settle on my arm. The unfamiliar sensation made me glance down, and I was a bit surprised. A few days ago, Adele said Eve was like an elephant, that Eve approaching me was like an elephant approaching a human. It sounded ridiculous, but the thought had stuck in my mind ever since. Eve elephant me human. Eve human me cat. Just as Adele said, the dynamic between us had always been one-sided. I had never seen her fight, but her potential rating of 3 guaranteed overwhelming power. If she rejected me, I'd be left completely helpless, just like a cat before an indifferent human or a human before an indifferent elephant. So then, what was she thinking now? Why had this elephant leaned her head on me? In silence, I slowly lowered my hand, then carefully tried to place it atop the ragged hood covering her head to help her rest more comfortably, but something stopped me. It was Eve's hand. I thought she was rejecting my touch again. But no, Eve took my hand and guided it to her cheek. The night air was wintry. Her cheek was cold, but maybe my hand was warm. She moved her small face slightly against it, feeling the warmth evenly. It was unfamiliar, the firmness of her jawbone under my fingers, the tip of her nose brushing my thumb, and the softness that occasionally touched my palm was that her lips. All of it was new to me, and at the same time it was remarkable. From the first time I saw her watching from afar, to when I broke the scope, to giving her a bell, to receiving an apple, to her learning a wave, to sitting at her burial mound and watching the stars, after 27 meetings. We had come this close. Eve quietly watched the human, until he had walked far enough to vanish from sight. I have to protect Hayaka Academy. The demon's objective is human extinction. There's no point in running from their onslaught. No matter where we go, we'll die anyway, so we have to fight. If Hayaka Academy falls, half my methods for earning star shards as a professor go out the window. Star shard acquisition routes. Assassination requests or spy missions while affiliated with Hayaka Academy. Research papers, lectures, and other activities as a professor of Hayaka. Killing demons. Increasing rapport with dormant Dragon Academy. In this way, the system tied me and Hayaka Academy together with brutal intensity. I had no patriotism yet. I had to stay here longer than any patriot ever could, and for that reason, after reviewing the core of the main story, with a month gone by and the operation looming close. Oh, so cute. I was sitting in a cat cafe with Adele. Ah, it's so cute, so soft, a calico. While Adele was indulging herself, I sat on a chair at a distance. Then a gray cat appeared before me and swished its tail. I ignored it at first, but the creature rose up and leaned against my leg, as if demanding something. What? Out. I gently nudged it away. But the cat sprang up onto my lap and, as if determined, burrowed into my blazer and fell asleep. Cats, these creatures. They really will lie down and nap anywhere. But Professor, why are we coming here every day lately? Because the cats are cute. That's unexpected. I didn't think you'd say something like that. Obviously, that was a lie. I couldn't care less about cats. The real reason I came here was because this building used to be the senior professor hall. For the past several days, I had been eavesdropping on the conversations and thoughts of senior professors from here. Even now, I was listening in on the conversations happening on the second and third floors. Senior Professor Toy, Professor, how can you be so calm? Senior Professor Wilhelm, what now? Why are you losing your temper again? Two senior professors from White Saber were in the middle of an argument. Senior Professor Toy, you're not taking this seriously. We haven't had any contact with Professor Battalion. Doesn't this mean those bastards really are abandoning Hayaka to go to Kreutz? Senior Professor Wilhelm, you're always jumping to conclusions. We don't know yet, do we? It might be a classified mission even the top brass isn't aware of. What did Professor Bequist say? Come on, Professor, how is this a mission? All three neutral senior professors have deserted. Watch your tone. What are you saying? This is treason? Of course it's treason. The senior professors were shouting, lost in confusion and helplessness. It's finally here. A swift change in the tides. The end of peace. Their debates would only escalate from here. Internal chaos would accelerate. And meanwhile, another communication scripturally comsurfaced in my view. Dean of Assassination Shaman, so you're really going, huh? The one overseeing Zone Zero and the Department of Assassination at Hayaka. Shaman Kreutz, thick-jawed Dean of the Assassination Department. Dean Shaman, Professor Battalion. Are you seriously calling that a career change? He was in direct communication with the traitor. Since when does a career change involve stealing tech and personnel from your last employer? And betraying your country too? That's treason. Straight betrayal. What Kreutz offer you, huh? 50 billion for betraying Hayaka. That's it, right? Don't pretend I know everything. The price of betrayal, 50 billion hika. That's 5 trillion won, a monstrous sum. 50 billion no taxes, sweeter than honey. But what you're trying to do is turn one entire nation and people into your enemy. That kind of weight is not something you can shrug off. Just look at the dean's surname and the gravity of his words becomes clear. Shaman Kreutz. A descendant of the Kreutz royal family, former enemies of this nation. A man who had once betrayed Kreutz itself to defect to Hayaka. They called me a traitor when I was 50 and first taught you. And even now at 100 I'm still called a traitor, estranged from my family. Why? Think it through. Reflect on the reason. Consider this my final lesson. Click. The communication cut off. I let out a sigh. Everything was unfolding just as I'd anticipated. Still no real problem yet. For me, the only thing that matters is whether things are going according to my plan or not. That's the only metric. As an old veteran, I have a solution for every situation. If it's a problem I'm aware of, then it doesn't matter how big the crisis is. And so far, everything had been fine. Even though this was DLC, the core plotline remained the same. The events to come were predictable. Battalion would flee with what he'd stolen. In the meantime, assassins from Kreutz would raid the academy. I'd already prepared for this. Battle ensues. Assassination war. Originally, this sequence was just a 3-minute cutscene. Hayaka would, one way or another, defend the academy, though partially destroyed in the process. If things followed the expected flow, that's how it would unfold. It was noon. Adele looked up. The cafe suddenly grew dim. Something was blocking the light source. In other words, the sun. What's that outside the window? Good question, what is that? Right after the customers caught sight of something and grew uneasy, the cats began to freak out, bolting in every direction. What the hell, why are they acting like this? People panicked too. Oh my, hey, where are you going? Even the one curled up in my lap shot off. It slammed into the legs of a staff member carrying drinks. The glass fell and shattered. Clang, that clear, ringing sound echoed out. And a hush spread through the cafe. Adele slowly stood up. She felt the collective attention and turned her head in the same direction. I looked as well, roughly 4,000 meters above us. A black sphere had appeared. Even in the harsh brightness of midday, it fully obscured what was within. Professor, what is that? What I saw was different from what they were seeing. They were likely staring at whatever was inside the black sphere. In other words, I was the only one seeing the sphere itself, and I fully grasped the anomaly of the situation. That thing is the same as the massive black dome that had once enveloped Eve's resting place. It was an error space. What the hell is that? How should I know? Where did that even come from? Chaos began to spread among the cadets. Cadets and professors, please refrain from approaching or attacking the unidentified object. We have not yet identified the nature of the anomaly. Once again, we repeat, cadets and professors, please. The announcement rang throughout the campus. Shortly after, an emergency faculty assembly was convened. Meeting concerning the unidentified black anomalous object that had appeared above Zone 0. Each professor tried to explain it based on their area of expertise, yet no one, not even a single person, could give a clear answer. Even professors from the Department of Magic and the Department of Martial Arts were summoned, but it was the same. No one knew what the hell that thing was. After 3 or 4 hours of fruitless discussion, the Department of Assassination decided to form a scouting party. Until then, I had remained silent. Only senior and head professors had been loudly going back and forth, and regular professors like me had no place in the conversation. Professor Dante Hayakapo, come with us. It was Leo, senior professor from White Saber, who spoke. I was the only professor present who had recently faced an unusual enemy. Then someone voiced an objection. That would be unacceptable. It was Collider, the ever-antagonistic neutral senior professor who always bared his fangs at the mere sight of me. And why exactly is that? Leo asked. Professor Dante is impulsive and violent. He cannot control his emotions. He's not suited to exploratory work involving unknown threats. A few neutral professors chimed in with murmurs of agreement, not that I cared much. Even if I wasn't sent now, I had every intention of going on my own later. But someone unexpectedly backed me up. It was Bequat Division Chief of White Saber and a senior professor. Collider looked visibly taken aback. Professor, oh I know, I get it. That guy's a bit eccentric, sure, but he's not the type to screw around in a situation like this. I vouch for him. I second that. That time it was Beetlejuice, Division Chief of Black Abyss. And with that, Collider had no choice but to shut his mouth and sit down. Couldn't help but feel a phantom sting on my cheek serves him right. Thus, a 6-person scouting party was assembled. Leo, Viper, me, Collider, and 2 senior professors as well. Collider, I spoke to him on the way, watch yourself. Collider scrunched his face like someone who just walked into a signpost. What's that supposed to mean? I just don't think you're needed on this kind of mission. If you're going to crawl around like a maggot, even in a crisis like this, you're putting all of us at risk. You think I don't know that? And who the hell do you think you are, lecturing me, you little shit? I was this close to smacking him if he escalated. Fortunately, he realized the seriousness of the situation and clammed up, putting some distance between us, which conversely meant the situation was so dire even that idiot was shaken. Collider was starting to suspect something. His superiorone of the senior professor had suddenly vanished, and now a strange, unknown phenomenon had appeared. Was this really a coincidence? He was staring into that black sphere and feeling fear. It wasn't just him. Even the senior professors with us Grandmaster rank assassins, among the top 30 ranked in the country, were clearly tense, because it was unknown. Professors, let's go. To the airship bay. Yes, sir. To safely explore something 4,000 meters in the air, we needed to board an airship. An airship rarely deployed in Zone 0 was urgently called in, and we began boarding one by one. Departing, the winged vessel rose into the sky. It flew for about 10 minutes, heading directly to the target. No one said a word along the way. Tension filled the air. Only the quiet sound of Professor Leo sharpening a blade echoed. SCRRK, SCRRK. Before long, the airship approached the massive error space. From my perspective, it felt like a giant wall closing in. My nerves tensed. Thankfully, as before, like when I went to meet Eve, who passed into it without obstruction. Tip: this is an error space. A spatial anomaly has occurred. A patch is scheduled for a future update. Details will be shared when available. A familiar status window appeared, and finally I came face to face with the monster. What the hell? Is that a hand? Up close it's even more grotesque. A massive horizontal rupture split the air. Its torn edges were clinging to empty space like broken graphics, and from within that rupture, a giant arm extended. Black, textured like rock or steel. Veins like red wires stretched across it, connecting down to the back of its hand. 3 of those grotesque arms, that thing, my jaw locked tight, that monstrous being, was a demon with a single horn. Jinxai, a one-horned demon, Jinxai. A demon's strength is defined by the number of horns it bears. The one I killed before Professor Toxin was a hornless demon, a basic variant, but this one had 1 horn, embedded somewhere near the unseen head inside the rupture. It belonged to the totem category of demons. It occupied a wide area, cursed everything in range with its 7 arms, and turned the battlefield into chaos, just a single horn's difference. Yet the gap in destructive power was indescribable. This was a boss far too powerful and overwhelming to appear at this stage of the Academy's timeline. The moment I recognized it as a demon, a deep loathing began to boil inside me, but maybe because of what I'd gone through with Toxin, I was able to suppress the urge to explode, which led to a question. Why is that thing here now? Originally, Jinx was supposed to appear only around the time the main story Part 3 begins. After the event Betrayal and Collapse, once Hayaka had partially recovered and the narrative advanced, In other words, it shouldn't show up for at least another 6 months. So why now? Is that what makes this an error space? It's still manageable. Jinxite is a creature whose entire form is basically one large head with 7 attached arms. When all 7 arms emerge, its summoning is complete, but only 3 have appeared so far. Whoa, that was when Professor Leo shouted, "The monster's moving." And indeed it was. Each of the 3 massive arms, about 20 meters long along with 6-fingered hands, began to twitch. They bent at impossible angles beyond what any human hand could endure. It twisted and wriggled in the air, like trying to squeeze its way out through a narrow crack. Its movements were slow, but the weight and scale of each motion were overwhelming. A calamity was trying to crawl its way into the world. "What is that thing?" It was Princess Rebecca who asked. The monstrosity, floating about 4,000 meters above, appearing nearly 3 times larger than the sun or moon, looked like an elongated black rock torn halfway out of the sky. Its presence alone, suspended like some grotesque taxidermy, was unnerving. "Hee, I have no idea." "Me neither," Bamung. "No clue." Quan, Elias, and Bamung all shook their heads. Even Kendrake did the same. Naturally, everyone's gaze landed on Kaiser. "How the hell should I know, you bastards?" he thought. But still, Kaiser voiced the first thing that came to mind. "Looks like a totem." Everyone turned their eyes back toward the window. Indeed, after hearing it said aloud, it did resemble a totem, a psychic construct that dominates an area, unleashing overwhelming power within it. On the flip side, once rooted, it cannot move from its location. But for a totem, it's not active at all. Something was off. Unlike other psychic constructs, totems usually leak massive amounts of mana. That thing wasn't giving off anything, and it's floating. Totems are supposed to be grounded. That's a basic rule. Another strange point. A totem suspended in the sky. Even a grandmaster couldn't pull that off. So, is it really a totem? Are you certain? Once again, everyone turned to Kaiser with doubtful stares. "What do you want from me? You think I'm some god who gives answers when you push a button? Why the fuck is it always me under the microscope?" Is what he wanted to yell, but instead he settled for stroking his chin and adopting a thoughtful, suspicious expression. "Still, this doesn't make sense. There was nothing like this in the intel I received." "You mean the intel from the traders?" Rebecca nodded solemnly. "There were reports that assassins from Kreuts would strike soon." Those fuckers. War, unlikely. Neither side wants full-scale war. It'll probably be something like an assassination war. Gasp, then. "Or Department of Assassination. Are we doing anything about this?" "Everyone who needs to know, including the dean, already knows. Of course we're preparing." Rebecca's eyes flicked back to the monstrous shape in the sky. "But that isn't part of it. There was nothing like that among Kreutz's arsenal." She was certain. That thing simply didn't exist, which meant this entire incident had nothing to do with the expected enemy. Something completely unrelated was targeting Hayaka Academy. Not even the Royal Information Network, the Academy's own intelligence system, none of the trusted sources knew about it. Not even money or power could uncover this. Rebecca's lovely brow creased. "How interesting." That was when sharp-eyed Bamung spotted something. Ohan airship. An airship. Indeed. Looking closer, an airship was flying toward the sphere, likely carrying the professors as an expedition team. It didn't change much. The sheer presence of the anomaly was overwhelming enough to eclipse such a detail. Zone was in a state of chaos. Professors, dormant dragon students, cadets too, of course. The assassin town forums were overflowing with panicked and concerned posts in real time. "For now, go inside and get some rest. We'll move as the situation develops." "Yes, understood. Lame, you should rest too. I'll stay by the princess's side." Meanwhile, someone was missing. Rebecca turned to Kaiser. "Isn't today Gray's discharge date?" "Yes, then why hasn't she come? Where is she?" Kaiser paused to think. Gray had recently thrown herself into illusion training like a madwoman. She was practicing 3 times more than usual, and eventually pushed herself into overload, nosebleeds streaming down her face as she kept going. They had even argued a couple of times. As the team leader, Kaiser had warned her the training was excessive. He once asked, "You're already more skilled than Professor Dantiso, why push yourself this far?" Gray had smiled faintly at first, but then her expression hardened. Even her fangs seemed to retract. Kaiser, normally perceptive about people's emotions, couldn't read her that day. She eventually forced a smile and said, "Because I'm better, I have to widen the gap, dummy." What chemical reaction was happening in that gray-haired girl's brain couldn't guess. Regardless, Gray's obsessive training had weakened her immune system. In the cold early winter, she caught a severe flu. Even then, she kept training until she passed out from blood loss and was hospitalized for IV treatment. This morning was supposed to be her discharge day, but she hadn't come back. "I'll check." Kaiser contacted her using a crystal orb, but Gray didn't answer. "Damn it, why isn't she picking up?" If those are hands, then how big is the actual body? Is it a beast? But what kind of monster is this? Senior Professor Toido, you know anything? "No, I've been crawling through dungeons all my life, but I've never seen anything like that." Besides, unless it's a dragon, no beast gets that big. While the professors muttered and speculated, I remained deep in thought. There were a few things I needed to evaluate. First, this error space is roughly 50 meters across, but the error space around Eve's resting place at Starfall Mountain was 1,000 meters in diameter. The current one, despite being so much smaller, had already produced a top-tier boss-level enemy, and Starfall Mountain's anomaly was 20 times larger. I didn't know if size directly correlated with danger, but its sheer scale was worrying. What the hell is even in there? Why is Eve there? I had no answers. Second,
How should I interpret this situation?
it's not as bad as I feared. An error isn't necessarily a bad thing. For example, Jinxide, that monster was supposed to be summoned while hidden under a curse of concealment. But now its form was exposed, as if under the effect of reveal or detection magic. If it had been summoned while hidden, the Academy might have been annihilated. In other words, we had time to prepare. Why don't we just attack it? At that moment, in response to Viper's suggestion, Leo jumped up in alarm. Professor Viper, are you insane? You want to attack that thing without even knowing what it is? Well, with two senior professors here, I don't feel like we'd lose no matter what it turns out to be. That's not the point. That's reckless. Even the two senior professors wore cautious expressions. I agree. I think we need further discussion first. As Collider stepped in to mediate, Leo turned to me. What about you, Professor Dante? Got any read on it? I've tried everything, can't sense a damn thing. To live as a noteworthy figure is to be the center of attention every time someone asks a question. Even the senior professors, Viper and Collider, turned their eyes to me. I considered briefly, then chose to speak honestly. It's a totem-type monster. The moment I said it with certainty, one of the senior professors asked, "You've encountered this thing before?" "I've seen it long ago, though there isn't really a main body to speak of. It's just a head with 7 arms attached." The senior professors looked doubtful. Though they appeared to be in their 30s or 40s, they were in fact in their 70s and 80s. They'd been crawling through dungeons for decades, and I claimed I had seen what they hadn't. Each of the 7 arms uses a different curse, but until all arms are summoned, it doesn't initiate combat. You're sure? Yes, let's say you're right. Then can we stop it here and now? Hard to say. I wouldn't recommend charging in with just the 6 of us. I mentally ran the damage calculation. 3 arms had emerged. We could probably sever them. The senior professors were monsters in their own right, but the odds that both would make it out unscathed, not great. Those 2 must survive at all costs. There are 8 senior professors in the Department of Assassination. 3 neutrals have defected. Only 5 remain. If we lose 2 more here and Kreutz launches an assassination war, the internal damage will be catastrophic. Wouldn't it be best to cut the 3 arms now? The problem is, until the curses activate, we don't know which arm wields which curse. If they're low level, sure, the seniors could rip them apart. But if we're unlucky and one of them carries a high-tier curse, say from the 90s, even a senior professor might not survive. Curse in the 90s range. That high, their faces darken. That's right. Among Jinxide's 7 arms, one wields a curse ranked in the 90s. Rarely, it's something like Curse No 96, Curse of Instant Death. As the name suggests, it causes immediate and irreversible death. But then again, if we don't do anything now, it'll only get worse. Cutting off 3 arms now would have its offensive power. Attacking now is efficient, but whoever charges in first could die. A senior professor chuckled. That's the fate of an assassin. Assassins are essentially missiles. They pour out all their output in a short burst to kill the target. No one expects a missile to remain intact afterward, and yet these men had survived into their 70s and 80s. They knew that was pure luck. My recommendation: fall back, prepare, identify the curses, and engage afterward. But if we delay, won't more arms appear? Yes. And a monster of that scale, surely it won't show its full hand unless we toss in something big. We'd need to throw in a tiger to draw out its fangs. The senior professor caught on quickly. Very well, let's convene for another strategy meeting. Everyone gather up. A tactical discussion began again. Leo still argued against an early strike. Novelrecap Viper pushed for it, and in the end, Viper's stance won. We're looking right at an unknown enemy on school grounds. I'm not going to stand by just because I'm afraid to die. I wasn't thrilled, but it wasn't the worst option. Eventually, we'd have to fight. Then I'll lay the totem and we'll begin right after. Right, I'll start doping. Professors, make sure you've all got your parachute artifacts equipped. I also checked my gear and drew the Liberator. Crackle, V-Woom. A tremendous magical signal burst forth, and a tempest surged over us. Senior Professor Toy's totem began to manifest. Kugigyugung, a glowing totem rose from the center of the deck. Firefly Sanctuary. Top tier level 8 totem. Anyone within the field could use Blink and Airwalk multiple times in a short span. With this very ability, Senior Professor Toy had once assassinated 52 Kreutz operatives, with just 5 assassins and under 2 Minutisan returned unscathed. Totem deployment countdown, 180 seconds. That was when it happened. An odd script caught my eye. Gray, why is everything shaking? What the hell? Why is Gray's script showing up now? Everyone ready. We'll begin the operation in 170 seconds. Yes, deploying communications. The countdown began. Gray, why is it shaking so much? It's dizzy. Hold on, what is she doing? She's not supposed to be anywhere near here. We're all wearing parachute artifacts because if the airship crashes would have no other option. Gray, what the fuck? Did I drink too much? Why is everything spinning? I spun around in a panic just as Leo shouted, Professor Dante. Where are you going? I'll be right back, need to check something inside. I rushed into the interior of the ship. The pilot blinked in surprise. Looking for something, Professor. Any place someone could be hiding. This airship's for rescue ops aside from the deck and the cabin. There's nowhere, really. Oh, there's the engine room, I guess. The engine room, unlike loud real-world engines, this one was powered by a levistone, warm, filled with soothing energy. I sprinted to the engine room and yanked the door open. I flicked on the light and saw gray hair. Whoa, you scared me. Gray, curled up in a blanket, looked up at me. What are you doing here? The level 8 totem was already deployed. Everyone had finished their combat doping. The battle could no longer be stopped, and Gray was here. She was lying on a mat, wrapped in a blanket, like she was lounging in her own bedroom. Gray habanero. I shut the door quickly and asked, what exactly are you doing here? Took a nap? Why, what do you mean why? This is Gray's hideout, shortened to Grayout. What the hell are you talking about? Why would the department's airship be your hideout? Well, no one came for like half a year. Hick, that's when the stench of alcohol hit me. 3 empty liquor bottles rolled on the floor. Oog, speaking of which, Professor, what are you doing here? No one's come here for like months. I closed my eyes, then pinched the bridge of my nose. I recalled that the habanero family descended from cat beastkin, and cats tend to sleep anywhere. Even soft eyes wasn't something I could just excuse. 155, 150, 145. The countdown to engagement was ticking down over communications in real time. We were in the middle of a battlefield, and this girl wasn't even remotely prepared. Of course, Notch just woken up from a nap. She didn't even seem to have a parachute artifact. We had each grabbed only one before boarding, and there were no extras. The airship had been dragged out of storage with barely any equipment on board. What the hell was I supposed to do with this? Right, Professor. Then, suddenly, Gray bared her fanged tooth and grinned. Did you hear? There's some fun news. News, Kaiser said. I'm overwhelmingly better than you at illusion. What shocking, right? I told him no, but he just kept insisting. Like, really seriously. Hick, so if you ever feel like you're lacking, wanna take lessons from Gray? Hick, I don't like most loser professors, but you're kinda okay. A teasing voice, a cocky smirk, a smug look in her gray eyes, but I couldn't even process what she was rambling about. The stink of cheap booze was rising thick off her. I'd just come back from staring down a demonand. My temper was already hanging by a thread. What the hell are you even saying right now? Wah, I mean like Gray. Enough, I'm not listening to another word. Get a grip, Gray habanero. Cut the lunatic talk, a tone harsher than even I was used to. Maybe it was that severity. The smile vanished from her face. Her fingers curled in. Her gray eyes widened in shock. Why are you mad at me? She murmured, genuinely surprised that I'd snapped. But this was no time to worry about her feelings. 130, time was running out. Gray's condition, drunk. Her cheeks and ears were flushed, her skin hot. Her eyes were half-lidded and hazy. She looked unwashed, even unkempt. Hey, she mumbled, then tried to speak more firmly. Why'd you get mad all of a sudden and act like that? I stepped forward and she recoiled. Gray habanero, I'm extremely busy right now, and I'm in a very bad mood. So what do you want me to do? Answer the question. How much did you drink? Why answer how much? Then, as she stared up at me like a scared cat, she broke into a wide smile. One shot. A lie. I checked her thoughts, downed all 3 bottles lying around. Cheap crap, but large bottles. 35 ABV. She was utterly plastered. I already knew Gray had a temper and violent tendencies. Add alcohol and self-control was basically non-existent. 110, and there was still a monster outside. If battle broke out, I couldn't trust she'd stay put. Do you have a parachute artifact? Why would I? Then Gray opened her eyes wide and declared I didn't steal it. Do you have one or not? No, I didn't take it. The storage was already empty. Gray didn't do anything wrong. Got it. Raise your arms. I quickly removed my own parachute artifact and tried to put it on her. I could create a fake one with illusion if needed. What are you doing, Professor? Arms up. What for? I need to put the parachute on. Parachute, what's that? You don't need to know. Arms and no. She started resisting, swaying like a drunk, making it nearly impossible to strap it on. Stop it. Where are you doing this? You can't understand me right now. Just move your arms. You're getting in the way. Stop it. It hurts. Why are you touching me so much? Are you curious about my tattoos or something? I don't have time. Stay still. It hurts. You're squeezing too hard. 50, Professor Dante, what are you doing? Get out here. Urgency surged again. I grabbed both her arms and pinned her to the wall. Thud, her body jerked from the impact and her eyes spun. Pushed up like that, she stopped resisting. I managed to strap on the artifact and fasten it tight. Then I changed my mind, bound it fully so she couldn't take it off. What is this? She grumbled, trying to tug at it, frowning with discomfort. But I'd knotted it up so thoroughly she wouldn't be getting out of it easily. Gray habanero, you're very drunk. Do not come outside. Just sleep it off here. Understood. I'm not Drew Hick N.K. Good, I'll say it again. Do not leave this room. Got it. She hesitated, then turned her head away. I was gonna sleep more anyway. If the airship goes down, the engine room doors will automatically open. The parachute will deploy on its own, so she needed to stay here. Hick, I closed the engine room door. Gray, what's wrong with him? Gray, I was trying to be nice. Gray, let's hope she doesn't do anything stupid. 20. I stepped back out onto the deck. 5. The moment the totem completed, it would explode with magic. Even an eyeless demon would detect us then. 4. But what worried me most was this damned error space. I knew nothing about its properties. 3. If those 3 arms all carried curses of instant death, Hayaka Academy would lose its 3 strongest professors in an instant. 2. But right now, all I could do was throw myself into this uncertainty. So please, 1, please, crackling ZZT. A magical surge burst forth. Firefly Sanctuary spread its totem field. A green aura engulfed a 40-meter radius, and for the first time I felt something strange form inside my body, a foreign button, a blink button. Each press would teleport me, but with my offense limited to just 2 bullets, I had to strike with precision. Moving out, Viper launched first. Blades sprouting from his palm's poison fang struck at Jinxide's fingers. Then he summoned a 15-meter-long cobra, Novelrecap, to coil around one of the arms. Jinxide's fingers twitching to curse, a reaction to damage. That's when Leo's blow landed KWNG. A massive finger, bigger than a human body, shattered. Leo soared up with a blink and shouted, "Senior." Angela, one of the senior professors, had already blinked 40 meters upward. Using step arts, she rose over 100 meters. Now she came down like a meteor. A combat-type assassin in her 80s wielding a massive 3-meter scythe, Grim Reaper Omega, a legendary astigmatic weapon. She descended like divine judgment. The scythe glowed with killing intent as she plunged downward. Landing directly on the wrist, Viper had immobilized. A Grandmaster-ranked strike with full force behind it. BOOMMM, the air split. The blow hit like a bomb. Jinxide's massive hand, easily the size of a 4-story building, shattered. The shockwave cracked the wrist and forearm. It had been under 5 seconds since the operation began. That's how assassins fought: no stalling, no pacing. Kill or be killed. It worked. Surprise attack successful. Everyone fall back now. Toy, the totem user, began repositioning. Collider prepared illusions to intercept any counters, and I moved. I blinked upward, then froze midair with airwalk. I needed a full overview. I channeled mana into my eyes. Jinxide's 2 remaining arms were moving. Massive, mechanical, disturbingly human movements. I had to read them. Only I could identify the curses from the smallest tells. This much is manageable, right? Collider was ecstatic. I shouted, "Control. That's the curse of domination." What? One of the moving arms bloomed with hundreds of eyes. It was the 90s tier arm. Curse no 90, curse of domination. The giant hand pointed straight at Toy. "Dodge, senior Toy," I screamed. In an instant, the eyes on Jinxide's hand closed and Toy's body vanished, reappearing across the totem field near Collider. "Senior, I am okay. I dodged it. I'm fine. That's not it. Collider, get out of there." Too late. Thunk. A sword burst out of Collider's chest. Toy's sword. Collider, senior Toy, what the hell? At that moment, another hand moved. Its palm split open to reveal a gray totem. A gray beam shot toward Viper. GHH, a 2-meter wide beam. Viper barely twisted his body to avoid it, but the cobra he'd summoned, its head turned to stone instantly. Second arm is the curse of petrification. God damn it, everything unraveled at once. Collider collapsed. Toy lunged at Leo. Angela had to block him. "Angela, don't stop me. I'm fine. The one whose cursed is Leo." Toy, completely dominated, claimed to be fine, but no one fell for that. "Angela, behind you." At my shout, she blinked just in time. The curse missed her by a second. She had evaded it. Angela had the advantage of being a pure combat assassin, a grandmaster who had refined her strength for nearly 70 years. The gray beam fired at Viper again. Several Missidan blasted the ground. Students, buildings, facilities below, everything turned to stone. I moved again. I knew what I had to do. "Angela, you must destroy the domination." "I know, but I'm the only one who can hold off Toy." "Leo, on my signal, go airborne." "Understood." But Toy was still listening to this communication. It didn't matter. His sky wasn't ours. Now, 4 of us blinked simultaneously. World forgery, perception, reversal, inversion of the world. Just before it triggered, I flipped the up and down inside the illusion. Even as a grandmaster, Toy couldn't tell the difference. He blinked, opened his eyes at the bottom of the totem zone, 20 meters down. Angela and Leo appeared in the opposite sky. I raised my liberator. I'd already sensed it Jinxide's cursed arm. The hand of domination had been eyeing me, because Radiant Star made it uneasy. So when I fired, it twisted its wrist and dodged the bullet, but I wasn't aiming at it. I aimed at the totem. Boom. The Firefly Sanctuary shattered in one hit. The spatial binding field vanished. The power that anchored me unraveled, but not just for me. Toy mid-teleport began to fall. Why the hell did you break the TOTMMMM? Stop acting, you insane bastard. Gray was in a foul mood. Hiccup, her head spun from the alcohol. Her stomach churned. The flu symptoms still lingered. That nagging discomfort came in waves. Every little tremor in her surroundings only added to her annoyance. What she disliked even more was how bright the engine room was. Someone had turned on the lights and left without turning them off. Annoying. What else could she do? She had no choice but to drink. She pulled out the fourth bottle hidden under her blanket. Then gulped it straight into her mouth. Ha, cool, intense, slightly nauseating in that cheap liquor kind of way. She liked all of it. The irritation that had been creeping up melted away. Rumble. Was it because she was getting more drunk? The trembling of the building and her surroundings felt even more exaggerated. Suddenly, a funny thought popped into her head. This was the setting, she decided. She was on a voyage. Having run away from home in search of freedom, she'd snuck aboard a merchant ship. The ship was taking her to a utopia she had never seen before. A place with no competition, no conflict, no reason to cling desperately to anything. The temperature always a pleasant 23 degrees, with gentle breezes, fresh water, and bountiful fruits and grains, where people were kind. And she too, in that place, was a kind and wonderful person. What harm could a little storm do on the way to somewhere like that? Gulp. A cold breath burst out of her lips. Suddenly everything felt perfect. A warm place, a cozy home, kind people. Oh, and everyone recognized her illusion. The lady on her left, the old man on her right, even the cat standing in front of her. They all gave her a thumbs up. Gray's illusions really are the best. Right, Gray's expression melted. Such a lovely street. Then, as she turned her head, there was a man with pink eyes. No. Professor Dante, snap out of it, Gray habanero. Fuck. Gray clutched the bottle to her chest, her eyes going wide. She sobered up in an instant. Her mood tanked. What the hell, now that she thought about it? She might have seen Professor Dante in her hazy state. Was that a dream? He'd come and mercilessly tormented her, pressed her down, pinned her, hurt her, yelled at her. No, the more she thought about it, the more it felt like he really had come. Why had Professor Dante tormented her? Small, cute, weak, kind, and, if that were a crime, her only sin was being too good at illusion. Illusion? She realized it. It must have been because of her illusion. Apparently, Professor Dante had overheard what she'd said and gotten jealous. Sure, there were parts of his illusion she couldn't quite replicate, but what mattered was the whole package. Even Kaiser had acknowledged her. Who was Dante to deny that? She hadn't taken him for the petty type, but apparently he had his insecure corners. If you're weak, at least have the grace to admit it, right? It was ridiculous, even if he was jealous. Was it really okay for a professor to violently torment a student, and a man no less picking on a girl? Then a smile crept back onto Gray's face. It was the purest expression of victory. Pathetic. Sure, he must have worked hard all those years, but in the end he still lost to someone way younger. What a pitiful guy. Dante is a pathetic professor. Right, she asked, and the lady, the old man, and the cat responded. Right, absolutely. Gray's illusions are the best, no doubt. Total loser, meow. Delightful responses. Gulp. She took another big swig and thought, so where exactly was this again? It wasn't the hideout, not the engine room either. It was heaven. Viper swooped through the sky in 2 wide circles. Shuo, petrification beams rained down in a chaotic spray. KGH, the beam grazed his hand and his fingers began to harden into stone. Following proper anti-petrification protocol, he quickly clenched his fist. The stone encased his fingers as they fused together. That way, the risk of them snapping off was lower. I'm fine. The beast was targeting only him. That had been Dante's deduction. If he struck first, one of the monster's hands would lock onto him. Even the senior professors had questioned the tactic at first. Typically, giant monsters go after the strongest opponent, but Dante had said, this beast had 7 arms. If each one chased a different target, the damage output would suffer. If the first attacker kept drawing its attention, one hand could be effectively neutralized. I was skeptical, but now he understood. Dante had been completely right. Shuwu, GGH. He narrowly dodged the ashen beam again, his body moving in large, sweeping motions. The battle accelerated. Senior Professor Toy was placed under domination. Collider was stabbed by Toy and fell. The assassination defense expert began laying down traps. Dante shattered the totem, sending Toy tumbling as well. Nice one, Dante. The most troublesome figure, Toy, had finally been removed. Meanwhile, Leo had been fidgeting, preparing his ace trap type ability. One of the monster's domination hands snapped its fingers and triggered a tiger-shaped trap that clamped down and bent the arm back toward its own wrist. Now it couldn't escape. From above, Angela struck with the Grim Reaper's scythe. At last, an overwhelming blow surged forth Reaper's severance. KWANG, an earth-shattering impact exploded. The entire forearm that had protruded from the fissure trembled. The shockwave crumpled Viper's face. At the same time, the magic flow in midair was obliterated. Hit confirmed, direct hit. The result was clear. Half the eyeballs embedded in the hand were shattered, gone, in that instant. A fragment of Jinxai's rocky body shot through the air and smashed into Professor Viper's skull. Thwack. The moment it felt like his skull had been shattered. A few seconds later, as his mind flickered back into awareness, Viper realized he had made a mistake. I shouldn't have allowed that hit. Hey, Viper, you bastard. Leo's voice roared out as the world reeled around him. The petrification hand turned toward Angela, who had been staggered and stunned from the earlier strike. Then the center of its palm split into 6 segments and fired a massive beam. SHO. The ashen ray engulfed the senior professor. Angela was part of Black Abyss. She had once been Viper's master. Even with blood streaming from his head, Viper stabilized himself midair using footwork and launched himself upward again. But the hands of Jinx were not mere cursed artillery. Over the half-petrified Angela, a colossal hand came crashing down, like swatting a fly. Wham! A concentric sonic boom burst outward. Professor Angela was hurled like a ragdoll. Senior Angela, Viper's heart dropped. But the next instant, the body sailing through the air shattered like glass crash and disappeared. It had been illusion all along. When he looked for her true body, he saw she was slowly falling, a parachute already deployed beneath her. She must have been swapped out the moment she petrified. It was Dante. He had done it with an illusion so seamlessly that even his own allies couldn't tell. Viper was stunned by that level of finesse. How could an illusion crafted by a human be so precise? This isn't over yet. The real issue, even with 5 of the 6 fingers from the Hand of Domination destroyed. The index finger still remained, and now it pointed toward Professor Leo. Even now, he couldn't use blink. At that moment, Professor Leo gritted his teeth and launched himself into the air. Shit. He used footwork to leap from the finger itself, stepping along invisible platforms to get outside of its range. No matter how frantically he dodged side to side, up and down couldn't escape the finger's tracking path. It felt like a gigantic gun barrel was aimed at him, and he was just a kitten caught in its sights. Got him it. Fuck. He covered dozens of steps in mere seconds, darting every direction he could, but it was all within the Buddha's palm. Eventually, the movement path synced perfectly with Leo's position. Help me, please. He knew everyone else was exposed, unable to assist, but still, Leo screamed. Please, from the Hand of Domination, Jinx's eyes began to close, and then simultaneously, something miraculous happened. From the ground in all directions, thousands of mirrors erupted. It happened faster than one could blink. A towering structure extended from somewhere and coiled around the Domination finger. And then, even though it was daytime, a blinding light erupted bright enough to illuminate the entire sky. The light of starlight radiance blasted forth like a divine beam. Professor Dante, the light refracted and amplified thousands of times before finally exploding through the remaining portion of Jinx's domination arm. Yes, a shiver rose from deep inside Leo's chest. Riding that euphoric surge, he pulled himself back, grabbed the bleeding Viper, and returned to the deck of the airship behind Professor Dante. At that moment, Professor Dante widened his eyes and bolted off the edge of the deck. Why, only then did Leo realize that the petrification hand might still target them. And this was an airship. Get out of there. Leo, Viper, Dante shouted. Damn it, this had been his mistake. He too took flight, lifting Viper in his arms, but it was a second too late. SHOOO, the petrifying beam fired. They barely dodged it, but some of it struck the airship. Among the impacted areas were the propeller sand, some of the exposed levitation stones. As the metal frame, wood, and levistone were touched by the beam, they all began turning to stone. Fuck. The airship, having lost its thrust, began to fall. I grimaced. This was the last situation I'd wanted. Ever since identifying petrification as one of its curses, I'd had a lingering fear. Now that the entire beam had engulfed the airship, the engine room couldn't be separated, and with levitation, stones turned to stone as the ship lost its lift. The massive airship began to fall. Woo! In a rush, I used illusion to distract the petrification hand. I checked my mana and glanced downward. MP 612, 1299. At the moment, I was gliding with invisible wings created via illusion, but they were barely enough to carry my own 85 kg body slowly at that. Even then, they were delicately constructed, right on the verge of collapse, let alone that airship won 7 tons with 2 people inside. Then someone burst onto the deck, the pilot tan Gray. At first, I was relieved, but I was wrong. Petrification was spreading along Gray's forearm and the pilot's lower body as well. which meant the parachute magic device I'd forcibly applied had also turned to stone. As the ship tilted, Gray ran out and stumbled. The pilot slipped with a cry and nearly fell off the deck. Gray caught his wrist just in time, but petrification was still progressing. The pilot's leg fused to the deck floor, and Gray's arm, holding onto the vertical metal pole, was also hardening. Then Gray cast illusion. As expected from the daughter Novelrecap letter 1D692 GHT exclusive on Novelrecap letter 1D692 GHT of an elite illusionist clan. Even now she knew exactly what she had to do. In a bid to slow the crash, she projected 2 massive 5-meter-wide gliding wings on either side of the ship. But there was a problem. She was still drunk, and the ship was far too heavy. Just 5 meters of wing, there was no way to overcome the mass and air resistance. The illusion shattered. CRSHCLANGCLATR. The wings splintered and scattered. Like glass windows shattering across a skyscraper, like a great tidal wave bursting apart, everything broke into glittering shards. Overcome, I heard Leo and Viper shouting again. I recalculate there was no way. With the mana I had, I couldn't stop the fall. It was simply beyond physical and magical limits. And then a thought hit me. Why should I do this alone? I released my gliding and dropped onto the top of the falling airship. Up close, I saw Gray bleeding from her nose and even her eyes. Her expression was dazed. One arm had turned entirely to stone. I dragged the pilot onto the deck and called out to her. Gray habanero. As I got closer, her unfocused eyes turned toward me. She didn't seem to grasp what was happening. Try again, just once more. I can't, you can do this. I believe in you. Let's try just once more. I'll help you. I said this kneeling beside her. Gray trembled. She nodded through her nosebleed. Thench cast illusion. I held my breath. If we were even a second too late, if Gray's wings shattered first, thighs would be a meaningless effort. Gray and the pilot would die. But I also trusted in the mastery of my illusion. That supreme, transcendent realm, I didn't doubt it. Her mana moved. The ripple of energy flared. The form of the illusion began to manifest. And right then, world forgery, form forgery, heaven, sky, thousandfold wings. My ability spread across the heavens. It happened nearly simultaneously with the unfolding of Gray's 5-meter wings. I projected mine over her wings, far greater than even the airship itself, spanning nearly 20 meters. They were as massive as those of the Quetzalcoatlus, the giraffe-sized pterosaur, whose wingspan was 10 meters. With Gray's and mine combined, we'd created 40 meters of total wingspan. Even I was awed by the sheer scale. The massive wings clutched the airship tightly, slowing its descent. Professor Dante, are you insane? You did it. The airship is gliding. The 2 professors descending by parachute screamed in amazement from far below. Sure enough, the combined wings followed my calculations enough to glide this colossal airship to safety. Meanwhile, nose bleeding, brain seared with the agony of overload, I felt a gaze. Gray was looking up at me. Her eyes were hazy, as if she couldn't comprehend any of it, and then she lost consciousness. Right afterward, a surprising reward notification popped up. Relationship level increased, Gray 3030. Reward star fragment 30. Foreign unnatural monster appeared in the sky, and flying straight toward it an airship. It was like watching Icarus soar toward the sun. All the cadets in Zone 0 held their breath as the massive airship headed toward that vast, majestic beast. In moments of crisis, the divided come together. The cadets of Zone were no exception. Professors were acting strangely. Neutral instructors had begun skipping classes. Then, out of nowhere, a colossal, unidentified monster had appeared. Every cadet felt a deep, collective unease. Whether Black Abyss or White Saber, they all wished the airship would put their fears to rest. They clenched their fists as the battle began, and when the airship began to fall, every single one of them was horrified. It's falling, god damn it, and no. For a moment, it looked like something tried to resist the fall. But when that resistance broke, groans and gasps filled the air. With less than 500 meters left before impact, some of the more fragile cadets closed their eyes, and then suddenly wings spread wide, wings so enormous they seemed to ignore perspective, slowing the descent with a single mighty flap. Huh, it's stopping. That miraculous sight left the cadets speechless. At the same time, even Dorm of the Hidden Dragons was in shock. Balmung's jaw dropped as he received a signal. Ah, what is it? I just got a location ping. Gray is on that airship. What? Then Gray did that. Ha, that's insane. Was she always that powerful? Even Quan was stunned. And Kendrake, rarely one to compliment anyone, was also wide-eyed. That was how immense the illusion output had been. Wow, she's been training hard lately, but still. Even Elias, standing nearby, murmured in awe. But one cadet's face remained stiff. It was none other than Kaiser. Impossible. His expression was always cold, but this time, Kaiser was panicking inside. That's definitely Professor Dante. No question about it. He had one reason for believing so. Because in all of Zone 0, there was no one else capable of deploying illusion at that level except Dante. No, This really doesn't make sense. That Professor Dante was a master of illusion was old news. Everyone knew it. Repeating it felt redundant. But this thighs was something beyond comprehension. What even was that? What was illusion, after all? At its core, a superficial manipulation of senses. Sure, high-level users could interfere with physical matter to an extent. But that interference was always shallow. That's why it was called illusion then. What was that? Could something like that really be called a mere illusion? Just a cheap visual trick? No, Kaiser couldn't convince himself of that at all. If that level of interference with the material world is possible, then this is. It was a form of creation, wasn't it? Kaiser shivered, but he couldn't say this out loud yet. It wasn't the time. At that moment, another person's expression tightened. It was Rebecca. She could see Mana, and Soch was absolutely sure that the magic she was seeing did not belong to Gray. Rebecca's gaze perceived magic as if watching fluid particles in motion. When illusion was cast, she could see the flow of the magic particles, the shape of the pathways, the structure being drawn before her very eyes. She was the type who, when looking at a computer, saw circuit diagrams. When looking at bread, saw its recipe. She didn't even understand how she did it, it simply happened. And so, through that lens, the mana particles forming those distant wings supporting the airship were of a shockingly refined quality. But some of it isn't, which led Rebecca to one conclusion: another illusion had been layered over Gray's own. Lady Lame, yes, princess, go and confirm who's on board that airship. For someone as composed as Rebecca to grow agitate the mana at work had to be extraordinary. She had to know who did it. Yes, understood. At that moment, Rebecca's crystal sphere began to vibrate. Her eyes narrowed. The planned operation had originally been scheduled for 3 days from now. Chingru, the battalion's rebellion has begun. Her decadent red eyes turned toward the monster beyond the window. So that thing is the reason the timing changed, huh? There wasn't much Rebecca could do at the moment, but that didn't mean there was nothing. Elise, yes, princess, come with me. Yes. As they moved, Elise asked. An assignment, Rebecca nodded. An assignment. Let's go kill a few more of the neutral professors. You're leaving already? I thought it was supposed to be in 3 days. The location was the outskirts of Hayaka Academy. At the Mage Division's senior professor's question, Battalion nodded. We plan to delay it for 3 days because of the cold snap, but now looks better, because we don't know how long that thing's hand is going to stay up there, exactly. So get ready. Understood. Today, right now. The rebellion that had been in the works for the past 10 years was about to begin. 6 senior professors, including warriors, mages, and assassins, 39 associate professors. They would all abandon Hayaka Academy and defect to the enemy nation, Kreutz Academy. It would be as if one of the central pillars supporting the sole royal training institution of each nation had been ripped out. In the vacuum created by this power gap, Kreutz's assassins would strike the core magical facilities. This rebellion would dramatically shift the balance of power between nations. Well, if they didn't want this, they should have paid us better. At Battalion's mutter, the mage scoffed. Come off it. You were already better paid than the other seniors. Of course I was. God damn it, how many years have I served Hayaka loyally? That's true, same for me. Battalion grinned, flashing his fangs. This is all the fault of the royal family and the board trying to pinch pennies. In the meantime, the level 8 spatial teleportation spell, Gate of Mirage, was nearing completion. But something soured his mood. That thing's bothering me. That, yeah, far in the distance had landed airship. It still had its wings attached. Seriously, who did that? That looked at least senior level. A mage, what are you talking about? Didn't you see how fast those wings unfolded? That's illusion-type assassination. We could make bigger ones, sure, but not that fast. Besides, Hayaka doesn't have any illusionists good enough to pull that off. After the habanero incident, they were all wiped out. I heard there's one left. Oh, you haven't heard yet, have you? The senior mage professor tapped her cloudy hair and laughed. It's me. Her name was Gloomy, senior professor of illusionary magic, and I already smuggled out every core document from the illusion department. Originally, Hayaka's illusion magic was supposed to end right here. But yeah, that bothers me too. What the hell is that? Battalion frowned, so it was even more unpleasant. Those wings. He'd assumed they'd brought in a mage from the Department of Assassination. You're telling me it was an assassin, even when he ran through every person he knew no one matched, which meant in the land he'd just abandoned. There was a monster he didn't even know existed. This feels disgusting. Why? No idea. Just as whoever made that thing, whoever it was, they felt like someone who'd keep getting in his way. Fuck. Crippling Hayaka's illusion research was one of our objectives in the first place. The mage chuckled. You're already turning into a proper Kreutz citizen. What? Yeah, I guess I have. Family and like-minded allies had already been relocated. The language was familiar. Culture and lifestyle weren't too different. There was nothing to regret, being branded a traitor. He'd already been labeled a fence-sitter. It was all the same. All that awaited now was a future flowing with milk and honey. At that moment, the magic circle was completed. Battalion gave the signal to the others seated beyond the clock tower, the remaining dozen or so senior and associate professors. All right, let's go. To a new world. Let's move. Gate of Mirage. The interior of the clock tower became a desert, and as they stepped forward, the clock tower itself began to vanish behind them. This was the kingdom of Kroots, and so the final piece of the rebellion was complete. Next would be the collapse. As we landed, the Academy's medical units and staff aides rushed to respond. P. Professor Dante, I'm fine. Get Gray and the pilot out of here first. B. But, Professor, your eye. My eye, as I slowly traced my senses. I realized I had lost sight in my left eye. Blood had drenched my cheek and jaw. The eyeball might have been damaged. Between the overload and the dizziness, I hadn't noticed. Don't worry about me. Get them first. Why, yes. The situation was handled swiftly. Senior Professor Toy had been afflicted by the curse of domination, but since the hand of domination was destroyed and he fell far away during the crash, the curse broke. He lost consciousness and was hospitalized. Collider, stabbed by Toy, had missed his heart and survived, though Toy's monstrous mana shattered his internal organs. Angela, who'd wielded the Reaper's scythe, had been petrified from the waist up through half her torso. If I hadn't swapped her out, she would have died like a squashed fly. Viper and Leo were relatively fine. Viper's hand had been petrified. Leo had a few cracked ribs from debris. The pilot's petrification was severe, but he survived. Gray had a heavily petrified arm. But Wersesh was battling the flu, drunk, overworked, and suffering overload. The damage to her body was extreme, and yet she still came out, used illusion magic, and saved everyone. I remained in her hospital room looking down at her. Was it because we both used illusion? For some reason, I felt drawn to her. What was the meaning of that relationship increase that had popped up? It had jumped by 30 points, but I had no idea what caused it. Scripts couldn't track emotions that deep. They were game elements created for player engagement, hidden or revealed at the whim of the developer system. Her blood-matted hair had stuck to her lips, so I carefully reached to brush it away. But when I touched her, Gray flinched and turned her head, even in her sleep. When I tried again, she squirmed away, turning her entire body. Like a cat, I pulled the blanket over her and stepped out. Thankfully, no one had died. Petrification could be undone by the holy magic letter 1d40d letter 1d428 letter 1d42f letter 1d41e letter 1d425 letter 1d422 letter 1d42d healers in the medical unit. We'd succeeded in minimizing casualties, but neither victory nor defeat had been achieved. Far above, Jinx still writhed in the sky. Beside the one remaining petrification arm, another was crawling out. I felt a cold flicker of despair. It was emerging much faster than I'd expected. If that's already the fourth arm, then the rest will be summoned within a day or two. We had destroyed 2 arms, 5 remained, and the main bodith horned head. That one didn't have any special abilities. They would all be fully summoned as the main story progressed. And in the midst of an already weakened force, you'd have to fight that thing again, now stronger. The casualties will be massive. This wasn't a game where you ran around in underwear with a sword, mowing down mobs. This was a tightly balanced system where you made optimal decisions under strict constraints. Back when I had cancer, I was captivated by this game's complex and vast systems. Old habits die hard. Even in the hospital, racked with pain, I studied this game like I was back in a research lab. I published my finding strategy guides written like academic papers in Reddit and other international sites. Thousands of foreign players waited for each one to drop. That's why, when I say I understand the internal mechanics and delicate balance of this game almost perfectly, I'm not exaggerating, and from my perspective, fighting Jinx again with 5 arms during this rebellion and collapse manpower vacuum, it was hopeless. More than half the remaining faculty would die. Even if I performed a miraclate wouldn't be enough, while I was quietly contemplating the disaster to come.
A sudden system message appeared. Hotfix notice incoming.
Hello, this is System. We have identified an error related to the early appearance of the demon race entity Jinxide, and will be initiating a hotfix accordingly. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to your gameplay. This hotfix will correct Jinxide's appearance timing, and several affected elements will be adjusted. Hotfix details: A. Review and fix of Jinxide's early appearance and associated bugs. B. Adjustment of several affected elements. C. Compensation will be provided.
We will update you once the hotfix is complete.
The sudden turn of events left me speechless. A hotfix announcement. Come to think of it, what was that message that popped up every time I entered error space? Tip: this is error space. It is currently a glitched area and is scheduled to be patched in a future update. Further details will be provided when a schedule is confirmed. Because of that, I'd somewhat anticipated this outcome. Can't believe they actually pulled the trigger on this. Still, having lived through all of it as if it were reality, the feeling was strange, seriously. Jinxai, this is just absurd. The only reason the damage wasn't catastrophic in our first engagement with Jinxai was because I was there, because I understood Jinxai's behavior and attack patterns, because I could read the flow of battle and improvise counters on the spot. If I hadn't been there, if only the other 5 had entered error space without me, I believe they all would have died. They'd have fallen prey to curse of domination. Had the entire party perished, Jinxai would have rampaged through all of Zone 0, flooding it with curses. It would have been a cataclysm, even by hell difficulty standards, but this hotfix notice gave me some comfort. I still didn't know what would be adjusted or what the rewards might be, but the fact that some kind of safeguard was being installed meant a lot. Later, after thinking it through, I realized how important this notice truly was, not just because of the Jinxai incident but because it might reshape my entire life within this game. First, I need treatment. I went to the infirmary to heal my damaged eye. Then I lay down in a hospital bed to rest. A few hours passed before a system window appeared signaling the beginning of the main story. Main story No. 1 Rebellion and Collapse. So it's really starting. According to what I'd uncovered, it wasn't supposed to begin for another 3 days. Looks like Jinx's appearance accelerated the timeline. Outside, the assassination war was likely already underway, and after fate events unfolded just as I expected. Phase 1 Disappearance of Neutral Professors. Neutral professors from Zones 0, 1, and 2, those who specialized in assassination, warfare, and magic, vanished as a group. BP. Air raid alert. Air raid alert. All cadets, faculty, and residents of Zone are to evacuate to the shelters immediately. Then came the blaring sirens, and Zone was declared an active combat zone. Phase 2 Assassination War. Enemy assassins from the Kreutz Kingdom began targeting key facilities in Zone 2 School of Magic. Over 100 elite assassins had been preparing for this, including the department head of assassination, Shaman Kreutz, and division leaders from both White Saber and Black Abyss. They mobilized to intercept the attackers. Originally, I'd planned to slip in among them and grab what I could. But the situation had changed. By the next morning, Jinxai had sprouted a third arm again, and enemy assassins had breached Zone 0. I stood atop the infirmary's roof, cloaked behind an illusionary wall, observing Zone 0's skyline. Something unseen was moving mid-air. Kreutz assassin Ketrak. Kreutz assassin Valhaka. Judging by the script, they weren't here to bomb infrastructure. They had a specific target. Hayaka Academy still harbored the son of the sniper who killed a member of Kreutz's royal family during the Second Assassination War. That sniper's son was one of my students. Professor, you can't move yet. Stand aside. My eye still throbbed painfully. Even so, I dismissed the medics and walked out of the infirmary. The sky split open. Something brighter than the sun pierced through the clouds. Trailing a blazing tail, it drew a vertical line across the sky as it plummeted. A meteor was falling toward Hayaka Academy's Zone 2. Meteor Level 8 large-scale explosive spell. Then, Hey Dean, a mage shouted, eyes wide, directing his voice toward a bespectacled middle-aged man. Stop screaming. That man was none other than Ezekiel Hayakium, Dean of the School of Magic and a challenger-ranked mage. He deployed Turtle Shell of Land and Sea, an enormous barrier covering a 200-meter radius. Nearby mages gasped. A structure the size of 2 soccer fields, a translucent turtle shell, was now shielding the area, and then the meteor struck. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted and rocks blasted outward, but even the shockwave sound and debris were rendered mostly harmless by Ezekiel's protective magic. To some, it looked like a perfect defense, but that wasn't the case. The Academy's defensive barrier, Peace Fortress, had been shattered. That barrier applied debilitating debuffs to unauthorized intruders. Now, with it breached, assassins slipped through the cracks. Move faster. Dean. Ezekiel hurried back and forth, issuing commands until the strain of the great spell overworked his heart and dropped him to his knees. That's when the enemy infiltrators arrived. That's Ezekiel. Shit. Already, they rushed in with blades drawn. Die, Ezekiel. The head of the lead assassin exploded. Thwack, a vertical axe had cleaved through his skull. The second assassin didn't fare better. The ground beneath him gave out cug. And before he could recover, he was sucked 30 meters underground and crushed into pulp. The axe spun through the air, then returned to the hands of its owner. Beside him stood another man who stepped forward. Too late, you sewer rats. Clutching his chest, Ezekiel spoke hoarsely. Heh, what a pathetic sight. A challenger mage on his knees, no less. It was Bikwa, chief professor of the White Saber Division in the Department of Assassination. Stand up already, too many eyes on us. The one who said that was Beetlejuice, chief professor of Black Abyss. And behind the two of them, elite professors arrived in force. You damn rats. Ezekiel thought it was a rare sight indeed. When was the last time those two had appeared side by side? 15 years ago, at the end of the Second Assassination War. Since then, they hadn't stood within arm's length of each other unless forced into official appearances. And then, there was one more. The giant rat who'd been slandered as a traitor for decades. He stepped forward as well. "We're here, Ezekiel." It was Shaman Kreutz, the rotund department head of assassination. "Old man Shaman, let me ask one last time. They're your family. Will you fight them? What kind of nonsense is that?" "Of course I'll fight. Once a traitor, always a traitor." That phrase had haunted Shaman his entire life, but he wasn't here to prove anything. He was here simply to protect the academy as an adult. "Battalion, so you even prepared for this. If I had known, I'd have killed you when you were a child." Shaman Kreutz's eyes glowed blue, and immense mana surged from his body. "RUMMMMBLE." In that moment, Ezekiel thought. Hayaka truly is a goddamn joke of a country. The strife between Black Abyss and White Saber was nothing but a petty gang war between assassin rats. Hayaka, more than any other nation, had always been defined by this nonsense. Rumor had it Beaker and Beetlejuice had been planning to kill each other just 3 weeks ago, but now, because of a crisis, they were fighting side by side. Hayaka, a dumbfuck nation full of dumbfuck assassins. He clicked his tongue. Still, it wasn't all bad. When it was time to fight, at least they showed up. Even the complacent professors had likely started leaping into action by now. "We must protect them. The nation's future. The cadets, we must protect them." Ezekiel rose to his feet. A few days ago, he'd received a directive from the chairman. He was to command the response to this incident. He issued orders to 3 elite assassins and their squads. At the same time, his comm filled with urgent reports. "We're sorry, Dean. We lost the infiltration team. Some have already breached Zone 0. His mouth tasted bitter. This was his oversight. "Battlestrew war never went according to plan. Please hold the line." Ezekiel decided to trust the professors who remained in Zone 0. For the eternal glory of Hayaka, Shaman Kreutz shouted the battle cry, and at last, the assassination war began. The beginning of the incident was marked by the wail of a siren during remedial training for failing students. Please. Time Forte, Dominic, and Hwaro were with a neutral professor named Gyula. Gyula told them that a breach had formed in a nearby barrier, and dozens of enemy assassins had poured through. They couldn't match them in number, so they retreated to the nearest evacuation shelter. Forte remained calm, but Hwaro trembled in terror, and Dominic also felt fear creeping in. One of the faculty staff in charge of the shelter noticed Hwaro and tried to reassure him. Cadet, breathe. Stay calm." "Why, yes, it's all right. Everything's going to be fine, so don't be too scared." Okay. As long as you stay in this shelter, you'll be safe. No way any assassins from outside are getting in here. Trust me, all right, I promise." Splat, the man's head exploded. He'd been hit by a stray bullet from a barrage being fired indiscriminately from afar. Blood sprayed across the 3 cadets and Professor Gyula. Hwaro collapsed on the spot. He was too terrified to even scream. "Fuck, everyone get over here." Gyula hurriedly bolted the shelter door shut, then led the 3 of them down into the basement. "Shit, fuck, I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't think it'd actually turn into this shitstorm." For the time being, they were in hiding. During the tense silence, Dominic asked Professor, "What if we headed for the shelter port?" "The fuck did you just say?" There's a shelter port nearby, isn't there? It's connected to the underground bunker, and I believe you have the key to it, Professor." "The fuck do you know that?" "My apologies. That information comes from within the business, so I can't really disclose the source." "What kind of bullshit is that, you little shit?" "Either way, no, we're not going there." Gyula had always been a discontent, half-assed neutral professor who griped about everything and preferred to slack off. Neutral professors were generally like that, but Gyula was particularly bad, so much so that he'd ranked 3rd in the most hated professor's vote in Assassin Town. Dominic frowned. The underground shelter would definitely be safer. Yes, it was reserved for high-level personnel, but going there would practically guarantee survival. And yet he refused. Was it because they were just lowly cadets? And so the 4 of them had to spend half the day trapped in the shelter's basement. Gunshots and shockwaves rang out constantly above ground. Even by assassination standards, the duration of combat was growing long. Whenever footsteps echoed nearby, Hwaro would start crying in fear, and Gyula, scowling, would snap at him to shut up. The tension was suffocating. As evening approached, Gyula began to mutter under his breath, "Fuck, why the hell do I have to be here? Why the fuck am I stuck with these failing little shits?" His words only deepened the 3 cadets' fear, and by nightfall, a sudden message was delivered. "Fuck, hey, run. Why, no time to explain, just run. Get up, fucking run right now." Gyula burst out of the shelter with the 3 cadets in tow, and shortly after, the shelter they'd been hiding in exploded behind them. The outside of Zone 0, which they hadn't seen since midday, was in ruins. Many buildings and infrastructure had been destroyed. Gyula Novl letter 1D55AGHT, sharp enough to sense bloodlust, darted into the forest. The 3 cadets followed. His face twisted even further, and his muttering grew louder. "Fuck, this is fucking bullshit. Why the fuck do I have to be stuck out here with these damn kids I don't even give a shit about?" It went on for hours. Forte finally snapped. "Professor, Are those really the words you should be saying to us right now? What the fuck? You trying to lecture me, you little shit? Just stop. Enough already. We can hear every word you say. Shut your fucking mouth. I'm already pissed off enough as it is. Forte, now shaken, had no choice but to go silent. Gilla's muttering only grew more unhinged. As they passed a sentry post built atop a massive tree, the largest in the vicinity, finally hit his boiling point. Fuck, if I knew it'd be like this. I should have just quit last year when they were accepting retirement applications, but knew I just had to stay to scrape a little more research funding. Era of peace, my ass. Fucking royal trash worms. Professor, excuse me. Forte, unable to take it anymore, tried to speak up again. Shut the fuck up, Asimov, you piece of shit. Gilla came to a sudden stop. Clack. Then raised his gun and aimed it at the 3 cadets. Professor, the 3 of them froze. WH, what are you doing? Professor Gilla, don't tell me you're a traitor. Dominic blurted out the question in disbelief. Get the fuck out of here, Professor. Since when we're Yauna, why are you doing this? Please don't, why shouldn't I? Why the fuck shouldn't I ditch you little shits, huh? Why? Gilla exploded. Get lost. You goddamn failure cadet trash, get lost. I'm done dragging your worthless asses around. I need to find a way to save my own goddamn skin, Professor. If you don't move, I'll put a fucking hole in your heads, you hear me? Hwaro burst into tears, shocked. But Forte clenched his jaw, grabbed Hwaro, and broke into a sprint with Dominic. You're fucking insane, fuck off. The trio disappeared into the forest. Gilla remained where he stood, his expression calm again, but he didn't run anywhere. He simply stood there, alone. Eventually, the professor turned his gaze behind him, toward the bushes in the distance, toward the Kroot's assassins approaching. Fuck, and he muttered to himself. Why the hell am I still here? Dante Hayakapo looked down. There were bastards trying to set fire to the armory. When they opened the door, they would have found nothing but a bathroom. They had no idea they were looking at an illusion. Seize them. At Dante's command, the disciplinary bureau swept in and eliminated them. Due to the strain on his mana, blood began to drip from his still unhealed eye. This isn't it. He quickly moved his feet. He climbed the highest mana transmission tower. Could become a target of bombardment at any moment, but he factored that in. And from there, as he gazed down over Zone 0, the names of his enemies appeared to him clearly. Among them, one had been identified through script Somion, moving specifically to harm a certain cadet. Found them. After parting ways with Professor Gilla, the trio ran, scrambling up the ridge. All 3 were running hard, but one of them had to try a bit harder. That one was Dominic. Dominic was confused. In the last moment, Professor Gilla had cast concealment and handed the shelter port key to him. And so the key now lay in his hands. The reason he'd been chosen, he had simply been the closest. But why? Gilla had always done nothing but hurl curses at him. Why give this to him? Meanwhile, Dominic was falling behind. Dominic, you need to run faster. Apologies, I'll push harder. His body shook with each step. The weight he had carried since childhood due to a chronic condition had never been much of an issue in his life. But now, it was dragging him straight into the ground. His breath grew ragged, and Dominic realized had been realizing for a while now that the other 2 had slowed down to match his pace. Faster, Dominic. Why yeah, got it, watch your step. Lots of rocks, okay. Each of them threw out a line to keep him going. But still, Dominic began to fall further and further behind. Uneasy glances fell on him, from Hwaro and Fort alternating, as if asking him to make a decision. Maybe it was just paranoia, in truth, from long ago. Dominic had always known how others looked at him, that he was not like those 2, even if they were all repeating a year. One of them was the son of a prestigious white saber family, a cadet from Munshido Institute. The other was kind, adorable, and popular. But him, he wasn't Black Abyss or White Saber. No background, no exceptional talent. He had entered the academy through a merit-based veteran exemption. Just the fact they were lumped together as repeaters felt wrong. There was a time once when another cadet had said something in passing. Why would those 2 hang out with someone like him? Right, Dominic, just past that ridge, it's all downhill. Hey, Dominic cut off Forte's words, panting hard. You 2 should go ahead. The other 2 stopped in their tracks. What are you talking about, Dominic? I'm slowing you down, just go. What kind of bullshit is that? Run, yeah, we don't have time for this. He clenched his teeth and ran again, but maybe. Maybe Forte and Hwaro's expressions had looked just a little different than usual. Maybe it wasn't just his imagination. And then, boom, a massive explosion rocked the air. The guard post they had passed moments ago erupted. Damn it, they're already here. Run, faster, why yeah, got it, as the 2 in front sprinted. Dominic shouted shelter, let's head for the shelter port. It's just 100 meters ahead, but the port key, I've got it, the port key. I picked it up on the way here. Really. It made no sense, but it wasn't a time to doubt. And so the trio sprinted toward the shelter port. At that moment, Dominic became confused about Gilla once more. Because the port was a lot closer, Novelrecap, than he remembered. If only this had happened yesterday, if they had come just a bit earlier. But when they arrived and stopped before the transparent cylinder, inscribed with a magic formation, Dominic finally realized this shelter port. It's disposable, looks like it. It was single use, and it was made for 2 people. Dominic stood there, dazed, staring at the key, then slowly raised his head and looked at the other two pairs of Isone amber brown, the other red brown. Were looking straight at him, looking only at him. Dominic realized something. Why would those 2 hang out with someone like him? He still didn't know the answer. But what could someone like him give them? Thaith knew. His resolve hardened. Here, I'll stay behind. In the next instant, a rough hand yanked him by the collar. At the same time, Hwaro was shoved into the port. Forte was left outside alone. Immediately, the port's magical barrier activated. Wait, no. Forte's. Right after Hwaro screamed, Dominic grasped the situation. Forte, what are you doing? But by the time he shouted, the shelter's teleportation had already begun. Enveloped in magical light, their bodies began to vanish into the distance. Only one person remained outside. Forte stood with his back against the now dimmed shelter port. From the moment he heard the Kreutz faction had started assassinations, he had been preparing for this. After all, Kreutz's greatest enemy was his family. 15 years ago, during the Second Assassination War, Forte's father served as a sniper for the White Saber Corps, protecting the kingdom and its citizens. When he returned home, he would always give advice to young Forte. Forte, an assassin is someone who saves lives. That's what he used to say. You should never become an assassin with the intent to kill. And again, what does that even mean? To young Forte, the words made no sense. Assassins were created to kill. That's their entire function. How could that possibly save people? Doctors or firefighters saved people, not assassins. But now, as his mind had matured, he understood. The world always provided just enough for 4 out of every 5 to survive. And humanity, from the very beginning, had poured everything into killing one another just to survive. Somewhere, someone will always try to kill your family or your friends. If you don't strike first, you'll die. Even if they already struck first, you still have to kill. But if it's already too late, Forte thought, if it's already too late, if you're going to die and there's no way around it, then maybe if even one life could be saved. That's what it means to be an assassin, right, father? He'd protected the 2 of them, which meant, as a son of House Asimov, he had lived by his father's words. But as the bloodlust in the air thickened, more distant explosions and gunfire echoing closer, Forte's legs started to buckle. Something overwhelming was approaching. Is this really the right thing? When he finally saw theme assassins of the Kreutz faction rising like shadows from the trees, Forte asked himself one more time, was this really the right path? Target located. Rad of House Asimov, confirming coordinates. The first assassin spoke into a comm and 4 or 5 more immediately emerged around him. Forte gasped, pulling out his sniper rifle and aiming. Thunk, a shuriken embedded itself in the barrel. He hadn't even seen it thrown. The blade split the muzzle nearly in half, then ricocheted, slashing deep across his forehead. Spurt, the edge scraped his skull. Forte winced in pain. Blood began to pour. Throwing types had an advantage over close combat and sniper types at that particular distance. And even if their skills were equal, these enemies were stronger than him. So you are him. Asimov, right? One of the masked assassins finally spoke. You know how many people had to suffer just to kill you? Let's end it. Die already. Clink. The assassin drew another shuriken from his wrist and began walking toward Forte. Thunk. The sniper rifle fell from Forte's trembling hands. He pulled out a dagger and screamed, "Come on, you bastards. Yeah, come on," but no amount of bluffing would work here. The assassin was already charging. Crackle, magic energy erupted in all directions. The assassin closed in, and in that moment, Forte instinctively shut his eyes tight. All he could do was wish that, at the very least, he had been an assassin, and then Forte experienced something unbelievable. The world lit up. Even with his eyes shut, he felt an overwhelming brightness flooding the earth. It wasn't just light. It was as if an angel's blessing had engulfed him. The brilliance swept through the world in a single instant, and even then, Forte hesitated to open his eyes, afraid it might burn them out. Several seconds passed. "You can open your eyes now." A voice so familiar reached his ears. Without thinking, Forte opened his eyes. Slowly, as his sight adjusted to the shifting contrast, Forte's skin crawled. All the assassins that had closed in on him were lying dead. It had taken just a second or 2, maybe less. The absurdity of the scene sent a violent shiver through him. "You've done well, holding out." A man approached, standing at the very center of it all. Blood trickled from one eye as he placed a hand on Forte's head. The pressure made Forte stagger slightly. He was someone Forte had never imagined seeing here. "Professor Dante Hayakapo, are you hurt?" "Why, yes. You ran pretty damn far. Thank why. No need. If you can walk, let's go. It's dangerous to linger." Forte's heart pounded uncontrollably. He tried to move but hesitated. What is it?" "My legs gave out. I'm sorry. I got really scared just now." Shameful as it was, he confessed. Dante responded with total emotional flatness. You were the one who sent the others down, and now you're scared. Why, yeah, I was scared. It's embarrassing. I see. The professor replied shortly. Honesty is good. From those few words, Forte felt something powerful stir inside him. A few more steps and his legs began to move again. I can walk. Let's go. As they descended the mountain together, Forte thought to himself. His father's words hit differently now. Assassins really were the ones who saved lives, just like the professor in front of him. After returning Forte to the Moonshadow dormitory, I climbed back up the mountain trail. On the way up, my mind was unsettled. The kingdom of Hayaka is nothing more than a game background. My time as a professor amounts to only a month and a half. There's no reason for me to be emotionally involved in this situation. No reason at all. Maybe it's because of the synchronization with Dante's emotions. He's a native of Hayaka. He signed up to be a professor himself. It makes sense that this would weigh on him. The problem is that I'm Dante now. I didn't feel good. It wasn't as bad as the time I encountered the demons, but it was still rot. Seeing my student bleeding, watching the academy I taught at fall apart. Just useless sentimentality. There's no need to be this immersed. I shook off the thought. I'm a player before I'm a professor. The only one aware of this world's and Dan the only one who can resist it. I have to think further ahead. Clank. Right now, even Liberator is screaming. It's just a rifle, yet it hits with the power of a cannon. That's because every shot eats away at its durability like a monster. And now it was starting to fall apart. As a stigmata weapon, it couldn't even be repaired. Maybe 10 or so shots left tops. If I let my emotions get the better of me, I'd waste the few rounds I had left. That's unacceptable. I'll defend the academy, yes. But I'll also collect what I need for my long-term survival. First, I returned to the location where the Kroot's special operatives ambushed Forte. The corpses were already fading, still present but slowly dispersing into violet mist. They had used the curse of dissolution because they couldn't afford to be identified, but their equipment remained. Dozens of gear pieces still clung to their bodies, and I would be taking all of them. These were assassins sent with royal vengeance from the Kroot's line. The quality of their gear was exceptional, rare at minimum, several heroic items. One of them had even brought a legendary eye accessory. No need to pick them up manually. A dead man can't claim ownership. Ownerless equipment is absorbed into the inventory the moment it's touched. I walked up to their vanishing bodies and looted everything, just as any good assassin would. Not a single piece left behind. And when a locket popped open to reveal a family photo. That's when I realized this was my first kill. There are things you only notice once they've passed. Long hair that needs cutting, overgrown nails, faded receipts tucked inside your wallet. Even after living here for a decent stretch of time, only now did I feel me true position in this world. I am someone who teaches how to kill. A day had passed. Most of the Kroot's assassins who had infiltrated Zone Zero had been exterminated. And the one who contributed the most to the success, none other than Professor Dante Hayakapo. He had climbed the transmission tower and used a crystal sphere to communicate with the other professors, relaying the movements and strength of the Kroot's assassination squad. Even those under concealment had been unable to evade Dante's eyes. That alone would have been impressive, but he went further, tracking and flushing out the scattered remnants that had fled and gone into hiding. Not once were his orders off the mark. How the hell did he find them? I've heard he's strong, sure, but this is beyond anything I imagined. Everyone set aside their doubts for now. The situation was still too dire to dwell on them. The assassination war among the top-tier assassins of Zone 2 still hadn't ended. The reason Jinx had grown a fourth arm. Students and faculty alike watched it in horror. It grew another one again. Damn it, this is making me sick. Only one more remained until the summoning was complete, and yet there was still no clear hotfix schedule from above. The newly emerged fourth arm carried an especially dangerous curse. It wasn't a triggered curse requiring activation, but a totem-type curse, a passive field effect that applied debuffs just by existing. The moment it appeared, the entirety of Zone Zero fell under its influence. Curse of Weakening. He-UNG, a massive and ominous curse radiated from the sky, pressing down across the land. It sapped the strength of the exhausted, forced open the wounds of the injured, and accelerated aging in the elderly. Beep, 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 his heart rate's dropping. Nurse, get the nurse. Damn it, the wound's festering. Increase the dosage. The infirmary descended into chaos. With tension rising, the academy summoned the professors to convene. Emergency meeting on the subjugation unit. All standby professors in Zone Zero report to the assassination department immediately. Over 100 professors gathered in the central hall. We'll now begin the meeting. The meeting was presided over by none other than Angela, senior professor of Black Abyss. She was still not fully recovered from her petrification. Half her upper body and even one lung remained impaired. That was the problem. This meeting was meant to form a raid party to subdue Jinx, but each time Angela spoke, the rasping wheeze in her breath made everyone feel uneasy. This was Angela, once mighty top 700 ranked assassin, revered like a deity. And now, after severing two of Jinxide's arms, she was left in this condition. Who would dare take on Jinx after seeing that? Please, if anyone is willing, HSSS will need around 30 people. I'll join, me too. A few stepped forward, professors like Leo and Viperthos with real conviction. But only 15 in total, out of over 100, just 15. This time will be far better. We'll open the Academy's armory, if you'll fight alongside us. We can subjugate it more safely. Please, just a few more, if even 15 more of you raise your hands. Are you truly saying, this is all? Despite her repeated urging, no more hands were raised. Angela continued to plead. Still silence. Professors, outwardly appearing in her 40s, but in truth over 80 years old, Angela let out a long, quiet sigh, though she knew her very presence made people uncomfortable. She couldn't stay silent in the face of what she was seeing. This new generation of assassins, so obsessed with self-preservation. I am deeply disappointed, professors. Her voice was soft, but it was laced with a chilling killing intent that crushed the air around them. There's less than 7 hours before that thing grows another arm, before the summoning is complete, and yet here you are, professors of the Royal Academy of Grand Hyaka, cowering in the face of danger. Despite her damaged lungs, she raised her voice. She raged. What exactly are the students supposed to learn from you? The professors' heads bowed. They couldn't meet her gaze. Angela felt devastated. This was why. This damned academy had gone numb when the traitors began to emerge. They had long since lost their edge, chased only after money, safety, material gain. Even if such self-preservation was the nature of an assassin, this was supposed to be a military and educational institution. And now, in the face of real crisis, that rotten core was laid bare. No wonder the royal family, enemy states, and even the continent at large treat us with contempt. And what of Kroots? They were the enemy, yes, but their assassins had thrown themselves into Hyaka, risking certain death. The contrast was impossible to ignore. Forget it, I'll go myself, senior professor. I don't need your permission, and when this is over I'll resign from the academy as well. Bang, just then. The doors to the conference hall slammed open. A man appeared. Every head turned. Who the hell shows up late to an emergency meeting? A senior professor was about to scold him in embarrassment but quickly shut his mouth. It was Professor Dante Hayakapo. Apologies for the delay, Senior Professor Angela. He looked unwell, as if he had taken the full brunt of the curse of weakening. No wonder hadn't slept since the first detection of Jinxide, fighting non-stop through the extermination of Zone Zero's assassins. It's fine, please take a seat. Angela, who had been scolding the others with fire in her voice, now offered Dante a gentle smile. But Dante didn't sit. I'll join the subjugation party. Angela's one eye still not petrified whitened in surprise. You, professor. At the same time, every other professor's eyes twitched. I had no intention of attending the meeting. From the moment the curse of weakening activated, the sensation in my eyes had started to fade. I had every excuse to sit this one out. I'd done my part, more than enough, really. I had earned the right to just sit down and rest, but the Nanother system alert popped up. Hotfix schedule notice. Hello, this is system. The hotfix schedule has been finalized. Please see below, scheduled time, year 501, October 17, 900 p.m. Details regarding rewards and adjustments will be announced after the hotfix is complete. Finally, there it was schedule. My brain ran the numbers instantly. 9 p.m. was 5 hours away. Jinxide's estimated full summoning time was around 11 p.m., which meant Jinxide will disappear before the summoning completes. Perfect. The main storyline would end cleanly, peacefully. I had already locked in a safe resolution to this arc, and yet, the gears in my head began to spin. I alone knew the exact time the monster everyone feared would vanish. Just me, wasn't that? A little too valuable to just keep to myself. It felt like I could use this somehow. But how? As a player, not a professor, what was the optimal move? Lightning struck in my brain. And so, dragging my weary body, I entered the Assassination Department's faculty conference room. Under everyone's stares, I said, yes, I'll join the subjugation party. No, 30 won't be necessary. Then, that's when I noticed the group of professors who had stood likely the ones who had already volunteered, but several among them were injured. Pardon the boldness, but those 15 over there aren't needed either. Please entrust the subjugation to me alone. You're saying, Angela's eyes narrowed. At the same time, the other professors quieted, trying to figure out my true intentions. What I had decided, the one thing I had to do right now. I will kill Jinxide alone and return. A bombshell declaration. Angela's expression froze, and ripples of shock spread through the professors. You mean, you professor? Yes. The murmuring among the 100+ faculty began to grow. You can defeat it. The murmurs grew louder. Did I push too hard? At first, I thought the growing noise meant people were skeptical, thinking I was being arrogant, that my claim was absurd. but glancing at the script told me otherwise. Professor Hadrigue Whitesaber, Professor Dante. That man is seriously. Professor Eugene Whitesaber, why go this far? He's clearly not even in full condition.
Professor Curtin Black Abyss, this guy's insane.
What kind of reactions are these? I kept reading. Professor Ludenbach Black Abyss, even if he's strong, no one can take down the monster that maimed 2 senior professors alone. So what's his real aim? What real aim? I'm just doing this because it's fun. Because I can. Professor Ludenbach, it's a sense of duty. Professor Ludenbach, even a neutral professor who usually chases money, to act out of pure duty. It makes me ashamed of myself. Professor Eugene, that's what a real professor is. He's the kind of person I wanted to become when I applied to teach. This was getting out of hand. I had no such noble intentions, and the chain reaction wasn't stopping. Professor Eugene, I'm volunteering. Professor Kurtnage, even so, we professors need to do our jobs. No, no, no. This was getting worse. I didn't even incite anyone, yet everyone was getting swept up. Professors, please calm yourselves. I stepped forward with a wide stride and addressed the room. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. I am not stepping forward out of any pure sentiment, nor due to patriotism, nor some grand sense of duty as a professor seeking to protect this school.
Then why?
If the subjugation succeeds, of course, what is it that you want? I raised a finger. Give me National Treasure number 17 of Hayaka, another bombshell. The room fell silent for a moment, then erupted. What? National Treasure 17. What the hell, Professor Dante? You dare demand a national treasure. This time the backlash was strong. National Treasure number 17. A great sword known as Titan's Blade, roughly 80 centimeters in length. A legendary II-grade national strategic weapon. Untradeable. No amount of money could buy it. A weapon gracing the gateway to the celestial tier. It was housed here in the academy and authorized for use only in wartime. And this was wartime. Unlike the rigid ownership associations we imagine when we hear national treasure, in this world, about half of all national treasures and sacred relics were on loan to individuals or organizations. I merely wanted to join their ranks, because it was different when I used it. I knew the weapon's secret mechanics and how to unlock its true potential. Professor Dante, that's, even Angela frowned. Just moments ago, she looked at me like a beloved grandson. Now, it was the look you give a grandson asking for the deed to your house. I had pushed the demand a bit too far. Do you even understand what you're asking for? Of course, ma'am, I am fully aware of the significance of National Treasure number 17. And to face Jinxeth alone, I absolutely require the Titan's Blade. One of the professors shouted. Professor Dante, isn't this too much, even given the situation? People have died out there. That's when blood began to drip from my left eye. The room, full of professors in far better condition than me, fell quiet. Apologies, what was it you were saying? And never mind, the shouting professor fell silent when I turned my gaze to him. All right, I'd pushed twice. Now it was time to pull once. Wiping the blood from my face, I said, of course, I'm not asking for ownership. I know better than to dream of that. Then what are you asking for? The murmuring softened. Even Angela's expression began to ease. And honestly, it wasn't a bad deal. 2 years was plenty of time to obtain an even higher tier weapon. Once more, I ask you to consider it positively. If I kill Jinxeth alone, then not a single professor here will need to shed blood. Angela and the senior faculty fell into deep contemplation. They were now faced with a difficult decision. Meanwhile, Professor Ludenbach Black Abyss C.
I knew it, duties. It's really not.
Of course, not everyone in that room was filled with goodwill toward me. At this point, it would have been strange not to hear from the neutral faction. And sure enough, one of them raised a hand. May I offer my opinion? Yes, Professor Badrock. Please go ahead. It was senior neutral Professor Badrock. True to his name, he looked like a squat, bitter rock. One of those neutral professors who regularly trashed me behind my back. All of us here can agree, I think, that Professor Dante has played a significant role in handling this crisis. Surprisingly, he opened without sarcasm. His words were honest praise. He contributed to the counteroffensive against that monster in the sky, helped eliminate the infiltrators in zone. I myself, despite having no fondness for him, must acknowledge those accomplishments. And so, I simply wish to ask Professor Dante directly. Is your request truly made for the sake of subjugating the monster? All eyes turned to me. The demand I made for the Titan's Blade. Was it truly just to help kill Jinxeth? Of course it wasn't. Let's clarify something here. I've often insulted assassins for being crude and shameless, but I'm not much better. I'm a bastard too. I have no interest in fighting for ideals that don't pay. No desire to make noble sacrifices for purity. A true assassin at heart, that's me. But I didn't answer right away. I let him speak. Frankly speaking, I have my suspicions about Professor Dante. And what are they? If you are in fact stronger than we thought, if you're far more competent, perhaps even overwhelmingly so, then I must ask, are you using this situation for your own benefit? A murmur spread among the professors. What are you implying, Senior Professor Badrock? I spoke up. Professor Dante, let me ask you plainly. Did you assassinate a neutral professor? What exactly, as I said, did you kill a fellow neutral professor? I don't even understand what you're saying, and frankly, I'm getting a little irritated. I apologize, but let me be clear. In the chaos of wardage, you take the opportunity to eliminate a few neutral professors who had publicly opposed you. Can you give a clear answer to that? I did not. I suppose someone as competent as you would hardly leave behind traces of an assassination. That came out of nowhere, and yet Badrock's expression remained deadly serious. Professor Gilla is dead, so is Professor Olivia, and Professor Mark. All of them had a poor relationship with you. All of them died in places unrelated to Kroot's ambushes, and we had to retrieve their corpses ourselves. And wasn't it you, Professor Dante, who was suspected in the death of Professor Hacken not long ago? Was that true? Were neutral professors just turning up dead? Badrock looked at me with a grim, almost pitch-black expression. Do you have nothing to say, Professor Dante? It was a political move well crafted and a genuine inconvenience. Everyone in this room knew the truth, that I had long received overtures and favoritism from Black Abyss and White Saber alike, and in contrast had been openly hostile to the neutral faction. But the answer I would give was already decided. May I say something? A voice came from an unexpected direction. Everyone's attention turned, and I was shocked at who it was. Professor Dante. That man is not the kind to do something like that. The speaker, wrapped in heavy bandages around the abdomen, was none other than Senior Neutral Professor Collider. K. Collider. Badrock's face stiffened. So did many others. Even I was stunned. Collider had always been the most vocal critic of me in the entire neutral camp. Senior Professor Collider. What are you saying? I fought alongside him against that monster Jinxscythe. I wouldn't call the man kind, but I will say Thish is not the kind of garbage that would use a war to murder his fellow professors, now that I thought about it. Right before Collider was stabbed and fell, it had been me who sent him the warning signal. Collider, you sure you're not mistaken? In a crisis, it's easy to misinterpret things. No, your true self is revealed in a crisis. Never thought I'd see the day I'd defend that bastard professor, but that's my view. Unacceptable. Professor Collider, that man. Badrock began to raise his voice, growing more emotional. Bang! A solid thud echoed through the chamber, the sound of stone slamming into wood. Angela had struck the table with her half-petrified arm. That's enough. Professor Badrock's accusations lack evidence. There is no reason to drag out these baseless suspicions and put one of our valued professors in a difficult position. My apologies, Senior Professor Angela. It's done. Furthermore, the department head has just given formal approval. Professor Dante. You mean? Yes, the loan is granted. Ah, there it was. The national treasure was mine. That will be all for today's meeting. Professor Dante, please come with me. Time was running out. I immediately followed Senior Professor Angela and a few of the elders to the vault of Zone 0. There I obtained national treasure number 17, the fabled Titan's blade. Do you know how to use it? It's my first time wielding it in practice, but I'm familiar enough. Then I'll trust you. After a few formalities, a seemingly ordinary sword was placed into my hands. Done. I now had official possession, or rather, loan of the Titan's blade. The thrill of securing such an overwhelming weapon only lasted a moment. Jinxscythe was going to vanish anyway, so it wasn't immediately critical. Instead, I turned my focus to the real mystery at hand. Multiple neutral professors were assassinated. That shouldn't have happened. Sure, Professor Gilla had died, but he was directly in the path of the Kroot's assassins. That could be explained. But the others Badrock mentioned, as far as I could remember, all of them had been in safe locations. They shared certain common traits. All were senior professors. All were attacked while alone, and all had been killed within the last few hours. After the meeting ended, I began a thorough review of the neutral professor's status. I wanted a clearer picture of what had actually happened. I made several calls, especially to Badrock, and surprisingly, he was willing to share details without much resistance. And perhaps because of the recent assassinations, most of the remaining senior neutral professors had clustered together for safety, except for one, the one who had defended me earlier, Collider. Having taken a stab wound to the abdomen, he was recovering alone in a private infirmary room, so I went to visit him, pretending it was a simple hospital visit. Professor Dante, the moment he saw me, he frowned, so defending me didn't mean he liked me. That hadn't changed. It's not that. I appreciated earlier, but I've got other business now. I cast illusion and hid myself just behind the wall. What is this, showing off illusions in front of me? You trying to flex? Ah, right. Collider was an illusion arts professor, didn't care. I'll be staying here a bit. 3-4 hours tops. Excuse me, what the hell are you doing? You're not seriously going around killing neutrals, are you? Building up to kill me now. If you're that worried, go ahead and text your neutral-only group chat and tell them Dante's here. Not like I didn't know about that, by the way. So you do know you've made enemies. Maybe you should have acted like a decent person once in a while. While Collider rambled, I stood silently by the wall for hours, staring vacantly, scanning every script I could find nearby, until finally moved. Is this where you show your true colors? SHH. I silenced Collider and stepped out of the room, opening the emergency stairwell door. And there I waited for the two girls to arrive, the culprits, the assassins of the neutral professors. Down the stairs, Rebecca locked eyes with me and froze in place. Elise followed just behind her, bumping into her back. Ouch, she muttered, stumbling slightly before looking up at me. She gave me a smile and waved, but I couldn't smile back. The saint of the palace wouldn't come here just to pray. This was only the second time I'd faced Rebecca directly, just like the first time her eyes were devoid of emotion as she stared up at me. Elise, sensing the tension, began to glance between us, confused. Could you step aside, Professor? Those decadent red eyes, the gaze of a blood-drenched tyrant. Still, her script didn't appear. You'll need to explain what this is, what you've been doing. You owe me that much. And at that line, she seemed to realize her crime had been uncovered. I was going to kill Senior Professor Collider. Denied. You won't even offer a defense. No, because I did it. I've said it before, but your eyes really are sharp, Professor. You're strange, disgraced by treason, outcast, and drifting like flotsam. Why go out of your way to kill the neutral professors? It must be done. Any seed of rebellion must be eliminated now. She spoke something far more dangerous than I had anticipated, and yet she did so with perfect composure. Not every neutral is a seed of rebellion, but rebellion always begins with neutrals. There are always exceptions, not in Zone 0. And what gives you the right? This is the Royal Academy, and I'm a princess. Isn't that enough? Not even close. In that fragile standoff, Rebecca took a long, deep breath. From the pit of her stomach, she exhaled. This was the moment where I had to decide how would I shape my future relationship with her. I could tell instinctively Rebecca could not be controlled by kindness. She was a tyrant, a cadet in name only, a beast wielding the Moonshadow Institute's blade with impunity. If I just wanted to survive, I could grovel and play the sycophant. But if I wanted a proper professor-student relationship, then I thought back to history. The Roman Emperor Nero, who ruled through cruelty, lost his power when the Senate denounced him. Oda Nobunaga, whose brutal reign ended in the Hinoji incident. Louis XVI, whose neglect of the people led to the French Revolution. Pol Pot of the Khmer Rouge, who was toppled through rebellion and foreign invasion. Suicide was a common in Dingbat. That wasn't the point. It was the process I was thinking about. Tyrants don't stop themselves. They are only stopped by external pressure. Rebecca Hayakiam. Yes, Professor, then from now on I would be that pressure. You came as a student, then act like one. One simple line. Elise immediately flinched. She covered her mouth, glancing anxiously at the princess. Even clueless Elise could tell what I had just said was insane. Rebecca stared at me, expressionless, then spoke. Elise, why yes, princess. It's your mission. Kill Professor Dant. Elise hesitated. She reached toward her hip. As though Jage. And drew her blade. Her face was filled with confusion. But a mission was a mission. I'm sorry, Professor. You'll have to die now. The moment her foot touched the next step. I spoke with clarity, authority. Wait, Elise froze, now completely caught between me and Rebecca. Elise, what are you doing? I'm supposed to kill the professor. Those soft pink eyes looked back at me. I gave another command. Wait. Oh, okay, Rebecca's expression began to crack. What are you doing? Go kill him now. All right, yes. When she moved again, I gave one more command. Elise, sit. And Elise, now on the verge of tears, climbed the last few stairs and knelt down in front of me. The surreal letter 1D40, D letter 1D428, letter 1D42F, letter 1D41, letter 1D425, letter 1D422, letter 1D42D nature of it all. Rebecca raised a hand to her face, covering it, and from behind it, an irritated voice. What the hell is this supposed to be? Sorry, princess. I really don't know. Shut your mouth. Why, yes, I apologize. Whether she understood the situation or not, Rebecca didn't ask. She only suppressed her irritation. So I moved. Passing Elise, I stepped down the stairs and stood before Rebecca. Elise was tall, Gray was rather short. Rebecca stood somewhere in between. All three were small before my frame, towering above 190 centimeters. Even if Rebecca was called a tyrant, she was still a much younger and smaller cadet. The assassination war in Zone 2 is about to end. Have you considered what comes next? In the era that follows, Hayaka will be in need of many professors. Especially those uninvolved in rebellion-neutral professors will have their own place. I no longer wish to hear your teachings. Rebecca spoke with her face still covered. I only plan to kill the senior professor and be done with it. Denied. I leaned in closer to her. If you truly mean to serve the state, then this is where you must stop. Do that and I will not hold you accountable. Rebecca removed her hand from her face, then stepped closer and looked up at me, eyes red almost uncomfortably so. What if you do hold me accountable? She was so furious her breathing was ragged. her hand trembled and the corners of her eyes twitched faintly. There was killing intent seeping out. If you do, what happens then? But I am an external force. I don't yield. You'll be shoved into hell by my own hand. It wasn't an empty threat. I know a lot. Princess or not, I know several ways to destroy her. You think I'll go alone, then we'll fall together. In this situation, where she was already cornered, she must have realized I wasn't joking. A few seconds of silence passed. Then, her expression tightly restrained, she spoke. Professor. I'm listening. Since the day I became a princess, there hasn't been a single moment where I couldn't do as I pleased. Not one. I've had everything I wanted, killed anyone I wanted whenever I wanted. This is Hayaka, and I am its noble princess. Struggling to suppress her shaking breath with a voice that scratched slightly, Rebecca spoke. You're the first, Professor. The first person to dare humiliate me twice. The first was rejecting the offer to become the advisor at Dragon Hatchling Hall. The second was this moment now. What do? I think I'm starting to dislike you. If that's what our relationship was, then I didn't mind. I too was beginning to dislike Rebecca. You'll have to get used to it. For how long? For as long as you're a cadet. In the coming era, Dragon Hatchling Hall will need me. Rebecca stared blankly at me, then responded indifferently. Don't delude yourself. I don't need you anymore. With those words, she turned and began walking down the stairs. Click-clack, her heels echoed. Elise, who'd been watching anxiously, ran after her with a teary face. Let's go together, princess. But what came back was a voice full of irritation. Prin, I don't need you either, you worthless trash. Elise froze on the spot. That was the end of it. Rebecca's assassination attempt was stopped. But even hatred like this still counted as a relationship. Relationship increase, Rebecca 2017. Reward star fragments 17. It was a large sum, not bad. Should I head back now? I turned and started toward the lab. Along the way, a message came in. Assassination Department, the assassination war in Zone 2 has ended. At last, the assassination war was over. Hayaka claimed an overwhelming victory. Nearly all of Kreutz's assassins were either killed or scattered. Assassins' battles always hinge on whether they get the drop or not. There's even a study showing that when an assassin successfully ambushes, their combat output can increase by up to 700. Conversely, when an assassination is perfectly anticipated, the assassin becomes powerless. That's what happened to Kreutz's assassins. Hayaka saw it coming and prepared. As a result, the damage was minimal. So here we are, at the backbone of the main story. What is it? Why are you following me? At some point, someone had been silently trailing me. It was Elise. I'm coming. No, you're not. Well, I don't accept that. After Rebecca left, Elise had become visibly uneasy. To put it in perspective, she looked like a puppy who'd just broken its owner's favorite porcelain. I tried to send her away, but she refused to go back to Dragon Hatchling Hall, so for now I brought her to the lab. And then, she started acting up. Elise, what the hell are you doing? She suddenly opened the trash can and climbed inside, even pulled the lid over her head. I'm depressed. Depressed or not, why would you get into something that filthy? I dunno. Then, still stuck inside the bin, Elise picked up an empty coffee can and a used cosmetics jar and murmured sadly, because I'm trash. Hangul koyu enus. What am I supposed to do with this? Good thing the lab's trash is clean, at least. When do you plan on leaving? I'm not going. Be back at the dorm before nightfall. Number Nuo. I didn't even say anything. Is this, what do they call it, separation anxiety? Elise Omega. I decided to just roll with it. Eventually, the department contacted me, asking when I'd begin the solo strategy against Jinxscythe. I planned to arrive just in time. 3 hours remained until Jinxscythe's full summoning. Time until hotfix, 59 minutes 15 seconds. 1 hour left until the hotfix. Professor, I've arrived. Oh my, what are you doing in there? Just in time, Adele arrived at the lab and I left Elise in her care. Then I stepped outside, toward the outdoor training grounds near the lab. They were completely empty at this hour. I decided to use the spare time to test out my newly acquired weapon, Giant Soldier's Sword. Shadowless Star Giant Soldier's Sword Legendary II, Stigma. Even at second glance, it was an astounding weapon. At last, I swapped my main weapon from Liberator to Giant Soldier's Sword. Total combat power, 132,850, 157,440, 24,550. Liberator had a value of 18,000, but Giant Soldier's Sword boasted a staggering 42,550, a national treasure level weapon without a single enhancement or attached option, and yet this powerful. Insane, a weapon the whole world covets, now in my hands. First, I checked its options. As I'd heard, its attack power was incredibly high. Actually, not just high, not just overwhelming, it was abnormally high. If Liberator was already cannon level in output, this was like welding 30 cannons together and swinging them at once. Of course, that was to be expected. The Giant Soldier's Sword was, originally, a siege weapon. The Stigma was Shadowless Star, aligned with the Elise family naturally, since this too was an invisible weapon. SRRRNG. When I drew the sword from its sheath, what emerged was shockingly plain, unbefitting the name National Treasure, even short for a longsword with no imposing appearance. But it mattered little. You could gather a million flashy, trashy weapons and none would come close to this. All legendary weapons have an activation incantation, and with it I activated the sword. Raise thy blade, O Colossus. The moment I infused mana into the blade, the space around me began to tremble. In that moment, I felt something deeply strange, like my senses were expanding. It felt as if the me standing here was a puppet suspended by threads. The current me was connected to a giant me standing behind. This was the sensory realm of summon taming types. The core of that class is to have something other than yourself fight on your behalf. Among such abilities is the concept of a marionette. That was the power of this sword. I was currently controlling a puppet, the invisible arm and sword of the giant soldier behind me. The giant soldier mirrored my stance and held its own sword, but even as I controlled it, I had no sense of what it looked like. The star Shadowless symbolizes secrecy, disappearance, concealment, and oblivion. Elize, with just a fragment of her family's stigma, could deceive even senior professors with her stealth. This giant soldier behind me was the same breed. Just as expected, I cannot move while the giant soldier is in motion. That was the weapon's drawback. If I moved, the giant soldier could not. If the giant soldier moved, I could not. Next, I decided to test its power. I gave the mental command, a slash. In an instant, an enormous invisible blade began to swing. Calling it a sword felt inaccurate judging by its size. It was as if 7 or 8 massive buses had been fused together. Big things are slow. The giant soldier's sword was far from agile. But the weight's sheer mass became immediately clear. The ground shook, air blasted outward. Unable to fully gauge the length, the sword's tip struck a distant watchpost at the end of the training ground. KWANG, the area was obliterated, air was compressed, a shockwave erupted. The metal-framed watchpost was utterly crushed. Like a giant from mythology striking down a beast, my single swing shattered the post and plunged into the earth, splitting the ground. It was staggering power. From what I knew, even a grenade couldn't leave more than a 10 centimeters dent in this kind of terrain. But this sword slash had cleaved at least 3 meters into the ground end that was with the edge, not the point. Truly monstrous. At this rate, I could potentially assassinate even massive entities that normally couldn't be killed that way. For example, the Empire has swordmasters with a gigantification technique. Some grow up to 25 meters tall. Their hide alone is 80 centimeters thick. Killing one with conventional assassination methods is basically impossible. But now, maybe I had a shot. Weaknesses, there were 3 major ones. Weakness 1, I cannot move while the giant soldier is attacking. Weakness 2, the strike, though hidden, is not fast. Weakness 3, the sword itself is relatively fragile. Tongue. I tapped the blade against my knee. It was only slightly tougher than a regular sword. In this world, weapons are consumables. Direct combat should be avoided whenever possible. Once broken, the sword's power ends. The stigma vanishes. Then again, even without this weapon, wouldn't I still die if I got into a direct fight? A perfect fit for me. I was very satisfied, but still, just having a powerful weapon wasn't cause for celebration. Zing, a sinister vibration pulsed from the tip of the blade. True masterpieces choose their own wielder and discard the unworthy without mercy. This one was no different. Giant soldier's sword would continue to test me. And I would have to prove myself its rightful master. Only after passing its trials would I be able to uncover the sword's hidden secrets and true usage. A hand covered in wounds lit a cigarette, a cheap one, utterly unfitting for the noble princess. She struck a match several times, but her hands trembled with rage and it took several tries to light it. Finally, she managed and inhaled the smoke deeply into her lungs. She still sat on the staircase of the infirmary building, but Rebecca didn't care. She kept exhaling smoke. If she didn't suppress this impulse, she feared she'd do something truly vile. It was the only way she could restrain herself. Just then, the crystal orb rang. A communication request. What is it? This is Chingru. Princess, are you all right? It was the elderly knight guardian Chingru, someone who'd known her long enough to read her mood from voice alone. Speak. Don't mind my tone. Ah, yes. We investigated the professor who stopped the airship from crashing as you requested. Oh, that. A welcome report amidst her irritation. The department had been desperately trying to cover it up for some reason, but he had finally found out. The genius of illusion who gave wings to that crashing airship. Of all the professors she knew, none wielded illusion magic to that level. It had to be one of the newly hired professors. Why hadn't she known of such a figure until now? He was extraordinary. To Rebecca, who could perceive mana, his power was awe-inspiring and undeniably brilliant, which only further convinced her that Professor Dante was no longer necessary. Dante, a disappointing professor. She thought he was capable. Everyone praised him, and so she assumed as much. But in the end, only direct experience tells the truth. Professor Dante couldn't even see what he was holding in his own hands. He was blind. Bringing in the one from the airship as Dragon Hatchling Hall's lead instructor would be better. Anyone who could control magic with such purity must be a genius of the highest order. So, who was it? Yes, princess. The reply that came stunned her. She doubted her own ears. It was Professor Dante Hayakapo. Her red lips parted in shock. Her decadent gaze twitched, and finally, in a daze, Rebecca muttered, "Why? Are you not even nervous?" It was a question from a middle-aged professor who boarded the airship with me. We were flying directly toward Jinxith, the four-armed horror, and the man seemed quite tense. I didn't respond, not for any grand reason. I'm just not good with words. When a person spends too many years in grad school, a time comes when you no longer know what to say. That was my state. Normally, when I don't answer, people lose interest and shut up. But this middle-aged professor had been acting a little strange from the start, almost disturbingly reverent, as if exalting me in his thoughts. Black Abyss Professor Ludenbach, incredible, truly astonishing focus. Black Abyss Professor Ludenbach, surely no one would stake their life just for a sense of duty. Then could it be that this man truly believes he can defeat that colossal monster alone? At such a young age, Black Abyss Professor Ludenbach, youth is a weakness. But if Professor Dante really manages to bring down that monster by himself, then perhaps we in the Department of Assassination might be able to stake the future of Hayaka's assassination industry on this young professor. Truncated, why go that far? Still, it piqued my curiosity. I was full of questions about this so-called hotfix. So what happens to error space now? What is Eve's massive error space? An emergency patches like this aren't they something that only exists in online games? Starting from these common sense questions, bugs, Suddenly all the strange things I'd experienced during my time in Hayaka came flooding back. Haven't I been benefiting from an unusual number of bugs? Thinking about it, yeah, I'd taken advantage of quite a few bugs. What were they again? 1. Seeing things I shouldn't have been able to see due to lack of detection ability like stigmas or curses. Stigma, I saw the stigma even when Liberator was unidentified. Curse, I saw 3 curses embedded in Rebecca's veil. 2. Detecting hidden individuals on the minimap who should have been completely invisible, like tracking Elias during that very first assassination. 3. Script's minimap detection range exceeded 3,000 meters. I caught on to Bomung's sniping attempt. I'd been reaping the rewards all this time. What if they take them away? But if that were the case, it would have been stated clearly in the hotfix notes. Hotfix in 0 minutes 32 seconds. Anyway, while I was mulling over all that, the moment drew closer. From all the questions I held, to the rewards promised by the system, there would be answers to everything. Logging out. A soothing sensation spread through my entire body like an anesthetic being administered. This was the process of my consciousness exiting one world. The world grew blurry. Maybe it was just my optic nerves shutting down, as everything began to fade like a dream dissolving into mist. A status window floated up. Game system is temporarily shutting down. Curse of Forgettingi's now active. Direct memories and records of those encountered will be erased or distorted. Wait, what? That was the last thing I thought before I lost consciousness. The world faded away. My mind drifted as if rising upward. The land I'd been standing on quickly receded into the distance. At a point where the continent that blanketed the earth shrank to Novellight, a mere speck, I was a comet, streaking through some corner of the cosmos. If that vast land vanished in an instant, then maybe I was moving at the speed of light, or faster, and yet even at that incomprehensible velocity, the breadth of the universe I was crossing felt infinite, astronomical in the literal sense. What flashed through my mind was the Jamsil Olympic Stadium I once visited, the vast, packed venue echoing with the voice of Bruno Mars. If an atom were the size of that stadium, then the nucleus would be no bigger than a soccer ball, and the electron would be an ant circling the stadium's edge. Meaning the atom is mostly empty space, and since the world is made of atoms, the universe itself is virtually empty. Right now, I was feeling that truth in my very skin, starting somewhere on the back of that tiny ant. The entire world was empty, and amid that darkness, one thing stood out. For some reason, there was a window up in the sky of that empty universe. Technically, there's no such thing as direction in space, so maybe this universe was a basement of sorts, and after that strange transition, I emerged from that basement. When I came to, I was standing alone in a blindingly white world. I raised my hand. I had a body, still Dante's body. I turned my head to look around. Calling it a blinding white world was accurate. Perhaps this was what a polar day in the far north looked like. Everything from the ground to the sky and beyond was white. But even so, it wasn't purely abstract. The floor was laid with what looked like a grid of white paving stones, arranged in neat lines. Like a desert, only instead of sand, it was made of white paving tiles. Entering area offline. Name Dante Hayakapo. Difficulty Hell Mode. Seed 334014 145592. Main story progress Stage 1. Total combat power 157,440. So this is offline. I'd hoped I might wake up in reality. But no, that wasn't it. Time until patch completion for ver 231A 50 minutes. The status window helpfully displayed the time remaining. About an hour, huh? Looks like I'd be here until then. So, what now? A completely unfamiliar space. A completely unfamiliar situation. A background that doesn't seem like it'll change no matter where I go. No sun above me, just a glowing white sky. Not a single cloud in sight, no sense of distance. Maybe I'll walk a bit. So I started walking aimlessly. But even after a long while, nothing changed. Usually in places like this, you'd expect to see a tree, an oasis in the distance, a suspicious temple over there. It just feels like there should be something. But here there was absolutely nothing. The feeling of being completely alone. It was strange. Since the moment I got dragged into this game world, I've almost never been alone, maybe just while sleeping. And even then, my schedule as a professor was packed without end. On top of that, I was constantly being pulled into one incident after another. If I keep walking but the scenery never changes, is there any point in walking at all? So I sat down, and while I was at it, I laid down. At least it's only a 50-minute patch, that's a relief. If this had gone on for 3 days to a week, it might have been a bit miserable. That was when it happened. Awawa, a voice sounded like a child came from somewhere nearby. I sat up and turned my head, and something strange came into view. A kid, wearing a gray dinosaur costume. Only the face poked out from the dinosaur's neck area, making for an oddly adorable sight. "And you are?" I asked. The kid cautiously raised a hand and waved. "Ah, hello, the weather is very good, a jerky, choppy way of speaking. Then the little thing pulled a piece of paper from their waistband and glanced at it. "The weather is very good. What is this kid? Who are you?" Judging by height and face, maybe 5 or 7 years old. A proper child, the one who'd been mumbling a wawa. Finally spoke, I am, you are. "Who am I?" Philosophical, "Ah right, I'm Dino, yeah." Then the kid peeked at the paper again before stepping closer. Anyway, welcome to this place. What's your name, mister?" "Dante Hayakapo, I see. Cool name. Now, during your time here in offline, I will XX explain the Pawpaw patch notes. And also, another side glance at the paper. Compensation regarding the emergency paw patch and the impact of boo bugs and aju adjustments that will be I implemented a core accord. Mumbling. And then with a burst of confidence, the kid hid the paper and declared, "I'll explain it all. You, what are you even doing?" This kid was probably an apostle of the system. Out of the 33 stars, system was the one representing the game system, a helper figure for the player. All right, let's hear it. Oh, okay. So, the compensation for the emergency patch includes, stop, it seems you're not particularly familiar with your script. Why not just read from the paper? The kid's face scrunched like he was about to cry. Ooh, I practiced a lot. I reached out thinking it'd be better if I just read it myself, but Dino quickly yanked the paper away. "Give it here, I'll read it myself." "No, why not? If I give you this, then I'll be completely useless." "Well, fine then." Soon enough, Dino glanced at the paper and started reading aloud rapidly. The contents went something like this. Hotfix patch adjustment details: 1. Adjustment of incorrect summoning timing for Jinxide. 2. Correction of an error where 3 of Jinxide's arms were afflicted with curses from the 90 series. I nearly choked. 3 curses from the 90 series. If that was true, then Zone 0 had barely avoided being obliterated. Compensation 1. Star fragments 53. Resurrection coupons 3 for deceased users, valid for 1 day. The compensation was surprisingly sweet. 50 star fragments, that was insane. "You have to use the resurrection coupons now," Dino shouted, holding out 3 blue coupons. A lot of people had died in the recent incident. Just 3 people, Fortunately, no one close to me had died, so I listed off 3 random names. Resurrection coupon has been used, but what does compensation item 2 mean? That means. Up until now, players couldn't see what errors occurred in error space, but now the system will send someone nearby who can share what they've learned. That's good. Last time I went into the Jinxide fight completely blind. It could have been disastrous. That concludes the patch note explanation. Good work. Questions? Interesting. Being invited to ask questions. Will you answer anything? Not everything. But if it's something I can explain, then, to some degree. Dino's eyes rolled nervously. But I can't reveal too much. How much can you reveal? Awawa. Dino shook his head. Seemed like he couldn't even answer that. I had a mountain of questions, things I'd buried for lack of answers. Might as well open that box now. What happened to the real me? What happened to the real me? That was my question. Dino nervously shook his head. So he can't tell me if I die in the game. Does that mean I die for real? Nod. One thing was now certain. I absolutely must not die. Then why was I brought here to this game world? Shakes head. Is that the only way you can answer? Shakes head again. Then why all the head gestures? Want to die?
A rapid shaking.
Speak why yes, I repeated the previous questions, my real self dying in the game, why I was summoned, and so on.
I don't know, you do know.
I don't know what, but Dino only looked more flustered. You think that's good enough? Huh, you should go find out. Oh, okay. Knowing isn't enough. You have to tell me. Don't bully me. I said I can't tell you. You're a helper, aren't you? That's your role. If you stay silent when I ask for help, how are you any different from someone who knows nothing? Worthless little bug. Stop. No matter how much you bully me, I won't say it. Even bullying didn't work. It had to be a system restriction of prohibition enforced at a fundamental level. Then am I the only player in this world? Yes, it's a single-player game. In your world, you're the only player. In my world, I'm the only player. That line hit harder than expected. Was that just my overinterpretation? Then, I paused, then continued my logic. What you're saying sounds like everyone else also has their own separate world. Why, yeah, and each person's world is a little different. So it's a sandbox-style game, huh? Interesting. Strange, too. Oh, right. Dino clapped his tiny dinosaur hands. Come to think of it, Somion's waiting for you. Waiting for me. A whole bunch, like this mooch. He spread his short arms as wide as they'd go, which, judging by his size, should mean one or two people, but apparently it meant far more than that. Who are they? Other players like you. And you're actually super famous among them. Why would I be? Because you're playing on hell difficulty. Didn't seem like something to be famous for, honestly, but what Dino said next hit like a brick. You're the only one still alive. Ah, so that's it. Suddenly, everything made sense. This really was like a real single-player game. But even single-player games often have community features, right? Forums, chat groups, social servers. The people Dino mentioned at the must be those other community users. So all the other hell difficulty players died. Thinking back, of course they did. How many assassination attempts were there on my very first day as a professor? Situations where death was just one misstep away were practically constant. But I survived. Because I'm a veteran, because I'm brilliant and exceptional. That's only half true. The other half was luck, bugs, exploits, desperate acting, deep game understanding, all that mattered. But in the end, without luck, I would have died, and I know that better than anyone. But if everyone has their own separate world, what's the point of me being on hell difficulty? Well, that's because later in the DLC, there'll be a Whoa. His words began to stretch out like a broken tape recorder, then a blue status window slammed over his mouth. At the same time, the light vanished from Dino's eyes. As I thought, a prohibition, a stigma from system had forcibly sealed his mouth. So what had he been trying to say? Something about a DLC multiplayer. Well, DLCs are always add-ons after all. Maybe someday there'll be a multiplayer server place where single-player gamers can gather. I get it now. That also explained why I was so famous among them. Hard difficulty had already been vastly different from normal, in terms of both reward systems and game scale. To defeat overwhelmingly strong enemies, you had to become even more overwhelmingly strong. It wasn't just a number buff. The entire scale of the game had changed. Even dungeons that used to be 3 floors deep got extended to 5 floors. Same would apply to hell difficulty. At just the first main story checkpoint, a legendary II class weapon had already dropped and I secured it. But even so, my growth rate was absurd, and it would stay that way. I was bound to outscale every other difficulty level as long as I stayed alive. That apparently gave people hope. At that moment, the light returned to Dino's eyes. What was I saying again? Then he asked me anyway, want to go take a look at the other players. They're all waiting for you in End Ocean. I don't mind meeting them. That's fine. But first I wanted to think a bit more about what was happening. Let's start with the game itself. Hayaka Academy, Department of Assassination was one of 3 titles released together, along with Warrior Department.
Magic departments.
They came out in that order: Warrior, Mage, Assassin. I'd tried all 3, but Assassin was the most fun, so I'd gone all in on that. The game had been released abroad, in Poland, maybe Finland. Anyway, somewhere land, Europe. The system was so complex that the entry barrier was high. It gained a cult following overseas but never really caught on in Korea. Dino, how many people died on hell difficulty? A whole lot. Roughly how many? Hundreds, even more than that. He looked up with a gasp. No system gag this time. More than hundreds, huh? What happened to them, I couldn't say, but what was certain: they died, and players on other difficulties. Did many survive? You mentioned End Ocean earlier. What is that place? It's the sea where players who have cleared the game can go. So, those who finish their single-player story can enter the community at the edge of the game world. Makes sense, but I haven't cleared the game yet. Right, that's why you can't go very deep. It's super rare for someone who hasn't finished the game to show up in offline like this. I see. The fog was beginning to lift. Bit by bit, I was forming a mental map of this world. This reality was divided into 3 dimensions: the world within the single-player game, overworld; the world outside the game, offline; the community for players who cleared the game, End Ocean. Overworld was the place I had just left. When logging in, I saw seed 3340 14 14 55 92. That was the address of my world. Offline was this white space I was currently standing in where people are sent during patches or after endings. And now, Dino was suggesting I go to End Ocean Dimension 3, where other players from different difficulties, who have completed their stories, were waiting for me. Time until patch completion for Ver 231A.
21 minutes.
I glanced at the clock and made up my mind. All right, let's go thento this place called End Ocean. Okay, get on me. Dino walked up and bent over slightly, revealing the back of his gray dinosaur costume. I was supposed to ride this child's back. You'll have to steer properly. Sure enough, there was a long button installed on the back of Dino's dinosaur head. Jump. A gray dinosaur, a white world, a jump button. I'd seen this somewhere before. Whatever. As soon as I climbed onto Dino's costume, I shrank quite literally and we snapped together as if we were one. Here we go. We have to get past 10,000 points. Got it. Dino began running. Waddle, waddle. Surprisingly, there wasn't much shaking. Current score 1.
Current score 2.
The number hovering above my head started climbing, so that's what he meant by reaching 10,000, that score. But then, riding on Dino's back like this, the world began to shift rapidly, unlike when I'd walked alone. Cacti began appearing. The sky changed. Dino wasn't just running through offline, he was phasing into a subspace. Current score 15.
Current score 17.
The rhythm of it all felt oddly familiar. Current score 35. Dino started running faster. A cactus appeared. I hit the jump button. Bonk, what now? Don't hit the button so hard. Seriously, who told you to install the jump button on the back of your skull? But if it hurts, I'll ease up. Bonk, bonk, ow, ow, that still hurts. Even gentle taps weren't good enough. I tried pressing even more softly. It hurts, I said. Be gentle, please. Forget it. Bonk, bonk, AAGH. Current score 65.
Current score 79. Current score 139.
After a series of jumps, a pterosaur-looking creature came flying toward us. Not jumping caused it L letter 1D55AGHT to fly overhead harmlessly. Also familiar. Current score 512. Eventually, the pterosaurs started flying at awkward heights. What do? It's fine. Looks like it'll miss. You sure? Yup, I'll trust you. The pterosaur crashed directly into my forehead. FCK, that scared the hell out of me. Game over. When I opened my eyes, the cacti and pterosaurs were gone. Dino stood there, looking at me with disappointment. What was that, man? That was such an easy stretch, only 512 points. You said it would miss. When did I say that? He tilted his head like he genuinely didn't remember, this little shit. We get a little closer and he's already shameless, but arguing with a kid just felt stupid, so I let it go. Let's try again, do it properly this time. But now that I'd done it once, I understood the rhythm. I had a sense for the game's level now. Current score 611.
Current score 1,552. Current score 2,914.
I was starting to feel suicidal from the boredom. Dino kept speeding up. Night fell on the path we were running. Cacti and pterosaurs began pulling dirty tricks in tandem. Bonk, bonk, ow, ow. By smacking the button like hell, I was able to sail through easily. I think I heard something about being gentle again, but the wind was so loud I couldn't really tell. BONK. GYAH. Current score 6,335.
Current score 8,595. Current score 10,000.
Finally, we made it. Dino rubbed the back of his head, then grinned brightly. Hey, you're really good. It's the first time anyone's made it in 2 tries. I didn't say, aren't I the only person you've ever met? That seemed unnecessary. Instead, I turned my eyes toward the horizon, at the very edge of this white world.
The sea opened up before us, so this is End Ocean, the place where so many are supposedly waiting for me.
Clink, clink, cly, something fell to the ground. Sunk, a blank stare flickered back to life. Eve reached out and picked up what had fallen. Something had dropped from her, something that used to dangle from her body, but now it no longer stuck. No matter what she did, it wouldn't attach again. After that, the bell made no more sound. No matter how hard she shook it, no matter how she struck, only a dull thud came in return. Eve turned her head toward the distant horizon, vacant, and remained that way for a long, long time.
Time remaining until Ver 231A patch complete. 6 minutes.
There's not much time left. How do I get into End Ocean? You just go into the sea. The idea of diving straight into the ocean made me instinctively recoil. The water looked clear, but it was impossibly deep and dark. What? Are you scared to go in or something? I'm not. It's the sea, sure, but you'll be able to hold your breath for a long time. You won't get very deep anyway. You haven't seen the ending yet. Hold my breath for a long time. Not breathe, just hold my breath. That sounds like hell. Want me to help? I've got a good way. What is it? As an offline helper, maybe he had some method. Right after I thought that, It's bam, Dino head butted me. Thud, splash. Ah, this little shit, that leering grin on his face. Looks like he's still salty about getting smacked on the back of the head earlier. But if it's about being petty, I'm no slouch either. Once I get out, I'll sentence you to 200,000 meters in hell jail until your jump button breaks from overuse. Bloop bloop. Not that any of that got through. Time remaining until Ver 231A patch complete. 5 minutes. As I plunged pathetically into the water, my consciousness began to sink as well. Only letters continued through the darkness. End ocean login complete. Hell difficulty player 1-1. You have not yet reached the game's ending. Direct interaction is restricted. A crowd gathers at your appearance. They don't know who you are, what you look like, or what your name is, but they are ecstatic that you've arrived. Fascinating. I couldn't see them in this darkness. I guess they couldn't see me either. Even so, I had this strange feeling, like I was very close to them. I was standing among people, right in the middle of a massive crowd. 1,821 easy difficulty players are showing interest in you. 255 normal difficulty players are showing interest in you. Players who'd cleared the game on those difficulties were reacting. The number was staggering, but no one from hard difficulty. Then chatter about me seemed to erupt. Just like Dino Sedthi were really curious about me. Intense attention on the one who first enters End Ocean. Some are wondering about your name and ending number. Many are curious about your job, overall combat power, special abilities, and gear setup. So they're asking exactly the kind of stuff I'd want to know if some beast of a player just dropped in. But I had no way to answer. No voice, no hands. Many are wondering if your DLC role is chairman, professor, cadet, graduate student, staff, or outsider. An absurdly revealing status window flashed before me. Apparently others had different DLC roles assigned too. There's really a graduate student DLC, Christ. Whoever ended up stuck in a lab even in a game, getting exploited by some in-game professor. I offer my condolences. Some are curious about how you dealt with the 215 bug in hell difficulty. Countless players agree. The 215 bug, now that I think about it, wasn't the current hotfix 231. Wait, what? So there were other versions, other bugs, I don't even know what they are. So I held on to that thought a little longer and kept observing. Someone argues that bug appears later in normal difficulty than in easy difficulty, and even later in hard difficulty, so it likely hasn't appeared yet in hell difficulty. Many find it intriguing that you're still in very serious danger. Countless warnings pour in. Beware of the person closest to you. Beware of the person closest to you. Seems like that's my only real hint right now. Meanwhile, someone declares a new era has begun. Someone else rejoices that the repulsive hard difficulty player's tyranny is finally coming to an end. Well, they're human too. Even after seeing the ending, they've clearly got their own grudges. The strong exploiting and dominating the weak. It's the timeless tradition of organic creatures like us. Praise rolls in, declaring the true king has arrived. A few easy difficulty players suggest maybe easy equal normal equal hard after all. And then a stream of agreement followed. Yeah, no, who said I'm on your side? As a fellow repulsive organic being, I'm fully prepared to ally with the hard difficulty tyrants and plunge this world into filthy despotism. 1/3 of all Koreans are North Koreans after all. And if you're North Korean, you're trained to worship dictatorship. In other words, we all live with a little red flag in our chests. I will become the Kim Jong-un of hell difficulty, Hell Jong-un. While I was having such barking mad thoughts and just watching the reactions, someone asks for your overall combat power. Will you respond, yes, no? Oh, the first chance to express my will. Overall combat power, should I share it or not? After a brief internal debate, I chose to reveal it. You have revealed your overall combat power. Overall combat power, 157,440. And thank yas, in a bad way, all players are in utter shock. Most easy difficulty players are severely disappointed by the underwhelming power level. Some normal difficulty players are baffled at how low the number is. Some easy difficulty players again propose that easy equal normal equal hard equal hell. Well, yeah, 157,000 isn't a bad number, but from the perspective of players who cleared the game, it's underwhelming. It's like the richest man in America shows up in Korea, and when asked how much he has, he says 100 billion won. Everyone's like, I mean, that's a lot, but weren't you supposed to be the richest guy in America? Even in normal difficulty, a well-raised character can hit 300,000 by the end. Plenty of easy difficulty players probably hit 150,000 too. I knew I'd get this kind of reaction, but I shared my power anyway just in case. One hard difficulty player enters. I knew it. The hard difficulty player laughs. He mocks you. So you were hiding, hard difficulty player. I don't know your name, gender, face, nothing. But everyone's been badmouthing you, so I wanted to at least see what kind of person you were. One hard difficulty player accuses you of being a lucky worm who happened to reach the ending. He boasts that he had already reached 140,000 combat power when he started main story run 4. well raised. Even on hard difficulty, if he had 140,000 at the start of the fourth run, that's a seriously optimized build. That's probably why he reached the ending without ever dying. He mocks the easy difficulty players, calling them brainless pigs and failed losers, says they must be so desperate that they're projecting their identities onto you the moment you appear. Bit much, though. Does this guy not have a mom? Come to think of it, if someone actually cleared hard difficulty without a single death, they probably do have something wrong with them. Either they have no mom, or they have cancer, or they have cancer and no mom. That's my story. One easy difficulty player starts sobbing. He falls into deep despair, because just moments ago he was literally projecting his self-worth onto you. His world is now collapsing. As disappointment rippled through the crowd, someone raised a question. One easy difficulty player, unable to accept reality, asks for your progress. Will you answer? Yes, no. Another chance to express my will. I debated again. Reveal it or not. It didn't really matter either way. An assassin's virtue lies in concealing a portion of their strength. You have revealed your progress. Still, I chose to show it. Wouldn't want that hard difficulty bastard getting too smug. Progress, main story 1. And once again absolute uproar. This time, of course, it was positive. All players are astonished. Someone starts screaming. The crowd descends into chaos. At main story 1, the maximum combat power is typically around 40,000. Even for hard difficulty players, that's the norm. But I'm sitting here at 157,000. The gap is just absurd. A normal difficulty player demands a statement. The hard difficulty player goes silent, the loudmouth from before. Dead silent, that alone was hilarious. A easy difficulty player bursts into laughter. He's thrilled he can once again project himself onto you. He urgently seeks someone to curse and begins viciously mocking the silent hard difficulty player, your mother. Oh, let's maybe keep that one as an internal thought. Unfortunately, my time was up. Hotfix ver 231A patch complete, transferring to Overworld. All the professor's eyes were fixed on one place, on Professor Dante, who had ridden the airship alone to kill Jinx. Everyone had expected a fierce battle, but once Dante stood before Jinx, the monster with 4 massive cursed arms simply vanished back into the rift without a single sign of resistance. The professors were stunned, and Ludenbach, the Black Abyss professor from the Department of Movement Techniques who had followed Dante, shuddered internally. It was true, just like he said. Jinxide had disappeared. The whole thing ended so anticlimactically, but regardless, Jinxide was gone. What was that, Professor Dante? He withdrew, likely overwhelmed by the thought of fighting me, and fled far away. So it was true. They had heard of Professor Dante's achievements in the previous battle, but for even a monstrous entity from another dimension to retreat in fear. Was Dante truly that powerful? Professor Ludenbach, who had just recently become a father at the age of 48, considered naming his newborn daughter Dante. Just considered, mind you. Why Dante suddenly shot him, a disgusted glare like he was looking at a bug, would never understand. Once Jinxide vanished, the situation was quickly resolved. The Academy held Professor Dante's abilities in high regard, to the extent that they assessed his skills despite being around 30 as equal to that of senior professors. Thus, the decision was made to keep Dante Hayacapo's abilities as hidden as possible, as a proper assassin should conceal at least a third of their power, and because he was now being considered a cornerstone of the next generation of the Academy. Meanwhile, everyone had witnessed the airship spreading its wings mid-fall and gliding smoothly to safety. Professors and cadets alike were puzzled. Who activated the wings? The faculty discreetly investigated the events before and after, and quietly leaked the name Gray Habanero. Gray, you're amazing. I always knew you were a genius, but I didn't know that much. Gray blinked, having just woken up in the infirmary, surrounded by compliments from Black Abyss cadets. Me, yeah, you're the one who did it. Gray, confused and dazed, felt a throbbing headache. Did she really do it? She wasn't sure. Back then she'd been blackout drunk, flu-ridden, overworked, and finally had overload trigger. Her memory was foggy as hell. Gray's the best. In her daze, she asked them to leave so she could rest. And once alone, she thought, Gray's the best, truly the best. Meanwhile, Dominic, loitering around the ICU, saw something shocking. The best, my ass. Everyone knows Hayaka's medical care is garbage. Shut up. Just this once, he was the best, Professor Gula. He saved your life, don't yell. My skull's vibrating. A miracle, I tell you, a miracle. Professor Gula, who had been brought in with a gaping abdominal wound and declared dead hours ago, had somehow regained a heartbeat and awakened in the infirmary alive and well. When their eyes met, Dominic quickly ducked behind the wall. He hadn't expected it to actually work. His prayer. Let us pray. Meanwhile, Rebecca, as the saint of the palace, visited every memorial site kneeling to pray to the Virgin for the fallen cadets and professors. At the same time, she observed the survival of neutral professors she was certain she had killed with her own hands. She couldn't understand. When had Hayaka's medical tech gotten this advanced? Princess, it's time to move to the memorial hall in Sector 2. Rebecca was the kind of person who got deeply irritated whenever things didn't go her way. And lately, those things were piling up. Yes, I'll go. Thus, the short war came to a close. A lot happened after that. Professor Battalion was a traitor, that crazy bastard, and the professors let him go. Once the truth came out, the cadets were furious. They set fire to the battalion hall named after the now revealed traitor. No one was punished for it. Even though Hayaka Academy had technically won the Assassin War, it was overcome by a crushing sense of defeat. The disciplinary bureau and the faculty joined forces to track down the seeds of the rebellion, uncovering multiple collaborators linked to the neutral senior professors. Half of them were beaten to death. To think those Kreutz bastards stabbed us in the gut does that even makes sense. We should have been the ones ambushing them. I can't see this in any positive light. The citizens of the kingdom denounced Hayaka Academy. Even though the cadet casualties had been almost non-existent due to swift action, it didn't matter. The royal family expresses its regret over this incident. We are deeply disappointed. How could such a thing happen at an academy meant to train counterintelligence operatives? The royal house publicly condemned the academy's management and decided to drastically cut its funding. At the same time, they released a furious statement against the Kreutz kingdom. Kreutz, of course, denied everything. Despite multiple pieces of damning evidence surfacing, they played dumb to the end. The news spread across the continent. The once delicate power balance between Hayaka and Kreutz shifted sharply in Kreutz's favor. People usually side with the weak. Nations usually side with the strong. Hayaka came under fire from all sides, but Hayaka didn't just sit still. Ezekiel managed to borrow the national treasure, the register, from the royal vault. Then both the Black Abyss and White Saber Division chiefs vanished, accompanied by the Royal Assassination Unit. Within 2 weeks, Kreutz Kingdom suffered a wave of devastating terror attacks. Magic signal towers in major cities were destroyed. Mines collapsed. Airports and other key facilities were bombed. Entire assassination units trained by Kreutz Academy disappeared without a trace. No one could confirm who did it, but everyone who needed to know. The Kreutz royal family eventually issued a vague statement. We don't know who did it, but if this doesn't stop now, we'll both end up dead. Only then did the retaliatory assassinations cease, a kind of proportional deterrence strategy. Hayaka had inflicted as much, if not more, damage in return, but no one felt any satisfaction, only a profound sense of defeat. Meanwhile, the Kreutz side proudly paraded their stolen prize, several top-tier Grandmaster assassins who had defected from Hayaka. Every day, their newspapers and broadcasts featured glowing interviews and propaganda. Give me a break. Even I found it ridiculous. At first, they ran the usual garbage. Why Kreutz's future is brighter. Why Hayaka assassins are inferior to Kreutz's. Many Hayaka professors are secretly planning to defect, and it's not betrayal, it's conversion. But then it devolved into absolute clownery. No food like this in Hayaka. Professor Battalion's top 3 Kreutz restaurants. Totally worth defecting just for this. Battalion's 5 must-see Kreutz destinations. Even I, with zero national pride to speak of, thought it was idiotic. You can imagine what the other professors and cadets must have thought. At the end of this chaos, a lot had changed in just 2 weeks. Quite a few cadets submitted withdrawal forms. Several professors stepped down from their posts, in that heavy air of despair. Shaman Kreutz, head of the Department of Assassination, made a bold proposal to the Academy's board and the royal family. Head of Assassination, Shaman, I propose that we open Hayaka's Department of Assassination to the Empire. A truly radical deal. Head of Magic, Ezekiel, Shaman. Head of Warfare, Vulcan. Are you serious? The other department heads were stunned. For good reason. Until now, Hayaka's Department of Assassination had been completely insularia Galapagos of its own, hoarding its methods and operatives from the outside world. Sure, tidbits made their way into gossip rags like Assassination Daily, but Hayaka had always minimized academic exchanges, contracts, and collaboration. Shaman, I'm talking about the core issue. Why did the neutral faculty betray us? Ezekiel, because they were blinded by money. Shaman, yes, personal gain was certainly a factor, but that's only true for someone like Battalion. As the ones running the department, we must look deeper. Shaman, I'll admit it, it's embarrassing, but Hayaka Academy is a mess. I happened to be eavesdropping on this conversation from a cat cafe on the first floor, and I couldn't help but let out a snort. It was shocking. Ezekiel, Vulcan, Director Hedwig, the department heads and the director were internally horrified. Shaman, after the Second Assassin War, we shut our doors. At first, it was to protect ourselves, but over time, we became a greenhouse scene. Now we may have simply withered away. Shaman really was a sharp department head. He saw the problem for what it was and had the courage to propose radical reform. After his speech on opening the department, the department heads all looked to the director. Director Hedwig, Ah yes, Director Hedwig, so you're saying we should suckle at the warm teat of the empire. Shaman, yes, director, as vulgar as always. From this, I understood what the next main story would be, but for middling powers like us, maybe a middling path is all we get, opening up the once closed Hayaka Department of Assassination. Launching academic exchanges and international programs with the Empira land of opportunity filled with dungeons, labyrinths, and contracts ripe for the taking. The start of a new main story. Main Story 2, The Betting Table. The only early game route that lets you step foot on the Empira massive casino of fate. Either you rise, staking everything Hayaka has, or you plummet into an abyss of instant death. As the name implies, the choices are many, the risks and rewards enormous. From a cadet's perspective, it used to be simple: learn from your professor, then go out and get results. This time, it's from the professor's side. Now, it'll be my cadets out there making a name for themselves, and their success will count as my own. Their accomplishments would be credited to me, and I'd receive more stellar fragments for it. Director Hedwig sounds good, but I still have questions. Just opening the department doesn't give us competitiveness. What advantage do we have? Shaman, I believe every single professor and cadet we have is an advantage. Director Hedwig, please don't say stuff like, even my kid could have become a top student in the Empire. Shaman, this year's first-year assassination cadets are prodigies. Director Hedwig, you mean the dormant dragon class? I heard they're basically uncontrollable because of the princess. Shaman, that's regrettably true. They're completely outside our control at the moment. It's a problem we'll have to solve, but their genius is unmatched. Director Hedwig, how unmatched? Shaman, overwhelmingly so. Director Hedwig, more than the department heads. Shaman, yes, even more than me. That's why, under normal circumstances, we'd have kept them hidden and raised them in secret. Director Hedwig, honestly, that would have been dumb. You can't grow without real combat. Shaman agreed. After that discussion, the director finally gave her approval. Director Hedwig, understood. Director Hedwig, I'll submit a proposal to the royal court. That's when Adele called for me. Professor, the cafe's about to close. They were closing earlier than usual. The owner was in a gloomy mood. Got it. I'd heard enough anyway. Time to head home. And so, when Adele and I returned to the professor's residence, a familiar figure was waiting on the living room sofa, legs crossed, red heels. Where did you learn the habit of sneaking into people's houses uninvited? Isn't that just standard assassin etiquette? It was Princess Rebecca. By the way, department head, yes, oh my, 3 department heads at once, haha. After shooing away the other 2 department heads, the director turned to Shaman. So what about the spy you mentioned before? Shaman furrowed his brow. This person was always like this, diving straight into the point with no tact whatsoever. No sense of decorum. I plan to observe him. The spy, yes, I have my own reasons. HMPH, fine. On another note, I heard you lent a national treasure to some professor under your department's authority. Who said that? Our friends in this side of the business. Shaman shook his head. There it is again. That damned this side of the business. You never care a bit about the department itself, but you sure hear everything. At that, Director Hedwig's beak-shaped mouth on the owl mascot head wobbled with illusion magic. Don't dismiss me. I'm a very clever director. To be precise, it was the puppet mouth of a stupid-looking owl costume, animated by illusion magic. No one, not even the department heads, knew the age, gender, or species of the creature inside. That's correct. I authorized a 2-year loan. The national treasure. Why? What do you think? The whole Black-White division clash. Back when Haken died and tensions were erupting between White Saber and Black Abyss, Shaman had been paying close attention, and this recent incident had made things even clearer. The new Professor Dante had driven away a monstrous entity that even 2 senior professors couldn't touch. What did that mean? He's more of a genius than the dormant dragon cadets. There hadn't been time to summon him officially due to the chaos, but his name was already seared into the minds of the Academy's upper ranks. Oh really? Which brings me to my question for you. What? Who is that professor? I dunno, you don't know, but you brought him in. Growing frustrated, Shaman snapped. The owl's blinking eyes slowly fluttered. Don't know, you don't know. That was what he wanted to shout. But in the end, he could only accept that this inscrutable creature was once again playing its strange little games. Anyway, now's not the time to be fussing about new professors. What really matters right now is, what? The genius cadets, of course. A tool's only useful if it obeys. Department head, you need to think of a way to control those kids, okay? He really didn't want to bring this up, but given the circumstances, the information had to be shared. Shaman spoke cautiously. They seemed to listen to Professor Dante. The owl's mouth gaped wide. Really? So Shaman elaborated. The dormant dragon cadets refused to listen to any professor. Even the princess was impossibly perfect in her noncompliance, utterly unmanageable. But Ace Cadet Kaiser Bamung Elizol showed strong affection for Dante, and only Dante. The director, now visibly serious, responded, maybe it's time we replace the department head. Excuse me, joke, haha. That day was a strange one, even for a squirrel who was busily preparing for winter on Starfall Mountain gathering acorns, pinecones, and whatnot. In a deep part of the forest, there was a cave, and inside the cave lived something like a human. The squirrel didn't know exactly what it was, but at least it wasn't a threat. Normally, the neighbor never came out during the day, only at night. The neighbor was very punctual, but today was different. The neighbor came out before sunset. Having lived half its life in the same territory, the squirrel was naturally curious and decided to follow. The neighbor crept quietly down the mountain trail and stopped near a certain boundary, the very edge of its known domain. The squirrel knew the place too. For whatever reason, the neighbor never crossed that boundary. Not that there was anything special beyond it, but today was definitely strange. After hesitating for a while, the neighbor finally stepped beyond the line. Hundreds of squirrel steps downhill, it stopped, and began to observe the paved road below. What is he doing? Pinecone tucked in its arms, the squirrel watched silently. The neighbor didn't take his eyes off the road for a long time, a very long time. Unable to hold back, the squirrel finally asked, "Squeak, what you doing?" The neighbor didn't respond. He never did. The squirrel had figured out a while ago that the neighbor couldn't hear. After a while, the squirrel got bored and turned to leave. But in the process of yawning, it dropped the pinecone cradled in its arms. "Oh no, my pinecone." And then, unbelievably, the neighbor bent down and picked it up. "Squeak, please give it back." The neighbor ignored him and started walking away. "Squeak, he's taking it, just like that. Squeak, squeak. Excuse me, this is mine." With not even a glance, that bastard just stole it. Squeak, squeak. Hello, neighbors. This guy is stealing my winter food. And he's not even gonna eat it. Squeak, 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 squeak. Unbelievable. Now he's picking up more. He's hoarding every damn pine nut on the mountain. Despite all the protests, the neighbor didn't hear him, and the poor squirrel lost his pinecone. It really was a strange day. Rebecca was sitting on my living room sofa. "Welcome home, Professor." Her voice was weak, worn out as always, drained and frayed, like someone who'd been ground down over time. I wasn't surprised. She was someone I expected to run into eventually, somewhere, somehow. It just happened a bit earlier than anticipated. "Would you two step out for a moment?" "Yes, and no eavesdropping once you leave." Understood. She dismissed her knight Chingru and shadow agent Lame. I gave Adele a small nod as well, asking silently if she could give us the room. And so the only two left in the living room were me and Rebecca. I took a seat on the couch opposite her. What was she here to talk about? Whatever it was, I already didn't see her in a favorable light. "You always do this. Trample over rules like they're beneath you." "Do I? You tried to assassinate an ally during wartime. You barge uninvited into a professor's private residence, unlock the door on your own, and then keep your shoes on inside a shoe shelf home. Princess Rebecca, yes, let me make one thing absolutely clear. This is my house. It always will be. In my home, you take your shoes off." Even to my own ears, my voice sounded cold and yielding. Perhaps the kind of tone she'd never heard from anyone in her life. And then unexpectedly, Rebecca bent down and removed her shoes. "Is that acceptable?" White feet marred with blisters and scars. Surprisingly obedient. "What do you want?" "People say I'm emotionally dry, but you're even drier than I imagined, Professor." "Dry? A cadet's feet are ruined like this. Wouldn't a word of concern be appropriate?" Her feet were in that condition because she'd been attending funerals. District 0, District 2 conflict had broken out in more than just a few areas. She'd gone from altar to altar, kneeling and praying for days. Assassination Daily was filled with articles about it. The community forum Assassin Town had nothing but praise and gratitude toward her. "That I can't deny. You've put in a great deal of effort. Did you punish Elias now that she's back at the dormitory?" "I didn't. At first I wasn't sure, but for someone like you to give her that order, it makes a strange kind of sense. So she knows about the Zico's family's command voice." Naturally, that technique had originally been a royal privilege. "And yet here you are, your toes still aching, I assume, visiting a lowly professor with no rest." "I came to apologize for attacking an ally during wartime, for speaking disrespectfully to you, for ordering an assassination through Elias. I sincerely apologize for all of it." There was no groveling. Even while apologizing, Rebecca remained proud and arrogant. Still, I was surprised, because this didn't match the Rebecca I'd known. She was not someone who apologized. I accept it. But the apology was just the build-up. Once I took a closer look, I saw what she was really here for. The department will soon enter into an agreement with the Empire. They're going to open up the assassination division and begin academic exchange. Are you aware of this? She was talking about main story 2, the betting table. "I know, I figured you would. I won't ask how you know, it's not even surprising anymore. But I want to stop this agreement." "Why?" "Because in the long run, we could become a vassal state of the Empire." She then began rattling off her reasons, but I didn't need to hear them. They were straight from one of the bad endings. What mattered was why she was saying any of this now. And the answer was obvious. It must conflict with the dormant dragon cadets' ultimate objective. Their goal: assassinate the Emperor. If the Empire gained detailed access to the dormant dragon cadets, their identities, tactics, evolving fighting stylists, then their chances of success would drop to nearly zero. "I heard you're one of the key cards in this agreement, Professor. That true?" What? That was news to me. I was the fool for not realizing how important you are. So will you join me? If you help stop the agreement, I'll pay you 100 million hika. She offered an enormous sum. 100 million hik enough to free someone from a 4-year white saber contract in a single stroke. It was a mountain of money. But I already knew my answer. That money had no sway over me. Was I going to help Rebecca sabotage the agreement? Absolutely not. In fact, I felt an overwhelming urge to say hell no. I had no reason to kill the Emperor. As an endgame player, the betting table was my best route for farming stellar fragments. And as a professor, I had personal N-A-V-Y-L Cyrillic letter 456 G Cyrillic letter 4BB Tech continue reading ambitions too. Just picture it. The day Elize Zikos is unveiled to the world. Right now, she still has her flaws, but polishing her, that's my job. To have a cadet shaped by my hands outshine the Empire's top assassins across the continent, that would be immense. And the flood of stellar fragments that would come from that. She wanted me to throw that all away. Was I insane? So my answer was already decided. I understand, in that moment. Rebecca's crimson eyes trembled. You understand, yes, just like that easily. I don't see why you're surprised. I will help you sabotage the agreement. Her red lips twitched. She tilted her head slightly, furrowed her brow confused. Clearly, she'd expected me to refuse. I always had, every time we met. And at the end of that hesitation came a question, barely audible, laced with the first honest emotion she'd shown so far. Why a pure question? The answer was simple, because I want to help you. That's a lie. Rebecca crossed her arms, then her legs. She stared deeply into me as if trying to read my thoughts. There were 3 reasons I lied to Rebecca. First, her affinity was already stuck at loathing. By nudging that hatred further, I'd be able to farm stellar fragments. Second, within the betting table, the role of the dormant dragon cadets would become critical, and this was the perfect chance to amputate the cancer that was Rebecca. Third, I just didn't like her. Originally, Hayaka Academy, Department of Assassination was a game about racing through chaos, making choices, and forging your own answers. In short, the moment the betting table began, Rebecca would be completely betrayed. I would expose every dormant dragon cadet to the Empire, raise them under my name, and prepare them for the Demon King's War. The risk, of course, was that Rebecca could kill me. But I was strong and with some negotiation with the department head, I could secure a safety net. So from a player's perspective, this was simply the best play. That's when Rebecca asked, "You say you want to help me." "Yes, I just don't get it. What's so charming about me?" Now came the time for acting. From here until the agreement passed, I had to earn Rebecca's trust. I slowly lowered my gaze. "Your feet are beautiful." My feet, yes, without exaggeration, Thea, the most beautiful feet I've seen. Rebecca looked down at the ends of her crossed legs. Red, blotched feet, covered in scars, blisters, and bruises. "I still don't get it, Professor." There was betrayal, collapse. Kreutz mocks Hayaka as if it's a joke. Everyone is steeped in defeat, and in times like this, do you know where the crowd turns its eyes? Where? The crowd always looks up. I raised my finger and pointed at the ceiling. Her crimson eyes followed the motion. She would have seen her own reflection in the shards of the chandelier above. I understand the royal family's reasoning. The current assassins are doing fine, but the academy and institution with no results, no successes become a liability. And as a result, following their announcement, many cadets and professors filed to leave. In that moment, the only one from the royal family who stood up for the academy was Rebecca. I remembered the top voted posts on Assassin Town. Still, it's reassuring that Princess Rebecca is here. Is she okay? She's been visiting every funeral altar for 2 weeks straight. She hasn't even returned to the dorm. Looks like she hasn't showered either. Everyone should know this thanks to the princess. The Royal Relief Fund increased 5-fold. It was an immense effort. You did what even the professors couldn't do. Rebecca swept back her shining blonde hair. Then she lowered her head slightly. I only did what needed to be done. I too had only said what needed to be said. But since I was already building trust, I decided to take one more step. I pulled out a medkit from my inventory, walked over, and knelt at the feet of the illustrious princess. "What are you doing?" She instinctively tried to pull her leg away. I gently grabbed her ankle. "Professor, I'll just apply some simple treatment. I'm fine. Your feet are not. No, I mean, I don't like people touching my body." "Be still." Basic first aid, a gentle wash, blisters cleaned, discharge and blood wiped, ointment applied, light bandages wrapped. If she'd gone to the infirmary instead of here, the job could have been done quicker. What surprised me was how many calluses Rebecca had on her feet. I thought they were just pale, but every spot I touched was hardened. The other foot, this time I instructed her. She didn't obey, but she didn't pull away either. This, of course, was all a strategy. I had already confirmed through investigation that Rebecca was a deeply unstable princess. She wasn't a legitimate royal. She was the daughter of King Hayaka III and a concubine, born not in the palace but in some backwoods village. Even now, the royal elders whispered that she carried the blood of a worm. So you too. You think I'm a bug born from a street wench's womb, someone unfit to be called a princess. You too. The line she'd screamed while yanking a maid's hair the first time we met made sense now. and I knew characters with backgrounds like hers were highly vulnerable to human kindness. If I wanted to remove this cancer named Rebecca Latterth's act of earning her trust was perfect. Oscar-worthy, even, that's what I thought, until she said, "You're not going to betray me, are you?" One sentence. And with it the air shifted. What? I lifted my head, met her red eyes and felt a flicker of unease. After all this, you're not going to betray me, right? Something felt wrong. Her gaze, usually sharp or hollow, was now strangely soft. Why would I? I'm just a broke professor being offered 100 million hika. You received a national treasure loan, didn't you? With power like that, you don't need money. What would I even gain by betraying you? I wouldn't know. Whoever really knows what people want. Besides, who in this kingdom would dare betray a princess? Plenty have. Rebecca's words wavered slightly. They all did. After she said that, just for a second I thought, did I misjudge something? I'd chosen betrayal for greater profit. I'd acted falsely to gain trust. I was in the middle of building that trust. I'd checked the logic. No errors. If you feel even slightly unsure, tell me now. We can cancel the deal here. Rebecca said no more after that, but in that silence I realized. She was acting too. I couldn't confirm it without her thoughts visible, but it was obvious. After all, I'd lied through my teeth. That she was sacrificing for the academy. Don't make me laugh. The truth was far more vile. Rebecca wasn't praying for the fallen as a saint. She was using curse no 75, soul-devouring, placing curses on every corpse she came across while pretending to mourn. Amidst hundreds, thousands of deaths, she alone prayed for herself, stealing souls under the guise of sainthood. I'm not blaming her. I'm not much different myself. The point is, just as she's trying to use the dead and me. I promise I won't betray you. I'll use her too, Rebecca nodded. As she stood and tried to put on her shoes, she staggered. The bandaged foot wasn't used to movement. She stumbled forward. I instinctively caught her in my arms. Thud, Eve sprang to her feet and ran. Even after skidding across the gravel, her knees and elbows bleeding, she had to run. That way, don't let her get away. The assassins were coming. There was a certain spirit. Causing Nanos. It was a spirit of the star Observation Hangul. Kosiat Enus Hangul Kong Enus. A celestial entity that wandered the world and indulged in sneakily watching others, an avatar of the stars who delighted in silent spectating. Causing Nanos. It had no meaning, no purpose. It simply lurked halfway into the shadows, peering out for anything interesting. It would give things a small nudge to make them more entertaining, nothing more. A voyeuristic ghost of this only on world's cosmology. That being, in its many wanderings, arrived at Starfall Mountain roughly a year ago. Causing Nanos. Starfall Mountain was special, a place like no other in the world. There was someone extremely interesting there. It was a fascinating location, and it was destined to become the site of something enormous, a future site of great fun. Even without all that, it was simply an ideal place for people watching, most of all. Causing Nanos. There was another spirit already here. How long had that bastard been here? That part didn't matter. It wasn't even that curious. But when spirits of Observation Hangul, Kosiat Enus Hangul Kong Enus met, there was a rite they were bound to perform. Causing Enos Kong Enos. The hand wave. Causing Enos Kong Enos. The hand wave returned. Cause Hanos. Satisfactory. Anyway, that bastard, too, seemed to be observing that being, deep in this forested mountain, a treasure of the world. A being called Eve. She had pale sky blue hair and blue eyes. Her body was cloaked head to toe in dirty, grass-covered cloth worn like a one-piece dress, and a deep hood only her eyes peeked out. She was the type who just wandered around all day. Causing Nanos. For the spirit who had been watching her for quite some time. Eve's daily routine was dry and monotonous. She would wake up in the morning, rub her eyes with that same face, yawn with that face, stroll around with that face, or do some light stretching with that face, eat apples, nectar from flowers, dandelions, and wild raspberries with that face, occasionally even dirt or pebbles. She would go to the nearby pond to wash her face with that face, or bathe fully clothed, or clean her hands and feet. Then with that face, she'd retreat into a cave to train with a sword or nap. At night, she'd climb a burial mound and stare at the sky, with that face. So why was it entertaining? Who knew? No matter how hard the spirit tried, it couldn't figure it out, but it was just so damn entertaining. Through telepathy with a faraway spirit, the spirit once heard that in a more populated place there was a person very similar to Eve, just a little taller. That much was unclear. Anyway, a year passed watching that amusing face, no, that amusing person. In the meantime, over a dozen people had come to kill Eve, but she survived. Now no one came anymore, and the spirit was stuck watching her repeat the same routine under the stars, until Somio new entered her life. Causing Nanos. A man, pink eyes, black curly hair, probably a professor. At first, he didn't stir much curiosity. His crisp clothes and looks were intriguing, but only mildly so. The fact that he came alone to a place where no one else dared to was slightly interesting, so the spirit paid a bit more attention. But ultimately, he was just another nameless human. Eve seemed to think so too. She rejected him, pushed him away. So the man left, not a very stimulating interaction. Frankly, it was boring. Hangul Kasiatinus, it was fine. The spirit hadn't expected much. With no expectations, there is no disappointment. But then, something was off about that man. Kosngenus, the man came back the next day. Kosngenus. And the day after that. Kosngenus. And the next. Kosngenus. And the next and the next and the next, without missing a single day, returned to see Eve. Kosngenus, this was genuinely intriguing. As many days as he came, the distance between him and Eve began to shrink. As though measured by a ruler precise, Eve began to acknowledge him. Slowly, their distance grew shorter. In that process, the man never did anything that might discomfort her. He showed no impatience, in that calmness. He began to draw nearer to her. This was quite fun. Even the best dish gets boring if eaten daily. After over a year of watching the same scenes, this was a massive shift and surprisingly entertaining. Was it just the spirit who found it amusing? It glanced at the other spirit. Kosengenus Kolmbenus. It wasn't. The other spirit was even more into it. Kosengenus. Anyway, the man kept drawing nearer slowly but surely. He gave her a scope. They exchanged a bell. And finally, the man sat beside Eve. Kosengenus. Now that was entertaining. It was a good day for spying. Who knew what would happen next, or where this would lead, but since then, Eve's days had changed dramatically. Kosengenus. Eve began to wash more often. She started setting aside apples or walnuts, things she found tasted give to the man. Even when sitting on the burial mound, before gazing at the stars, she began waiting for the man to arrive. Later on, since the man always came around 8 o'clock, Eve began glancing toward the path around 7, fidgeting, grooming herself. Not that it made a huge difference. Holding a walnut she forgot to give him, and agonizing over whether to offer it was adorable. Even more adorable was when she brought 2 and couldn't decide which hand to give them from. One day, while training alone inside the cave, Eve began to carve the man's image onto the wall with her sword. That was incredibly interesting, though the drawing was absolutely terrible, and the spirits had to puzzle over what the hell it was supposed to be. Still, the fact that she'd started doing something new was a delight for the spirits, because repetition without meaning is dull. And then, during all this, something strange happened. Kosengenus. The man stopped coming. Kosengenus. A whole day passed. Kosengenus. Then 3. Kosengenus. Then an entire week went by without him. Kosengenus, what in the world had happened? Why wasn't the man coming anymore? Kosengenus, the spirit was curious, but it didn't bother to go find the man. Sure, seeing him again might have been interesting, surprisingly. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Eve's reaction to his absence was even more entertaining. Eve began to break. Kosengenus. She lost her schedule. She would bolt upright in the middle of the night, confused and aimless. Sometimes she'd fall asleep in broad daylight. Her walks around Starfall Mountain turned odd. She wandered farther, descending toward areas she'd never visited before. She stopped eating the things she used to enjoy: apples, nectar, dandelions. She barely ate at all. She stopped washing. She stopped training. She just sat there, staring blankly at the crude sketch of the man she'd etched into the cave wall, touching it over and over. Wasn't it fascinating? Kosengenus. From the spirit's perspective, consistency is boring, but it brings anticipation, because the moment that consistency breaks, it gets fun. This was one of those times. Even so, Eve still climbed the burial mound at night to watch the stars. But then, about 3 weeks after the man disappeared, a major event occurred. Kolmenus. Eve began descending the mountain. This was a huge deal. She had broken one of the 3 rules she had never once violated until now. Eve left Starfall Mountain, wandering, lost, but following the direction the man used to come from. Only, she strayed from the path just slightly. Hey, what the hell is that thing doing here? She encountered an old man who lived in a nearby mountain lodge. It's the witch of the graveyard. If you could move this whole time, why didn't you just leave? I don't know what you're planning, but you finally revealed your true colors. Today, I'll be the one to drive you off this mountain. The old man suddenly pulled out a gun and started shooting. bang, 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 but Eve didn't get hit. She dodged effortlessly. Unfortunately, she landed close to the old man. Eek, are you trying to kill me? He stumbled backward and fell flat on his ass. Why, you can't kill me. I'm in the right. You can't kill someone who's right. Then he raised the gun to his chin and shouted. Eve flinched, and then she ran. She's running, the witch is fleeing. The old man rushed back into the lodge, grabbed an old crystal orb, and began making a call. In the meantime, Eve had reached the road. Fascinating. Compañeros. In the spirit's opinion, roads were the perfect representation of human arrogance. Humans had long since decided that no other species posed a threat to them, so they paved roads to lure others into their domain, their homes, their territory. It was ideal even for someone like Eve, who knew nothing. Eve followed the road, heading toward where the humans were, and she ran and ran until she reached the city. But what could she hope to find in the city? From the spirit's perspective, the city was vast, overflowing with humansto. Find one man in all of that was next to impossible. But then, apparently that other bastard thought the same thing, because somehow he began invoking stigma as though he planned to help praising his authority. By that time, Eve had entered the city. Just as expected, when she reached the crowded center, she froze. She looked around, unable to meet anyone's eyes. She didn't know what to do. What is that? A person? Don't go near it. I'm getting a bad feeling. Isn't that the witch of the graveyard? What? Where's the disciplinary bureau? They're not here yet. With her hood pulled low, Eve looked monstrous. She was an outsider, utterly alien in the crowd of people. And then on the ground a drawing appeared, visible only to Eve. As if she realized something, she started running toward it, but it was already too late. A creature believed to be the witch of the graveyard has escaped, currently roaming the downtown sector. If interception is impossible, terminate. Inform the dean and the department head. The assassins began to close in on Eve. Crackle, crackle, crash. They burst their magic marks as they attacked, aiming to kill. As always, Eve deflected and dodged as best she could, kicking off walls, leaping from trees, sprinting across rooftops. But with more than 20 assassins, including disciplinary bureau agents, she couldn't dodge forever. One bullet grazed her arm. A crossbow bolt scraped her foot. Fuck it, just kill her already. With post-war tension already running high, the commanders in Zone 0 barked orders to kill her, as if she were the sworn enemy of Kroots. And finally, Eve's foot landed on a massive trap. Clang! In that instant, Eve drew her sword and slashed the trap apart, a complex anti-beast mechanism, utterly demolished by a single strike. It was shocking. Compañeros. It was thrilling, but Eve's desperate escape couldn't last much longer. That's far enough, witch of the graveyard. White hair, white mustache, jowls rippling with each breath. To halt the advance of a major catastrophe, the guardian of Zone 0 had appeared, Shaman Kroots, head of the Department of Assassination. I let you be because I believed you were content living quietly in isolation. But now you crawl out. Why? Eve avoided his gaze, yanking her ragged hood down over her face. You know what happened here, don't you? Many died. Among them was a student of this old man. I'm not the kind to take it out on others, but will you let me grieve in peace? Please go back. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to kill you, right here and now. Eve tilted her head because she couldn't hear him. Compañeros. In any case, very interesting. If they fought, who would win? But against expectations, Eve leapt high into the air. It looked like she was choosing to flee in a wide arc, a poor decision. Eve couldn't outrun assassins. As she tried to escape, the attacks intensified. Her body grew more and more bloodied. 30 minutes of pursuit. The head tossed a shuriken like a cannonball. It tore open Eve's cheek, slicing skin wide open. Blood sprayed from the gash. In the end, Eve had to turn around. The result, Eve failed to achieve her goal. All she'd done was get chased out by humans. Wait, why did we come here again? Was there a 5-minute alert drill or something? Afterward, no one seemed to remember what had happened. In the way back, something interesting happened. Bleeding, Eve staggered up the mountain. At some point she fell, thud face down in the dirt. At that moment her hood slipped off, and there, revealed for the first time to her, horns curled like a ram's. Comenus, she had horns. The spirit was stunned. A whole year of watching, and it never knew, because not even Ansi had ever taken off her hood. All right, Professor. I'm listening. Come to think of it, aren't we going to Starfall Mountain? Dante stared blankly at Adele and asked, why the hell would we go there? There are things that are fair to everyone, like death, loneliness, the passage of time, or snowfall in the heart of winter. No matter how wealthy or powerful someone may be, the snow does not spare their heads as it falls from the sky. It was the first snow. The first snow had begun covering the ruins of Hayaka Academy, blanketing all the filth and debris in white. I made my way through Zone 0 and Zone 2's memorial sites, ones where the assassination war had erupted, places that had little to do with me. Still, I went. The memorial sites were being dismantled. 2 weeks had passed since the war ended. The academy had to begin standing back up. So this time I headed toward the cemetery. At the center of the cemetery stood a massive stone monument. Etched into it were the names of every person who died in the conflict with Kreuts. There were many, far more than I'd expected. As I passed the monument and entered deeper, I began to see gravestones. I walked slowly through them, reading the inscriptions. Master Blacksmith of the Department of Magic, Gustafsson, off to repair Heaven's Gate. Stones laid bare amid countless funeral portraits and artificial wreaths, people sobbing before them. Professor Chris with the dashing Mustashire research and papers will be carried on by us. I kept reading them. Home Run, who brought laughter through service even while ill. Perhaps heaven was short on angels. There wasn't a specific reason. Tiny Angel Yuria, who had just learned to walk gone too soon. May she fly joyfully with wings now. I just wanted to read. Senior Professor Lamuin of Defensive Magic lay here having protected his students. Hoban, the coward who cried even from a needle prickly, will never forget how you ran into the fire to save your friend. Rena, who gave up her hard-won place at the academy to nurse her sister. Ophelia, the sister who always felt sorry to her younger sibling. May the sisters find happiness in a heaven free from pain. My mother passed when I was around 10, and with no father I was sent to stay with not-so-welcoming relatives. Later, I found out the deposit from our old lease had been transferred under their names. Apparently, the law allowed that back then. What I remember is the cold floor, the occasional rat scurrying across it. I always squatted in a corner had to stay out of sight when the uncle came home. Wandering through snowy streets was miserable cold, wet, the snow melting and seeping through the holes in my shoes. But there was one thing I found fascinating. The view through windows of nearby homes, warm-looking houses, piles of wrapped presents, Christmas trees with glittering lights, TVs always on. I could never stand by those windows for long. It was someone's home after all, but still it sparked all kinds of thoughts. What's going on in there? What kind of child lives there? What kind of parents? What's inside those big boxes? I would sit in front of the wall and let my imagination fill in the blanks. Time passed quickly that way. I didn't hate it, didn't even feel jealous. If anything, it made my time outside on Christmas a little more enjoyable. I wondered, could I ever create something like that? Could I someday share a warm space like that with someone beside me? So why were those memories surfacing now? These were people I didn't know, people who had died with no relation to me. That part I still don't understand. Death is momentary, but loss that lasts forever. Still, I know one thing: the living must go on, and I understand now what it is that the living need in order to survive. Adele: yes, Professor, I'll be working on a personal project. Don't come looking for me for 2 weeks. The academy was preparing to resume classes. Before that, they were giving everyone time to recover. Buildings had been destroyed, whole areas turned to ruin, people had died. Of course, recovery time was needed. A notice went out to the professors. Those planning to hold final exams in 2 weeks could begin preparing, and I intended to prepare. The final exam. Only one question. Christmas. Not in the Christian sense. Seth's world has no such thing, but we do have a ceremony to celebrate the birth of the Holy Mother. If I sell all the magic tools I took from enemy assassins, I should have just enough funding. I needed to prepare. I'd need to buy a lot of materials. I'd need time. I'd need revolutionary levels of illusion understanding and execution, because what I was about to create had to be huge, had to last, and had to be executed with unmistakable precision. The academy was still in chaos, so I'd have to juggle it with my duties as a professor. It would be a very busy 2 weeks. World forgery, form forgery, basic particle. It began with a single, tiny point. The true terror of war is this: it can destroy the foundation someone truly believed would last forever. Huh, what? No, fuck off, like Kendrake, who had always thought the family company Drake Guns would last forever, something to hand down to his grandson's grandson. Now he was being told it had gone under. What the hell are you saying? What about my father? You couldn't even protect that. Kreuts had targeted it for being a weapons manufacturer. I need my medication, damn it. And then there was Kaiser, standing silently before the portrait of a childhood friend from his neighborhood. He never got to tell the guy his secret. Had promised himself he'd come clean once all this walking the razor's edge business was over. But the friend, a worker at the Zone 2 Magic, N-A-V-E-L-G-H-T, had been engulfed by fire and killed. Hoban, a coward, a fool who always exchanged dumb jokes with him. What the hell was a guy like that doing charging into a burning building? Kaiser dropped to his knees. What the hell have I been doing all this time? Meanwhile, there was someone else sprinting, gasping for air. Bombung, there'd been a spike in ghouls, probably Kreutz's doing. They were erupting around the memorial zones and graveyards, and this was happening dangerously close to civilian zones 0 to 3. Someone had to respond. Ghouls on South Street 14, numbers rising fast, requesting backup. But the real problem was the city itself. Snipers like Bameng were virtually useless in tight cities and dense forests. "This is Team 3, Bameng acknowledged. I'm en route, so all he could do was run. Run like hell. Grargh. Ag, R run." The ghouls burst out, attacking civilians at random, smashing buildings with their monstrous arms, and in the midst of it, Mom, Aileen, a child had fallen, having let go of her mother's hand. Behind her, a ghoul approached, raising the very arm it had used to smash concrete walls. At that moment, Bameng held his breath, ready to pull the trigger on Siegfried. But he lost balance on the snow-covered street, still caught his breath and regained control mid-fall, and he saw it. Bang. The bullet imbued with darkness carved a black arc across the broad daylight, crushing the ghoul's skull with a crack. It had been an impeccable shot, so clean that the ghoul's massive body toppled backward like a ragdoll. "Please get up. This area is not safe. Head to the shelter now." Even as he spoke, communications continued to buzz nonstop. This street, that building, another few ghouls. It had been like this for days, no break, day or night. Still, over the past 24 hours, the number of reports had decreased noticeably. Those struggling on the front lines had just begun to catch their breath. Could it mean this wave of ghoul outbreaks was finally ending? That hope shattered violently. Without warning, magic erupted, vibrating through the air. Bameng clutched his chest and glanced around uneasily. Another disciplinary bureau agent noticed. "Hey, what's wrong, Bameng?" "There's demonic energy, demonic energy." It was an overwhelming, noxious magic, not one but two distinct sources, and Bameng, ever sensitive to magical presence, sensed it immediately. "What are you saying?" "I don't." That's when it began, Danger. These is the K. KKKZZZT, ZKKK. The transmission broke into a dissonant stutter. "It's over there. Our right." A prickling chill ran down his spine. Bameng and the agents rushed toward the location, and there, something monstrous began to emerge, so surreal it barely registered as real. Ghoul Lord. A colossus formed from dozens of ghouls mashed together into one grotesque amalgamation revealed itself before the night's veil. A monster standing 8 meters tall. Our run. As soon as it manifested, it began tearing down buildings like paper. Even when the agents charged in, it was futile. Boom, CRSHH. One strike, another, and entire structures collapsed. Bameng, catching his breath at last, released a level 7 ability, Crushing Thunder Fang. Bang, crackle. The cannon-like bullet surged forward, trailing black lightning, zigzagging through the air until it smashed into the ghoul lord's head. Crunch, the massive head shattered, but it was meaningless. Other ghouls began to crawl into the ruined cavature, building it with their own flesh. The same thing was happening to agents trying to hack off its limbs. Damn it, that thing's immune to normal attacks. Pull back, call in the senior professors. Smack. One agent was swatted like a bug, crashing through a building wall. That was bad enough, but now the creature was getting dangerously close to the medical shelter where the injured were being treated. Shift its attention. They had to protect that place. There were patients inside. Bameng kept firing as fast as his mana could recharge, but the monster did not stop. Then, just as the behemoth raised its massive, house-sized fist to crush the shelter, suddenly the ghoul lord's body was split from shoulder to waist. The monster 8 meters tall was cleaved in half. Everyone stood frozen in shock. What could have done that, then? "Get it together, the broken pieces will move on their own." A commanding shout rang out. Bameng turned his head and saw the man. Professor. Charging through the dark, it was none other than Professor Dante Hayakapo. No one knew what had just happened, but it was clear the devastating strike had come from him. "Bameng, assist with the injured." "Why, yes, sir." And then Bameng's heart skipped a beat. The fallen ghouls were gathering, pretending to flee, but clustering at a single point. From afar, a second ghoul lord began to form. It absorbed even the corpses of the dead ghouls, swelling massively, reaching nearly 15 meters in size. An ultra-class ghoul lord. Even curled into summoning form, it was already the size of the previous monster. A target that required a top-ranked magician to engage directly. What the hell is that? Gasps rippled as more began to see it. "No way, this is impossible." "Retreat, evacuate the shelter." Terrified disciplinary bureau agents began to scatter. "Professor Dante, you have to evacuate too." "Professor, please fall back." Even Bameng blocked Dante's path, desperate to stop him. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Get out of my way." Professor, you have your jobs, go do them. But that thing is too dangerous." Even as everyone pulled away, Professor Dante remained perfectly calm. He simply raised his sword, a plain longsword, held in a reverse grip. Dante closed his eyes, raised the blade. A voice like ice, numb, detached, the command that awakens a sleeping divine soldier. Oh, weapon of war. In the next moment, the very air twisted. If the earlier strike was merely a casual release, this was something else. Bameng and the agents couldn't even begin to comprehend it. An overwhelming force radiated from Dante's entire body, shaking the surroundings like a quake. Everyone's mouths fell open. They couldn't see it, but they could feel it. Something invisible, yet undoubtedly there, began to exert a crushing pressure. Bamung, hypersensitive to magic, flinched in terror. The sky was moving. The world was shifting. Within it stood a single weapon, but Bamung doubted it could be called that anymore. It was too vast, too grotesquely destructive to be a mere weapon. It was a catastrophe. It moved, like a heavenly god descending, like a sword swung to decapitate a dragon. It cleaved the air, split reality itself, and drove directly into the ghoul lord's skull. Every window in the vicinity shattered. CRSHHHHH. Snow whipped through the air in spirals, flung dozens of meters away. The world became crystalline clear in that instant. The 15-meter ghoul lord tried to raise its head, but its body was slammed into the earth. Not even a giant of that size could resist a divine execution. Starting from its head, the entire body began to collapse. Invisible force crushed Eitvin down to the monster's core heart. All of it was obliterated in a single blow. The ghoul lord, having lost its core, was destroyed. He's dead. That thing's dead. The disciplinary bureau agents shouted in disbelief, nearly leaping in place. It was true. Boss kill. And with it, a surge of growth mana flooded into me, saturating my core based on my contribution. Strength plus 10.3. Agility plus 7.4. Endurance plus 5.5. Mana plus 19.5. Willpower plus 7.5. They say reading feeds the soul. I can't say for sure about that, but this sensation. This definitely fed my soul. I could feel it now. The sensation of my soul swelling and saturating every inch of my body. Total combat power, 157,530, 159,036, 1,506. The numbers were satisfying too. Even from a player's perspective, it was an impressive leap. This was exactly why I'd chosen to carry the giant soldier's sword over the other national treasures. At this moment, given my physical stats, it was the only one that allowed me to solo a boss. Anyway. After this incident, around 1,000 ghouls began disintegrating and crashing down to the ground. If this game had a most broken damage mechanic, one of them would definitely be the fall damage check. Get back. Move away. I backed off as well. QQQQQNG. The ghouls poured down like a landslide, smashed to pieces, and the ones lower down were crushed to death by the sheer weight of those above. Warrior Department agents are arriving. Right on cue, the reinforcements came. And with them, the incident ended. If it hadn't been for you, the medical shelter would have been destroyed. There are hundreds of patients in there. If there was one miracle amidst all this, it was that not a single person had died. Even the seriously injured weren't in critical condition. And yet even now, with everything over, Ain person couldn't calm down. Why are you doing this? Hold still, you bastard. The bureau agents gathered around to restrain someone, of course. It was Bamung. Let me go. I need to fight too. Your job's done. The warriors are here now. Yeah, take care of yourself. You see your leg. They were right. He must have scraped against steel during the fall. His leather greaves had split open and blood was pouring down his leg. I said, I'm fine. I can still move. Hey, quit the bullshit and get your ass to the med tent. What's gotten into you lately? You've been acting like a man possessed. You don't see the dozens of others risking their lives out here too. And then Bamung's eyes lit up with fury as he grabbed the collar of an agent who was at least 10 years his senior. You think just sitting here and waiting solves anything? You think the Bureau saves everyone? What? You little aren't you Black Abyss? Black Abyss, or note, are you telling me the Bureau can save all 100 victims just by sitting around? The Bureau isn't your goddamn friend, you brat. Yeah, and we can save all 100. Then what about the 101st? Bamung exploded. Then who saves the 101st? If me moving saves even one more person, shouldn't I move? At this point, I decided it was time to step in. As a professor of the Department of Assassination, stand down, Bamung. His jaw tensed. He turned toward me, released the agent's collar, and bowed deeply and cleanly. Yes, sir. Whoa, what the hell? That easily. The agents around us looked visibly stunned, and rightfully so. Always show respect to the Bureau. Yes, you're right. I apologize, officers. I let my emotions get the better of me. Bamung bowed at a sharp 90 degrees in front of the Bureau agents. They looked awkward but accepted the apology. Come with me for a moment. That's enough. Just come with me. I brought Bamung aside, sat him down in a corner, and began administering emergency first aid, just like I'd done with Rebecca. Professor, please. You don't need to do this. I can just go to the medics. Shut your mouth. Yes, sir. Truthfully, I was only pretending to be the kind, respectable professor. Trying to boost our relationship score. I'm that selfish. As I applied the dressing, I asked what I'd been wondering. Why are you so restless? Bamung was a sharp, well-trained Doberman. He immediately understood the meaning behind my question. I don't really know. A few days ago, I was just sitting in the dorms and then it started to drive me crazy. Details. I just couldn't sit still anymore. I needed to do something, but I didn't know what that something was. He lifted both hands and covered his face. This was a guy who always dressed himself up with styling. Now he looked like a bloodied butcher, barely holding himself together. Something's wrong, isn't it? But I don't know what to do about it. The academy Hayakate's falling apart. What am I even supposed to do? From my judgment, this was compulsive behavior. It reminded me of children whose parents were getting divorced suddenly, trying to act cute, smile more, be good to fix something they had no control over. So I figured, at the very least, I should go out and try saving people. I asked Kaiser and he said maybe that helped calm my nerves. And did it, sort of. Moving felt better than sitting still. But then I couldn't stop. Sitting still made me anxious again. It just kept twisting in my chest. Sorry, shit. What the hell am I supposed to do, Professor? Hayaka Academy is already ruined. His fingertips trembled. I paused and thought back. This probably had to do with Bamung's family. Here's a lesser-known truth. The Nibelung family, traditionally, only allows women to serve as the matriarch, the ruling boss. The Black Abyss star prefers women. Because of this, the male who provides the seed for a male child is seen as having defiled the matriarch's body and is executed. In other words, when Bamung was born, his father immediately became a target for Nibelung's assassination. From what I could find, the man managed to evade pursuit until Bamung was 9, then disappeared, presumably assassinated. After that, Bamung likely developed this helpless dreadthigh's deep suffering from watching everything collapse around him without being able to stop it. And when he grew strong enough to change things himself, internalized the belief that he always had to do something. Compulsion in its purest form. I took a moment, then said, "What I want to say first is this: you're going to be okay." Bamung looked up, dazed. "I'm okay, yes, things aren't as bad as you think, but Professor, the assassination war is over. The ghouls will soon be gone. Sure, the academy's in worse shape than before, that's a fact. But imagine a man who had 10 million hika. Now he only has 8 million. Is that man unhappy?" "Well, 8 million isn't so bad, I guess. Still richer than me. Looked at from what he lost, he is unhappy. Strange, isn't it? Same situation, but whether he's happy or not depends on what defines him. The person who judges. Then let me ask you, up until now, who's been judging your world?" Bamung muttered, almost inaudibly. "I have, Bamung Nibelung. Stop overthinking. The human brain is trapped inside a small room and its thoughts cannot escape. They echo back and forth. You're confirming your own helplessness, your failures, your collapse, and torturing yourself with bias and self-reinforcement. You don't need to think that far." Bamung's mouth slowly parted. His head sank down. When a person's thoughts become the problem, they instinctively try to fix it with more thoughts. But sometimes simply stopping the thought is what allows things to settle. Good. I thought I'd stay a bit longer to monitor his condition before leaving. That's when a few Black Abyss cadets standing at the edge of the alley, smoking rolled cigarettes, began staring at us blankly, and the none of them locked eyes with Bamung. "Hey, you fuckers, hey!" Suddenly Bamung shot up, exploding in rage. "You watching a goddamn show? What the fuck are you looking at? Huh, what's going on? Don't you see the professor's standing right here? Aren't you gonna salute? What the hell is this?" The startled cadets immediately stubbed out their smokes, rushed over, and bowed deeply. "Ah, gee, good morning, Professor." "Good morning, sir. I'm sorry for not greeting you sooner." I nodded and let them go, though it was a bit startling. "What are you doing?" "Sir, why are you disciplining other students?" "Oh, my apologies. It's just they saw you and didn't even acknowledge your presence. Isn't it basic manners to greet a professor?" I let it slide for now, but for some reason, I felt I couldn't leave him like this. "Come walk with me." "Yes, Professor." I took Bamung somewhere quieter. His reaction just now might have been typical of the Black Abyss environment and his Nibelung upbringing, but that wasn't all. He was clearly unstable. Normally, he wasn't nearly this emotional. Could I really do something for him right now? I asked myself that. After all, I'm a professor armored in deception, am I not? But what kept me calm amid all these storms was that I had learned how to be calm in my own life. And because of that, perhaps I was someone who could say something. Gray was having a dream, a very strange dream. A man appeared in her dream. What made it so strange was that men rarely appeared in Gray's dreams. Out in the real world, she'd grab a guy's hand without hesitation or flash a glimpse of her hidden tattoos if she noticed someone staring. That was just her style. She found it hilarious when they didn't know what to do with themselves. Toying with others was fun, but in truth, Gray had no interest in men. It's not that she only liked women, she just didn't care. She lived with her mind constantly immersed in illusion magic. She thought things like romance were a waste of time. And when she looked around, idiots like Kendrake, lunatics like Kaiser, boring guys like Bamung, and walking question marks like Quan were all she had to choose from. She couldn't understand why any girl would waste her life chasing after that trash. So for a man to show up in her dream was really out of the ordinary. She didn't know who he was. His face wasn't visible. He just had odd tastes. He approached her and started tying her up. No, what are you doing? Gray resisted. The man didn't seem hostile, but still the whole situation felt off. So she struggled as much as she could, but strangely her body had no strength. You can't understand me right now anyway. Just move your arms. You're an Novelight, the way of me dressing you in the nakasam. What the hell is nakasam? Stop. That hurts. It was weird, really weird. Maybe because it was a dream, but she couldn't move properly. It reminded her of the time when she and Elize had been on terrible terms. She once dreamed about punching Elize, but when she tried, her fist felt like a cotton puff. Now again, she was being restrained, unable to do anything. Why do you keep touching me? Are you curious about Gray's tattoos or something? Still, since the man didn't seem openly hostile, she tried to talk to him calmly. But then he suddenly shoved her against the wall. Her body hit it with a solid thump, pinning her completely in place. She couldn't move at all. Everything that happened afterward was a blur, fuzzy like fog. Who was that man? Well, whatever, it was just a dream. Gray thought no more of it, after all. It was morning. Grace. The dormitory maid of the dormant dragon cadets Lucy rushed in, calling for Gray. Get up. Do you know what time it is? Why, what time is it? Still half asleep, Gray flailed her hand toward Lucy. The maid frowned, then pressed her ice-cold hand, soaked in the chill of early winter, to Gray's stomach. Kwaa. Gray leapt up. What the hell? Did you soak your fingers in ice water or something? Hey, this isn't the time for that. Pull yourself. Toadsdirth is a big deal. Big deal. Assassination Daily is coming to interview you. Gray blinked wide-eyed, then snorted. Really, sis? You woke a sick person up over that crap. Even the village idiot Elize knows Assassination Daily is total bullshit. You dumbass, made Lucy clutched her chest, exasperated. That's not it. Have you really not heard anything? Heard what? Your photo shoot for the monthly cover model just got confirmed. Wait, what? Why? What do you mean why? Because of the airship incident. That whole department is in chaos. Gray sat there, slack-jawed, her crooked fang poked out in disbelief. No. Cover model. Even the village idiot Elize knew the Assassination Daily was trash-tier journalism. Half the content was nonsense, but the cover model, that was different. It was well known, even to Elize, how ridiculously special it was to be on the cover of the Assassination Daily. The Assassination Daily was an imperial publication. It published 3 types of magazines: weekly, monthly, and an annual edition. It was the only and largest assassination-focused periodical distributed across the entire continent. So even just being a weekly cover model was a big deal. To be the monthly cover model, that was a dream spot for countless assassins and famous figures. Assassins were supposed to stay hidden, yet the more famous they were, the higher their market value. Irony at its finest. And the lucky one who grabbed that chance was none other than me. Gray blinked slowly. Wait a sec. Monthly cover model, not Princess Rebecca, but me. Yes, the princess was already featured last week on the weekly cover. Don't you ever care about your friends? I'm sick. I've been asleep the whole time. How the hell would I know? After her brief outburst, Gray suddenly went blank. But why me? She was just too curious not to ask. Made Lucy glance cautiously toward the door, then leaned close to Gray's bed, whispering, You remember stopping that airship crash with your amazing illusion? Yeah. The memory was fuzzy, but she was sure she'd done it. If the landing hadn't shifted, it would have smashed into the kindergarten building in Sector 1. All the kids were still inside. I heard that last time. The mood's been real bad around the academy, you know. Everyone's acting like it's the end of the world. But after the princess's interview, things lightened up. So now the student media department paid the Assassination Daily to feature you next, to freshen up Hayaka's image. Those Empire bastards love their money. True, my face is refreshing enough to do that. Not to mention the story had a strong emotional arc, a cadet shedding blood through petrification, sprouting wings to protect children. How lovely and heroic, according to Gray. Even now, the Department of Assassination was pushing the narrative that the cursed armed Jinxide had been the work of those vile bastards from Kreutz. The image worked, cute, brave, and full of tragic charm. Gray scratched her cheek absent-mindedly. But is this really okay? I mean, I'm not royalty. I'm from the Habanero family, the very bloodline Hayaka's trying to keep under wraps. Why would the department suddenly decide this? Indeed, the Habanero family was one of Hayaka's few surviving genius bloodlines. Gray herself was classified as a national secret. That's the thing. Lucy bit her lip again, glanced toward the door, then whispered even more quietly, Hey, you didn't hear this from me. What is it? They might open the Department of Assassination to the Empire soon. Gray's jaw slackened. It was shocking. Wasn't Hayaka Academy the most isolationist institution on the entire continent? And now they were opening their gates. Gray's mental calculator kicked into overdrive visions, forming of a new era led by Hayaka, her own genius face on the front page, not those cocky bastards from Shadowless Star and Black Abyss Star. Sis, this is huge, isn't it? Totally insane, you crazy bitch. Clap, clap, Gray high-fived Lucy with a triple smack, then kicked her out of the room and lay back down for a nap. But then, a sudden thought. But that thing. The wings, was that really me who did that? Professor Dante said nothing. He walked in silence. Bamung followed. Come to think of it, when was the last time he'd followed behind an adult like this? He couldn't remember. At some point, he'd only ever walked with his peers. It was the dead of night. The professor moved steadily toward the darker parts of the academy. An assassin must love the dark. That's what his mother used to say. After all, she was the only one in the world chosen by the Black Abyss Star. Bamung's home had always been shrouded in darkness. He hated the dark, and yet the professor continued walking into it. And despite his discomfort, Bamung could do nothing but follow. As they went, Dante's words and Bamung's thoughts clashed in his mind. The professor had said not to dwell on what was lost, but all Bamung could think about were the things he'd lost. Even now, on Assassin Town, hundreds of withdrawal posts appeared daily. Others mocked them, saying, "What will failures like you even do if you quit?" Bamung read those too, chewing his fingernails. His thoughts sprawled out uncontrollably. Why was I born into this kind of family? Why was I born in this era? Looking back at every moment in his life, nothing but pain. They said 30 years ago, during his mother's youth, the world was at peace. Even just 10 years ago, after the war, there had been a golden age. People had lived with hope. So why the hell was he stuck with this broken time? Shit, it was happening again. He was focusing on what he'd lost. The clarity he'd felt from the professor earlier was fading. He rushed to open his mouth. Professor, so. We're supposed to focus on what remains, right? Yeah. That thing you mentioned earlier, the 8 million Hika, that's what we should focus on, right? Since the 2 million's already gone. The professor said nothing and kept walking. The silence made Bamung more desperate. But what if we end up losing that too? We're always losing things. That's what Hayaka is. So what's gonna change here, really? I mean, we had 20 million before, then it went down to 10 million, now it's 8, that's how it feels. But you're probably right, Professor. We should just try to focus on that 8 million. Professor, if Professor Dante had just said one word, any word at all, Bamung might have felt consoled. But he didn't say a thing. With the same calm, unreadable face, he stepped deeper into the shadows. That pushed Bamung's anxiety even further. It's not just me, Professor. Assassin Town, sorry for whining so much, but they're saying it too. Bamung was unraveling. They say Hayaka's finished. That we didn't just lose the assassination war to Kreuts, but that our whole country's dying. That's why that bastard battalion left. That's why the war blew up. That monster in the sky came out because everything's falling apart. Thoughts he'd kept to himself until now, pretending they didn't exist, came flooding out. It's ridiculous, right? Just fuck Asari. I mean, it's all nonsense, but I can't stop thinking it. That maybe Hayaka's already doomed. Just a ruin buried in the dark. I'm sorry. I know you said not to focus on what we've lost. No matter what he said. The professor gave no answer, didn't even look at him. The urge burst up from Bamung's throat. Just where are you going? By the time he came to, he'd stepped in front of Dante, blocking his path. Half a beat later, reason caught up. And then he froze paralyzed in front of those emotionless, pale pink eyes. What the hell was he doing? What kind of madness was this? Just as Bamung opened his mouth in a hurry to salvage the moment. Finally, the professor spoke. Have you finished echoing? The low voice snapped Bamung's mind back into focus. Bamung bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Professor. Really, I was just too. And yet, you still don't understand. Sorry, whether it's 8 million, 800,000, or not a single damn coin, that's not what matters. Bamung slowly raised his head. Then what if that's not what matters? I already told you. What matters is judgment. You and I live in different worlds. In truth, all of humanity lives within as many worlds as there are minds. It seems I need to put it more simply for someone like you. The professor's tone remained impassive, but it was gentle. Judgment is the world. One sentence. Just one sentence sent ripples through Bamung's mind. Judgment is the world. The more you judge, the wider or narrower your world becomes. Without judgment, the world does not exist. I don't understand what you mean. Do you even know where you are right now? At that, a strange confusion struck Bamung. He had followed the professor for Novelrecap maybe 30 minutes, maybe more than an hour, and yet he had no idea where they were. Thinking back carefully, they had climbed for quite a while. This was somewhere high up. They had been walking upward. You don't know where you are. You didn't judge the ground beneath your feet. You didn't judge the scenery before your eyes. You didn't judge the direction you were heading. Like duckweed drifting on water, you simply floated until you happened to arrive somewhere. Hayaka is ruined. That's unfortunate for the moment you judged it so. Your Hayaka was ruined. Even if you ask me for advice, I have nothing to say, because my Hayaka is not ruined. At that, Bamung felt a flash of indignation, but more than that, he wanted to ask, then what is your Hayaka? What is this so-called Hayaka in your world that lets you speak so confidently? even while all the cadets say it's already fallen. But even as the question rose, Bamung realized it was far too arrogant to demand such an answer, especially when he knew he wouldn't be convinced by a few words. He simply began to lower his head again. "You're curious about my Hayaka, aren't you?" But, as if reading his mind, the ghost-like professor saw straight through his lowly thoughts. "I'll show you." "You'll show me?" "Yes, I'll show you my Hayaka. That's why I brought you here to begin with." And with that, the professor began walking again. From that moment on, Bamung followed him, almost as if possessed. It was ahead, just ahead of them. A world completely unlike his own. A Hayaka that this aloof professor could declare without hesitation as not ruined. Was supposedly just up ahead. They hadn't taken more than a few steps. When Dante's stride reached the end of the uphill path, moments later, Bamung stood beside him. "Look, this is my Hayaka." Before them, the world opened up. It was nothing more than a view from the back mountain looking down from a cliffside. Night had already fallen. Hayaka should have already been a ruin, and yet from the summit looking down, the world below shimmered with light. There was light, too much light to say it was ruined. A living, writhing world sprawled out beneath Bamung's feet. What do you see in the distance? Magic circles were glowing at various place remnants of the assassination war. The once shattered beacon of Peace Fortress was shining again. Countless buildings had their lights on. What about the place we just came from? The glow of patrol officers' cigarettes who had held off the ghoul attack. The searchlights of medics trying to pull people from the rubble of a broken clock tower. The headlights of vehicles carrying the wounded. All of it emitting light, each like desperate sparks of survival. And wasn't Bamung himself just down there, struggling alongside them, while he stood there, overwhelmed and speechless? In that silence, where even breathing felt muted. "You said it was a ruin buried in darkness, didn't you?" The professor spoke in a low voice. "Then why is my Hayaka so bright?" At that moment, Bamung felt something inside his mind shatter. A small, locked world cracking open. Was it really? The professor was right. Judgment was the world. The moment he himself judged otherwise, this world began to feel different. Others who still believed Hayaka shined were still shining themselves. Inside this world, he had arrogantly labeled a ruin. The department, including myself and the other professors, is preparing for the era ahead. When that time comes, Hayaka will place its bets. Whether we win those bets or not, I can't say, but you will be part of that wager. You may well become the central figure of its revival. What you must do now is reflect, think, and understand for yourself. Then fill your mind with good echoes. When you are certain of what those echoes are, come find me again. If we're looking at the same world, then I may have something more to say to you. With that, the professor turned and walked away. He didn't call for Bamung to follow. And so, left alone, Bamung continued to stare down at Hayaka Academy for a very long time. Relationship increase, Bamung 3521. Reward star shard 21. As I descended the mountain, I checked the log. Not a bad number, it was quite satisfying. Actually, more than satisfying. It landed perfectly on a double zero. Star shards owned 300. A wave of mental pleasure swept over me. 1, 2, 3. Like a mouse hoarding grains of rice, I had tirelessly collected Themen, now I had 300. From 200 to 250 shards, you can start learning 8th level abilities, which means I could finally pick one up myself. Currently, I was being hailed as a formidable force in some circles, and under certain circumstances, I could indeed exert a decent amount of power. But the truth was, my core weakness remained largely unaddressed. If I were to evenly distribute 300 star shards into a combat type ability or stats, I could gain a substantial combat boost. But not yet. I had to think long-term, far ahead. After all, an 8th level ability becomes utterly helpless when facing a 9th level of the same kind. To illustrate, I would lose in a one-on-one fistfight against any of the illusion professors here at the academy, but if we entered an illusionary duel, and every last one of them attacked me at once, I could crush them all with overwhelming force. That's the gap between level 8 and 9, so I decided to hold on to the star shards a little longer. I should get back to writing the exam problems. Around that time, I arrived at my lab and a letter had come in. Bluzz. Auction house sale proceeds, 14,939,006, H-stroke plus. That was from selling the spoils I collected after killing the Kroot's Dark Ops unit that had tried to assassinate Forte. 12 rare items, 5 heroic grade items all gone. Even after the fees, it amounted to nearly 15 million hika, roughly the same amount a student would receive for killing a professor. Looks like I got rich overnight. There was just one item I didn't sell, a legendary I-grade accessory, a ring, to be exact. I sent it to the cathedral in the capital for curse removal. It returned with the second letter. Bluzz. Ring Ekachime curse, removal complete. Cost 552,000 H-stroke plus. I wired the funds from my linked account, then inspected the ring. Thankfully, they hadn't pulled any dumb tricks like swapping it with a decoy from an assassination department professor. The ring looked simply a plain gold band with a teal gem, but what mattered was the effect. I got lucky. This was exactly the kind of ring I needed. Ekachime Legendary I. The ring's ability was mana amplification. Any magical output channeled through this ring would increase in potency. The exact figure was around 4.3, which in this world was immense. In this system, mana was a highly independent entity. It was a little different from other games. The only way to recover mana is time. Technically, yes, there are some obscure methods, but practically, there's no reliable way to restore it. That's why there are no mana potions. Assassins here are designed to explode in short bursts and then burn out. There are almost no tools that assist mana directly. By that, I mean things like amplification, sustain, transformation, or condensation. You can do them by yourself as a caster, but finding gear that helps with that. Might as well try catching starlight in your hand. And this Ekachime was that starlight. I slipped it onto my finger. Combat power, 159,036, 165,830, 7, 6,801. Not bad for an accessory to raise combat power by nearly 7,000. Definitely top tier even among legendary I. Now then, that's enough about money and equipment. Time to return to writing the final exam questions. For the next 10 days, I practically became a reclusipering myself into research and design. I dove deep into world forgery, to a degree beyond anything I'd ever attempted. I reached a realm of illusion far beyond what I had ever created. Until now, I had treated illusion as nothing more than a tool, like a flint or a pair of scissors, something to cut what needed cutting, to shape what needed shaping. But this exam problem couldn't be created with that kind of mindset. After attending the funeral, after killing the ghouls, after facing Bamung, after watching countless cadets and professors walk away, I kept thinking, what do the students need? And after talking with the other professors, they said there had to be hope. Hope for the students and for the academy. I agreed. This final exam follows the same line of thought. For the first time in my life, I'm devoting myself to something that won't make me any money, because there are things in this world that can't be understood with numbers alone. My 10-year-old self knew that well. Before I am a professor, I am a teacher. That means someone who lived before and has seen more. If there's anything I've learned through despair, if that thing is how to hold on to hope, then I'm willing to share it. World Forgery Proficiency, 89.120.01. World Forgery Proficiency, 89.450.01. World Forgery Proficiency, 89.890.01. After a full week of research and revision, the final exam was complete. It's done. The result was no more than a single sheet of paper, but that paper alone had cost over 10 million hika in materials covered in intricate illusion formulas, magical circuits, and symbolic matrices. And yet I wasn't entirely sure it was perfect. Since it was a form of illusion that had never existed before, there were parts that felt experimental. It seemed viable to me, but whether it would actually work was a different matter. We all know how it goes. An author writes something with passion, only to be humiliated in front of an audience. Someone might find a flaw. That's how academia evolves, isn't it? So I decided to send it to another illusion professor for verification. Unfortunately, I only knew one. Greetings. Hi Capo, what brings you to me? Would you be willing to assist with a proofread? A proofread. I sent a copy of the exam to the neutral senior professor, Collider. A replica, of course. And I added one line, please return it within 5 days. It is the final exam after all. Unbelievable. That bastard. Professor Collider, senior illusion instructor of the neutral faction. A man who had dedicated his entire life to illusion. He first fell in love with illusion at the age of 7, nearly 40 years ago. Back then, in the capital of Haikium, there was a thing called an illusion show performers who dazzled audiences with illusion magic, much like a circus. Little Collider had been utterly entranced by the beauty of that spectacle. He began formally studying illusion soon after, excelled at the academy, earned a scholarship, and studied abroad at the Imperial Academy Hattinggraven, spending 3 full days under the legendary elder assassin of illusion, Professor Abraxas. 3 days, but still. Now he was a master of 2 distinct 8th-level illusion spells. His name topped more than 40 published papers as first author. He wasn't like the other professors who had crawled into Hayaka Academy chasing money, was an elite. And this elite was conflicted. Dante, that punk is asking me to proofread. At this point, it was common knowledge among the faculty that Professor Dante Hayakapo had deep proficiency in illusion. It wasn't some baseless rumor whispered by starry-eyed cadets. Collider had seen it firsthand. Up close, he had realized that Dante's level was disturbingly high. Yes, disturbing. And it was disturbing precisely because it was unquantifiable. The unknown is unpleasant, because it makes the mind inflate with imagined scale. Of course, he's still below me, though. Sure, maybe his output was impressive but wasn't the essence of illusion finesse, and in that regard, Collider had every confidence in his superiority. So, with that internal rivalry quietly festering, that punk had dared send him a test paper for verification. Collider tore open the envelope and pulled out the paper. He decided he'd take a look. After all, this was a problem written by a rootless upstart of a professor. He would review it with a standard of scrutiny so harsh, so utterly severe. Just once, that's all, and then what the, just one page. This was supposed to be a final exam. Just one page, one single question. What the hell? Look at this pretentious fool. Does he think he's some kind of head professor? Still, Collider began reading the question. As he read, he started tilting his head. What the hell is this? He thought he'd misread it. Started over from the beginning, took out a Mana magnifier and fixed it to his eye. Even reading it slowly, he found his mind clouded with nothing but question marks. What kind of problem is this? The test itself wasn't complicated. It presented an initial framework. The goal was to build upon that framework, flesh out the structure. Of course, both the framework and the additions were to be crafted through illusion. There were strict guidelines for how the additions were judged. Points were assigned accordingly. So it's like, something like, zap, a crackle of energy sparked at Collider's fingertips, dreamful embellishment. A swirl of mana gathered in the air. In the corner of the lab, as was customary for illusion professors, there was a plaster bust. Collider used illusion to give the curly-haired bust a mustache, a fedora, and a cigar clenched in its mouth. That's 3 points for the mustache, 4 for the hat, 7 for the cigar. So that was the gist of Dante's question. The format was clear enough. The problem was, it only took 3 lines of explanation. Yet the exam page contained exactly 45 lines of circuits and formulae. The remaining 42, Collider could not, for the life of him, determine what they were for. Had Dante just wasted the paper, thrown in useless fluff? That wasn't it either. The bastard really does know his illusion. If this were handed to an average assistant, those 3 lines would have bloated into 30, but Dante had compressed them masterfully interwoven with unbelievable precision. Even Collider had to admit it was exquisitely delicate work, up to that point. But then came the remaining 42 lines, and with them utter confusion. What the hell is all this? Extensions, mana threading, duration multipliers? No. Yes, not exactly. Doesn't feel like it's based on any simple principle. He was lost. He could grasp some of the individual parts, but the overall structure was incomprehensible. It wasn't like Dante had created some unfathomable mystical force. Every element used was real. Line 14 is just a reformatted Parheron equation. Line 24 references the third Gitchin matrix. The magic circles a twisted variant of Hegel's inequality. But the problem wash blended them all together. Imagine someone throwing chocolate chips, pickled radish, grilled beef, and polished stones into a blender and hitting puree. No, seriously, the hell is the third Gitchin matrix even here? Dante had asked for a verification. But you can't verify what you can't comprehend, and Collider couldn't comprehend this. By the end of the day, he had still failed to decode those 42 lines. 300 a.m., one flickering candle in the lab. Collider lit a cigarette, suffocated with frustration. Damn, and then it hit him. Hi's phone conversation with Dante. Hello, H. Hayakapo. What's someone like you want from Novelrecap me? Esteemed Professor Collider. Might I ask for your help verifying something? Verification, HMPH. Let's hear it then. That's how the conversation had gone. And then Dante had set a deadline. Please return it within 5 days. 5 days for a measly final exam problem. I could do that in 1 or 2. It deals with unfamiliar applications, so the equations are a bit complex. Not the easiest. Ha, are you doubting my abilities? Not at all. Don't be ridiculous. I could proofread something like that with my eyes closed. My eyes closed. As expected of an elite senior professor, reassuring indeed. I trust I can count on you. Oh no, shit. Collider stared blankly into space. Why had he said that? Why had he acted like such a pompous idiot? He only had a day or 2 and one was already gone. 12 years as a professor at Hayaka Academy, and never had he felt this royally screwed. As an elite senior professor. This was the crisis of a lifetime. D4 to verification, deadline. Day 2 just before dawn. After catching 2 hours of fragmented sleep on the lab sofa, Professor Collider rubbed his eyes. He couldn't afford more rest. He still hadn't solved the problem. As always, sleep helped. A cup of morning coffee refreshed his brain, but no, he still couldn't see anything new. Nothing had changed. He buried his head in the test sheet again and battled it until morning, only to be left with nothing but emptiness. What the hell is this thing? What is he trying to make here? By now, Collider seriously wondered if Professor Dante Hayakapo had deliberately sent this absurd exam to mess with him. Was there bad blood between them? Sure, things seemed smoothed over after the airship incident and the faculty meeting, but what if that bastard was just petty, unlike himself, who was clearly magnanimous? Ah, no, that wasn't it. The 3 lines at the top of the exam were too precise, too brilliant to be born of pettiness. This formula, these circuits, they had structure and purpose. Oh, ah, thud, he slammed his forehead onto the desk and twitched at the impact, strands of hair scattering. Normally, he'd have been horrified, but not now. Not when the pride of an elite senior professor was on the line. A few lost hairs were the least of his worries. I swear I'll crack this cursed thing today. Gritting his teeth, Collider locked his lab door. He had to open it again with his own hands 6 hours later. Professor, are you all right? Your face looks really pale. He was dazed, too much focus. Formulas and circuits swam through his mind, but still no progress. It was driving him insane. Who was he? A proclaimed genius from the Lemontree barony. A prodigy so brilliant his hometown put up banners in his honor. Called a genius cadet at Hayaka, sent to study in the Empire. Second author on the solution to the ravioli conundrum. Pinga, what the? A message. It was Dante. Dante, is it ready? Damn it, why was he checking in already? He'd said 5 days, but hadn't he boasted it would only take a day or two? Collider, give me a little more time. Nearly there. Dante understood. He tried to brush him off. Dante, if you find any issues in the verification, please don't hesitate to point them out. Criticism is welcome. I want this exam to be flawless. That reply ripped Collider's heart in half. Flawless. He couldn't even understand it, let alone critique it. Collider got it. He ended the chat and sat in silence. Still, there's a reason he asked me, isn't there? It had to be because he looked like the most capable professor. Yeah, no, that was not the time for self-delusion. Screw it. This is a disaster. He had no choice. He needed help from his fellow illusion faculty. You called senior professor. Why does it smell like cigarettes in here? Did you light up? You said there was a curious problem. What's it about? 30 minutes later, 5 professors from the assassination department's illusion faculty gathered in his lab. Collider handed them copies of the exam and explained, this was Dante's final, and though he saw no problems, he wanted their opinions. Let's see. For nearly 3 hours, they all stared at the problem. None of them found a single flaw, because none of them understood it. You don't get it either, Collider asked casually. Not at all. It's clearly something incredibly sophisticated. My guess is it's about range. Wrong. It's about duration, long-term illusion sustainability formulas. You're both wrong. It's about scalability. The hell it is. What are you, fresh out of kindergarten? How's this scalability? You really trying to show off how short your magical resume is? The professors started arguing. Collider couldn't help but chuckle internally. Damn right. I'm not the only one who doesn't get it, and all their guesses, no deeper than his own. But then the gloom crept back in, because if none of them knew, that meant this entire room full of professors didn't understand a single damn thing. So what exactly is this illusion formula about? Finally, the question was directed back at Collider. He sighed. I don't know, sorry, I said I don't know. God damn it, I'm embarrassed, but I'll be honest. Dante sent this to me for verification and I don't even know what field of illusion it belongs to. So that's why you called us, because we're all illusion experts. Well, we don't exactly have a clue either. Saying it out loud was strangely cathartic. Senior professor, why don't we just ask him for the answer? What, are you crazy? What? That's the one thing we absolutely cannot do. Being honest with them was fine, but bowing his head to Dante, he would rather die. He still had time 5 days, and none of them had lectures this week. Everyone help me out here. We can't let this turn into a situation where illusion professors are just sitting around gawking at someone else's exam. Yes, sir. Collider messaged Dante, I'll need a few more days, then dove back into analysis with the others. And as the sun rose the next day, among the exhausted, greasy, unshaven professors, one suddenly shot to his feet, with a gleaming grin. Nope, still have no fucking clue. D3 to verification deadline. Daito. God damn it, you can't approach it like that. Evening, what the hell do you know? It's scalability, I'm telling you. The brawl finally erupted. How is this scalability? What did your brain expand to? Think logically, asshole. Would you add scalability to a student's final exam? What is this, building a car from wheels and an engine? It's a damn test. It needs to be solvable. That's the whole point, you idiot. One question requires complexity. If there's only one, you've got to make it scalable, or there's no way to differentiate skill levels. Wham, thud, they finally grabbed each other by the collars and started swinging. You son of a bitch, my ribs, you hit my ribs, don't pull my hair. Smash, crash, desks toppled, lab destroyed. Collider gently stroked his nose, satisfied. Absolute chaos. He was close to madness himself, but it only fueled his obsession. What the hell is it? What the hell was that damn punk Professor Dante trying to show the students with this exam? For no, had to stop the fight. All right, break it up. You bastard, I'm going to go ask Dante right now. Hey, calm down. Go ask him, go on, you son of a bitch. Wanna bet on it? 5 million Hika, 10 million. Hell yeah, let's go bitch, bet 100 million, put your house and land up for it. Collider took a deep breath, then bellowed silence. CRSHHHH. The windows all exploded from a sonic illusion. The volume amplification spell made sure it hit hard. It worked. The professors froze mid-brawl. Stop it. Sorry, senior professor. We got carried away. Enough, that's enough. So, are we giving up? No, we don't give up. We're professors, we have pride. Dignity, true. But being a professor doesn't mean we stop learning, so we'll go to Zone 2. Zone 2, the Department of Magic. Assassination illusion and magical illusion were different fields. For power and combat readiness, assassination illusion was superior. But for research, for academic depth, magical illusion held the crown, which meant maybe the mages would understand, but they might not be much help. The head of magical illusion defected after the last incident, remember. Collider clicked his tongue, frowning. Professor Gloomy, the traitor. Rumor had it she crippled Hayaka's entire illusion research sector with her betrayal. Still, we're going. Even their senior staff are better than us right now. Yeah, let's go. At this point, I'd take help from a cat if it could solve this damn thing. The professors loaded into a car and drove to Zone 2. They sought out several senior faculty from magical illusion, but the department felt like a funeral parlor. Just as expected, the disaster wrought by Gloomy had left the entire division in ruins. She took everything: equipment, research, confidential circuits. Anything remotely valuable. Can you believe that? Unreal. They tried to comfort their bruised egos with food, and belatedly sought advice from the Department of Magical Illusion. Wow, this is incredibly difficult. Who came up with this? The senior professor of magical illusion smiled brightly. Wait, difficult? Don't tell me. Let me guess. Excuse me, the professor's eyes sparkled. This absolutely reeks of someone from the Abraxas School of Illusion Assassins or Mages, doesn't it? Oh, I know, it's got to be Challenger Cruxiel, right? No, then maybe Aegon from the Radiant Star. That guy loves problems like this, takes a basic formula and hyper-engineers it with dense layering. No, actually, not Aegon either. Then who made this monster? At this point, Collider and the rest of the assassination professors were speechless. Is it really on that level? Was it? Formulas and circuits sophisticated enough to be mistaken for the work of a Challenger or a Constellation. And Hayaka barely 30 was producing questions that looked like arcane riddles for something as mundane as a final exam. That punk might actually be insane. It couldn't be. This was absurd. Yeah, I mean, with the way he's been acting since the whole Gloomy incident. I can't believe someone that sharp is actually breaking down. The assassination professors whispered behind their hands, twirling fingers at their temples. Crazy. He had to be. Either way, they still had no answer. Should we go get lunch? The other magical illusion professors said they'd be here this afternoon. We haven't eaten anything all night. What about you, senior professor? All eyes turned to Collider. He looked even more haggard than yesterday, his mouth crumpled like a bulldog's, though it soon softened. Let's go, everyone understood. That was a quiet admission of defeat. Collider decided to tell Dante, the verification is complete. I couldn't find any problems. Embarrassing, yes, but it was the truth. His pride had cracked. It was a sad reality, but it seemed Dante was on a higher academic tier than himself. Still, he couldn't just bare his belly and say, I have no idea what this is. That would shatter him completely. Damn it. And so, they left the copied exam paper in the Magical Illusion Department's office and went off to eat. They couldn't even bear to look at it anymore. Collider, I couldn't find any issues in the verification. Collider took longer than expected. I even had to ask for advice. Collider, it seems like a complete exam problem, but since I might be wrong, feel free to double-check elsewhere. Dante, much appreciated. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. So the verification passed. Truthfully, I had been worried. What if it's too difficult? So I reflected on that. I had underestimated the professors, even unconsciously. But they were excellent, too. It'll work, this'll do. Now I could head into finals with a clear mind. The formula structuring the question had been difficult, but the problem itself was simple, which meant everyone would solve it in their own way. From the bottom of my heart, I hoped that the cadets would earn good grades. What's this? Magical Illusion Department office. Head Professor Galwa came to a halt in front of a stray sheet of paper. He had stopped by briefly with a group of mage associate professors. It was not a sheet he could ignore. He began reading with great interest. Professor Yuha. Yes, head professor. What's this odd-looking exam paper? Professor Yuha, the same senior professor who'd interacted with Novelrecap, the assassination faculty, earlier tilted his head. Oh, that. The assassination professors brought it in and must have left it. They said they'd be back after grabbing lunch. Assassins, why would they leave this here? Yuha explained the situation. Galwa chuckled with curiosity. A monster of a problem, they called it. Would you like to take a look, Head Professor Galwa, shall I? Anything urgent on our plate today? No, sir. All right then, let's see. He sat on the couch, monocle in place, and studied the exam. He didn't move for over 10 minutes. Frozen like someone who had hit pause, while the other senior professors scribbled with pens and analyzed formulas, he sat in complete silence. He was solving it in his head. Yuho watched anxiously. After all, the assassination department's elite professors, collider included, had been reduced to complete wrecks by this problem. It had to be legendarily difficult, but this was Galwa Grandre, not just Hayakawa, but one of the continent's foremost authorities in magic theory. His knowledge of illusion might be lacking, but in terms of circuits and formulas, he was a peerless genius. The Empire tried to buy him for untold sums. He'd been shortlisted for the Obel Prize in Magic multiple years in a row. That Galwa now sat, mentally dissecting the exam. His eyes flicked left and right, tracing every formula, then reacted. Heh, a grin curled his lips. Why smile? His voice dropped low, almost to a whisper. It was a tree. A tree? What tree? Just as Yuho was about to ask, Galwa turned to his aides. All right, everyone sit here and take a break. I need to speak with the department head. Yes, head professor, should we make a copy of the exam? No need. I've already memorized it. Already, that fast. He memorized that convoluted mess in 10 minutes. Yuho tried to stop him. If he left now, his curiosity would never be satisfied. But by then, Galwa was already vanishing through a teleport spell. Just before he faded completely, he murmured, "What an amusing thing he's made, that boy."